This is Audible.
Belinda presents this unabridged recording of The Destiny of the Dead, Book 3 in the Song of the Tears trilogy, written by Ian Irvine and read by Jack Hawkins. Part 1. Ruin on the Range. 1. "There's no way out this time, is there?" said Malis, wiping the teeming rain from her eyes. Nish glanced at her and managed a smile, for she was even grubbier than he was. Her small figure was clotted with mud from head to foot. "I can't think of one." He rubbed his nose and winced. His battered face was so swollen that he was almost unrecognizable. It was mid-morning on the range of ruin, and everyone had gathered in a ring around him, hoping for a miracle, but it wasn't going to happen. The enemy held the surrounding ridges, trapping them in a clearing in the forested valley. They had been ordered to take Nish and Malis alive and put everyone else to death. All their struggles over the past weeks, and all Nish's agony, had been for nothing. He and his Gendragorian militia had driven themselves to the limit of human endurance to climb the rain-drenched range and reach Blisterbone Pass before his father's army, and they would have succeeded had their treacherous guide, Kerr, not led them astray. The pass was only a league away in a direct line, yet it was as unreachable as the moon, for the enemy's advance guard had beaten them to it, and the rest of that monstrous army could not be far behind. For supporting Nish and daring to oppose his corrupt father, the God Emperor Jal Nish Halar, the peaceful little nation of Gendragore was going to be obliterated and its men, women and children taken into slavery. Nish felt responsible, for the Gendragorians had not wanted to go to war. He had talked them into coming, and now he bitterly regretted it. Their situation was hopeless, yet he could not give in. During the Lyrics War they had snatched victory from defeat many times, and surely there had to be a way to do it again. But they could not win by force of arms, which left only the secret art. "Flid," Nish said quietly, "we really need your help." "What if you made another portal with the mime mule?" said Malis, for Flid had used that little mimicking device to create the portal that had brought her, Flid, and Agur here. Zervish Flid, the Mancer who had led humanity to an impossible victory in the war against the Lyrics 10 years ago, swayed on his broad feet. Though he had regained some of his lost gift for the art, he had never been the same after casting that terrible renewal spell upon himself almost 6 weeks ago. It had replaced his aged and failing body with that of a bigger man in middle age, but Flid was in constant pain and he seemed meaner, harder and— Nish resisted the thought for as long as he could— less trustworthy. A few minutes ago, Flid had been gazing at the profane tears, Gatherer and Reaper, the source of the God Emperor's power, as though he wanted to snatch them for himself. "I can't," Flid said, clutching his belly. "Bringing so many people through that second portal took everything I had, and the after-sickness." He doubled up, as though he was going to vomit, gagged and straightened painfully. "I don't have the power to use the mime mule again." He looked around blearily. "I don't know this place. What's our line of retreat?" "There isn't one," said Nish. "We're in a valley shaped like a tilted oval bowl. It's a good league long and half a league wide, and the upper end runs up to the Whitethorn Peak, the mountain guarding this side of Blisterbone Pass." With his saber he gestured towards the towering mountain, barely visible through the blinding rain. "The upper part of the valley ends at the cliffs. I don't think anyone could climb them. The enemy holds the ridges to either side of us, and they're bare, rain-washed rock with no cover. We'd never fight our way up. They also guard the only way out, a gorge spanned by a natural arch of stone." He pointed downslope, though nothing could be seen in that direction save a wall of rainforest marking the lower edge of the clearing. "The valley floor is covered in forest, apart from another clearing lower down near the gorge." "Is it more defendable than this one?" said Flid. "I don't know. What do you think, Tulatine?" Nish said to the tall, striking woman to his left. The old seer had used a regression spell to temporarily restore herself to a relatively young age, then made a desperate attempt to reach Nish's militia and warn them that they had been betrayed, but she had arrived just as the trap had been sprung. Chthonic thought for a moment. I don't think so, for the valley narrows down there. The enemy archers could fire into the clearing from the stone arch and from the nearby ridge. Forget it, said Flid. We'll make our stand here. He turned towards the river that ran down the centre of the valley. It could just be made out through the trees. Can they cross the river and attack us from behind? I'm afraid so, said Chthonic. It's partly dammed by fallen trees just upstream. That's how I got here. Can you stop them crossing with your art? Said Nish. I only know healing charms. Besides, the regression spell is already fading, and when it comes undone... Chthonic had hinted earlier at what it would do to her. The consequences were going to be horrific, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop the spell fading. That left only Agur, who towered to Nish's left, craggy as an ancient cedar and seemingly indestructible. I know you've got power, old friend, Nish said, and we've never needed it more. If you could create a concealing mist or... Ordinarily that would be the easiest of spells, said Agur, especially here where there's water everywhere. But, cried Nish, Agur had been his last hope. Gatherer is watching everything I do, and the moment I try to draw power, Reaper blocks me. I'm not strong enough to take on the greatest force on Santhenar. Agur rubbed his inflamed wrists. For 7 years he'd been held prisoner by the Numinator, whose enchanted bracelets had continually drained him of his powers of mancery to bolster her own. Besides, I feel strangely hobbled in this place. What do you mean, hobbled? Said Malis sharply. She pressed a hand between her breasts and frowned. Nish had seen her make that unconscious gesture many times, and knew that she was making contact with her taphloid, the mysterious little device she'd worn around her neck since childhood. Touching it normally comforted her, but she seemed troubled now. I don't know. Agur's gaze flickered towards the red-hot caduceus, the height of a small tree embedded in the centre of the clearing. Whatever uncanny force drove its internal fires, it was unquenched by the teeming rain. There must be a way to hide what I'm doing from Gatherer, but it will take time to find it. He headed towards the caduceus, shielding his eyes from its glare. Time we don't have. Nish could feel the radiance beating upon his bruised face. The caduceus, a winged shaft tightly entwined by a pair of open-mouthed serpents, was made of black iron forged from the heart of a meteorite, and when Stilkeen had hurled it down, its point had penetrated half a span of solid rock. Hostage for white ice fire! That tormented being from the void had cried as it seized the God-Emperor and carried him off. But what had it meant? Had Stilkeen meant that Nish was held hostage until it regained the chthonic fire, the force that had once bound its physical and spirit aspects together, stolen from it in ancient times? Or did the caduceus signify that the whole world was Stilkeen's hostage? Either way, Nish had no idea what to do about it. No one on Santhenar had faced an immortal being before, and not even Agur, oldest of them all, knew how to deal with it. Then I'd better organize our defenses. Nish turned away, sick at the thought of the coming massacre. The professional soldiers up there were going to tear his ragtag militia apart. His eye fell on the ginger-haired cook's boy, Huld, a cheerful, scrawny lad of 11. What the blazes are you doing here? Nish cried. Got better? Grinned Huld. He had suddenly appeared halfway up the range, as though the militia had been hiding him from Nish all that time. Nish had sent the boy back with the third of his militia who had contracted dysentery, but somehow Huld was still here, and it made the coming battle so much worse. The boy was going to die along with all his people, and Nish couldn't bear it. The Gendragorians seemed to have no idea what an army was really for or how brutal and savage warfare was. And why should they? Nish mused. No enemy had successfully crossed the range of ruin into Gendragore in over 1,000 years. At first, he'd thought of them as little more than carefree, pleasure-loving innocents, impossible to turn into a decent fighting force, but he knew better now. Inside, they were tough as the gnarled roots of an old tree. Hewald had vanished again, and as Nish scanned the militia for the boy, he saw Amy, a young woman so small and slender that she made Nish look tall. Whatever had possessed him, allowing her to join the militia. She was as brave as any warrior, but what use was she going to be when the fighting started? A heavy blow would break her in half. Nish shook off the gloom and self-doubt before it became despair and looked up. Above the western ridge, Jal Nish's deputy, the dwarf General Clam, stood spread-legged on a drifting air sled the size of an emperor's bedroom. He appeared to be issuing orders to his troops, who were lined up along the ridge like pegs on a washing line. Nish estimated their number at 1,000, 3 times his militia, and they were big, brutal men, twice Clam's height. The God Emperor's white standard, mounted on a wooden pole at the bow, flapped high above him. Nish still couldn't come to terms with the betrayal, for Clam, who had been a friend and ally during the war, was one of the bravest men Nish had met. Yet after Jalnish seized power 10 years ago, Clam had, inexplicably, taken service with him and was now his commander-in-chief, even trusted with the profane tears in his liege's involuntary absence. And because Nish's militia had refused to surrender, Clam would show no mercy. "They'll shoot us down from the edges of the clearing," said G, a gentle, sturdy young woman, one of Nish's lieutenants and his closest friend in the militia. "No need to risk their own lives." "The God Emperor doesn't give a damn for his soldiers' lives," said Flid, "but he would not risk his only surviving son's life, and neither can Clam. They'll have to come on foot, and an agonizing death awaits any soldier who harms you, Nish." Nish took no comfort from that, for no one could control the course of a battle, and in its chaos soldiers were often killed by accident or even by their own people. Besides, he would sooner die in battle than be captured and see all his friends and allies slain. "Take them!" Clam's amplified voice rang out from the air sled, and his troops began to move down the steep ridges towards the rainforest covering the floor of the valley. "What if we run into the forest?" said G. "It's dark in there. Some of us might escape." "They've ringed the valley and they hold the only exit," said Nish. "Clam will make sure that no one escapes. We've got to stay together." He raised his voice. "Form into a circle facing out, archers at the front, lancers behind them and swordsmen at the rear. Archers, when I give the order, fire until they're just 10 seconds away, then fall back. Lancers, hold firm and make them come onto your spears. They won't dare fire at you for fear of a stray arrow hitting me or Malus." At least, Nish hoped they wouldn't. The militia formed a tight circle, about 40 paces across, surrounding the caduceus with their backs to it. "What good will it do?" said Hoshi, a big, enthusiastic youth who had been an apprentice potter in Gendragore. Nish had tried to train him in leadership, but Hoshi had no head for it, his only tactic being to go straight at his opponent, whacking furiously. Nish rubbed his scarred left hand, which was aching again. Many years ago, on the battlefield of Gumby Marth, his father had thrust Nish's hands into the tears in an attempt to control him, but the compulsion had failed, and Nish's feeble, unreliable clear sight had appeared instead. Last month, in a cavern at the cliff top of Mistmurk Mountain, he had put his left hand into Reaper in a desperate effort to enhance his clear sight and find Flid's lost art, and had partly succeeded, though his hand had been hideously burned. He needed the scars as he considered Hoshi's question. The poorly armed and untrained militia stood no chance in hand-to-hand combat with Clam's crack Imperial militia, but Nish's archers were skilled hunters and could do great damage if he used them well. "From the edge of the clearing, it'll take the enemy at least a minute to reach us through the mud, and our archers can fire 10 arrows in that time. If we can even the numbers and delay them a minute or two, Igur might be able to do something." "He'd better get a move on," snapped Flid, for he and Igur had always been rivals, and clearly Flid felt his own helplessness keenly. "I don't think you should use your art so close to the caduceus, Igur," called Chulatine, who was standing a few paces from it. "Why ever not?" said Agur imperiously. He did not appreciate being told what to do. Nish would have been cowed, but Chthonic was unfazed. "If you do, it may go ill for you." "Death may go ill for us all," said Flid wryly. The enemy was skidding down the wet slopes and moving into the forest. They would reach the edge of the clearing in minutes. It was still pouring. Nish was sweating rivers in his sodden clothes, and the humidity was so thick he could have sliced it with his sabre. "We can't get away," said Chthonic. "We've got to concentrate on saving you, Nish, so you can rebuild your forces and fight again." "I led my militia here," Nish said, "and I'm not running out on them now." "You must," she said urgently. "When your father took over with the Tears, you swore to return, bring down his corrupt realm, and restore freedom to Santhenar. And I failed," he groaned, "again and again." Nish deeply regretted that despairing vow after Nish had slain his beloved Irisis, for he was never going to fulfill his oath. The enemy was too strong. "You've got to try harder," said Chthonic. "You gave hope to 1,000,000 desperate souls. Indeed, your vow has been the people's only hope over the 10 years of your father's brutal rule, and you cannot let them down." "I can't do it, Chthonic. You've got to try and get away, even if you die in the attempt. Striving valiantly to keep your word, you will become a beacon of hope for generations to come, just as Irisis' self-sacrifice has strengthened you." "What kind of man escapes at the cost of his friends' lives?" said Nish, "and the loyal militia that has followed him all this way?" "A man who does what he has to do for the greater good," said Flid, "no matter how hard it is." "Or a man who abandons his friends in their most desperate need," Nish retorted. "When father returns, as I'm sure he will, he would call me a coward and an oath-breaker. How can that make me a beacon of hope?" "It's a difficult choice, but you have to make it." "I've made it." Nish turned and passed through the circular lines towards the center. "I can't stand in front of my troops and tell them I'm running away." "I'll tell them," said Chthonic, "because it must be done for the good of the Empire." "No, you won't. I will not abandon my people." He walked away. "I can't bear it either," Malis said quietly, going with him. "They're waiting," said Nish, glad she was there. Though only 19, and of a quiet, shy disposition, Malis had an inner strength the equal of anyone here, and he felt better for having her at his side. "The knowing that everyone else is going to die while I'll live because of the possibility that I may be bearing your child." After an interval, he lowered his voice and said, "And are you?" "Of course not," she muttered, meeting his eyes. Hers were the colour of dark chocolate and showed nothing, though a pink flush spread across her pale cheeks. Malis blushed easily and rather prettily, despite the mud on her face. "I made that story up to save our lives." She had told his father that she had gathered Nish's nocturnal seed months ago while nursing him and placed it inside herself so as to become pregnant. And Nish, desperate for a grandchild, had believed her. "You did save our lives," said Nish, "so it was worth it. It cost me my friendship with Colm. Afterwards he looked on me as no better than a whore." Her flush deepened. "You can't be a virgin and a whore." "In Colm's eyes I was," she said plaintively. "I really liked him, Nish. He was good to me in the early days." Nish restrained the urge to tell her just what he thought of Colm, who had lost his clan's estate in the war and would forever be bitter about it, as he was about a number of other injustices. Colm also resented the stain on his clan's name left by his distant relatives Karan and Lian, once heroes of the time of the Mirror, who were now known as Karan Kinslayer and Lian the Liar. Nonetheless, Colm had treated Malis better than Nish had in the first month they had travelled together. But Colm was gone. He had accepted Clam's offer of amnesty and was now their enemy. He and Nish could be fighting each other in minutes. It was time to make amends. He put an arm across Malis's mud-covered shoulders and drew her closer. "I'm sorry it's come to this, and sorry for the way I treated you after all you'd done for me. Can you forgive me?" She looked up at him and her dark eyes were shining. How little it took. "Of course, Nish. I wasn't being honest with you in the early days. I should never—"
"They'll be through the forest any minute," cried Flid. "Igur, are you ready?" "Not yet."
Igur was walking in a spiral around the caduceus with his right hand upraised, the fingers hooked as if he were clinging onto a bar. "What's he doing?" whispered Malis, pulling away and turning to stare at Igur. Nish knew that she was fascinated by Mansory. Malis had been told that she had a gift for it, but she had never been trained, and now she might be too old to learn.
"He's trying to find a point where Gatherer can't penetrate the field surrounding the caduceus," said Flid in grudging admiration. "Igur is taking an awful risk, but if he can find that point he may be able to use his fog spell there without Gatherer instantly cancelling it."
"Assuming that the caduceus doesn't cancel him," muttered Malis. "I can feel the power radiating out from it. It's a horrible alien thing and we shouldn't go near it."
"Julatine was right," said Flid. "By its very nature, or the nature of the being that created it, the caduceus affects all spells done nearby."
Nish was also afraid of it, but Igur was their only hope now. Nish headed towards him and she followed, but as they approached, Igur's hooked fingers clenched and the caduceus flared white-hot. Momentarily, Nish felt a throbbing pain behind his temples. One of the iron serpents around the shaft was displaying its forked tongue, while the other had its mouth wide open, bearing 2 pairs of fangs. The upper ones were huge, the lower pair smaller and curved backwards to hold its prey, and in a flash of clear sight he noted that the serpent with the fangs had something burning at its core. "Stilkeen is in pain," said Malis, wrapping her arms around her chest and squeezing hard. "Terrible pain just from being in our world."
"Tell it to bugger off then."
Nish turned away, for there was no more time. He called his signallers and his 4 lieutenants, Hoshi and G, Kletch the giant fisherman, and the dapper joker Forzel, and they agreed on signal codes, both flags and horn blasts, in case Igur succeeded, and there came an opportunity to retreat. "Chief Signaller Midge," Nish said to the fuzzy-haired young woman whose size belied her name, for she was tall and solidly built. "Stay close to me. If Igur manages a fog, we'll need to retreat at once."
"How will we find our way?"
asked Midge, wiping her muddy face on a yellow flag and turning it brown.
"Not on the signal flags, Midge, please."
Nish scraped the mud off with his sabre and handed the flag back. In some respects they were like children, his loyal Gendragorians. He didn't think he'd ever turn them into soldiers. "If we get a chance to retreat, we'll head down slope and gather at the lowest edge of the clearing. We can tell we're going down slope even in fog."
"What then?"
said Hoshi.
"How would I know?"
Nish snapped. He thought for a moment. "We'll go through the rainforest to the lower clearing and try to get out via the gorge." There was still no sign of the enemy. He raised his voice.
"Lancers, ready your spears. Archers, fire the moment they come out of the forest, and again as they rush us. Keep firing until they're 20 paces away, then draw back so the lancers can meet their attack."
The clearing, which was shaped like an egg, was about 400 paces by 300. Running soldiers even on this boggy ground would not take long to reach the centre.
"How's Igur going?"
Nish said to Flid.
"Do you see any fog?"
Flid snapped. He'd been really cranky of late. "Is there anything you can do?"
"I've already tried. Curse this body. Why did I let Malis talk me into taking renewal?"
Flid scowled at her. "If I hadn't, you'd probably be dead by now," she said quietly.
"At times like this, I wish I was," Flid muttered. "I feel as though my new body is fighting me all the way. After all this time, it still doesn't fit."
"I'm sure you'll get used to it," said Nish.
"If I survive, you mean? And if I don't, good riddance."
"Where are they?" said Malis, standing on tiptoes and scanning the forest all around. "Why are they taking so long?"
"They know we've no way of escape," said Sergeant Flangers,
cleaning his purloined whelm jagsword with a clump of grass. His friend, protector and constant shadow Chismool, was at his side.
"They're taking their time to make us sweat."
"Still, it's wonderful to have you here," said Nish. Flangers, apart from being an old friend, was their only other experienced soldier and a master of battlefield tactics, but he'd lost weight in his 7 years of captivity, and Nish wasn't sure he was ready for the rigours of warfare.
It's good to have the old team back together, sir, said Flangers. We showed the enemy a thing or two in the past, and we can do it again.
Of course we will,
Nish said unconvincingly.
Archers, get ready.
Malis gasped, and all around people were crying out and pointing. Feeling the radiance beating upon the back of his head, Nish whirled. His head spun sickeningly, and the pain behind his temples grew worse. The caduceus was keening, the note rising and falling, and it had brightened to white-hot again. The iron serpent with the fangs appeared to be staring at Nish, while the other snake was looking at Flid, and Nish imagined for one mad moment that he saw its tongue flicking in and out.
What's it doing?
Nish cried. Malis caught at her taffloid. Igur threw himself backwards, away from the caduceus, tripped and fell, sending out a spray of muddy water. Fog wisped up around him, but disappeared at once.
I don't know,
he said, scrambling out of the way, his frosty eyes wide,
but we meddle with it at our peril.
At Santhenar's peril, said Flid. Do you recall the volcanic ruin wrought upon the world of Arkan not so many years ago? 50,000 Arkim fled through a portal to Santhenar, and surely all those who remained behind on Arkan perished.
What of it?
Said Igur. Chthonic fire caused Arkan's ruin, the very fire Yalkara stole from Stilkeen in ancient times so her people could escape from the void. What dreadful forces might the caduceus contain?
Then why did the Stilkeen leave it here?
Said Igur, scooping up handfuls of muddy water from a puddle and rubbing it all over his face, which was coming up in hundreds of little blisters. He winced, but turned back.
Stay away from it,
said Chulatine.
I think it's a trap.
I'm sure it is, but with Clam using Gatherer to block my powers, the one place I can use my art is next to the caduceus. In an open space, Nish noticed the 3 healers setting up their station. Closest was lanky Dahlia, her chin marred by a large strawberry mark, and behind her, plump and palely pretty Scandi, one of the sisters of poor Tildy the milkmaid who had been murdered by Vivimord in Gendragore. After Scandi had seen Vivimord tried by ordeal above the maelstrom of justice and retribution, and found guilty, she had been one of the first to join Nish's militia. The 3rd healer was Gosh, a stocky youth with an exceptionally long body and short, thick legs. Unlike the other Gendragorians, he never smiled. He found his healer's duties too overwhelming. Pulling his collar up to protect the back of his neck, Igur backed towards the caduceus until his clothes began to steam, then stopped and raised his hands to try the spell again. Nish's gut tightened. What if Chulatine was right? Was Igur doing just what Stilkeen wanted?
They're coming out,
G shrilled. Nish ran out through the lines as the first of the Imperial troops appeared. Within minutes they had formed an oval ring around the edge of the clearing, surrounding the militia.
Archers, pick your targets, said Nish. Lancers, get into line. Don't you remember anything you've been taught?
He turned, his head throbbing worse than ever, and noticed Malis beside him. What the blazes are you doing out here? You're unarmed. Get into the centre of the circle. She ducked through a gap in the line towards the little rise where the healers were getting ready to work on the brutal fruits of battle. Nish faced the enemy and tried to prepare himself for what was going to be a massacre. 2. Nish drew the black sabre which he'd taken from Vivimord's tent after the zealot's disappearance into the maelstrom. The sabre was a magnificent weapon with an edge that never needed sharpening, though it was a trifle long for him. Whenever he held it, the pain in his left hand eased, which was curious.
I don't like you using that weapon,
Flid said to Nish dyspeptically.
Why not?
It's an enchanted blade.
Nish nearly dropped the sabre. Really? What kind of enchantment?
I don't know, but I'd be very careful with it. Go behind the lines. If they take you, they can butcher us at their leisure. The keening of the caduceus rose half a note, as if mimicking the song of the tears, and again the black eyes of the fanged serpent seemed to be on Nish. He rubbed his throbbing temples, then said coldly, I'm not cowering behind my friends while they die for nothing. If the enemy takes you, their deaths will be for nothing.
You're talking like a manipulative scrutator, Flid.
You've got to start acting like one if you hope to bring down your father. You have to do whatever it takes.
It was a side of Flid that had bothered Nish as far back as the time of the Lyrinx War, but it had been more evident since his renewal. He seemed harder and more ruthless now, and Nish rarely saw the kindly, warm-hearted side of him. "I tried that once," said Nish, "and look where it got me. I'm going to defeat my father my way or die trying, in which case my troubles will be over."
You have a higher duty.
"How dare you lecture me?" Nish cried, for his headache was blinding now and there wasn't time for this. "If you can't help me, get out of my way." Tightening his jaw, Flid stalked back through the lines. Nish turned to face the top of the clearing and swished his sabre through the air. Though he was skilled with a blade, he was a small man and would be at a disadvantage fighting the tall Imperial troops. On the other hand, they could not afford to harm him. They did not wear armour, for no man could have endured it in the heat of the tropical lowlands, and neither had they carried their huge, cumbersome war shields up the precipitous mountain paths. It gave Nish's archers the advantage, though they would only have 10 arrows each to capitalise on it. The enemy were armed with short lances and long swords. They wore iron helms and carried small oval shields that only covered their torsos. They stood silently around the edge of the clearing, at least 800 of them, awaiting Clam's orders. The remainder held the ridges to either side to cut down anyone trying to escape, and even if they lost hundreds to Nish's archers, the end could be in no doubt. "Why don't they attack?" said G, trembling. She had never been in a battle before, hardly any of the militia had seen warfare. Nish put a steadying hand on her shoulder, and she looked at him gratefully. "They're trying to unnerve us," said Chthonic. "They're succeeding," said Nish, though he was icily calm now, for during the war he'd been in dozens of battles. There were only 2 possible outcomes for anyone. You lived or you died, and ultimately anyone's survival came down to chance. In Chthoni's serene and beautiful face, it was hard to see the old woman she'd been before. How long did she have before the failing regression spell took its savage toll? "I wish you'd go inside the circle," he said. "But you're not game to order me about," she said, smiling. "I'm standing with you, Nish, and if it comes to it, I'll fall with you. I've had a good life, for the most part, and a long one, and it would be a blessing to die while I still have my health and my looks." "I never thought of you as vain," he said absently, waiting for the enemy to move. "I'm human, who would be old and feeble when vigorous youth and beauty were on offer, even for a few days. Ah, here he comes." The air sled came zooming down the ridge, then lifted and shot above the tops of the trees before curving in an elegant arc around the clearing. General Clam stood mid-centre, legs spread and cloak flapping. "He appears to be enjoying the ride," said Nish. "Clam has command of the marvel of flight, and with the tears he has only to wish for something and he can have it. Who would not enjoy that?" The question sounded like a test, and Nish did not reply. The air sled side-slipped towards the troops at the pointy end of the clearing and hovered soundlessly in the heavy air. Clam raised his hand and the teeming rain stopped. "Can he even control the weather?" said G breathlessly. Few Gendragorians knew anything about Mansory, and they were superstitious about it. "For a moment, evidently," said Chthonic. "Though if he holds back the rain now, later it must fall all the harder. Weather is driven by forces beyond our understanding, and if one changes it, there is always a consequence and a cost." "Come back into the line where we can defend you, Nish," called Hoshi, the apprentice potter. "Don't make it easy for them." His Gendragorian troops never called him Sir, only Nish. He'd been irritated by their lack of discipline at first, until he appreciated that it was just the way they were. He moved back through the archers and the wavering line of spears, eyeing the enemy. "They're covering their bodies well with those oval shields. We're not going to take many down." "We could aim for their heads," said G, raising her bow. "Not at this range." "The legs, then? It's a tough man who can fight with an arrow through the leg." "They're tough," said Nish. "Archers, take aim." His 150 archers drew back their bowstrings. The enemy army lifted their spears. "Advance!" Clam said softly, yet his amplified voice came clearly to every part of the clearing. Cook krill nishalar and melis niffling out. Leave no... His voice faltered. He had been a decent man at heart and clearly still had trouble with his orders, but Clam had sworn to the God Emperor and would follow orders to the letter. Leave no one else standing. A shaft of sunlight broke through the churning clouds, illuminating the caduceus and the mud-caked militia surrounding it, and the sodden ground steamed. Nish scratched his backside. He hadn't washed since Boobalar's treacherous attack several days ago, and he itched all over. The Imperial troops took a step, then another. No one spoke. The clearing was silent save for the keening of the caduceus. The hairs on the back of Nish's neck lifted, then fell. Nish, said G, I've had an idea. She put her mouth to his ear. Nish studied the line of the enemy, then nodded. Well done. Why didn't I think of that? He lowered his voice. Archers, turn halfway to your right and take aim at the body of the enemy you are then facing. Pass the word around. The archers turned, and instead of aiming at the soldier directly opposite, each took a bead on a man 45 degrees around the oval ring, for the soldiers' small shields did not protect them from arrows slanting in from the side. It was a fundamental weakness of Clam's encircling position. He should have formed two lines and crushed the militia between them. Fire! The archers let loose a ragged volley, smoothly reached for their second arrows, and knocked them as Nish counted 5 seconds. Fire! He watched the arrows to their targets, counting under his breath, and a good number of the enemy fell, more than he had expected. But not near enough, not even all those who had been hit. He squinted at the soldiers, wondering if they were protected by sorcery. Fire! More soldiers fell. The survivors whipped their shields around to cover their left sides, exposing their chests to frontal fire, and charged. Face forwards, roared Nish, and now fire at the man directly ahead. Hold fast, Lancers. They're taking a lot of casualties and they'll be exhausted when they get here. We can beat them. G fired, drew another arrow, then gasped. What is it? Are you hit? He hadn't seen the enemy fire, but Clam might have battlemancies among his troops, attacking with unknown arts. Fire! My arrow went right through its target, she said in a tight voice, struggling to control her terror. And the soldier didn't even check, he just kept on. Her teeth were chattering, her eyes darting this way and that, but she forced herself to hold firm, and he admired her all the more for it. That first, terrifying experience of battle, even without Mansory, could break the strongest soldier. Clam must be using the tears to undermine the morale of the superstitious Gendragorians. Fire! I think some of the enemy are illusions. The enemy were ploughing through the mud. We're gonna die, Nish, said G. He thought so too, but he had to pretend otherwise. Hold firm, G. Illusions can't fight. We can beat the enemy. We'll come through this yet, you and I. The lie sickened him, and especially telling it to sweet, gentle G. Why had he allowed her to come? How can we tell which is which? Said G, firing again. The leaders were less than 100 paces away when Nish noticed that not all of the soldiers were struggling in the mud. Some were moving easily through it with not a trace of muck splattering from their boots. Fire! Watch their feet. Half the soldiers are phantoms, illusions, he roared. And they can't touch you. Clam hasn't got the numbers. Yet even with half their number, the enemy were a superior fighting force. The air sled drifted his way, about 20 spans above the ground. Its metal frame was slightly bent from where it had crashed earlier, and a clump of grass dangled from a kink in one of its runners. Should I bring the dwarf down, Nish? Said a red-haired, balding man, one of Nish's best archers. Nish hesitated, but only for a second. Clam's death could swing the odds their way, and it was kill or be killed now. Have a go. The archer swung, aimed, and fired in one fluid movement. The arrow streaked towards Clam's throat, but the dwarf's head whipped around, his hand reached for Reaper, and a moment before the arrow reached the target, it burst into splinters. The caduceus shrilled. Nish's head screamed, and momentarily a red mist obscured his vision. It cleared, In another flash of clear sight, he saw the churning core of the caduceus again. Then a vibration shot from Reaper towards the red-haired archer, a tube of vapour condensing in its wake, and struck. The archer's bow shattered first, then his hand. The vibration propagated up his arm, tearing it to pieces in a stinging spray of blood, tissue fragments, and shards of bone. The archer was splattered with the pulverized remains of his arm, as was everyone around him, and blood was pumping from his shoulder. He had not made a sound, but he was so pale that the freckles on his fair hair stood out like moles. His eyes were fixed on Nish, as if to say, "Why did you tell me to shoot?" G let out a moan that made Nish's skin creep, and many others echoed it. The superstitious Gendrigorians could face death in battle with fortitude, but the uncanny arts terrified them, and if they panicked, the battle was lost. Then, oddly, Clam cried out in pain. The air sled dipped sharply, recovered, and shot away. Chthonic reached the bleached archer as he collapsed and pressed her fingers against his spurting arteries, but Nish knew the man could not be saved, not up here. The healers Dahlia and Gosh ran out, bearing the stretcher. Nish turned away. They had their job to do and he his own, and 1 second's inattention could prove fatal. "Hold! Hold!" he roared to the nearby rabble. "We're beating them! Aim! Ready? Fire!" Fortunately, most of his militia were too far away to have seen what had happened. The archers fired, but Nish did not see many enemy fall. The real soldiers laboured across the boggy soil, churning it to mud. Nish caught his breath. 10 seconds until they struck. "Fire!" He rubbed his eyes, for his vision kept going in and out of focus, and the headache was worse. "Fire! Archers fall back!" They could do no more. Effectively half his militia was now useless. The illusory soldiers disappeared. The real ones kept on and struck, driving through the lancers' spears with ruthless efficiency, catching the spearheads on their shields and hacking through the shafts with their swords. Before his lancers could recover, the enemy were attacking the front line, smashing a lancer's shield aside with one blow, taking him in the belly or throat with the next, then shouldering the sagging body out of the way to attack the next man and the next. Even with only half their expected numbers, it was terrible, bloody slaughter, as sickening as anything Nish had ever seen in war. In 10 more minutes, the Imperial forces would butcher the lot of them, and it could not be borne. Neither could he do anything to stop it. 3 soldiers were converging on G and Chthonic, grinning. Nish came out from behind them, sprang forwards and thrust his sabre through the ribcage of the nearest man, who died with an astonished look on his swarthy face. He had not seen Nish coming. The Imperial troops were well trained, but there had been no war in 10 years, and they were not battle-hardened the way Nish had been. He whirled, struck upwards, and slew the second man with a slash that took his head off, then turned for the third. The soldier was out of reach, and G was defending furiously with the heavy sword that had been her grandfather's, but even had she been trained in sword fighting, she could never match this man. He was toying with her, feasting on her terror, delivering a minor cut to the shoulder, another to the thigh. Nish tried desperately to reach him, but the soldier saw him coming and laughed as he thrust his blade into her heart. Loyal, gentle G, who had been Nish's closest ally since he'd arrived in Gendrigore, fell on her back in the mud. Her eyes met his. She looked puzzled. Then their light faded, and she was dead. No time to grieve. No time for anything. Nish ran, and with a wild swipe, hacked through the soldier's side. He screamed and fell on top of G's body, thrashing. Nish heaved him off and put him out of his agony with one swift thrust. After a last look at her compact, bloody form and her pretty, bewildered face, he shook his head and turned to survey the battlefield, which had descended into the chaos of hundreds of individual melees. "The cause is lost," bellowed Flid from not far away. "Igur, if you're going to do anything, do it now. Nish, this way." "I'm not going anywhere," said Nish. He had led his faithful militia here, and nothing could induce him to run out on them now. On the circling air sled, Clam was peering around the steamy clearing, searching for him, and Nish felt an urgent need to hide. He slid in behind Tulatine, but Clam touched Reaper and Nish's head felt as though it were bursting, as if the dwarf had used the same spell on him as he had on the red-haired archer. Every nerve fibre sang, and his scarred hand shrieked with pain. The scars took on a bright silvery glow, like a reflection of the mercuric shimmer of the tears, and even when he slipped the hand inside his shirt, its glow could still be seen. He'd never hide now. He raised a fallen spear in his shining hand. The caduceus shrilled, his headache faded, and his vision cleared suddenly, as if he were seeing the world through a diamond lens. His clear sight had switched on, as it sometimes did when things were desperate. From the corner of his eye, he made out an aura swirling around the caduceus. High above them, the profane tears roiled menacingly, and to his surprise, something pulsed within the blade of the sabre. Vivimord's enchantment? It was no use to him, he had no idea how to use it. Catching a movement from the corner of his eye, Nish whirled. A giant of a warrior was heading for him. Over his back was strapped a span-long sword, and he carried a weighted net whose cords had a faint aura, no doubt linked to the tears. On seeing Nish's shining scars, the giant raised the net. Once he threw it, it would be impossible to evade. 3. Nish had no time to think. The clear sight suggested that the giant would toss the net to the left, so he hurled himself to the right and prayed that he was not mistaken. He wasn't. The net missed, save for its weighted edge, which settled over his calves, burning like the touch of the tears, and he began to lose feeling from the knees down. Biting back a gasp, he tried to squirm free, no longer able to feel his feet. He heaved his right leg to one side, but the edge of the net felt as though it was searing through his left ankle. The giant flicked the net into the air to envelop Nish completely, and unable to escape, he transferred the sabre to his glowing left hand and hacked at the soldier's knees. He missed. The tip caught in the net, and he braced himself for another jolt of agony. Instead, his hand brightened, the enchanted sabre sang, and sheared through the net as if it were cotton. From on high, over the fighting, Nish heard Clam's anguished cry. Had the spell he'd used to light up Nish's scar backfired on him? Could the enchanted sword have something to do with it? Nish didn't understand what he'd done, but he planned to keep doing it. Hacking the net to pieces, he lunged for the giant, who snatched at the sword on his back. Before he could bring it over his head, Nish had opened his belly with the sabre. The giant clutched at his entrails with both hands, trying to stop them from sliding out, but they spilled through his fingers and he fell. Nish ducked behind him to survey the scene. Dozens of his militia lay dead and more were dying by the second. As he stood up, tall, dapper Forzel, who had somehow contrived to look immaculate even in this mud bath, was beheaded, his head landing face down in the muck. Forzel the Joker would laugh no more. The air sled, which had been wobbling through the air not far above, recovered and shot upwards. A signal horn rang out. "What's the dwarf doing?" said Bale, a short, darkly tanned woodsman who was better than most with staff or sword. At 43, he was one of the oldest of the Gendragorian militia. His frizzy grey hair, hacked short with a knife, covered his head like a grey carpet, and he wore an earring shaped like an ear of corn. "He's calling down the troops he left guarding the ridges," said Stibble, a burly blacksmith covered in black hair. He did not carry a sword, but wielded his long-handled hammer with deadly efficiency. "We're beating him." "Nah," said Gens, a little gnome-like shoemaker whose fingers were stained brown from leather dressing. He wasn't much of a swordsman, but he was hard to hit, being so small and nimble, and his knife work was accomplished. "He's just making sure of us." Xana, a stocky cutter with cropped hair and a flat nose, said nothing at all. She carried the biggest sword of anyone in the militia and used it with a surgeon's precision. Two soldiers came at Nish, one from the left, swinging a cudgel, the man on the right, raising a mallet. They had to take him alive, but they weren't bothered about breaking bones, and he couldn't fight them both at once. Or could he? With clear sight singing along his nerve fibres, maybe he could, if he were game to trust it. Nish ran between them, normally a suicidal move, then turned away from the tall soldier with the mallet and slashed at the more dangerous opponent, the thick-set fellow with the cudgel. He swung a horizontal blow at Nish, who ducked. He'd known what his opponent was going to do. Sensing that the man behind him was about to strike, Nish swung the sabre up and over his left shoulder and felt it hit something hard, the soldier's forehead. He fell away, and as the man with the cudgel took a second swipe, Nish leaned backwards and, striking up at an angle, took him down. "I think I've got something," cried Igur over the clamour. Nish wove back through the fighting towards the caduceus. Igur carried a jag-sword, but had not drawn it, for none of the enemy had dared go that close to him. He was not only a tall, powerful man and a fine swordsman, but also a mancer of mystery who had lived for more than 1,000 years. No one knew where he came from, and few people understood his art, which had stayed with him even when the destruction of the nodes had robbed most other mancers of their art. He stood with his back to the caduceus, long legs spread, arms held in a vase shape above his head, chanting. "What is it?" Nish panted. More soldiers were converging on him, and even with the benefit of clear sight, he could not hold them all off. "I don't know." Igur turned towards Nish, but did not appear to see him. "I'll have to try it." "Make it snappy," bellowed Flid. Igur strained until the hairs on his upraised arms began to smoke, and a tenuous mist formed around him. People cried out. Nish recognized Clam's voice among them. He felt waves of heat, and the caduceus brightened until it resembled a rod of molten lava welded to the earth, so bright that it burned. The pouring rain turned to steam clouds, which were whipped into a spiral around the caduceus, spinning ever faster until they formed a miniature tornado that was plucking grass and mud up with it. The grass flash-flamed to char and was whirled up the funnel of the ever-growing tornado, out of sight. The clash of sword on sword stopped as friend and foe stood side by side, staring. Igur sagged, his eyes wide and fearful, and he was not a man given to exposing his emotions. "It feels as though the caduceus is feeding on me," he rasped, "drawing the very essence out of me." "Get on with it," said Flid, pushing through, jag-sword in hand. Shreds of bloody uniform were caught between the jags and what looked like a man's thumb. "We need that mist." He glanced towards the air sled, which was drifting sideways across the battlefield. Clam clung to the pole flying the God Emperor standard, as if he could barely stand up. "The runt isn't looking so bold now," sneered Flid. Again his yearning eyes lingered upon the tears. "The caduceus hurt him through Gatherer, but he'll soon recover," said Igur. "Try again." Igur put up his arms, gave Nish another of those blank stares, then set his jaw and forced hard. Nish's scarred hand burned anew, but its silvery glow faded a little. As he took the sabre in his left hand, which sometimes helped to ease the pain, a mist sprang up, thickened and whirled in towards the caduceus. There came a sound like thunder, save that the echoing boom was at the beginning and the whip crack at the end. Spectral figures wisped into being above the caduceus, but vanished again. Allies and enemies cried out all at once. The air sled wobbled, and this time almost fell out of the sky. "Igur has no idea what he's doing, has he?" said Nish to Flid. "Not a clue," said Flid, "yet if he can gain us a breathing space—" The sky turned yellow, darkened to the purple of a bruise, and slowly went black. Had it not been for the uncanny red radiance coming from the caduceus, Nish would not have been able to see at all. The whirling wind was chilly now and blowing right through his sodden clothing, but it suddenly died, and the moisture in the saturated air condensed into fog so thick that he could not see his silver-scarred hand on the hilt of the sabre. The clash of weapons stopped again, for no one could see to fight. The groans of the wounded rose in pitch. A woman was crying, "Don't leave me," over and over. A man sobbed, "Please, please put me out of my misery." As Nish groped through the dark, he could not help remembering other battlefields, littered with the dead and the maimed comrades who, too badly injured to walk, had been left to die because nothing could be done for them. One war ended and another began. Would there ever be peace? And what was the point of fighting when there was no hope of victory? His sodden shirt flapped as the whirlwind picked up again, and momentarily the bright caduceus pierced the fog like a lighthouse beacon. But was it offering shelter or luring them to destruction? The fog had thinned fractionally. He could just make out his feet now. Time to retreat. "Chief Signaller," he yelled. "Midge?" She did not reply, and he was cursing her for not staying close as he'd ordered when he trod on her shoulder. Midge lay face up in the mud with a broken spear through her chest. She was not yet 18. Shaking his head at the waist, Nish heaved the signal horn out from under her, shook the blood-stained mud from it, and blew 3 ringing blasts followed by 2 short ones, the signal to retreat to the lowest point of the clearing. Was there really any chance? Wherever he led them, the enemy would follow once the fog cleared, and yet while they lived, while they were free, a tiny hope remained, and Nish had fanned the embers of such meagre hopes into flame before today. Another clap of inverted thunder echoed forth, and he heard the air sled whistling across the sky. "Come down, you treacherous little flea!" Eger roared. The air sled made a grinding sound. Nish heard a monstrous splat, the sound of mud splattering in all directions and steam belching up. The dwarf cried out, "The tears! The tears!" He must have dropped them during the crash, but there was no chance of seizing them. Nish would never find them in the fog. Besides, even without them, Clam was a powerful mancer who still had his knoblaggy. After blowing the signal again, Nish moved down the slope. Distantly, other horns repeated the message. The fog was slowly thinning. He could see 2 paces now, and he made out several of his militia moving in the same direction. "Get a move on," he said, afraid that the fog would clear suddenly and the enemy would resume the attack. One of Clam's soldiers appeared in front of Nish, staring the other way. He stabbed him in the back and pushed him aside. It was kill or be killed now. He had not gone far when lightning flashed from the direction of the caduceus, turning the fog orange. Flid bellowed in pain, his cry oddly muffled, and then the rain Clam had held back could be restrained no longer. Chthonic the seer had seen truly. The skies opened in a deluge like nothing Nish had ever felt before, not in Gendragore, the wettest place he had ever lived, nor on the range of ruin, which was even wetter. This was solid rain, so heavy that his knees bent under the weight of it, rain that hissed and steamed away from the red-hot caduceus and flowed ankle-deep down the slope, tugging at his feet. Even if the fog cleared, no one could fight in such weather. The enemy would put their shields over their heads, hunker down, and wait it out. They knew that the militia was on its knees, and even if they ran through the fog, where could they run to? "Come on!" he shouted to Chthonic, who had appeared to his left. He had to shout, or she would not have heard him. "A downpour like this can't last long." The fog thinned a little more, and Nish saw Hoshi. "Where is she, Nish?" he said anxiously. He must be looking for G, who had been more than a friend to him, and Nish could not bear to tell Hoshi that she was dead. He did not want to think about her, for the look in G's soft eyes as she died had reminded him of other friends, other deaths, and one especially, the best friend he'd ever had. "This kind of rain can last for ages up here," said Chthonic. Nish was thinking fast. "If it keeps up, it'll flood the valley floor. The low-lying parts, certainly." Her eyes were on him. "And that won't take long." "What if we head for the lower clearing?" She understood at once. "It would flood fast since it's right by the river. Come on." Nish took the bow and quiver from a fallen archer and slung them over his shoulder. He must have died early on, for his quiver was nearly full. Nish had used both javelard and crossbow during the war, and had been a good shot with both. He was not an expert with the longbow, but at close range he did not have to be. The glimmerings of a plan were formed. "We can't climb the ridge in this, but we might scramble through the gorge over the boulders on the right-hand side. We'd better be quick, these mountain rivers rise fast. And the gorge will soon be impassable. Chthonic, if we can get through quickly, the rising river might stop them from following. They'd have to climb out over the ridge, and by that time we could be anywhere." He tipped water out of the horn and sounded the signal again, then, with a last glance around the battlefield, headed down. "Where's G?" cried Hoshi, grabbing his arm. He had to be told. "I'm sorry. She died in the first assault." It was impossible to put it gently when Nish had to shout to be heard. "Where did she fall?" Hoshi shook him. "She might still be alive." "Not with a sword through the heart." Nish pointed up the slope, mutely, and Hoshi splashed through the mud, crying out her name. Nish turned away, never hating war more than he did at that moment. He felt sick at the thought of leaving her body behind, to say nothing of the many wounded, but he could not do anything for anyone who could not walk unaided. He had to save those who were still on their feet, and had little time to do it. He skidded down the slope, sounding the signal over and over, and in a couple of minutes reached the eaves of the forest, where the fog was thinner, with the last of the survivors. They numbered 200 at a rough count, which meant that 160 had fallen. He could not bear to think about the bloody, useless slaughter, the waste of young, precious lives, nor about those lying wounded on the battlefield who might, in other circumstances, have been saved. Nothing could save them now, and even the walking wounded had little chance in this climate, where a scratch could turn septic in half a day. He had to become iron hard and think about nothing except saving the able-bodied. It was almost as noisy in the forest, with the rain hissing and rattling on the leaves high above, and just as wet. The ground squelched underfoot, and the rain fell in cascades. Everyone gathered around in a ragged, gasping circle. He saw Melis on the far side, blessedly unharmed, along with Tulatine, supporting a tall, muscular man between them, though it took a few moments before Nish recognized him as Igur. What had happened to him? Nish could not see any obvious wounds, but Igur seemed barely able to walk, and being the only Mancer still able to use his art, he was the key to their survival. "Kletch," Nish said to the huge fisherman, who was propping up a tree, panting. "Can you bring Igur? You're the only one strong enough." Though not even Kletch could carry him for any great distance. Kletch heaved Igur over his shoulder like a net full of fish and grunted, "Which way?" "Down through the forest, across the lower clearing and through the gorge, if it's still open." Flid stumbled out of the fog, bent double and holding his belly. "Zervish?" said Nish. "Are you—" Flid straightened up painfully. "When the lightning flashed from the caduceus, it felt as though I was being torn in two." He peered into the foggy clearing. "What's the plan?" Nish explained. Flid frowned. "Any hope is better than none, I suppose." "I reckon they lost 200 up there," said Nish, "mainly to our arrows. And if half their troops were illusions, that means Clam only has 500, not the 1,000 we thought." "It still leaves them with 300 crack fighters to our 200 novices. If they get among us, they'll massacre us." "They're coming!" someone yelled. The downpour had not abated, but the fog was clearing to ground-hugging patches of mist, between which Nish made out a dark mass moving down the clearing. "This way!" He pushed further into the forest. The tangle of vines and creepers made it impossible to run except to his left, where deer had opened a winding trail wide enough for two people to move abreast. Behind him, bowstrings twanged as his archers fired. He felt a trickle of hope. For the moment, he had the advantage. His troops could fire on the enemy from cover, while they could not fire back for fear of hitting him or Melis. It would help to even the odds and gain vital seconds. He began to jog on the slippery path. Melis slipped in beside him, wearing a huge knife in a scabbard on her right hip. He was pleased to see that she was armed, though she could be killed as easily as G had been, and he could not bear to think about that possibility. "I've never seen such rain," she panted, her breasts bouncing as she ran. "I didn't think the sky could hold so much water." "The Range of Ruin is the wettest place on Santhenar, and the really wet season is yet to come." Could this be the beginning of it? If it was, every gully would become impassable and they would be trapped here until it ended 5 months later, or rather until they starved to death. She picked a leech off her forearm and flicked it aside, the puncture ebbing a thin trail of blood. "I reckon this rain has something to do with Igur's spell, and the caduceus. What if they're feeding on each other?" He did not have time to think about that, though he felt sure the same interaction had temporarily heightened his dormant clear sight. "How far is it to the gorge?" "Half a league, I'd guess." As they hurried along, they brought each other up to date. What Nish had been doing since River Maud had carried him to Gendrigore through the portal nearly 6 weeks ago, and where Malis had been with Flid and Colm. She told him about her visits to the Nightland, her encounter with Ember and his tragic death, for which she felt responsible, though she did not say why, and her relentless pursuit by the Numinator and Jalkara. Nish said little, for there was little he could say, but when he put an arm across her shoulder, he sensed that it was a comfort to her. She stopped for a moment, looking up at him as if she wanted to tell him something important. "Nish?" "Yes." Malis gnawed her lip, flushed, then looked away. "It doesn't matter." They ran on. "So did you find it?" he said. "I expect you didn't, or someone would have told me." "Find what?" said Malis absently. "The antithesis to the tears. That's what you went to the Tower of 1,000 Steps for." "I asked the Numinator, but she didn't know anything about it." The path curved to the left. He heard the river roaring not far away, and they broke out of forest onto a long, narrow and sloping strip of grassy riverbank. The torrent, to his left, gnashed at the bank, which had partly collapsed up ahead, leaving just a crumbling rim of earth 5 paces long but less than a pace wide. The narrow strip of undermined bank, along with the vine-tangled wall of the forest, was only held together by tree roots. Malis stopped, for the grassy riverbank to either side of the collapse was saturated and nearly as dangerous. "Put 1 foot wrong and we'll end up in the river. We've got to find another track." "There isn't time," he said roughly. "Go across and scout out the lower clearing. If the enemy find a faster path through the forest, we're finished." "What about you?" "I'm going to set up an ambush. Run. See if the gorge is still open." She edged along the riverbank, hanging onto the looping vines. Nish closed his eyes, afraid for her, then turned back to warn the leaders who were close behind. "After everyone crosses," he said, "I want 10 of our best archers to take cover on the far side and ambush the enemy as they try to cross. But if they're getting across under fire, the archers must retreat. I'm not losing another man if I can help it." The word was passed back, and Nish hauled himself along the quaking riverbank. Malis was out of sight. His warm boots could not grip the wet grass, and without the vines he would have slid straight into the river. Several dozen lancers crossed, a group armed with swords, then more lancers. The best part of 100 of the militia had made it without loss, but there was no sign of the archers yet. Most would be at the rear, since they had been firing on the enemy, who, judging by the approaching clamour, were close behind. A band of his swordsmen came pounding down the track and onto the grassy riverbank, but stopped at the edge of the collapsed section. "Come on!" They came on, looking back fearfully, for they were exhausted, panicky, and many were weaponless. "Where are the archers?" said Nish, starting to sweat. "They're coming," gasped a red-faced, yellow-bearded fellow whose name Nish could not remember. Yes, he was Avig, a carpenter. "All of them, Avig." "Except the last dozen. They got cut off. Enemy came through the forest." And the rest must be low on arrows. Nish began to worry that he'd have to do the job for them. He had to gain a few minutes or the enemy would run them down before they reached the gorge. He fitted an arrow to his bowstring but did not draw it back. "Go on," he said to Flid and Tulatine, who came next. "Follow the path. I sent Malis to the lower clearing to see if the gorge is still open." "What if it isn't?" said Flid, who looked worse than before. Nish waved him on without answering, scanning the forest for a place where he could shoot from cover. 6 lancers crossed, then Kletch appeared, red in the face and staggering under Igur's weight. "He'll have to cross by himself," said Nish. "I don't think the bank will take the weight." "He can't," said Kletch, "and if I put him down, I'll never lift him again." Which would mean that Igur was lost. "All right, but go carefully." Kletch peered over the edge at the thundering waters. "Don't worry, I'm not washing my filthy feet in there. You'd better not stay here long, Nish. The bank can't last." Nish did not need to be told. The rising water was flowing so furiously that it was carrying small boulders with it, and if anyone fell in, they had no hope of survival. But there was no hope if the enemy caught them either. With a whoomp, A curving section of bank collapsed a third of the way across and was swallowed by the water, leaving an even more precarious passage across a suspended network of tree roots. "Climb through the forest," said Nish. "You'll never get across there." "I'm a fisherman. I'm used to slippery decks." Kletch clambered across the roots, holding a gur over his shoulder with his left arm and hanging onto the vines with his right. Nish couldn't bear to watch, but when he looked again, Kletch was over and onto the grass. Not everyone would be so lucky. 3 of his precious archers, clinging onto the same vines, were lost when the first one slipped and his weight pulled the vine down over the edge. It did not break, but none of the men had the strength to haul themselves up the wet vine, and one by one they fell into the river and were pulled under. Another group of archers appeared. "Go across and find an ambush site," Nish said. "Fire on the enemy as soon as they appear. We've got to gain some time." The leading archer held out his empty hands. "Sorry, Nish, all our arrows are gone. The next group might have a few left." Nish cursed. "Run for the lower clearing, I'll wait for them." They had no arrows either, and nor did the band after that. They'd emptied their quivers firing at the enemy from the forest. Nish cursed them black and blue. "What kind of fools use up their last arrows with the enemy close behind?" "We saved some arrows for last," said Lim, a short, stocky woman who had to shoot with her bow held horizontally since it was longer than she was tall. "Then last came, and we had to use them. Sorry," she said anxiously. He waved her across, knowing she was right, and followed. Even if his archers had carried 100 arrows each, that number would only last 10 minutes in battle. Readying his bow, he withdrew into cover on the downstream side and waited. The rest of his stragglers managed to cross the quaking route path, save for the final group of 6, 4 archers and 2 lancers, who burst out of the forest just ahead of the enemy. They might have made it along the dangerous strip of riverbank had they gone at once, but they balked momentarily, and the enemy rushed them, forcing them over the bank at spear point into the torrent, where they were driven with bone-smashing force against rolling boulders. Once Nish had almost been inured to the horrors of war, but this casual slaughter of men and women so dear to him stiffened his resolve to tear down the world his father had created and replace it with a better one. "I will do whatever it takes," he thought. "I will never give in." But first he had to win the war. No, first he had to survive this battle. Knocking his arrow, he fired and took the leading soldier in the throat. 3 more fell before the rest of the Imperial Lancers scrambled back into the forest, but Nish's plan was in tatters, for he could not ambush hundreds of men by himself. He moved further into the forest gloom. He had to try and hold them off, yet if he stayed here long, they would hack paths through the jungle to attack him from all sides. But if he could delay them for another minute or 2, the militia might just reach the gorge first. He didn't see the little Wisp-Watcher globe drifting through the canopy high above, nor the one that came after, but their spoked irises contracted at the sight of him. One stayed on watch, the other drifted back the way they had come. A soldier appeared at the far end of the grassy bank. Nish shot him and ducked backwards under a liana as thick as a giant python. As he did, 3 arrows struck the vine in a tight group at chest height, where he had been standing, and others sang through the vines to either side. They had been waiting for him to fire. Clearly they did not expect Nish to be here in person, but their arrows could kill him just the same. He slid around the next tree and sighted through the gap between its twin trunks, but no one else appeared. Were they cutting a path to bypass him? With the roar of the river in his ears, he'd never hear them, and he could not afford to wait much longer. A minute passed. What were they up to? "I'll give them another 30 seconds, he thought, and if they don't come out, I'll go." The 30 seconds were nearly up, with no further sign of the enemy, when something round and hard dug into his lower back, and a deep, familiar voice rumbled, "Drop the bow, Nish, and raise your hands." Howard Clam got so close without a sound. There would be no getting away from him. 4. Malis had seen battle before, from a distance, and it had been a haunting experience, especially the hours she had served in the healer's tent with Tulatine, trying to repair the maimed and broken bodies. And afterwards, escaping past those huge piles of corpses, thousands of fresh young lives turned to the reeking dead, had been even more scarifying. If she closed her eyes, she could still see them, and they had all died for nothing. But this had been far worse, for she had been right in the middle of the fighting, and no matter which way she turned, there had been violent, bloody death in front of her. Spears had fallen all around her, one flying past her stomach so close that it had torn her clothes. Another time, an enemy's wild backswing had nearly taken the top of her head off, though the soldier hadn't known she was there. Whatever Yalkara had done to the Tafloid the other day, it seemed to be protecting Malis from deliberate attack. The soldiers would certainly see her, but then their eyes would slide away as if diverted, and they would turn aside. She shuddered at the memories and ran faster, splashing along the forest path away from Nish, but still worrying about him. She had wanted to tell him about lying with Ember, that she might be pregnant, but had felt too embarrassed. Could she be expecting? It would change everything if she was, but there was no way of telling, since it had only happened a few days ago. She wouldn't know for weeks, assuming she survived that long. Malis dismissed the distracting thoughts and kept running until she reached the lower clearing, then peered out. It formed a ragged circle extending for several hundred paces along the river to the point where it ran into the gorge, though the rain was so heavy and the air near the river so full of whirling spray that she could barely see the gorge. The clearing rose steeply to her right, like a tilted saucer, up to the right-hand ridge of the valley, and she began to trek across the slope. The valley was narrower here, and she had been told that the encircling ridges were connected via a natural arch of stone spanning the centre of the gorge, though she could not make it out. To her left, the saucer's rim formed a gentle lip up onto the riverbank, and a curving pond had formed there. Further on, a narrow gully ran into the river. She plodded across the slope of the clearing, below a long, curving rock outcrop, over which runoff poured in little cascades towards the entrance of the gorge. It was hard to see through the spray from the roaring river, though on the right side, a jumble of boulders the size of elephants might be negotiable. Malis gulped. She had never been adventurous. Her idea of a perfect day was sitting by the fire reading a book, and the passage through the gorge looked extremely dangerous. The river's torrential flow was grinding boulders together in its bed and flinging spray up a good 3 spans, while waterfalls cascading over the sides of the gorge would deluge anyone trying to pass through. It might be possible to leap from one huge boulder to the next, though they appeared to be covered in moss and would be horribly slippery. We'll lose a lot of people getting through, she thought, and I'll probably be one of them. The Gendragorians were outdoor folk, used to climbing and naturally dexterous, but Malis was not. Her knees went wobbly at the thought. Not to mention that at the rate the river was rising, the lowest point of the passage could be closed off by the time the militia arrived. She looked back and through waves of driving rain made out the first of them entering the clearing. She splashed back. "There's the gorge," she said to the huge militiaman carrying a gur, whose eyes were closed. His arms and legs flopped with every movement. "It's going to be difficult to get through, though, with the water rising so fast." "And the longer we wait, the more difficult it will be," the militiaman rumbled. His voice was even deeper than dear Zam's, who had given his life at the top of Mistmurk Mountain so Malis, Nish, Flid and Colm could escape. "My name's Kletch." "Malis," she said, shaking a paw the size of a pumpkin leaf, but his grip was gentle around her little hand. He set a gur down in the mud and looked at her inquiringly, as if awaiting her orders, which was absurd. "Are the rest of the militia close?" she said. "I don't know. Do you want us to go through the gorge?" She was not used to giving orders and had no idea what Nish would do. Was it better to send most of the militia through even if the stragglers were cut off, or should they wait until everyone was here? Either way, her instructions made in ignorance would be condemning some people to death. "I suppose so," Malis said, then felt a powerful instinct that it was the wrong decision. "No, wait until everyone gets here. I'm sure Nish would want us to keep together." Gnawing a knuckle, she scanned the ridgeline and the edges of the clearing, knowing the enemy could appear anywhere and attack without warning. Naelis had never been a leader, nor had she any desire to be one, and she had no knowledge of battlefield tactics. He broke into her panicked thoughts. You and Nish are old friends. Yes. She did not want to go into their differences since she'd helped to rescue him from his father's prison months ago. We travelled together for a long time. He was very pleased to see you when you came through the portal. Was he? Nish had treated her badly in their early days together, partly because Melis, to her shame, had tried to use him to fulfill an obligation to her family. However, he had softened after his father caught them at the top of Mistmurk Mountain, and Nish had certainly changed during the time they had been separated. Our experiences, and especially our choices, make us what we are, she thought, and I'm not the naive girl I was when I met him, either. More of the militia straggled in, men and a small number of women. Some were weaponless, while the rest carried broken lances or notched swords. Most of the archers were out of arrows, and Melis shook her head in dismay. Even if Nish had been the greatest leader in the world, he could do little with such a rabble. Chthonic appeared, hobbling and supporting a staggering, feverish Flid, but neither of them could relieve Melis of the burden of command. "What's the matter with Zervish?" she said. "When the caduceus blazed up, it also hurt him badly, but he's getting better." Flid didn't look it. "Are there many more to come?" asked Melis, scanning the circle of faces. People were hard to identify, being covered in mud, but she did not see Nish anywhere. "A dozen at most," said Chthonic hoarsely, rubbing her arm as if in great pain. "Where's Nish?" "He stayed behind to ambush the enemy." "All alone?" Melis cried. "I don't know." "What are we supposed to do now?" "I don't know," Chthonic repeated. The militia were standing around, staring at Melis. "What do you want us to do?" said Kletch. She couldn't send them through the gorge without Nish. "Go up there and get ready to defend yourselves." She indicated the waist-high outcrop of brown stone she'd passed earlier, near the top of the clearing, curved across the slope for some 30 paces, and the 200-odd militia might just cram in behind it, though it would be cramped to defend. It was the only cover available, though if they had to run from there to the gorge, they would be exposed all the way. Still, if the gorge became impassable, as was looking increasingly likely, they could retreat up into the narrow band of forest below the rocky ridge. Melis rubbed her forehead, trying to think like a commander. From there they might scramble over the ridge, which was no longer guarded. But then what? Clam would hunt them down. He would never give up. "I'll go along the track a bit and wait for Nish," said Melis. "I'm sure he'll be along any second." She had to keep up the pretense for her own sake as much as theirs. Kletch was heading for Igur when he sat up and said in a shaky voice, "I'm all right now. I can walk." Kletch nodded and led the militia up the slope. Chthonic said quietly, "You can't go unprotected." "I'm not going far," said Melis. "Wait!" Chthonic put her hands over her eyes, stiffened, and her head lolled forwards. "The pieces are moving into alignment," she said in her lower, whispery seer's voice. "The next few days will determine not just the fate of this obscure militia, but all Santhenar, and the choices of these two matter most." Flid's head shot up. Igur forced himself to his feet, swaying. "These two?" said Igur. "Nish and Melis." "That's how I read the future." "Then she must stay with us, where she can be protected," said Flid. "You're not listening," said Chthonic. "Our time is nearly done. Melis must make her own decisions." "But I haven't the faintest idea what to do," said Melis. She was fed up with being the focus of obscure foretellings and could not bear the responsibility laid on her. "I can't do it." "Your choices are still vital," said Chthonic, "whether you accept the responsibility or reject it. Come here. We may be able to improve your defences a little." "What do you mean?" "Show us the Tafloid," said Flid. "Igur, we might need a hand." Igur lurched across. "What is it? You'll be lucky to get anything more out of me today." "We need to heighten the shield in Melis's Tafloid. Can you?" "A what?" Igur had never seen the Tafloid, For the only time Malis had used it in his presence at the Tower of 1,000 Steps, she'd kept it hidden. She held it out. Agur glanced at it without interest. "What is it?" "A device my father, Rudigo, gave me when I was little," said Malis. "I have a vague memory of having seen one before, though I can't say where. So many years and so many devices, they all blur into one another. Father told me to wear it always. It's designed to hide the aura created by my gift, though it's been behaving oddly ever since we ended up here." "What gift?" Agur said sharply. "I didn't know you had a gift for the art." "I don't know what mine is, though some people in my family could locate the God Emperor's Wisp Watchers or hide from them. My little sister, Phyllis, has the strongest gift. She fooled all the Watchers in Mazahaiza and Gatherer too, and got Nish out of prison all by herself," Malis said proudly. "Though she was only 8. "Remarkable," said Agur. He did not seem overly impressed, but then he must have known thousands of people more gifted than her, including the greatest Mancers of all. "But I've never had any training," said Malis, "and apparently I'm too old to start now." "Very possibly." He held out his hand. She lifted the taphloid over her head, more reluctant than usual to take it off. "Be careful. It's set to protect me, and it's hurt everyone who's touched it, at least everyone with a gift for the art." "I'm not everyone," he said curtly, closing his big fingers around the egg-shaped yellow metal taphloid. It had no apparent effect on him, and he closed his eyes as if thinking. "Agur?" said Chulatine shortly. He shook himself and handed it back to Malis, shaking his head in puzzlement. "It felt as though it belonged in my hand, like an everyday object from long ago suddenly found again. How can that be? I don't remember ever having one." "Put it on, Malis. It doesn't just hide your aura, it also makes you harder to see. A considerable advantage on the battlefield." "That must be Yalkara's doing," said Malis, "to protect the child she thinks I'm carrying." Said Agur. "Well, I've done all I could to increase the protection, though I don't think I've made much difference." The taphloid seemed heavier and warmer, and every so often it gave a little shudder, as though something inside it was wobbling like an off-center spinning top. It had been doing that a lot since she'd come through the portal from the Tower of 1,000 Steps, and Malis was afraid it was breaking down. She set off without looking back, for 5 precious minutes had been lost, and though another 14 stragglers had arrived, Nish had not. They were the last, they said, and they had seen no sign of him. Malis crept along the track with the rain pouring down as heavily as ever, increasingly afraid that Nish had been captured or killed. She could not bear to think about that. He had been a part of her life for too long. As a little girl, she had hero-worshipped him from the time she first heard, then read and reread the tales of his mighty exploits during the war. She no longer had any romantic feelings for Nish, thankfully, but she would always care about him. She dragged her thoughts back to the present. If she went on, she was bound to run into the Imperial army and be captured. The taphloid would not hide her from their direct sight. But returning to the militia also felt wrong. No, she must keep going. If anyone could find Nish, she could. Niflheim Manor had been torn down by the God Emperor's troops when Malis was still a child, but the family had remained in the ruins, for they had nowhere else to go. The estate had been searched a number of times, and she had quickly learned how to find the best hiding places, and how to move silently through forest and across moor. The scryers had never found her. She slipped into the rainforest, weaving between the huge buttressed trunks festooned with vines of all sizes, some thin as string, others as large around as her waist. There was no danger of a stick snapping underfoot to give her away, for the ground was like a sponge made of rotten wood and dark brown humus like peat, and all was covered in ankle-high moss, downy ferns, and huge, extraordinary fungi. Many of them were a luminous green or blue in the dim light, with suggestive or vulgar shapes and unpleasant odours. She hadn't gone far when she heard soldiers running down the track. Malis slid behind a phallic fungus taller than she was and peered around its oozing side. The troop splashed past, only a few paces away, led by a burly, toad-faced sergeant. Another squad followed close behind, and finally a smaller figure clad in sodden brown robes and dripping hood, moving with a sliding, slithery stride. A battle-mancer? Malis froze. Even worse, far worse. The unblinking iris of a little wisp-watcher was mounted on the man's head, a shimmering loop listener clamped to his left shoulder, and as he drew near, she caught a whiff of burnt bones. Scryer. She feared Scryers more than any of the God Emperor's other servants, for they had hunted her family many times, and twice they had almost caught them. He stopped, raised his flared nostrils, and began to sniff the air. His head rotated left and right like an oiled piece of machinery. Now he was staring at the stalk of the fungus. Could he make her out in the gloom? The huge wisp-watchers could see in the dimmest light, but a little one might not be so keen-sighted. She dared not move, not even to clutch her taphloid. Though the rain was almost deafening, Malis scarcely dared to breathe in case the loop listener could detect it. A Scryer's spying device could be linked to Gatherer, and if he did hear her, Clam would soon be told about it. The Scryer reached up with a long-nailed hand and caressed the loop listener, which rotated back and forth before pointing at her hiding place. Behind the stalk of the toadstool, Malis slid her hand down to the big knife on her hip. Not that it would be any use against a Scryer. He would call in the troops, then torment her while they held her down. Don't see me, she thought. I'm far away, and the longer you waste here, the less chance you have of finding me. The taphloid warmed slightly. The Scryer turned away, looked back, then shook his head and moved on. More troops ran by, and more. Once they'd gone, Malis shivered and crept away, now really anxious about the time. The best place for Nish to ambush the enemy was the dense forest at the nearer end of the partly collapsed path next to the river. She struggled through the dripping jungle beside the track, fretting about how much time she was taking. But if she went further into the forest, she was likely to get lost. Another squad of troops ran by. The enemy would soon be in a position to attack, and they would quickly overwhelm the militia sheltering behind the outcrop. She had to go faster. Malis only just stifled a cry as another Scryer came slithering around the bend, just paces away on the track, and for a second he was looking right at her. She tried to blend into the forest, hoping the mud all over her would help. The Scryer stopped abruptly and squinted between the trees, nose up. She stared at him, restraining the overwhelming urge to bolt. He moved the iris of his wisp-watcher back and forth, but it was pointing slightly away from her. She took hold of the taphloid, and after a few seconds, he too headed on. She was approaching the collapsed section of path now. Malis could just make out the dangling roots through the trees. There seemed to be far more exposed than before, and the river was a lot higher, which explained why the enemy had been so far behind. Presumably they'd had to hack their way through the tangled vines. The ground shook, then heaved under her feet, and not far ahead a gigantic tree began to topple as its roots were undermined. A thick root tore up through the ground, pulled as taut as a hawser, then snapped, flinging mud in all directions. A clot smacked stingingly into her right cheek. Scrambling backwards, she caught hold of a vine as other roots tore out of the ground. The tree tilted, and with majestic slowness and a deafening roar, crashed into the river, sending waves in all directions. As the tree was dragged downstream by the current, the roots tore out, and the ground where it had stood liquefied before Malis's eyes. The slurry poured into the river, leaving a hole the width of a cottage. Now a series of concentric cracks formed in the soil, centered where the tree had been, then began to widen and the ground between them to sink. The earth moved under Malis's feet. It was cracking out here as well. She ran the other way and caught hold of a solid vine as the river flooded into the hole and began to eat the soil away. Scrabbling across to the most likely ambush point, she noted arrows embedded in a branch. Nish had been fired upon, but had they got him? Malis saw no blood, though the downpour would surely have washed any away. If he'd escaped, he should be in the lower clearing by now, and with the enemy about to attack, could not afford to wait for her. Afraid she was going to be left behind, Malis was heading for the track when she trod on something that did not give under her weight. the hilt of Vivamord's black sabre. Nish would not have left it behind, therefore he must have been taken. Which way? The spongy ground held no tracks, but a company of soldiers would have trampled the exotic fungi and mound mosses underfoot, and she saw no sign of that. Who, then? Closing her eyes, she took the taphloid in her right hand and turned around. It was unlikely to be a scryer. They located their victims, then waited for the soldiers to take them. That only left Clam, and he had the tears. 5. Clam was as bruised, battered, and filthy as Nish, and a trail of blood ran from his swollen nose down his chin, but he looked as though he'd just been given an unexpected birthday present. Nish cursed himself for not keeping a better lookout, for there was nothing he could do to save himself. Clam will take me back to Mazahisa, he thought, and put me in that stinking cell again, and I won't be able to take it. I'll go insane. It had to end, Nish, Clam said. It's for the best. Nish tensed, but Clam pressed the knob laggy harder into the small of his back. Don't try it. I can make every nerve in your body scream. I never thought of you as a sadist, Nish said, but I don't suppose there's any limit to what you'll do to suck up to your master. I don't enjoy inflicting pain, said Clam, unprovoked, but I'm not giving away any chances either. If you force me, I'll subdue you in the quickest way possible. Nish turned around slowly. Clam's right hand had a muddy bandage wrapped around it and was seeping a thin yellow fluid, as Nish's hand had when he'd been burned by the tears. He recalled the dwarf's earlier cries after he had used Reaper. Clearly he had not mastered it, since it had hurt him so badly. How did you get here so quietly? The tears, I suppose, the stinking tears. Though Clam was not wearing them. Know your enemy, said Clam. I didn't need to use them. I swung through the trees. I forgot you were like an acrobat once. I was an acrobat, and I've kept up my skills. It's one field where dwarves are superior. We have most of the strength, but only half the weight. No one else could have got to you in time. What are you going to do now? Follow my orders. I'm taking you back, and Malus once I find her, and dispatching everyone else. How you use words, said Nish, sickened by what Clam had become. You're not dispatching my militia, you're slaughtering good decent people for defending their own country. I'm following my orders, said Clam, but he looked uncomfortable. That excuse has served cowardly murdering scum like you for thousands of years. Are you also dispatching the friends you fought beside during the war? The war ended 10 years ago, said Clam. Flid and Agur are rebels against the God Emperor, and as I've sworn to serve him, my former friends are now my enemies. My father's rule is illegitimate, snapped Nish. He took power by force. Clam sighed. Power grants its own legitimacy, as you very well know. Nish has remained God Emperor because he has the strength to hold his empire. He's defeated every rebellion, of which there were many in the early days. And you admire the way he's done that, do you? I don't admire everything he's done, but I swore an oath and I cannot, will not break it. Why does everyone have to die? Said Nish. Because the God Emperor ordered it, and he's the only one in a position to see how desperate our situation is. You've got the tears, you can make your own decisions, unless you're afraid too. No, cried Clam, and Nish wondered if he was afraid of them. The tears have to be studied, practiced, mastered. No Mancer can simply pick them up and use them. Nish held them for many years, and there is still much he doesn't know about them. Clam broke off, then added, Santhenar is in mortal peril from Stilkeen, and without unity we can't survive, so this rebellion has to be crushed. That's why I follow Nish's orders to the letter. What a load of self-serving tripe, said Nish. You've been supporting Father for years. He first saw the danger from the void a long time ago, said Clam, and every time he looked again, the threat grew more serious. Anyway, you could leave the militia here with no food or supplies, they'll almost certainly die. Even Flid and Agur. Don't take me for a fool, Nish.
If my father does come back, you could say that they disappeared into the jungle."
"When you've given your word, do you only pretend to keep it?" Clam said coldly. "My word is my sacred bond. I will put Santhenar's interests above those of any individuals, no matter how painful it may be to me personally." So he did care, just a little. Was there any way to use that? Clam pressed the knob laggy to Nish's chest, and he felt a sharp pain there. "Get moving." How long ago had Nish been taken? Melis thought it could be as much as 20 minutes, and assuming that Clam had returned to the upper clearing, they would be there by now, unless he had taken Nish away on the air sled. She pushed through the forest to the track, beyond where the tree had fallen. The river had risen further, and other trees were quivering. She stepped onto the track and ran, praying that there were no enemy stragglers ahead. At the upper edge of the forest, she peered into the clearing and saw Clam not far from the caduceus, hauling Nish onto the air sled. Melis was scuttling across the slope, taking advantage of every bit of cover, drifting mist, rotting logs, and dead soldiers, when she noticed that the lowest part of the clearing was flooding up through the trees. Tulatine had said that the river was partly dammed nearby by fallen trees, and the troops from the far ridge must have crossed by walking along the trunks. After the torrential rain of the past hour, the river was rising rapidly and spreading out from either side of the dam, and it could well rise further up the clearing. She crept from fog bank to hollow until she reached the centre. The air sled was only a dagger throw from her, and the mist was thinner here, so she went down on hands and knees in the mud, dragging the sabre. A ragged wheel of bodies encircling the caduceus marked the place where the militia had made its stand. Clam glanced around sharply, as if he had sensed her, then pushed Nish to the deck of the air sled. Unsnapping the locks on a metal box, he gingerly drew out Gatherer and Reaper and hung them around his neck from the chain, the way Jal Nish had worn them. The caduceus flared, and Melis made out, faintly, the hackle-raising song of the tears. Her taffloid gave another of those off-centre wobbles, warmed, and momentarily she saw luminous vapours streaming up from them. Clam began to tie Nish to the tall pole at the front of the air sled. Next, he would fly away, and her chance would be lost. She had to move faster. She wriggled upslope past a young militiaman dead from a blow that had almost cut him in half. Melis turned her head away, fighting the urge to be sick, and went around him towards a pile of bodies. One was a woman no older than herself, pinned to the ground with a spear. She scurried on, past dead with wounds so ghastly she would have nightmares about them for months. More terrible yet were the soldiers who were still alive. She could not bear the look in their eyes, nor the whispered pleas to be put out of their misery. There was no blood, though. The rain had washed every drop away, and the bodies had a bleached look, as if they had been soaked in water. As she was crawling by the caduceus, Clam pulled Nish's last knot tight and sprang off the air sled, frowning. Its frame was twisted, the prow buried in mud where it had crashed to the ground. Melis passed a tangle of bodies, all Imperial troops. That they were the enemy did not make her feel any better. She was about 20 paces from the air sled now, and there wasn't much cover between her and it. Clam hacked away some of the mud with a knife, clambered on, and extended his right hand towards Reaper, but drew it back. Turning away, he paced in a tight circle. "You must," he said to himself, and touched the surface of Reaper with a quick, nervous flutter of the fingers. The air sled shuddered and tried to lift itself out of the mud. The stern rose, but the prow did not. It was stuck fast. He jumped off again, carrying a spade, and began to excavate mud from the front and sides. Melis tried to look like a corpse until he went aboard and tried Reaper again. The air sled began to shake and shudder. Mud flew through the air and plopped down all around, but the prow would not come free. The shuddering stopped, and Clam went down the back, rummaging in the metal box that held the tears. She crawled forwards, a little ball of mud, never taking her eyes off him. If he got down now, he must see her. Nish was watching her. His hands were bound behind him, and another rope had been pulled tightly around his chest, fixing him to the pennant pole. He inclined his head to the right, then again. Did he mean her to go around the right side? Malis was crawling that way when Clam slammed the lid of the metal box and went to the right side. She hastily wriggled under the prow where he'd dug the mud away, knowing that it did not overhang enough to hide her if he came to the front. Clinging to the heavy sabre, she tried to think of a way to attack the most powerful man on Santhenar. Nothing came to her. She could not see onto the air sled from here, nor hear anything but the rain pounding on the metal deck, and Clam could be anywhere. She fought the urge to crawl away and save herself. She had no idea how to free Nish, only that she must. He had been a hero of war when she was just a little girl. He was the only one who could save the militia now. "You're making a bad enemy, dwarf," Nish said loudly. Malis did not hear any reply, but once more the air sled began to shudder. "What if father never comes back?" said Nish. It sounded as if he were trying to distract Clam. Did that mean he was coming to the prow? She pressed herself deeper into the mud. "I'm his only heir," Nish went on. "The Imperial throne comes to me, and the first thing I'm going to do is purge my enemies." Nish paused, then added, "But there's still time for you." "Save your breath," said Clam from close by. "I'm not going to break my oath." Reaper sang, a shriller note, and the mud heaved and began to steam. The prow of the air sled lifted fractionally but fell back, cracking her on the top of the head. Malis slumped into the mud, and for a few seconds she could not move. The air sled lifted again, further this time, and she heard the suction breaking, the mud beginning to slide underneath and carry her with it. If the craft dropped now, she would be crushed to death. Fighting a splitting headache, she dug the sabre into the mud and dragged herself out as the air sled splattered down again. Malis fell flat in the mud, shaking. "And you're going to be my very first victim," Nish cried, sounding panicky. What was the matter with him? "Aha!" cried Clam, and before Malis realized that he'd seen her, a fiery noose twisted around her waist, another around her ankles, and she was lifted from the mud and dropped onto the air sled. The sabre rang on the metal deck as it slipped from her hand. Clam was several strides away, his fingers just above the surface of Reaper. He'd won, and how he was enjoying his triumph. Malis tried to stand up, but the nooses would not allow it. Nish was staring at her, and when she caught his eye, he gave a stiff little nod. Did he have a plan? She didn't see how he could. There was no way he could get free. The sabre was just a few ells from her hand, but she could not move to take it. As Clam came for her with a length of rope, Nish kicked the dwarf's legs from under him. He fell hard, lost contact with the tears, and Malis's nooses vanished. She snatched at the sabre as Clam struggled to his feet, the tears swinging on their chain. He was going for Reaper when Malis lashed out. The sabre struck the chain near the point where it was attached to Gatherer. The tears shrilled, sparks flew in all directions, and she saw something rouse briefly inside her weapon. Then fire ran along the blade and it sheared through the chain. Gatherer went flying over the side. Reaper hit the deck, trailing the chain, and rolled across until it was stopped by the metal rim. Clam collapsed, his little legs drawn up to his belly and his arms wrapped around his middle. Malis went after Reaper and was about to flip it over the side with the sabre when Nish cried, "No!" Fool, she told herself. The slightest contact with Reaper could burn her hand off. She darted across to Nish and cut his bonds. "Come on," he said, rubbing his hands to get the circulation back. They jumped down and she gave him his sabre as they hurried away. It was raining as hard as ever. "I'll never forget this, Malis," he said, clearly moved that she had gone through so much for him. "I couldn't take that again." "Take what?" "Imprisonment in Mazahaiza and being in the thrall of my father when he comes back, as I know he will." Malis did not reply. Her heart rate was slowly returning to normal. She'd done it, and now she could hand over the unwanted responsibility. "You remind me over and again who my real friends are," he said. He looked back over his shoulder and walked faster. "Where's the militia?" "In the lower clearing. I sent them up the top, to the best defensive position I could see, but that was at least half an hour ago, and the enemy were close behind. I'm really worried." "Were Flid and Nagur there?" "Yes, and Tulatine, but they weren't much better." "They'll think of something," he said. "Flid is the best man in the world in a difficult situation, and Agur is almost as good." He was putting on a show of confidence for her sake, but she was not convinced. She looked back. Clam was on his feet, walking awkwardly and holding his belly. He clambered off the air sled and began to paw through the mud. "Lucky it was Gatherer that fell over the side," she said. "Had it been Reaper, he could have used Gatherer to find it." He said, breaking into a run. "Come on." Malis stayed beside him for a while, but she was exhausted from labouring through the mud all this time and could not keep up. "Go ahead," she said, knowing she was holding him back. "You've got to reach them before Clam does. I'll be close behind." He slowed until she caught up. "I'm not leaving you," Nish said, his jaw knotted. "I'll be fine. The Taphloid will protect me. 2 scryers looked directly at me on the way here and didn't see a thing, though they had sensed something amiss. Go!" "All right, but be careful." He kissed her on her muddy brow, the first intimate gesture she'd ever had from him, then ran down to the forest without looking back. She plodded after him, checking over her shoulder. Clam had found Gatherer. She could see it shining from here. He carried it carefully to the metal box, wound the chain attached to Reaper around his wrist, and looked about. Malis froze, then slowly crouched, knowing he would see her if she ran. The song of Reaper swelled to a jarring cacophony. The caduceus, which had died to a dull orange, flared white-hot again, and she felt the Taphloid's insides wobble. There's too much art in this place, she thought, and too many uncanny devices interfering with one another. Something has to give, and if it's my Taphloid... The air sled shook violently and tore free, sending clots of mud spinning in all directions. Clam curved it around the clearing, looking for her. Malis lay down so her pale face would not stand out against the mud, and prayed. It was all she could do. If he saw her, she was lost. Clam made another circle, closer in. Did he know she was still in the clearing? Probably. He was the most astute of men. Her only consolation, as he circled for the 3rd time, was that every minute's delay increased Nish's chances of reaching the militia. He must be well into the forest by now. The air sled was only a few spans up, with the dwarf standing at the prow, his head swinging from side to side as he studied every bump and hollow, every body. He would pass close by, and she did not think the Taphloid could conceal her at such short range. She held her breath, monitoring his progress by the abrasive notes from Reaper. Clam was now so close that she could sense the malevolent core of the profane tear. He must see her. Should she jump up and run, or attack with her knife? No, Reaper could kill her as brutally as it had slain the red-haired archer. A slow shudder rolled through the sodden ground, lifting her minutely and letting her down again. Malis ignored it, forcing herself to remain as still as the dead, but the ground heaved again, harder this time. Was it an earthquake? Clam let out a furious oath and the air sled shot away, banking in a semicircle and soaring up over the forest at the right side of the clearing, out of sight. The flood level had risen visibly there. Malis climbed shakily to her feet, faint with relief. Why had Clam gone that way? What could be more important than catching Nish? There was no way of telling, so she ran, and was almost to the deer track at the lower edge of the clearing when 2 people emerged from the forest near the top of the slope. She recognized them at once, for few men were as tall as Agur, while only Chthonic had that elegant, upright carriage. What were they doing? Malis was running up to intercept them when there came an ear-shattering roar from the direction Clam had taken, and a 3-span-high wall of water and torn-up trees swept across the lower side of the clearing and slammed into the forest where she had been heading. It sheared off the giant rainforest trees as if they had been weeds, then thundered downriver. The dam had given way. The air sled went shrieking towards the lower clearing, but she knew Clam would not reach it in time, and if Nish was still on the forest path, he could not survive. The flood would tear the forest along the river to pieces, then batter its way through the gorge, filling it from top to bottom. 6. Malis plodded up to Agur and Chthonic, who were staring at the churning floodwaters. Every step took an effort now. What was the point of going on? She didn't see how Nish could have survived, and soon Clam would come back for her. "Nish! Nish!" she gasped. "Where is he?" said Chulitine. "Clam had him," Malis said. She reached them and stopped, rubbing a lump on the back of her head where the air sled had struck it. "I managed to free him and he was running down through the forest." "How long ago?" "About 10 minutes, and I'm really afraid. The flood." "I'm sure he'll be all right," said Chulitine. "Nish would have heard it coming." "But it was so quick." Malis tried not to imagine what it would do to a human body. Nish's body. "We saw Clam fly over," said Agur thickly, swaying. Chulitine put an arm around him, supporting him. "What's happened down there?" asked Malis. "The Imperial forces seem to be waiting for Clam." "The flood might have swept the militia away," said Malis dully. "They were fairly high up." "Yes, of course they were," said Malis, feeling a trace of hope. "I sent them up there. Come on, we've got to check." "We have business here first," said Agur, and they headed on. "There's something very strange about the caduceus, and I've got to know what it is." She watched them go, bewildered. What could be more important than finding Nish? Just minutes ago he had kissed her on the brow. His beard had been soft and silky. How could he be dead? She could not come to terms with the thought, yet nature struck randomly, not caring who lived or died. She had to pull herself together. "What's the matter?" she said, running after them. "What are you doing here?" "Not now," snapped Chulitine. "Help me get him to the caduceus." "Why?" Neither answered, so she went around to Agur's other side and tried to help him, but the taphloid grew so hot that it was burning her. "Ah!" he gasped, doubling over. "You're making it worse. Go away." How could she be making it worse? She followed them, angry and uncomprehending, as they lurched through the ring of bodies. The caduceus was a dull orange and looked smaller now. Originally it had been the height of a small tree. Now it was the size of a tall mancer's staff. Its heat had baked the soil around it to the texture of earthenware. The rain had eased, but steam rose all around the caduceus. "No further," Agur said to Chulitine, shaking her off. She stepped away, her eyes on him but unreadable. He nearly fell, regained his balance, and took a halting step towards the caduceus, holding his arms out like a blind man. "Why are you here?" he said in a hoarse, old man's voice. A sudden breeze whipped his wet hair out behind him. "Why did you call me back? What are you trying to tell me?" "Calling him?" Malis mouthed to Chulitine. "What's he talking about?" "I don't know," she said quietly, "but I believe him, and if such a powerful and alien device is calling, we'd better listen." "If it is, it's a trap," Malis muttered. Agur looked up raptly, as if seeing something visible only to him. "Mother?" he cried, and fell to his knees before the caduceus, weeping. "What's going on?" said Malis quietly. "He isn't, losing his wits?" Chulitine gave a dry chuckle. "No, Agur seems to be remembering part of his childhood. You know that his origins have always been a mystery. I know he was a great mancer during the time of the mirror. Agur was great long before that," Chulitine said quietly. "He was powerful in ancient times. He helped to create the Nightland and hurl Rulka into it, where he was held prisoner for 1,000 years. But no one knows where Agur came from, and the source of his great power is another mystery. He was one of only 2 mancers whose gift was not crippled by the destruction of the nodes at the end of the war, because his power had never depended on nodes or fields as other mancers had. It flows into him from an unknown place which not even he understands." Agur reached up with both hands towards the head of the caduceus, repeated, "Mother," and crashed onto the baked earth. His hair began to steam and frizzle. Malis darted forwards to pull him away, but as she bent over him, the taphloid began to vibrate ever more wildly, slipped from her cleavage and cracked him on the head. He let out a great groan. "And burn them to nothingness," a deep, rumbling voice sounded. Malis jumped, for it had seemed to come from the taffloid, but how could that be? Her father had given it to her to protect her, though the voice had not been his. In fact, she'd never heard the taffloid speak before. Egur's groping left hand closed around it. He quivered, and his eyes snapped open. "I know this!" Malis, alarmed, tried to pull away, but he did not let go, and the chain began to cut into the back of her neck. "It's mine. How can you know it?" "By the feel of it in my hand. It is as familiar as my own dinner knife, though." Egur studied the little device in puzzlement. "It feels smaller than it once did." "It's made of solid metal. How can it become smaller?" Malis was alarmed now, for it was the only thing she had left from her father, from her life at Niflheim, for that matter, and it was precious to her. "I've had it half my life, and my father had it before that." "But where did he get it?" said Egur. I don't know. I always thought he'd made it." Egur gave a scornful laugh, and she flushed. "He would not have had the skill. This taffloid, as you call it, was made by a master in ancient times. It looks like Arkim work to me." "But," said Malis, "anyway, we're wasting time. We've got to go after Flid and Nish." "This matters more. They could be dying." "Either the flood killed them or it didn't," Egur said harshly, "and if it didn't, it will certainly have blocked the gorge. A few minutes more won't make any difference. Hand it over." He jerked on the taffloid. Malis turned to Chthonic for help, but she said, "Give it to him." Malis drew the chain over her head and handed the taffloid to Egur, sure that she would never get it back. It was hot and vibrating again. He stood with the taffloid held loosely in his fist, head cocked to one side, eyes unfocused. "Maintain the watch against Stilkeen, Egur," said a deep, resonant voice from his fist, the same voice she'd heard a minute ago. "Maintain it always, and all will be well, but if you fail—" He gave a little stagger and shook himself. "And clearly I did fail, since I have no memory of ever hearing Stilkeen's name before it showed up." "Did the taffloid say that?" said Malis, alarmed now. "It did. What else do you know about it?" "Nothing." "Has anyone else recognized it?" said Chthonic. "Not that I remember." Malis thought back over the past months. "Flid didn't, and neither did Jal Nish or Seneschal Vomix." She shivered at the thought of that monster, the cause of all her clan's misfortunes, but thankfully he was dead. "Vivamore didn't seem to think the taffloid was anything special, neither did Yalkara nor the Numinator." "How very curious," said Chthonic. "Then why does it feel familiar to me?" mused Egur, looking more like his old self. "Did I see it in the hundreds of years I wandered witless and without my powers after the struggle with Rulka that finally put him into the Nightland? I must have done, and yet I have no memory of it save for the way it feels in my hand." He turned to stare at the caduceus. "I still feel as though it's calling to me, but I can't read what it's trying to say. Should I take it with me?" "No!" cried Malis. "It's a trap, it's got to be. Why else would Stilkeen have left it here?" "Perhaps you're right. We'd better go back." Chthonic offered him her shoulder, but Egur said, "I feel better now," and strode off towards the forest as though he were completely reinvigorated, his long legs covering 2 paces to Malis's 1. "I don't understand," she said to Chthonic. "How did he recover so quickly? Was it my taffloid?" She had to keep calling it her own, though Malis was beginning to fear that she would never get it back. "I think it must have been," said Chthonic uneasily. She went after Egur, but slipped in the mud and fell to her knees with a small, stifled gasp. "What's the matter?" said Malis, helping her up. "A sudden pain in my leg bones this time. The regression spell is coming undone. You don't look any different." "And that's peculiar," said Chthonic. "Normally when this spell fails, the outside ages faster than what lies within, but with me it seems to be the other way around. The caduceus must be interfering with the regression spell." She drew a sharp breath, then pushed herself upright and took a painful step. "Is there anything I can do?" said Malis. "Give me your hand." On reaching the forest, they found Egur waiting at the entrance to a track high above the floodline. The rain had not resumed, though the forest canopy dripped steadily. Chthonic winced with every footstep, but made no complaint. As they approached the lower clearing, Egur slipped behind a tree. What is it? Said Malis. Shh! Clam is circling, looking for survivors. Can you see any? He did not answer, so she went down, her stomach clenched tightly. Nish, where are you? The height of the flood had passed, and the water level was falling, though there was not a soul in sight. Could the militia have gone through the gorge before the flood? She said, though she already knew the answer. They were trapped up above the rock outcrop, said Chthonic in an empty voice. That was a while ago, said Malis, clinging to the hope, in spite of all logic, that they had survived. They might have... Eger shook his head. The lower half of the clearing was a mess of mud and rock, boulders and tree trunks, while the gorge was now a torrent from wall to wall. The huge boulders that had previously choked the right-hand side could not be seen, and the slender bridge had fallen. Where are Clam's troops? Said Malis. Swept away, said Chthonic in her seer's voice. All swept away. It began to pour again. They waited until the air sled had finished its circuits, whereupon it headed downstream above the gorge, flying low and slow. We better make sure there are no survivors, said Eger heavily, though I'm sure Clam would have found them if there were any. Try not to leave tracks. They slogged across the sodden ground to the brown outcrop, behind which the militia had taken cover. The ferns had been torn off the lower face, and a narrow, crescent-shaped pond had formed on the upper side. The gorge must have been blocked at first, said Eger, and there was nowhere for the flood to go but up the clearing. Washed everyone away. Then the blockage burst, and the flood drained through the gorge, carrying the dead with it. Malis forced her weary legs to the upper edge of the clearing, but there was not a sign of human life. The disaster was so overwhelming that she could not think. Nish was gone, and dear old Flid, and nothing seemed to have any meaning any more. She trudged down to Eger and Chthonic. If Clam comes back, Chthonic was saying, we'll have to take him. Otherwise, with the really wet season coming, we'll never get out of here. How can we capture Clam? Malis thought. He's got his knob laggy and the tears, and all we have is a burnt-out Manser, a crippled seer, and me. She looked down the slope. Hey, I thought I saw someone down in that hollow. She skidded down to the former pond by the river, now a long, narrow lake, then wished she had not, for the falling water had revealed many corpses trapped among the piled boulders and tangled tree trunks. Dozens of bodies lay in the water, all naked and broken. The force of the water had torn off their clothes and boots before smashing them against the obstacles. Malis felt sick, but she had to make sure. She waded out to the nearest of the dead. I don't see Nish, she said, clinging to the faintest hope. No, said Chthonic, who had hobbled down behind her on Eger's arm. These all look like Clam's men, but I expect most of the bodies would have been swept through the gorge. Wait, I know that face. Isn't he the fellow who went over to the enemy? Malis followed her to the figure draped backwards over a tree trunk. The long body was as broken as the others, but the man's face was unscathed, the bitter cast to his otherwise handsome face erased in death. He looked at peace, but he would never go home to Gothrime. It's calm, said Malis, swallowing hard. We were friends once, and I liked him a lot. There was a time when I thought that he was the one for me, but I was wrong. Poor Colm. He had such an unhappy life. His skin is pale, he's not from these parts, said Chthonic. He came from an island of Meldarin originally, but his family was driven away from their home in the war and they lost everything. He never got over losing his inheritance, Gothrime Manor, and then the death of his sister, Catilla, killed him inside. An all too common story, but some of us cope better with it than others. Did you say Gothrime? Said Eger, staring at Malis. Yes, do you know of the place? I stayed there a number of times at the end of the time of the mirror, and afterwards. Then you may have known Colm's ancient relatives, Kiran and Leanne. Indeed I did, said Eger, and his frosty eyes grew hard. We became friends at the end. Colm said that they were famous once and heroes, but they committed terrible crimes and became known as Karan Kinslayer and Leanne the Liar. Igor ground out, his voice tight with rage. "Don't say another word about them." Malis jumped. What was the matter with him? Had they betrayed him in some way? Even if they had died 2 centuries ago, so why was he still so angry? Colm couldn't bear that shame, she said quietly. He refused to believe it. Malis touched Colm's brow with her fingertips, then turned away. "There's no sign of Nish. Let's get going. I hate this place." The whistling note of the air sled sounded from downstream. "Quick, back to the forest," said Igor. "Clam is coming upriver. He has to think we're all dead. It's our only chance." "He's lost his army," said Malis as they hurried towards the shelter of the rainforest. "How could he come after us?" "They were just the advance guard. His main army is enormous, and as soon as he can bring it across the pass, he'll scour every ell of this valley and the river downstream and check every body. He has to make sure of us and Nish and you, Malis." "I thought you were going to try and capture Clam," said Chulotine. "In my condition, I don't see how I can. Besides, something else has just occurred to me." "Care to share it with us?" snapped Chulotine. The pain was getting to her. "I will, once I understand it myself. Come on." They kept to the shallow water pooled along the narrow floodplain beside the riverbank until they reached the forest, where Igor led them to the upper track, then along it. Malis followed in silence, numb with grief. Nish and Flid were dead almost certainly, Colm definitely, and it seemed as though the entire militia had been wiped out. With Igor so weak, Chulotine crippled by the failing regression spell, and the really wet season coming, how could they hope to survive? "Where are we going?" she said, as they re-entered the upper clearing. "Back to the Caduceus," said Igor. Malis stopped dead. "Again? We've already been there twice." "It's still calling me." "Then we should run as fast as we can in the opposite direction." "I think it wants something." "I'm sure it does," Malis muttered, "and it's not to our good." "Why'd you say that?" said Igor, stopping to give Chulotine his arm, for she was walking ever more painfully. "Stilkeen took Jalnish and threatened us," said Malis, "and every time I've gone near the Caduceus, my taphloid shuddered or grew warm. I'm afraid it is trying to attack it or me." Now that's odd, she thought, remembering that Stilkeen hadn't seemed to see her. "Why would it want to attack you?" said Igor, as though she was utterly insignificant. Chulotine moved on and he went with her. Malis trudged after them, so afraid that she could barely stand up. "The more important question," said Chulotine, gasping as she struggled across the slippery slope, "is why Stilkeen left the Caduceus here." They stopped at the edge of the baked ground. The Caduceus had lost its previous orange heat and was now a black, rough-edged iron shaft with 2 small wings at the top, and the 2 long black serpents loosely coiled around it. "As a threat," said Igor, holding the taphloid in his fist and frowning. "You were right, Malis. It's shuddering as though it's trying to break free. Does it do that often?" "Only when it's near the Caduceus," said Malis. "A threat," said Chulotine. "That's not how I read it." "How do you read it?" said Igor, gazing at her as though he'd just seen her true beauty for the first time. "As an offer," said Chulotine, frowning at him and stepping away. "Why would Stilkeen offer us anything?" Chulotine did not reply. She appeared to find Igor's fixed regard uncomfortable. "To help it get what it needs?" guessed Malis. "The chthonic fire?" "You may be right," Igor mused. "We know that Stilkeen needs chthonic fire so it can rejoin with the spirits severed from its physical self. Its revenants now trapped in the shadow realm. Do you think since it took Jalnish hostage and demanded chthonic fire in return that it's incapable of finding any itself?" "It makes sense," said Chulotine. "But even so, what are we supposed to do with the Caduceus?" "I don't know." "Is it still hot?" Igor moved the back of his right hand slowly towards the shaft until it touched. "It's blood warm, but I can't sense anything in it." "What can you see with your gift, Chulotine?" With eyes closed, she extended a slender, blue-veined hand towards the shaft. "I see us all holding it." "Here?" "No," she said slowly, as though it was taking time to see clearly. "Then where are we?" I can't tell, though we're surrounded by swirling dust. There's no dust on the range of ruin or anywhere near it, Igur pointed out. I can feel my clothes rotting by the minute. Then it has to be a trap, said Melis. Stilkeen is a powerful being, said Igur. It has no need to trap us. It could have taken us at any time. Yet it seemed to be in terrible pain. You're right, he said after a thoughtful pause. I noticed that too. But why would a being so powerful that it has roamed the universe for half an eternity be in pain? I don't know, said Chulitine. I also sensed an urge to hide, to insulate itself from our world. Perhaps it's in pain because it's no longer whole, said Melis, answering Igur's question. It seemed to me that our world was painful to it. The caduceus could be a trap, said Chulitine. How can we tell? No human can fathom how a being thinks or why it does what it does. But I think it is an offer and we've got to use it. How? Said Igur. By holding the caduceus, the way I envisaged us doing, and seeing what happens. You saw us a long way from here. Are you thinking that it can create portals? That's a mighty art, one of the greatest spells of all. For human mancers, said Chulitine, but for an immortal being that once roamed the 11 dimensions, making a portal from one place to another is probably the tiniest of spells, one it does without thinking. A portal, said Igur in a breathy voice. Well, why not? And then what? Chthonic fire must be found or all humanity is in peril, and if we can't find it, no one can. If we do find it and give it to Stilkeen, it might rejoin with its severed spirits, then destroy humanity anyway, said Igur. I know that much about beings. Insults to their dignity or their majesty never go unpunished. We've got nothing to lose, said Chulitine. Let's try it. Where can chthonic fire be found apart from at the Numinator's tower? I've no idea. I'd never heard of it until Flid showed up with the wretched stuff. Interfering old fool. Why couldn't he have left well enough alone? It was the only way to escape from the God Emperor, said Melis. Besides, Stilkeen has been searching for its stolen fire for thousands of years. The Numinator said so. But surely Flid's use of the fire led Stilkeen here, said Igur. He looked around. We'll need warmer clothing where we're going. They rifled the packs of the nearest enemy soldiers for their travelling cloaks, dry socks and food. Take hold of the caduceus, said Igur. Melis did not want to go anywhere near it or the Numinator, but she could not remain here. She grasped the shaft of the caduceus below Chulitine's hand. Igur's hand was near the top, below the mouths of the serpents. The moment her fingers closed around the rough iron, the two entwining serpents slid off onto the baked mud. The wind shrilled in Melis's ears. She felt a hard blow in the belly. Then they vanished from the range of ruin and were surrounded by frigid, whirling whiteness. Not dust, but snow. 7. Nish was racing along the deer track when the ground gave a long, rolling shudder. He stopped, alarmed, for he knew what it was, a landslide. After all the rain, the soil was so saturated that it was turning into mud. His first thought was for Melis, and he had just turned to run back when the ground gave a much stronger shudder, a huge landslide. He heard a deafening series of crashes, and then a thunderous roar. The landslide had gone into the dam, and the dam had broken. There was no time to go back or forwards. On this path he was close to the river, and if he could not find a higher path he was going to die. Nish closed his eyes, turned his head from side to side, and forced himself to trust his clear sight. It wasn't easy to let go, but he had to. There, directly up the slope through the forest. He hacked the vines and giant fungi aside, pushed through, and within 30 paces came onto another path he would never have known was there, heading uphill. Nish sprang onto it, turned left, and ran up as though the flood was at his heels. It was, for he could hear the water coming with a vast, grinding roar as it tore forest trees out of the earth and razed everything to the ground. He was running up a steep slope now and had a terrific pain in his side, but he had to warn his militia. They wouldn't realize what was happening until the flood tore through the lower clearing, by which time it would be too late. But what about Melis? He stopped, gasping and trying to think. The landslide must have been upstream of the upper clearing, or it would not have gone into the dam. Therefore Melis only had to run up the clearing to be safe. She was quick-witted, she'd be all right. He prayed she would be, for there was nothing he could do for her. He ran on and soon burst out of the forest opposite the rock outcrop, which was a few hundred paces away. His militia had taken cover behind it, lances out. Clam's troops were closer to him, halfway up the slope and advancing steadily. They could afford to take their time, for Nish's archers had shot their last arrows and their bows were useless. The enemy were shouting taunts and displaying the heads of fallen militiamen and women on the points of their spears. Nish was close enough to recognize some of them. Was that G's head impaled on the spear of that brute of a sergeant? Not sweet, gentle G, whose clever strategy with the archers had saved them in the upper clearing. But it was, and remembering all the good times they had shared together, Nish clenched his fists in impotent fury. Oh, for a bow and a quiver full of arrows. The sergeant saw him and bellowed, "It's Krill Nish, after him!" Nish took off, roaring, "Run! Run for your very lives! That way!" and pointing towards the vine-tangled upper wall of the forest. The militia were all staring at him, but no one moved. The roaring of the flood echoed down the valley, far louder here. The enemy troops whirled and stared at the river, which was rising rapidly, but they could not comprehend the magnitude of the horror bearing down on them. "Run!" Nish bellowed, forcing more speed from his exhausted legs. He was above the level of the outcrop now and some 100 paces away. A wall of water, trees and rocks exploded down the river, smashing the trees in its path to splinters. Passing well below the lowest of the enemy, who must have thought they were safe, it slammed into the narrow slot of the gorge, damming it in an instant. The water behind it piled up and up, then flooded out in the only direction it could go, sideways into the clearing and up the slope. The first wave took the lower third of Clam's troops. "Go, you fools!" Nish screamed. The militia could not have heard him over the cataclysmic sound of the flood, but they could see the danger now. They ran for the forest above. The second, much higher wave took the rest of the enemy, including the sergeant with his gruesome trophy, while the third wave raced up the slope almost to the base of the outcrop. But a far larger surge was rolling down the river to crash against the dammed gorge, and anyone who did not make the forest before it bored its way up the clearing was doomed. Nish ran as he had never run before. To his left, the militia was scrambling into the trees as fast as they could force their way through the tangled vegetation. Maybe half were inside now, with half to go. They weren't moving fast enough, but there was no more he could do for them. He put his head down and drove himself upwards. The great surge was hissing up the steep slope, carrying a few floating enemy with it. It overtopped the outcrop and kept going, only 20 paces behind him now, and slowing, but so was he, for his calf muscles felt as if they were tearing apart. He kept going, and as the water struck the backs of his knees, dived headfirst through a gap in the vegetation, caught hold of a sturdy vine, and wrapped it around himself. The surge came through the trees in a series of streams, its force almost spent, then rose over his head in seconds and began to flow the other way. If he'd not held onto the vine, he would have been carried with it. He swung in the water, clinging desperately as it drained away, carrying branches, leaves, and all too many militiamen with it. Then it was over. There were other surges, though none as powerful, and after the third they no longer reached the trees. Nish pushed deeper into the forest, calling the survivors to him, and led them on until they were well beyond sight of the clearing. He stopped beneath a gigantic strangler fig whose host tree had completely rotted away, leaving a hollow inside the fig's ropey trunk. "To me!" Nish panted. "Gather everyone in!" They pressed up to him. He scrambled onto a knotted rock and had just begun a count of the survivors when he heard the air sled shrieking across the forest lower down. "Quiet! It's Clam! Don't move!" They waited, silent and still, while the air sled circled the clearing several times. "He's got an army on the other side of the mountain," Nish reminded them, and he'll call them in as soon as he's finished here, so we've got to stay hidden until he's gone. Let him think we've all drowned. Now, stand still while I take the muster." People were still straggling in. Flangers appeared, along with Chismool and her friend Alioun, one of the few freed captives from the Tower of 1,000 Steps who had not accepted Clam's offer of sanctuary. She was thin and nervous, with large blue eyes and the pallor of the long-term prisoner. Nish had looked like that for months after his own escape from Mazahaiza.
"Clam has flown downstream," said Flangers. "He'll be checking in case we got through the gorge before the flood."
"Then he'll be a while," said Flid, emerging from behind the fig tree. He did not look much better than he had previously, but at least he was still alive. And so were Hoshi and the gigantic fisherman Kletch. Unfortunately, Igur was not with him, and Nish could not see Chulatine either. He finished the count, and the muster was better than he had feared, 162 survivors, counting himself. At least 20 had been lost in the forest, and rather more had been swept away by the flood. He ached for every lost man and woman, and yet, had he arrived a minute later, it would have been far worse. "Where's Igur and Chulatine?" said Nish, frowning.
"Gone back to the other clearing," said Kletch, shifting his weight from one foot to the other.
"What for?"
Igur said something to Lady Chulatine about taking another look at the caduceus. Said it was calling to them."
"Calling? And you let them go?" Nish cried, just when he'd thought that things were under control.
"I said it was a bad idea, but Igur told me to mind my own damn business. Sorry, Nish."
"It's not your bloody fault. What's the matter with Igur? He couldn't walk an hour ago."
"He got better, then he was whispering to Chulatine for a while."
"Damn fools! I suppose the flood's got them."
"They had enough time to get there," said Kletch.
"Well, I didn't see them," said Nish.
"Where have you been, anyway?"
said Flid. "Clam caught me and took me back to the air sled. Malis rescued me. I'll never know how she outwitted him. And we started down here. She couldn't keep up and I ran ahead."
"After she'd just done her all for you?" said Flid.
"If I hadn't, you'd all be dead." The criticism was a bit rich coming from Flid after all the times he'd lectured Nish about acting for the greater good. Even so, Nish bitterly regretted leaving her. I didn't know the dam was going to collapse."
"She might have survived."
"It's possible," said Nish, though after witnessing that flood he had little hope.
"Or Clam might have captured her," said Flid.
Yes, of course that's what happened, Nish thought, faint with relief. "Did anyone get a close look at the air sled?"
"I did," said Flangers, "though my eyes aren't as good as they used to be."
"Chismool has pilot's eyes,"
said Flid, for she had been a Thapta pilot in the war, the best and most daring of them all.
"What did you see, girl?"
Chismool was at least as old as Nish and therefore no girl, but she said without rancour, "There was no one on the air sled except Clam." She let out a heavy sigh, presumably for the miracle of flight that she would never experience again. "I'm going back to look for her," said Nish, rubbing his eyes. "Igur and Chulatine, wait here."
"You're not doing anything of the sort," said Flid. "Now we're finally back together, we're staying together. We'll have something to eat, then follow the forest around to the upper clearing and stay under cover while you check it. And then we've got to work out what the hell we can do."
Clam passed over the upper clearing from a great height and turned away towards the Whitethorn Peak. They waited for half an hour in case he came sneaking back, then Nish and Flid went down. It was early afternoon. The flood had only covered the lowest third of this clearing, and most of the bodies remained where they'd been cut down. The winged shaft of the caduceus was gone, and Nish assumed that Clam had taken it, though the 2 iron serpents that had entwined it lay on the baked earth. There was no sign of Igur, Chulatine or Malis, and the rain, which was still falling, had washed out all tracks. Nish was cursing himself for leaving her behind when he remembered their disturbing foreseeings at the Pit of Possibilities, months ago. Malis had not appeared in any of the possible futures, and at the time she'd been afraid that it meant she was going to die. Had her life been snuffed out, like G's, in an instant, or had she suffered a lingering death? Or could she still be alive? He could not find any reason to think so, but he had to cling to hope. Leaving Flid studying the iron serpents, Nish plodded down towards the river through a sea of mud and debris. The river path had disappeared, and the forest near the bank was gone apart from the shattered stumps of the largest trees. Numb with grief, he trudged back. "What a stinking lousy day," he said. "This has been one of the worst I can ever remember." But not the worst. The worst day of all time was forever fixed in his memory, and no other tragedy, no matter how awful, could erase it. "It's not over yet," said Flid, holding the iron serpent with the forked tongue that had seemed to stare at him earlier. The older man had some colour back in his cheeks at last. "What are you doing with that?" said Nish. Flid's choice of that serpent felt a trifle ominous, given Nish's worries about him. "There's power in it, and I'm sure it wasn't left here by accident." "No, Stilkeen left it to trap us," said Nish. "Perhaps, but Clam isn't having it, nor the other one. Take it." "What?" said Nish. "Take the serpent with the bared fangs." "Why? Even if it does have power, I can't use it." "We can't leave it here for some scoundrel to find. Besides, our situation can't get much worse, can it?" "I suppose not," Nish said, grudgingly. "In that case, it might get better. Take it." Nish gingerly touched the iron serpent, which was like a sinuous staff. He was afraid that it would come to life and sink those fangs into him, but nothing happened save that he sensed a surging heat within it. "I felt sure it would be hot, but it's only blood warm." "It's hot inside, and there may be a time when you need that heat," said Flid. "Not being a mancer, I'll never know how to liberate it." "You don't necessarily have to be a mancer to use an enchanted object. Some devices can be used by anyone, when the time is right." Not by me, Nish thought, but he hefted the serpent staff, which was his own height and rather heavy. It was one more thing to carry, and he was already worn out and feeling more hopeless every minute. Had they survived only to be trapped up here and starve? He followed Flid back to the forest and the waiting militia. "Where do we go from here?" said Flid. "With no food and the really wet season on the way, there's only one thing we can do," said Nish bitterly. "Rot standing up, then die in this festering hellhole." "I didn't go through the agony of renewal only to give up," Flid said coldly. "Come with me, Nish. Flangers, you too." They followed Flid, and when they were well away from the militia, he pulled Nish close and snarled, "What the blazes were you thinking, talking defeat in front of your troops? Their morale is already shaking, and it won't take much to shatter it. They look up to you, Nish, even though you led them into this nightmare. I'd go so far as to say they love you." Flid's lips quirked at this astonishing thought. "And you can't let them down." "Sorry," Nish muttered, ashamed of his minor breakdown. "But it's at least a week's march down to the lowlands of Gendragore, and we'll never get there without food, even if the wet holds off." "There's always hope, while there's life and breath. The flood has given us a chance I never dared hope for, but only you can wield your militia into a fighting force to take advantage of it. To take one more step, then another, all the way to the God Emperor's palace at Moraloon." Nish let out a mocking laugh. "Haven't you forgotten one teensy little obstacle? Clam's colossal army just over the range?" "I've forgotten nothing, and neither should you. The little country you came up here to protect is still in peril, for Clam will follow his orders to the letter, and the father you swore to tear down could reappear at any moment. Nothing has changed, Nish, so pull your finger out and get on with it." Flangers had stopped a pebble's toss away and was looking everywhere but at them. Flid beckoned him forwards. "Sergeant, Nish is planning to take Blisterbone Pass and turn the enemy back, and he would value your thoughts." If Flangers was surprised at this statement, his lean face did not show it, but then he'd known Flid a long time. "I was a common soldier, sir, not an officer." "You were a most uncommon soldier, and you've studied the art of war from the front line. You know fighting from the mud up." "I do that," said Flangers, brightening, and for the first time Nish saw the handsome Flangers of old inside the gaunt and prematurely aged face. "We have to take a pass, you say?" "Blisterbone Pass, it's called, around the corner from the White Thorn Peak, there." Nish nodded in the direction of the mountain, which could not be seen for the trees. Though the histories of Gendragore say the pass has never been taken when defended, unfortunately I haven't seen its approaches and neither have any of my troops. All I know about it is a mud map the guide, Kerr, showed me.
The guide who betrayed you, said Flid.
Yes, so his map may not have been reliable.
No one has seen the pass, mused Flid. That's bad.
Except for Boobalar, Nish recalled, but he's gone.
Who's Boobalar? Said Flangers.
Nish clenched his teeth at the memories. The captain of the little troop sent by Rigore province. He's an addled drunk who's out of his head most of the time, and he only came for the loot he could get on the battlefield. He hates me like poison. Boobalar had surprised Nish while he was bathing under a waterfall, knocked him face down over a boulder, and wailed his bare arse with the flat of his sword until Nish could barely walk. He still had the bruises, and he would never forget the humiliation. Later I beat him in a fight and had him tied up, but his men freed him and decamped in the middle of the night with most of our food. They'll be halfway back to the lowlands by now.
He's no help to us then, Flid said. Show us Kerr's mud map.
The soil was just rotted leaves here, so Nish cut down a greenly luminous toadstool and carved its stem into the shape of the range and Blisterbone Pass, as he remembered it. The Whitethorn Peak is here and the pass here, but that's all he showed of it. I'm told the approaches on either side of the pass are steep and dangerous. It's difficult to cross even when undefended. Most of the armies that have tried to invade Gendragore have failed trying to cross the range of ruin.
And Blisterbone is the only pass, said Flangers, squatting down to study the toadstool map.
There's a higher and even more dangerous crossing called Liver Leech Pass, but it hasn't been used in hundreds of years. That's where we were headed. Nish carved it as well.
Why?
Said Flangers. Kerr said he'd seen an advanced guard of the enemy at Blisterbone, so we couldn't attack head-on. Our only hope was to try and take the pass from the other side of the range, after crossing via Liver Leech. That's why he led us into this valley. Though now I've seen the landscape, how could Kerr have seen the enemy at Blisterbone?
Clearly he was lying, and he betrayed you, so everything he said about Liver Leech Pass may also be a lie, said Flid. We can't risk it. We'll have to attack up Blisterbone.
Any idea how many men Clam has there? Said Flangers.
No, though Chulatine said a few hundred men could hold the pass against an army, so even a handful could hold it against us.
Assuming they're expecting an attack, said Flid. But why would they? Clam thinks we're dead.
He may think that, but he's a careful man, and since he hasn't seen our bodies, he'll be wary.
Then our attack on the pass must come as a total surprise.
Are you talking about a night attack? Cried Nish. Up over the most dangerous country there is, you're out of your mind. Heads snapped up among the squatting militia.
Keep your voice down,
growled Flid.
It's the only possibility. But first, you've got to rearm and resupply your troops. And there's only one way that can be done.
Rob the dead, said Flangers. 8. A couple of hundred enemy soldiers had died at the hands of Nish's archers, and most still lay where they had fallen. The archers replenished their quivers, the infantry abandoned their rustic weaponry for the fine spears and swords of the imperial troops, and took their stout helms and shields, packs and boots. The packs contained dry clothing, carefully packed in oilskin, plus provisions for several days' march, and when everything useful had been gathered, the militia withdrew into the forest for the first edible meal they'd had in 3 or 4 days.
I doubt that Clam will be back today, said Flid. Having lost a small army already, he'll want to make sure that his main force safely reaches the pass. But when he does return, he'll see that we've robbed the bodies. Our only chance of surprising him lies in attacking the pass first. Tonight.
Impossible, said Nish, who was sitting on a crumbling log, making a rope sling so he could carry the serpent staff on his back. We had little sleep last night, and we've been living on half-rotten food for days.
There's no choice. Tell everyone to turn in. We'll go in 3 hours.
The militia rolled into their cloaks on the wet leaf litter and slept like the dead. But Nish dozed for a bare hour, all that his restless mind would allow him. How could he attack in the dark when he didn't know the terrain? He mentally traced possible paths from here to the pass. "We'll never get to Blisterbone in time," he said, thinking aloud. "It's too far. Liverleach Pass is a lot closer from here. At least that's what Kerr said. But how can I trust his directions? Besides, the mayor of Gendragore said that no army could cross Liverleach and only the most desperate of climbers." "How much closer is it?" said Flid beside him. Nish had not realized that he was awake. "A Liverleach Pass is 5 or 6 hours from here, and if we can cross it, it'd take another 6 hours to circle around to the far side of Blisterbone Pass, if the weather is good." "What about this side of Blisterbone?" "It's more than a day from here." "How can it be that far? I thought it would be closer." "From here, the only direct route is straight up the valley, but only skilled climbers could get up the cliffs at the top. Or we could backtrack the way we came, assuming we can cross the river, and approach the pass via the track from Gendragore, but that's a long meandering route and Clam would probably be back by then." Nish heard Flid fumbling in the gloom but did not look around, for he was trying to imagine what Clam would be doing now. The dwarf had taken some heavy falls and a good few blows, plus he had that bad Reaper burn. Once he reached the main army, Clam would need to have his injuries attended to, consult his officers, eat and sleep. To thoroughly search both clearings and the river below the gorge would require far more men than he could carry on the air sled, and there was no urgency now. Clam wasn't young and neither was he superhuman, so surely he would stay with the army until they reached the pass sometime tomorrow. Flid was right. If they were to take the pass and hope to hold it, they had to attack by dawn tomorrow, so Liverleach was the only option. Nish's wandering thoughts turned to his father. He had assumed that Stilkeen would have taken Jal Nish to the void, since it had clearly been in pain, but how could he even guess what an ageless, immortal being might do? Ting! A faint silvery glow formed beside him. Flid was batting a small, spiky ball of light, like a floating soap bubble, from one hand to another. "How did you do that?" said Nish. "The mime mule has a little power back, now we're well away from the caduceus." And you couldn't think of anything better to do with it, Nish thought sourly, but that was unfair. After being helpless during the battle, Flid was entitled to be pleased that he could use his art again. Even in the smallest of ways, and they were going to need it. "What's it for?" said Nish. "I've mimicked a spy ball. The Scrutators used them back in the bad old days of the Lyrinx War. Of course, they were powered by the field back then, so they could work for months. This one won't last for more than an hour or two, the way I'm feeling." Nish felt a twinge of unease. "What are you going to do with it?" "Send it up to check the layout of Blisterbone, how many men are guarding it, how alert they are, and so forth." "How can you be sure that Gatherer won't detect it?" Flid looked irritated. "Clam wouldn't let Gatherer out of his sight, and he won't be anywhere near the pass yet." "How do you know? Besides, he could have scryers there with wisp watchers, and if they see it, they'll alert Clam at once." "We've got to know what we're facing, and it's a small risk," Flid snapped, giving Nish one of his famous "How dare you challenge me, I used to be a Scrutator" glares. Nish put on an equally arrogant stare, and I'm the son and heir of the God Emperor. "It's a huge risk. If they know we're coming, we'll have no chance." "You can't attack without knowing the terrain. It's the first rule of warfare." "I thought the first rule was know your enemy. Listen, Zervish, I'm the captain of this militia, and I say we can't use it, but all right!" Flid snarled, making a pass over the ball with his fingers. It vanished, and the mime mule, a little knobbly wooden ball, stood in its place. He pocketed it and stalked away. Nish looked after him, frowning. He did not remember the old Flid before renewal acting in such a petulant way. "Nish," said Flangers quietly, "it's not good for morale if you and Flid fight." Many of the nearby troops were awake and whispering to one another. Nish cursed himself for not being more diplomatic and cursed his old ally as well. Flid had never liked to be challenged, though in the olden days he'd always put the greater good first. Since renewal, Nish had seldom seen the kindly Flid, but plenty of the hard, ruthless Scrutator of old. And after he'd arrived on the Range of Ruin, Flid's eyes had often taken on a lustful gleam when he'd looked upon the tears. Nish wasn't entirely sure that he and Flid were on the same side anymore. I'm sorry, but I'm right, aren't I? Flangers hesitated. You're both right and both wrong. He turned away. I need my sleep, Nish, sir. Flangers, no matter his private thoughts, was too good a soldier to get involved in a dispute between leaders. Nish lay there for a while, trying to sleep, then gave up and went to the top edge of the clearing, looking down on the field of battle, yawning and rubbing his eyes. It was heavily overcast and night was falling. He thought he saw a light bobbing down below, but when he looked again, there was nothing. The rain had stopped and the clearing was peaceful now, for the dim light laid a soft veil over all, and the dead were just humps in the grass. 200 of his militia had died today, and he had known the names of every one of them. He began to make a list, starting with Sweet G and Forzel the Joker as a kind of remembrance, but the list grew too long and he felt too heartsick. He couldn't even bear to think about Malis. And then, something moved on the battlefield. What's that? He muttered, his hair rising. There had definitely been no one alive when they had left, but now he could see a low moving shape down there. Don't know, Nish, said a young voice from not far away. Who's there? Nish said sharply, reaching for his sword, before recognizing the Gendragorian accent. It's Hewald, the cook's boy. A gangly lad of 11 with dark skin and incongruously ginger hair, he should never have been allowed to come on this horror campaign. Why aren't you in your bedroll, lad? Couldn't sleep, said Hewald soberly. All the cheer had gone out of him too. I can't stop thinking about the battle. Me either. Come over here. The boy came across and they stood together, watching the figure creep from one mound to another as the light faded. Do you think it's a ghost? Said Hewald in a half-fearful, half-awed voice. It's not floating or fluttering, said Nish. There was a long silence. Nor creeping nor growling. I don't think it's a beast either. No, said Nish. It's human. Could it be one of the militia, gone down for a last look at dead friends? Anything was possible, but Nish did not think so. Or Flid? No, he would not look so furtive. Nish felt sure that this visitor had some other purpose in mind, and he had to know what it was. Stay here, he said. I'm going to have a look. Nish crept down the slope, low and slow, knowing that, despite the dimness, any sudden movement could attract attention. The figure was moving across the clearing, going from one body to another in no particular order, which was strange, and sometimes turning back on itself, but it looked unsteady on its feet. Was it a forest-dwelling hermit, wits curdled from a lifetime spent alone? Again he saw that fleeting, bobbing light, some distance from the figure. Were there more than one of them? Not hermits, then. As he approached, Nish heard a thick, muttering voice. He could not make out the words, but the fellow certainly sounded addled. He caught a whiff of strong drink and spicy, hallucinogenic nif-tree sap, and the food in his belly curdled. It was Boobalar, the drunken, nif-addled captain who had nearly killed Nish a few days back, then fled with his men and most of the militia's food. Of course it was Boobalar, who had come to the range of ruin for one reason only, to plunder the dead. Nish felt the chill of fear, for Boobalar was a big, burly man much stronger than Nish and a vicious, dirty fighter. He wished he had not seen him going about his grisly business, but now Nish knew he had to stop him from dishonouring the fallen militiamen and women. This time, he vowed, he would put Boobalar down like the vermin he was. He shadowed the drunkard across the wet grass, sabre out, while Boobalar rifled the bodies and dropped his booty into a sack that he dragged behind him. Now he was bent over a tangle of corpses, laughing drunkenly as he felt inside their clothing. Nish couldn't bear it any longer, and had just raised the sabre to cut him down, when Hewald cried out from behind him and caught his wrist with both hands. No, Nish, Uncle Boobalar, look out! Boobalar spun around and came to his feet, long dagger in hand and a sick grin plastered across his face. Nish shook Hewald off, cursing. He'd forgotten that the boy was Boobalar's nephew, and no matter what he might think of his depraved uncle, owed him loyalty. "Put the knife down," said Nish. "I've got 200 militia within call." "Helps your ass, runt," sniggered Boobalar. "I'll do more than whack it this time. I'll shove your head so far up you'll choke on it." Nish felt himself flushing, for Boobalar could always get to him. Now what was he supposed to do? He could hardly kill him in front of his nephew. He circled, holding the sabre out, and Boobalar did too. Nish lunged at him, trying to knock him out with the flat of the blade, but Boobalar sprang sideways, took hold of Hewald, and put the knife to his throat. "Back off or I'll kill the boy!" Nish lowered his blade, shocked to his heart. "He's your nephew. Always hated the brat and his slut of a mother. Drop the sword." Hewald gasped, and Nish had no choice. He let the sabre down in the mud and backed away, and Boobalar picked it up. "Take the bag, brat," said Boobalar. "That way." He pointed down the slope. Hewald, his teeth chattering, took hold of the heavy bag and began to drag it away. Nish could not bear to let him go with the brute, but how could he stop him? He was watching them head down the hill when he saw the bobbing light again. It shot up at Boobalar's face, flared to a dazzling spiky ball, then Nish heard a double thump. "Got the swine," Flid said with quiet satisfaction. "Run up to the camp and send some men down, lad. We won't harm him." Hewald ran off. When Nish could see clearly, Flid was tying Boobalar by the fading light of his spiky globe. "So those lights were you, wandering around the battlefield," said Nish. "Told you they'd be useful," said Flid. "I saw him earlier, robbing the bodies, and remembered you saying Boobalar had only come for plunder. I guessed it was him and set a trap." "I wonder you didn't kill the bastard. I wish you had." "He's going to show us the way over Liverleach Pass," said Flid. "You'd better hang on to him then," said Nish, taking back his sabre and resisting the urge to carve Boobalar up with it. "He's the slimiest thug I've ever had the misfortune to encounter. He'd steal your eyeballs if you weren't looking." Shortly, the militia had packed up the camp and they headed up the ridge in the dark. "All right, Boobalar," said Flid to the stumbling, reeking soldier who was securely tied with a rope leading from his bound hands to the muscular militiaman behind him. "Show us the way to Liverleach. Stuffed if I will, and you can't make me." Flid reversed the staff and pressed its open serpent mouth up against the soldier's chest. Boobalar looked at it blearily but did not flinch. He met Flid's eyes. Flid grinned. "We'll see about that." He lifted a half-full wineskin off Boobalar's back, sniffed the contents, grimaced, and tossed it over the steep edge of the ridge. "Hey!" cried Boobalar. "That's neat brandy!" "And now you've lost it. Throw him down on his face, lads, and search him thoroughly. Take everything." They did so, while Boobalar cursed them in a slurred monotone and recovered several small packets which had been overlooked earlier. Flid sniffed them one by one. "Niff sap," and began to toss them away. "It might be an idea to keep some," Nish said quietly, "as a bribe if all other means of coercion fail. Besides, I'm not sure he's ever been fully sober. He might not be able to function." Flid nodded, slipped the last packet into his pocket and said, "Which way, Boobalar, my friend?" "Follow this ridge up until you reach the cliffs," he snarled. "Then jump." "How do you feel about being tied to a tree and abandoned without any drink or niff?" Flid said pleasantly. "It could take you a fortnight to die, and it'd be the worst fortnight of your miserable life." "You wouldn't dare!" Boobalar grated, straining at his ropes. "I'm the captain of the Rigore militia. We're not in Gendragore now, and I just caught you robbing the honourable dead, which is a capital crime." "Kill me then," said Boobalar. "What do I care?" "Don't tempt me," said Flid, taking the last packet of dried niff-sap from his pocket and holding it over the edge. "Shall I drop it, or keep it until you take us across Liverleach safely?" Boobalar cursed him into eternity, then said in a saliva-choked voice, "How do I know you'll keep your word?" "Because I'm unlike you in every respect." "All right, you bastard." "Which way?"
I'll show ya. Tell me first in case you have an accident on the way, said Flid nastily. Or get tied up, he chuckled.
Boobalar made a gurgling sound in his throat.
And it had better be the right way, Flid added. If you don't give me the right directions, you don't get the niff.
Up there, said Boobalar, pointing with a foot. Veer along the base of the cliffs to the left until you see a goat track running across the mountainside. Follow it towards the gap between a pair of small peaks shaped like clothes pegs, if you can see them.
You'd better see them.
Climb along the crest of a ridge, very steep on both sides, then crawl along several narrow ledges with 100-span fall on the left for half a league, and in through the gap between the peg peaks, that's Liverleach. Cross the pass, then keep the left-hand track behind the Whitethorn Peak for about 4 or 5 hours, then take the left-hand spur down to the main track across the range. You'll see Blisterbone Pass above you, not a quarter of a league away.
That's all the directions you have? Flid said quietly.
All I can remember. Flid bestowed a mirthless smile on Boobalar.
Lead on, Captain.
I'll see you dead first, said Boobalar.
I doubt it.
Nish resisted the urge to wallop Boobalar's backside with the sabre. That would be petty.
It might be better if I lead, he said.
The sot might take us over the edge just for the hell of it. 9. It wasn't completely dark, for the starlight was bright at this altitude, but every footstep had to be placed with care on the steep, wet rock. Take it slowly, Nish said over his shoulder to Flid. Test every step before you put your weight on it. The first part looks the worst. He adjusted the serpent staff, which was digging into the small of his back. The night was cool and the staff pleasantly warm, sometimes too warm. He could sense the roiling heat inside it, presumably the same force that had caused it to blaze white-hot earlier. How much or how little would be required to release it? And if it was a trap, what kind of a trap, and how could they avoid it? It was not possible to think of an answer. He swallowed and looked ahead. Starlight touched the wet edge here and there, a perilous path of broken stone no wider than his shoulders. Nish tested his first step. The rough rock sloped outwards but was not slippery. Then his foot slid sideways, well, not dangerously slippery, so far. Flid came behind him, followed by Boobalar and the 3 men who held his ropes. Next Hewald, Flangers, Chismool and her nervous friend Alioun. And after that, the militia, roped together in groups of 8, with the strongest men in the middle. If the leader put a foot wrong and fell, Nish hoped that the others could hold him. And if they could not, only 8 would be lost, not the entire militia. Halfway across the cliff, something skidded underfoot and he smelled manure. Careful here, goat turds. He scraped it off his sole and continued, and heard part of his words repeated all the way to the rear. Careful turds, careful turds. The trek was a nightmare of rain and wind as they crept along one precipitous ledge after another, each higher than the previous one and more exposed to the intermittent rain and the unceasing wind, which grew ever colder until Nish began to worry that they would get frostbite on their noses. After an hour, a heavy overcast came up, the darkness became absolute, and every step had to be made by feel. Without Boobalar, who seemed to be navigating on instinct, they would never have found the way. This is madness, Nish said, after they had spent half an hour on the 3rd ledge, during which time they had managed just 200 shuffling paces. At this rate, it'll take us days to reach Liverleach, if we get there at all. We've got to have light. Though the Gendragorians were used to climbing in wet and slippery conditions, this trek was testing their agility to the limits, and there had been several nasty mishaps already. As the night wore on and people wearied, someone was bound to slip, and if the rest of the group did not brace instantly, all 8 would be lost.
Torches will be seen from a long way away, snapped Flid.
In this weather? Nish was desperately trying to remain calm and positive, even if everyone else was falling to pieces.
There's nothing to burn anyhow, there's no wood up here.
Flid had turned surly again. His intestines were troubling him, and whenever he reached the end of a ledge he would disappear behind a rock, though afterwards his discomfort did not appear to have been relieved.
What if you conjured some with the mime mule? At the moment you'd get more light out of a firefly.
You've got to do something, said Nish, deliberately echoing Flid's earlier words.
Without light, we fail.
What about a few of those little spiky globes you made earlier?
Sorry, they took more out of me than I thought.
Flid stopped, swaying on his feet. The word was passed back, stopping, and the exhausted militia hunched down in their cloaks.
I can't make fire either, he added, as if to forestall Nish.
Not even with the serpent staff. I sometimes feel that I could light a fire with mine if I were a mancer. Clearsight keeps showing me something hot and churning inside it.
I can't feel anything in mine, said Flid.
Perhaps we should swap then.
I don't think so,
Flid said hastily. I thought creating light was an easy charm.
It usually is, though I've found it rather difficult since renewal.
Have you got the strength to transport some light here? Said Nish.
From where? The whole range is in darkness.
Toadstools?
I beg your pardon?
Said Flid. Conjure up one of those luminous toadstools out of the forest. We can cut it up and tie it to our boots.
You're touched in the head, said Flid.
He thought for a minute or two, then went on.
But then again, toadstools don't weigh much. I might be able to manage one.
He snorted.
And the good thing is, if that bastard Clam happens to be zooming by on his precious air sled, he'll think he's gone mad.
He wasn't the only one. When 10 minutes later a huge, greenly luminous and embarrassingly phallic toadstool came soaring through the sky, bolt upright, 3 militiamen were so astonished that they nearly went over the edge. Amy, the tiny bird-like woman sitting next to Kletch, went into a fit of giggling which spread right through the militia. She couldn't regain her composure until Kletch held her upside down by the legs, a remedy which evidently he had used a number of times before, since Amy accepted it without complaint. Everyone felt better afterwards. The laughter had cleared away the exhaustion and even helped with their grief. Nish sliced the toadstool into discs and passed them back, and everyone set to, peeling off the luminous skin and binding strips to the toes and heels of their boots. In Boobalar's case, they also tied strips around his scarred forehead so they would recognize him in the dark. He was sobering up. He also appeared to be coming down from the Nif intoxication he'd been under for weeks, and was behaving very oddly. 1 minute shouting and waving his arms, the next whining and wailing or lying down and refusing to get up. Only the promise of a healthy dose of Nif at the end of the trip could get him moving, and that lure was taking longer to work each time. Light made all the difference, and they headed on at a good speed, up ledges so high that patches of ice began to appear on them, and the rain turned to sand-blasting grains of sleet. They trekked along a knife-blade ridge, then another at right angles to it, heading towards the invisible peg peaks that framed the precipitous Liverleach Pass, until it was all Nish could do to put one glowing foot in front of another. The immensity of the mountains contracted to the span or two he could see in front of him. The night lowered until it was a blank shroud over his head and shoulders, and time stretched out until it could only be measured by one step, then another, and another. But with the light, and Boobalar's blasphemously snarled directions whenever they looked like going astray, they reached Liverleach well after midnight, a good hour later than Nish had hoped.
We'll rest briefly on the other side, he said, and then we've got to get a move on or it'll be dawn before we're in sight of Blisterbone. Attacking in daylight would be suicidal. They'd shoot us down before we got close.
Liverleach Pass was a vertical-sided ravine between the peg peaks, hundreds of spans deep, but only 1 span wide at the bottom, and floored with slick ice. It was also hundreds of paces long, and the wind howled so furiously in their faces that they had to get down and crawl. Once they'd crossed the pass and were sheltering out of the worst of the wind, on the ledge that ran around the range to their right, Nish called a brief halt. Everyone needed food and hot drink, but there was no fuel up here, so they munched on their hard rations, sipped the icy water from their half-frozen water skins, and took what rest they could. There was no cloud on this side of the range, and the starlight illuminated the ledge relatively well. Nish could see it curving more or less horizontally around the mountainside, and knew that they were now on the other side of the Whitethorn Peak. It was still hours to the track that led up to Blisterbone, but by comparing his mental image of Kerr's mud map with Boobalar's directions, he felt sure he was going the right way. Boobalar ate and drank nothing. He had even stopped whining. He took off his boots to shake stones out of them, but the smell was so nauseating that everyone near him, even Hewald, cried, "Put them on again!" He did so, then passed his hand to his mouth, chewed, then turned a malicious, broken-toothed smile on Nish and Flid. "Must have had some niff in there," said Nish as they set out again. "I wonder what he's planning." "Well, we won't need him much longer," said Flid, miming a slash across the throat. They hadn't been going for more than 10 minutes, however, when there was a ruckus behind Nish, and he turned to see Boobalar hurl himself over the side of the ledge, dragging the nearest roped man with him. Nish scrambled back to grab the rope as the second man braced himself, but he was close to the edge, and the weight pulled him over as well. The third man cried out and toppled just as Nish caught the flying rope, but had to let go, or it would have taken him. "Light, quick!" he yelled. Hewald was staring over the side in horror. "Quick, lad," said Nish kindly. "Run and collect some lights." Hewald did so, and they attached strips of glowing fungus to a rope, which took several minutes, and lowered it over. There was a narrow ledge only a span below, but it was empty. A broader ledge ran along out of sight, far below. "There they are," said Nish, "down about 15 spans on the broad ledge. I'll go down." He pulled the rope up and began to tie it around himself, though he had little hope that anyone would still be alive after such a fall. "I'm sorry, Hewald," he said, giving him a quick hug, but the boy pulled away and covered his face with his hands. "Not you, Nish," said Flid, taking the rope. "Who's a climber?" "I am," said Kletch's bird-like friend, Amy. "Are you really?" said Flid. "Come here." Kletch personally tied the rope around her and lowered her down. The lighted rope end moved back and forth. Then she called, "They're dead, Nish." "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said faintly. "I mean, all 3 are dead." "What about Boobalar?" Flid said in a strangled voice. "The rope's been cut." Amy checked all around with her light and over the side. "He's gone." "I still don't understand how the bastard got away," Nish muttered when they headed on. That disaster, and the loss of 3 more men, had cast a pall over the rest of the trek. "He must have stolen a knife in the dark," said Kletch, cut his rope, then dropped onto the narrow ledge and pulled the others over. Then got out of sight damn quick. "How could he steal a knife? His hands were tied behind his back." "I have no idea," said Flid. "If he knew where to throw himself over safely," said Nish, "he must know the country really well. Where do you think he's gone?" "Down to betray us to Clam's army," Flid said quietly so no one else would hear, "and he'll know the quickest way to find it." "We'd better go," said Nish, "and pray Clam is a long way away." He pressed on in the starlight, moving as fast as he could without being reckless, but it was never fast enough. What if the army was just down below the ridge? If Boobalar reached it before they attacked the pass, Clam could fly the air sled up to Blisterbone with reinforcements and warn the defenders, and their faint hope of taking the pass would be lost. 4 hours later, after an exhausting forced march without a break, they staggered off the final ledge onto the crest of another precipitous ridge and followed it down until it curved back towards the Whitethorn Mountain, where Nish saw the main path, which ran all the way to Taranta, curving around below them. They'd done it. He pulled off the fading, luminous strips and collapsed in a heap. He was looking up at Blisterbone Pass from the other side of the range of ruin. Now for the difficult part, he thought. "I smell smoke," Kletch whispered. "The guards at the pass must have a fire. The swine." "Swine," Nish echoed dully, for the chill had begun to seep through his damp clothes as soon as he stopped moving. He was utterly exhausted after the all-night trek. They all were. He wanted nothing more than to lie down by a fire, wrap himself in blankets, drink half a skin of wine and drift off to sleep for a week, but he could not afford to rest either body or mind. Not here. If he lost the edge, he'd never get it back. He checked down the mountain, but saw no sign of campfires nor moving lights, though that did not mean Clam's army was far away, and if Boobalar had reached them already, he would be leading them up the track, burning for revenge. Nish shivered and rubbed his cold hands. "Stay low," he said quietly to the militia. "We're not far below the pass. Don't talk. Have something to eat and take a few minutes' rest, and then we attack." The timing, partly by accident, was right, for the moon was about to set, and once it did, there would be 10 minutes of darkness before the first light of dawn. It was the best time to attack, for the sentries would be weary from their chilly night vigil. Nonetheless, Nish's stomach spasmed at the thought of what he was about to attempt. If Boobalar had already found Clam's army, and he had warned the guards at the pass of the imminent attack, it would be a quick and bloody form of suicide. His head was throbbing again. He adjusted the staff on his back, now grateful for its warmth, crawled to the edge of the ridge and looked across and up. The rocky mountainside was extremely steep and mostly bare of cover. The setting moon showed parts of the track, which ran up a shallow gully, little more than a notch in the flank of the mountain, to the pass. The only concealment was low-growing ferns and a few wind-swept bushes, though most had been tramped flat by Clam's advance guard. At least he prayed that it was the advance guard. If the whole army had gone by while they were climbing Liverleach, they had made the nightmare climb for nothing. I could creep up and scout the defences for you," said a small voice to his left. "Is that you, Hewald?" said Nish. "Yes." "Can I go? I've got to—" "Don't be silly, lad," Nish said, as kindly as he could. "Run back now. This is soldiers' business." With a muffled choke, Hewald crept away. What's the matter with the lad? And what would happen to him if everyone was killed? Flid slid in beside Nish to the left. Flangers settled on the right, stifling a groan. Chismool was further around the curving ridgetop, looking down slope, though the lower parts of the mountain were wreathed in mist, and there was little to see. "How are your bones holding out, Sergeant?" said Nish in a low voice. "I can feel every one of them," said Flangers. "It's been quite a walk." Nish was amazed that he had come this far, for Flangers had lost a lot of weight while he was the Numinator's prisoner, and had not looked well when he'd come through the portal. But he was a professional soldier, knew nothing else, and the more that was asked of him, the more he seemed to grow. "It won't be easy to attack," said Flid. A mighty understatement. In the moonlight, Blisterbone Pass formed a perfect natural fortress, with the precipice-bounded flanks of the Whitethorn Peak looming over it to the right, and its lower but bulkier twin guarding the left, equally unclimbable. High above the track, an ice-covered horn of rock protruded from the side of the Whitethorn Peak, like the gigantic beaky nose of an ever-watchful guardian. The track up to the rock gully was such a steep climb that at several points they would have to go down on hands and knees, and the last 100 paces had no cover whatsoever. Could they do it in 10 minutes, in the darkness? They would have to. The pass itself was a mere slot between buttresses of rock that appeared to be at least a span and a half high and too steep to climb. The enemy could shoot from their tops, but would be almost impossible to pick off from below, and once the fighting started, Nish's archers could not fire at all for fear of hitting their own people. "I don't see any lights," said Flangers, "nor any firelight either." "Doesn't mean they aren't keeping watch," said Nish, taking out a packet of rations and breaking off a chunk of purloined journey bread, a dense, cake-like substance made from flour, eggs, pounded nuts, and dried fruit. It was dry and almost as hard as wood, but tasty and warming, just the thing to line the stomach of a hungry soldier before battle. They're disciplined soldiers. If they do have a fire, it'll be small and well back, so it doesn't destroy their night sight. He squinted up at the pass, willing his clear sight to see through solid rock, but it had deserted him yet again. "We've got to know how many guards there are. It'll be a tough battle if the garrison is 20 men. If it's 200, we've got no chance." "There's no way of finding out," said Flid, clutching his iron serpent like a wizard's staff.
and dawn isn't far off. We'd better move."
A sudden wind rustled the shrubs further down. Nish shivered and pulled his thin coat more tightly around him. "Sir," Chismool hissed. "Yes?" Nish said distractedly. "I can see lights far below." He crept across to her vantage point. The wind was breaking up the mist, and he made out 3 tiny points of light, widely separated. Now 7 lights, now dozens, hundreds. A chill that no warmth could disperse spread over his back. "It's Clam's army. Have they been there all the time?"
"Undoubtedly," said Flid. "So if Boobalar hasn't reached their camp already, it won't take him long."
"If he'd reached them already, we would have heard Clam coming on the air sled."
"Not if he took a roundabout route. Alternatively, he could have flown up to the pass before we got here. And even if he isn't there yet, he soon will be. The army is surely less than 2 hours away. What do you know about their path, Nish?"
"I was told it's as hard a climb as the way we came from Gendragore." The wind died and the mist swept back, obscuring all lights save the initial 3. "Chismool, are those lights moving?" "Yes," she said quietly. "They're coming this way."
"And even if Clam doesn't know yet," said Flid, "once either the garrison above or the army below gets wind of us, they'll signal to their comrades and we'll be trapped between an impregnable fortress and an army so vast it'll annihilate us."
Nish considered the prospect in silence. The moon went down and darkness settled over the mountains. The first light of dawn was but 10 minutes away. "We're going up. Pass the word. We must have absolute silence." The message was relayed back. Nish stuffed the rest of his journey bread into his pack, for his mouth was so dry he couldn't swallow. "Kletch," he said to the huge fisherman, "I'd like to have you with me."
"It will be an honor, Nish."
"I don't want you risking yourself," began Flid.
"My militia don't have the experience," said Nish. "I've got to lead them, and of all the sergeants I've ever met, I'd choose you to be my right hand, Flangers."
"I'll be there. It'll be just like old times,"
said Flangers. "And you, Chismool, to my left," Nish added, sensing that she was about to ask it. She could not bear to be parted from Flangers, though Nish suspected that this was going to be their final hour. "More than anything, I need a good pair of eyes and an unflinching heart." "I'm with you, Nish, to the bitter end." "Thank you." They roped together for the climb, not because it was particularly dangerous, but to be sure they kept close together in the dark. "Check your weapons, and follow me." 10. It would be the bitter end for him too, most probably, but Nish wasn't going to think about that. He slipped the sabre up and down in its sheath to be sure it would come free when he needed it, tested the knife on his other hip, and adjusted the serpent staff on his back. When everyone was roped up and ready, he went hand over hand down the broken ridge rock and onto the track. The chill breeze drifted up past him, carrying that faint tang of wood smoke, though the lights could no longer be seen. Nish didn't try to suppress his anxiety. He was right to be afraid before battle, and there was much to fear: ignominious defeat, or the price of victory if they should achieve it, and most of all, the loss of so many more friends. He cancelled all such dismal thoughts and concentrated on what he could see of the track, now no more than a glimmer of reflected starlight here and there. The path was about 400 paces up. He began to feel his way up the track, step by step, and knew that he was taking much too long. At this rate, dawn would expose them halfway, and even in this forsaken place there was no chance of the guards being asleep at their posts. In the Imperial Army, the punishment for neglecting one's duty was dire. He stopped for a second and Kletch ran into him, then caught his shoulder, steadying him. "I can't see a thing," Nish whispered. "We're too slow." "Let me go first," said Chismool, and without waiting for permission, she untied her rope and scrambled up past him. "I can see a bit, enough." They retied themselves and she went ahead, though Nish did not like it. It was his responsibility to lead, and during the war it had been second nature for him to be alert to all manner of dangers, expected and unexpected. Chismool was as solid as Flangers in her own way, but he felt the loss of control keenly. She was quick, though. The rope was tugging at his chest and he stepped forwards, trying to guess where she had put her feet on the broken rock. But before he found a secure foothold, the rope had tightened again and was pulling him off balance. "You're too fast for me," he said quietly. "Go any slower and Dawn will beat us." Chismul was off again. His heart was pounding and his palms felt sticky. He wiped them on his pants, stumbled when the rope jerked again, and would have brought her down with him had Kletch not held him up again. Nish did not think that the scuffling sound could have been heard, for they were still 300 paces below the pass, but sounds carried a long way across a bare mountainside, and if the enemy had scryers or wisp-watchers, they would be walking into a trap. Within minutes they had halved the distance without incident, though Nish was developing a cramp in his right calf, and the bruised and blistered soles of his feet were throbbing. "Stop! Cramp!" he whispered. Chismul stopped, and Nish was stretching his calf muscle when, from below, metal clacked on stone. He froze, for the sound had been loud enough to carry all the way up. "Down!" he hissed, and lay prone on the wet rock. "Don't move!" The order was relayed back in whispers, and he heard the faintest scrape of leather scabbards on stone as everyone lay prone. There was no sound from above, but without warning, the beam of a storm lantern stabbed down the slope from the slot, then began to sweep across the path from side to side. "Don't look directly at the lantern, sir," said Chismul. "It'll reflect off your eyes." Nish watched it from the corner of an eye, sweating. Had they been 50 paces further up, they would have been seen at once. Even at this distance, a keen-eyed sentry might spot them. The beam passed back and forth, moved down, then back and forth again. The guards were taking no chances. "They'll come down to make sure," he muttered. Maybe not," Kletch said. "The night is full of odd sounds when you're on guard duty." Nish eyed the defences, which he could see clearly now in the light from the lantern. The entry to the pass was a slot-like gash through sheer rock, barely wide enough for 3 men to fight abreast. Attacking the defenders in the slot, up such a steep slope, would put his militia at a massive disadvantage, while the enemy could fire down at them from the rock buttresses on either side. No wonder the pass was considered impregnable. A sharp edge of rock was digging into his breastbone, but he forced himself to ignore it. The next pass of the beam would come across Chismul, himself and flankers. The guards might not make them out at this distance, but any scryer with a wisp-watcher surely would, and Nish had an unnerving feeling that they did have a scryer. Holding his breath, he counted the seconds. The beam fanned across him, swept back further down, and went out. "Stay," he hissed. "Stay, stay, stay," was repeated down the line. A minute went by in silence, then, without warning, the beam swept back and forth, right over them. If anyone had risen, they would have been seen. The beam went out, but he waited another minute, feeling their chances ebbing away with every tick of his internal clock. Only minutes until dawn. "When we get near," Nish said quietly, "try to breathe shallowly so they don't hear us, and before you attack, don't forget to discard the ropes." While the word was passed back, he worked his leg muscles, hoping to prevent a last-minute cramp. After the brutal all-night march, he had just enough left for one brief onslaught, and it had better succeed. He would not have the strength for a second attempt, or even a long fight. "Go," he whispered. "Quick and quiet as you can." Chismul sprang to her feet as if starting a race, and Nish marvelled that she was able to. The rope pulled him forwards. He felt icy cold now, no longer afraid, and perhaps because of that his clear sight snapped on and he could see the track. She went as fast as it was possible to go up such a steep slope, and he went with her, counting the steps and concentrating on placing his feet squarely and softly. Behind him, Kletch was moving easily, his long legs covering a pace and a half with every stride, his huge feet finding a steady purchase on the roughest surface. They dropped over a lip of rock into a broad, shallow bowl, 3 or 4 spans deep and maybe 20 across. It had not been visible from below. The sudden descent was so unexpected that Nish would have sprawled on his face had the taut rope not held him up. At the bottom, grit squeaked underfoot, as if the rock here had been smashed by a mallet-wielding giant. He found his footing, moved carefully across to minimize the noise, and up the other, steeper side of the bowl. Ahead, the track curved left around a knob shaped like a bladder bat, then ran up steeply for the last 60 paces. Chismul turned around the knob, slipped, and her arms wheeled, but she found her feet and kept going. "Rope!" whispered Nish. They untied, dropped it to one side, and headed up the steep pinch, and Nish felt a faint hope that they would make it to the slot undetected. 50 paces to go, and his throat was burning. He was short of breath, and trying to breathe shallowly and quietly made it worse. Even so, he was making more noise than he cared to, and someone behind him was panting. 40 paces. He landed hard on a small rock, and his right ankle almost turned. He just managed to save it from going over, though he felt a stinging pain in the top of his left foot, and another shot up his leg. Had he pulled a muscle? He couldn't stop. 30 paces, and his leg began to throb. Now a cramp was building in his right calf. He tried to adjust his stride to stave it off, but that made the pain in his left leg worse. 20 paces, and he didn't think he could go much further, but he had to. Everything depended on surprise and the strength and determination of the leaders. If they failed, the troops behind could not make up the difference. He had to keep going, no matter how much it hurt. 10 paces. They had to burst through the narrow slot before the enemy realized they were there. If the sentries were alerted, even a handful of soldiers could hold the pass against his little force. Far below, someone lost their footing, fell with a stifled cry, and a shield went clattering down the rocky slope, making enough noise to rouse sleeping guards. But Clam's guards would always be at their posts. "Left!" hissed Flangers, and like the trained soldiers they were, Chismul, Nish and Kletch went left off the path to the span-high buttress blocking the left side of the pass. Flangers turned right. "I'll throw you two up and over," whispered Kletch. "Ready?" They shrank against the rock face as a guard loomed in the gap, drawing back the shutter of a lantern. Chismul touched Kletch's arm to signal that she was. He caught her under the arms and tensed. The metal shutter scraped, and the beam shone down the track, revealing the next 4 militiamen only 10 spans down. "We're under!" the guard cried, then died with Flanger's knife in his throat. He fell forward and down. Flangers tore the knife free and shouldered him off the path. As he did, Kletch sent Chismul flying up onto the top of the buttress, then took Nish under his arms, and with a mighty heave, hurled him after her. Nish landed in black shadow, wrenching his foot again, but recovered and lay prone. Flangers was thrown after him, landing like a cat, and caught his arm. "It's Nish," Nish said. "Chismul is ahead." Behind the buttress, a lantern was unshuttered momentarily, revealing a group of sentries coming to their feet, 6 or more. Good, Nish thought, squinting to protect his vision. They've just lost their night sight, and we still have ours. "We're under attack!" bellowed one of the sentries, and there were a few moments of chaos while they snatched up their weapons. "Reinforcements! Down to the eastern pass!" In the slot, sword clanged on sword. Kletch was trying to force the entrance to the pass all by himself. "We're in and they don't know we're here," whispered Flangers, and Nish could tell that he was smiling. The warrior was back in his element at last, and with his vast experience he was worth 3 ordinary soldiers. "I'll take these guards from behind. Go up, stay in the shadows and attack the reinforcements as they come." He crept down the upper side of the buttress. A long way up the pass, the embers of a small fire glowed faintly, as if through the cracks of a stone fireplace. The camp would be nearby, no doubt, and presumably the other, western entrance to the pass would also be well guarded, though Nish did not know how far away it was. He and Chismul headed up. Swords clashed at the slot. The leading militiamen would have reached Kletch by now. Unfortunately, they could only fight 3 abreast, and striking up such a steep slope would be at a severe disadvantage. And if Flangers fell... "We've got to stop the reinforcements," Nish said to Chismul. "I'll scout further up. Wait here to ambush any I miss." She drew her blade and ducked behind a rock outcrop. From below, Nish heard a grunt and a liquid gush, and prayed that the blood spilled was the enemy's. He ran on tiptoes up the pass, which broadened out towards its crest. Here it was 10 paces wide. It was almost pitch dark at this level, but the growing light had begun to illuminate the snowy top of each peak. The defenders guarding the eastern entry to the pass would be over the crest and down, but Nish did not think they would leave their posts without a direct order in case of an enemy attack from both sides of the range at once. He passed the campfire, but where was the camp? He could not see any tents. With a high-pitched whistle, a skyrocket shot up from behind the slot on a column of fire and burst high above the pass in thousands of red sparks that would be visible for leagues. Nish cursed. It was an emergency signal, and Klam's army couldn't miss it. The red glare starkly revealed the pass and a neat curve of supply tents 50 paces away against the cliff wall on the Whitethorn Peak. Scuffling came from the tents, soldiers pulling on their boots. 1 minute could mean the difference between victory and oblivion. Ignoring his bruised feet and throbbing leg, he raced for the tents and slashed the ropes along the outside with huge swings of his sabre, then did the same on the other side, collapsing the tents on their occupants. In the fading light of the skyrocket, he saw movement at the end of the closest tent. Nish crept down, and as the first head appeared, took a mighty swing and cut it off. Blood spurted in his face. He dashed it away with his sleeve. A soldier began scrabbling out of the third tent on hands and knees. Running at him, Nish thrust his sabre through the man's guard and into his side while he was still off balance. He wrenched out the blade, put his foot in the centre of the soldier's chest, and drove him backwards onto the next man. They were now coming out too quickly to attack. He ran into the darkness and limped back towards the slot, praying that his militia had won through. If it had not, it might be too late. There was still no light down here, which was to his advantage. He could hear people moving about and talking quietly, though it was impossible to tell if they were his troops or the enemy. He felt another prickle of fear. Had he miscalculated, leaving Chismool and Flangers to attack from the rear? She was not trained in hand-to-hand fighting, while Flangers was just one man. He continued, sabre bared, and just caught sight of the flash of steel swinging in a huge arc. "Kletch, it's me!" he cried, dropping to the ground. "What's going on?" "The gods are dead. We've done it, Nish. The pass is ours." "Not yet. Their reinforcements are on the way, maybe 30. We'll have to try and take them down as they come." "No, we won't," said Kletch. "There they are. Get down." He pulled Nish down flat. The running enemy was silhouetted in the dim light at the crest of the pass, and Kletch roared, "Fire!" A fusillade of arrows whistled overhead from Nish's archers, who were already through the pass, and many of the enemy reinforcements fell. A second salvo took down more, whereupon the rest turned and ran. "Now we have the pass," said Nish, feeling a quiet satisfaction that they'd won it at so little cost. But how long could they keep it? "Hold your fire," said Kletch. "Archers, this way." As he and Nish headed up to the crest, a second rocket shot up from further down the mountain behind them, bursting with an ice-blue flare that cast a cold light on the enemy dead and the snowy peaks to either side. The last of the reinforcements were bolting down towards the western gate of the pass. "That's Klam's answer," said Flid, stepping out from behind a crag and wiping his blade on one of the fallen soldiers. "He's on his way." 11. The light was growing rapidly now. "Come on!" Nish yelled. "We're not done yet. They still hold the western gate." He led half a dozen archers down the winding track, pieces of the slaty rock crunching underfoot. The pass was broader here, though it narrowed again towards the western entrance, which was several hundred paces below. It was guarded by 8 soldiers plus the 3 survivors from the tents, and a scryer with a wisp watcher. "I knew I'd sensed a scryer," he said to Flid. "Lucky he wasn't watching the eastern side," grunted Flid. "An attack from that side wasn't very likely, fortunately." "What do we do with them?" said Nish, though he already knew. With a mighty army approaching, he was going to need every fighter he had, and he could not afford to waste any on guarding prisoners. "Cut them down. That's what they were going to do to us." The archers fired and 2 of the enemy fell, but the scryer and the other soldiers scrambled over their barricade out of sight, and by the time Nish and Flid had reached the gate, they were way down the track, out of range. "I hope we're not going to regret allowing them to escape," Nish said, studying the defences. This gate of the pass was, if anything, even more difficult to attack than the other, for the track up to it followed the crest of a knife-edged ridge for the last couple of 100 paces. Only a handful of troops could walk abreast, and barely 3 for the last 50 paces, where the ground was extremely steep and broken. The enemy had built a low, dry stone wall across the entrance, only chest high, but a major obstacle on that slope. Nish would need 10 troops to man it, plus reinforcements within shouting distance. Clam's army was approaching from the other side of the range, but with the air sled he could drop soldiers anywhere, and both entrances to the pass might need to be defended at once. The light was growing rapidly, and for once it was not raining, though it was windy and dank. Now that the action had passed, Nish was cold and hungry, and he could feel every blister and ache. He sent a detail up to ransack the enemy bodies for weapons and provisions. "And when you've finished, dump them well down the track in Clam's path. I've got enough sick men and women without having rotting bodies spreading disease."
"Good idea," said Flid. "His troops will have to pass their dead comrades to get to us, and that won't be good for morale."
"They're professional soldiers. It'll take more than that to shake them."
"They're well trained, certainly," said Flid. "But the world has been at peace since Jal Nish crushed the last opposition 7 or 8 years ago. Most of his soldiers would never have seen real action, and no amount of training can make up for being blooded in mortal combat as your militia have been. Until men have experienced that, you never know which of them will fight, which will freeze, and which will run."
"I still remember my first battle," said Nish, with an involuntary shiver. The pass had been taken at little cost. 5 of the militia slain, 3 more severely wounded and unlikely to survive, plus the man who had fallen so noisily and raised the alarm. He had broken both legs and his right hip, injuries that doomed him up here. Kletch had several flesh wounds, while Chismul had lost most of her left ear to a skewering blow that could easily have killed her, and several others in the vanguard of the attack had minor injuries, but the rest of the militia had not seen action. Nish sent troops down to defend the eastern and western entrances and organised work details to begin laying dry stone walls across them so the enemy could not retake the pass as readily as he had done. The captured supply tents contained a good store of weapons, provisions and dry clothes. After ensuring that everyone was fed with the best there was to offer, and plenty of it, he had them change into clean, dry uniforms and sleep. Hewald came to Nish several times, bearing food and drink, but he took nothing. His stomach was still clenched so tight that he did not think he could get anything down. Satisfied that he'd taken care of his people as best he could, Nish and Flid climbed a spur of the Whitethorn Peak, where they could look down over the approaches to both eastern and western entrances. It was fully daylight now, and there was no one in sight in either direction, but with Clam's enormous army moving this way, Nish could not relax.
"Nice day," said Flid laconically.
Nish eyed him warily, unsure if he had recovered from yesterday's fit of bad temper. "Every day we stay alive is a nice day." Flid squirted brown wine from a wineskin into his mouth, gagged, swallowed, and made a face.
"Yuck! Tastes as though it's been strained through a camel's saddle blanket."
"Then why drink the filthy stuff? I can smell it from here."
"It numbs my guts."
"They're still troubling you, then?"
"With every breath, every step, and everything I eat. I curse the day I took renewal, Nish, and it's getting worse, not better. Some days I'd sooner be dead."
"I'm sorry, I hadn't realised it was that bad."
"Ah, well," said Flid, raising his wineskin again. "I knew the risks. Only great mancers can work the renewal spell at all, and more of them die than survive it. And of those who do survive, a good few wish they hadn't."
Nish couldn't think of any suitable response, so he sat down and looked around, and shortly Flid perched beside him. A watery sun peeped through the rushing clouds, but exposed to the wind as they were, it was chilly, though Nish was not unduly bothered by it. Having spent his early life in the frigid south, he preferred cold to the suffocating, clammy heat he'd endured since coming to Gendragore. Patches of snow and grainy ice, which had slid down the steep slopes of the Whitethorn Peak, lay in crusted heaps on those parts of the pass where the sun did not reach, though elsewhere the ground consisted of bare rock or slaty rubble. High above to their left, a ridge extended out into the enormous overhang he'd noted previously, resembling a beaky old man's nose. Its bridge and tip were covered in a thick sheet of ice, and as he stared at it, Nish's dormant clear sight flashed on for a few seconds, and he saw that at the end of the nose the ice was fissured. The wind howled around the bulbous tip and through a pair of shallow caves on the lower side, like flaring nostrils. "I hope that ice doesn't come down on us," he said, adjusting the staff, which had grown hot again.
"It looks solid enough,"
Flid said carelessly, offering a lump of cheese and the wine,
"though I dare say pieces fall off when the weather warms up."
"I think this is warm weather up here." Nish gnawed on a rind of cheese but did not take the proffered wineskin. He was too tired, and with the enemy likely to attack at any time, could not afford to dull his wits. "Well, Zervish, against the odds we did it."
"Very satisfactory,"
said Flid, rubbing his hands together.
"I never imagined we could take the pass at all, much less that we'd capture it at so little cost."
Nish looked down. "We lost 9 dead or doomed in the attack," he said quietly. "I don't call that a little cost."
"When you go to war, you have to expect casualties."
"I do, but I'll never get used to ordering my friends and comrades to their deaths." It was a disagreement they'd had many times over the years, and he did not have the strength to repeat it. Nish closed his eyes, but saw the blade pierce G's heart, then Forzel beheaded, and had to open his eyes again. For all the other deaths he was responsible for, recent and long ago, were waiting in line to torment him and undermine the small satisfaction he'd taken in the victory. "It's all right for you," his dead seemed to be saying, "but what about us?" And then there was Melis. He hadn't entirely given up hope, yet how could she have survived? "Still, I thank you," Nish added after a long pause.
"What for?"
said Flid, tearing at a dark strip of leathery dried meat, horse or buffalo. "For driving me to attempt the impossible. How did you know it was possible?"
"I didn't, but I couldn't let Clarm win, not until he's earned it, at any rate."
"You don't believe we can beat him?" Nish took off his boots and peeled off the filthy, slimy socks to inspect his feet, which were bruised, swollen, and had blisters upon blisters.
"You should have attended to your feet," said Flid. "What's the matter with you?"
"I had to take care of my troops first."
"The best way to take care of them is for you to be fit for action."
Flid stared down the eastern pass and said,
"Beat Clarm here? If we can, they'll have to make a new great tale about it, for it will surely be the greatest victory against the odds of all time."
"In Gendragore, I was told that a few hundred could hold this pass against an army."
"That's easy to say when you're 50 leagues away and full of piss and ale."
"Once we've walled off the 2 entrances," said Nish, "I reckon we might be able to hold it."
"We'll make them pay dearly for every life they take, but even if we could slay 10 of them for every man of ours, how can the result be in doubt? You've got 150 bone-weary troops if you count the cook's boy Hewald. Clarm has, 8 or 9,000? He can take losses of 60 to our 1 and wear us down. There comes a time when even the strongest man can no longer lift his sword, and then he falls. Or Clarm could simply starve us out, which would only take a week and a half."
"He can't wait that long," Nish said gloomily. "The really wet season is coming, and he's got to get his army down to the lowlands before it hits."
"Anyway, he's got the air sled," said Flid. "He can spy out our defences from above, then fly over the pass and drop 30 soldiers behind us and do it again and again. As long as he can fly, the result can't be in doubt. He may also have flappertors or other flying, flesh-formed beasts."
Nish's morale was sliding by the second, but he could not give in. The consequences were too dire. "We've got to think of a way to beat him," he said dully. A rain squall swept up the eastern side of the range towards them. Nish shivered and could not bear to wear his filthy, blood-stained clothes for another minute. "I'm going down."
"Good idea. Get some rest. You're going to need it."
"You haven't slept in days," Nish retorted.
"I can doze on my feet. I've got a lot to think about."
Taking the half-gnawed strip of meat from his mouth, Flid inspected it, looked disgusted, then put it back and headed further up the ridge, swinging the stave. The serpent's green eyes caught the light, and momentarily their gleam echoed Flid's own. Those times when he looked at the tears. Down at the eastern entrance, Nish found an exhausted flanger supervising a dozen militiamen who were blocking the slot and fitting broken rock together on top of the buttresses, raising walls there so they could not be scaled. Hewald was carrying stone up, running back and forth like a little dervish. Nish eyed the work distractedly. There didn't seem much point when Clarm could fly over on the air sled. Chismool was slumped on a rock at Flanger's feet, as pale as the snow. The bandage wrapped around her head was blood-stained over her missing ear, and she was shivering. "I'll take over," said Nish. "Get some rest, you two, and take everyone but the pass guards with you."
"You need rest more than I do, sir,"
Flangers said stubbornly. "It's an order. Lieutenant Flangers." Flangers turned around, staring at him disbelievingly.
"Sir?"
"No man who ever served me has deserved promotion more," said Nish. "But get moving. You're my best and most experienced officer, and I can't do without you. Well fed and rested."
"I might say as much to you, sir,"
Flangers said quietly. "Where are they?" said Nish that afternoon. "Why aren't they coming?" He had cleaned himself up, been to the healers, and slept for 5 restless hours. Now he was sitting on the wall above the partly blocked slot, looking down the approaches to the pass. It was afternoon, yet there was still no sign of the enemy, though the wind was wailing eerily between the peaks and the superstitious Gendragorians were muttering about evil ghosts and mad spectres coming for them in the night. Nish wasn't looking forward to darkness either. The weather was thoroughly miserable. Already they'd had rain, sleet and snow, and the last of the wood the enemy had left here had been burned. Several militiamen, miners back home, had dug chunks from a thin seam of oil shale in the wall of the unnamed peak and had managed to get the waxy rock to burn, though with clouds of pungent black smoke and a yellow flame that had little heat in it. Still, any fire was better than none, and it would be particularly welcome when night fell.
"They can't be far below us, can they?" said Chismool.
"It didn't look that way when they fired their signal rocket," said Flid. "I'd say Clam is deliberately holding back."
"Why would he do that?"
"He's a prudent man and he's used to controlling everything. We've shocked him twice in days." "Twice?" said Nish. "He lost 500 men in the lower clearing yesterday and he can't be sure why. Was that flood just an accident? Or did we make it happen with Mansory?"
"Or was a higher agency involved?" said Nish. "Stilkeen. And are we in league with it?"
"I hadn't considered that," Flid said thoughtfully, stroking his serpent staff. "Yes, if we could make him believe that." He rose, took a turn up the crest of the pass and back, warmed his hands at the oil shale fire, on which Hewald the cook's boy was stirring hot soup in a cauldron, and sat down again. "I don't think he will," Flid added. "But until Clam understands what happened yesterday and how we got away, he won't move against us. Boobalar will have spilled his guts, but he's an unreliable witness, and Clam will want to see for himself. He's probably searching the clearings and the river now and checking our dead."
"Before he attacks, he has to know I'm here," said Nish. "And Melis, and Igur, and you, his prizes and his enemies. If he knows I'm here, he's got to extract me alive."
"Of course he knows you're here. The guards who got away would have told him, and so would your friend Boobalar."
Nish yawned. "But not Igur or Melis. Boobalar wouldn't have known if they were among us."
Clam's other worry must be how he lost the pass. For a man who takes pride in controlling everything, this defeat would have been an even bigger shock. How did we survive the flood? How did we break his defences with so few? He's got to know before he moves. Get some more sleep, Nish."
"There's too much to do. I've got to find a way to neutralise the air sled, and his advantage is numbers."
"You're not indispensable, no matter how much you might like to think so."
Nish bridled until he realised that Flid was baiting him. 12. The afternoon passed, and most of the night without a sign of the enemy. An hour and a half before dawn, the mist began to lift.
"They're here," said Flangers.
Nish looked over the wall and saw a vast carpet of lights fanning out down the mountain from a few hundred paces below them. Though he had been expecting it, the sight so shocked him that he rubbed his eyes and looked again.
"It's still there," said Flid from his left, with a mirthless chuckle. "I wonder what Clam's plan is."
"It wouldn't matter if he was the best general in the world," said Flangers. "There's only one way to attack, and we've got it covered."
"We haven't got the air sled covered," said Flid.
Nish glanced upwards involuntarily, but saw nothing save the jutting, nose-shaped ridge of rock with the ice sheet on top. The cavities at the lower end were hung with icicles, like oozing nostrils. "Those icicles are hanging above the track," he said thoughtfully.
Do you reckon we could shoot some off down onto the soldiers as they come?
Pick the nose and flick it at the enemy, as it were. I like it, grinned Flid. Though even if you killed a dozen or two, it wouldn't make any difference.
It might worry the ones behind them.
Clam will drive them up no matter how scared they are. We need a better plan, Nish, a shocking, outrageous one. Your 150 simply can't hold off 8,000 or 9,000 in hand-to-hand fighting.
I'm finding your pessimism a trifle irksome, Flid, said Nish.
As I keep telling you, we can't win by defending this place no matter how stoically. Our only hope is to do something wild and unpredictable.
Like what?
Attacking Clam. I'm going after the air sled.
What? Cried Nish. It'll be too well guarded. How would you find it, anyhow?
I have a feeling my serpent staff might help.
How?
I think it can find the tears, said Flid.
That unnerving gleam was back in his eye. What was he really up to? Had the tears been his goal all along? And if he got them, what would he do? Nish wasn't sure whether to hope for his success or his failure.
I can't get the tears if that's what you're thinking, Flid said hastily. They're almost certainly set to attack anyone who tries to take them from their rightful owner. But I might be able to control the air sled if I had a good pilot.
Chismul? She'll never leave Flangers.
I think she will for the right price. Once you've experienced the wonder of flight, it's not easy to give it up.
Flid and Chismul had only been gone an hour, temporarily and to Nish's mind poorly cloaked in a trifling mansery Flid had worked with the mime mule, when dawn broke. Another blue rocket burst high above them, and the attack began, from both sides at once. So that's why Clam delayed so long, Nish said to Flangers as they ran down to the eastern pass, below which the main force was concentrated. He must have sent some of his troops around the mountain and over Liverleach, guided by Boobalar, and had to wait until they were in position. Flangers did not answer, for a company of the enemy's biggest and strongest troops had stormed up the track and reached the wall, with only 4 casualties to arrow fire. Half of the troops began to form living ladders in an attempt to boost men onto the recently constructed walls on top of the buttresses. The rest attacked the guards at the slot, which was now blocked with a head-high barrier of broken slate. The defenders fired through arrow slots in the barricades and hurled rocks down from the heights, and finally the 2 surviving soldiers broke and retreated, leaving their backs exposed. Neither survived. But Clam sent another attack and another after that, each time using as many men as could fit on the steep and narrow track, and as soon as each attack was beaten off, he ordered another squad up. After several hours, the gully track was littered with so many dead that the attackers could partially shelter behind them. Only the final 50 paces, so steep that the fallen kept rolling away, remained clear. Everyone took their turn in the slot, hacking down from the barrier at the soldiers trying to climb it, while the archers up top fired until their fingers were raw. The lancers thrust the living ladders away at spear point, and the swordsmen fought until they could no longer raise their blades, when they were replaced by fresh militiamen. Hewald was up on top of one of the dry stone walls, throwing rocks, along with Amy and another small woman, plus a militiaman who had been stabbed in the thigh and could not stand up. By mid-morning, at least 1,000 of the enemy had fallen, many to Jens the gnomish shoemaker's consummate knife work, in partnership with Stibble the blacksmith's skull-crushing hammer, but Nish knew it had made no difference. He took his turn at the eastern entrance and then the western. They were holding the enemy off, at little cost to themselves so far, but the militia were so few that any cost was prohibitive. He kept scanning the sky, expecting Clam to attack from the air sled or send a flight of flappeters after them. Flappeters bothered him most of all, for the huge, flesh-formed beasts could land on top of the defenders and smash down half a dozen of them with one sweep of their tails, or tear the dry stone walls apart, and either form of attack would mean the end. Flid had been right, but try as Nish might, he could think of no clever plan to turn the tables on his enemy. He kept praying that Flid would turn up on the air sled, but there had been neither sight nor sound of it. Flid and Chismul's suicidal plan must have failed. On the eastern side, where Clam had troops to burn, the attacks continued until the track was so slippery with blood that the enemy had to spread dry fern fronds on it before they could move. Nish's casualties were mounting too, and he could not afford any of them. All quiet at the western entrance, said Kletch, coming up to the top of the pass to report in the afternoon. We haven't been attacked in 3 hours. Why do you think that is? Said Nish, though he had a fair idea. I don't think they got many men over Liverleach Pass. That trek was hard enough for us, and we walk the mountains all the time. But Flatlanders, I'll bet half of them fell over the side. Kletch hawked and spat on the rocks to the side of the path, then headed down to his post. So they're saving their strength for the final attack, Nish mused, and it can't be far off. How many of us left, Lieutenant? Flangers was being rested from his duties at the eastern defences. Just under half. We have 71 still on their feet. We lost at least 50 killed, and the rest are too badly injured to fight. When I know all is lost, I'll put them out of their misery. I'll not have qualm taking them back for trial and torture. They're heroes, everyone, and they deserve heroes' deaths. My Gendragorians are as brave as any I've fought beside, Nish said quietly, and I'll see them honoured. Can we last until sunset? I don't know. Do we need to? Flangers had the look of a man expecting a miracle from Nish, but it wasn't going to happen this time. I was hoping Flid could pull something off as he's done so often before, but it doesn't look as though he and Chismool are coming back. I always thought it was a suicide mission, yet how could I ask her to stay behind when she could fly again? Flangers' lower lip trembled. He stiffened it. I couldn't hold her back just for me. And yet, said Nish, regretting having been so negative, if anyone can succeed at such an outrageous attack, it's Zervish. I'm not giving up hope. He lied, for Flangers' sake. For himself, Nish had given up hours ago. How could Flid hope to steal the air sled in the light of day in the midst of that enormous army? Chismool, said Flangers, bowing his head. This is the first time we've been parted since the fatal feast. Fatal feast? Said Nish, who was still thinking about Flid. 10 years ago, at the end of the war, when Jalnish turned up so unexpectedly. When he had ordered Irisis slain. With an effort, Nish shook off his gloom. I'm sure they're alive. Take heart, Flangers. We'll win through yet. You're right, said Flangers, brightening. Flid is probably waiting for darkness. Then we've got to hold out until he comes. I have a plan. I knew you'd come up with something, sir, said Flangers. What is it? His faith in Nish was touching, also burdensome. I'm going to climb up to that great nose of rock and see if I can knock some of the ice down on the enemy. Flangers' eyes lifted. How would you do that, sir? I've a mind to use my serpent staff. Nish didn't want to say too much about that because he wasn't sure it would work. Indeed, he didn't know why he thought it might, save that the staff felt right in his hand, and previously Flid had hinted that Nish might be able to use it when the time came. Sometimes he felt as though the staff was waiting for him to use it, and that was worrying. Why had Stilkeen left it there? And if it was a trap, what would happen if he did use it? Still warm, is it? Warm as ever. It might make a difference, Flangers said doubtfully. It's not much of a plan, but it's the only one I've come up with. The ice is directly above the track, and if I can knock enough of it, it might kill 50 of the scum, even 100. It won't stop them, though. No, said Nish. But if it delays them for an hour or two, it'll gain us the time we need, assuming Flid was coming. Flangers, a good soldier to the last, said, How long do you need? Nish studied the ice-covered overhang. Climbing up there would take more than an hour, and even if he succeeded in dislodging some ice onto the enemy, it would take another hour to return. There was just enough time to do it before dark, as long as nothing went wrong. 3 hours? If we haven't succeeded by then, we never will. I'll take Kletch, he's a good climber. Then go. We'll give you 3 hours, whatever it takes. 13. Kletch studied the route up to the nose-shaped ridge, rubbing his bristly jaw, which was covered in black stubble like fine wire. He turned in a circle to check the sky, what could be seen of it between the towering peaks. Nish felt his stomach churn, for the clouds were growing blacker by the minute and the light was fading. It could rain at any moment, and whether it fell as water, sleet or snow, it would make the climb immeasurably more difficult. We can't do it by ourselves, said Kletch. You sure? I'm a good climber, but not that good. Spent too much time fishing. Besides, I'm too heavy to lead, and if I slip, we both die. We need a mountaineer."
Nish frowned. One man less at the defences could mean the difference between
"A quick defeat and a slow defeat," said Kletch, grinning.
Nish marvelled at the Gendragorian's capacity to laugh in the most desperate situations.
"Precisely. Who would you suggest?"
"Amy," said Kletch after a long pause. She was born near the range of ruin, and she's the best climber I know." He sounded wistful.
"But she's not much bigger than my thumb." That was a gross exaggeration, but Amy, who had gone down on the rope after Boobalar escaped, barely came up to Nish's shoulder and was gracile as a reed.
"People are always putting her down because she's so little, Nish," Kletch said with a hint of reproach. "It's tough for her, and she tries so hard. You've seen her climb. Amy's light and strong, like a gecko. She can go places that lumps like me and you would never dare." He was glowing as he enumerated her qualities. "She's clever, too, and she doesn't have the reach to fight at the slot, so the defences aren't losing anything if she comes with us."
"All right, if you can convince her. This is a volunteer mission, remember."
"She'll volunteer," said Kletch. "The thing is—"
"Yes?"
"Amy feels a bit useless. She can't take her place in the front line, and she's too small to be a good archer. She can't pull a full-size bow. And she sure can't cook."
Their cook had been killed down in the clearing, and Nish remembered Amy's solitary turn on cooking duty with horror. He would not have thought it possible for anyone to make their dreadful food worse, but she had done it. "All right, go and get her." Kletch came back with Amy beside him, taking 3 skipping strides to his 1. She wore her dark hair in a single plait over her left shoulder, and her round brown eyes were fixed on Nish with all the seriousness of a child. Indeed, she looked about 12, and Nish, who was in his mid-30s, suddenly felt Flid's age. "How old are you, Amy?"
24.
Her voice was high, childlike and defensive, little wonder being a mature woman, yet always being looked upon as a girl.
"What do you want me to do?"
"Save us," said Kletch, looking down at her fondly.
"Don't mock me," she snapped. "I thought you, of all people—"
She broke off, looking confused, though not as confused as Kletch.
"I would never mock you," he said.
Nish realised that he had often seen them together. Did they fancy each other? They would make an odd couple, though not the oddest Nish had ever seen. "Come over here." He led her to the other side of the pass, where there was a better view of the mountain towering above them. "How do you rate our chances, Amy?"
"We're all going to die,"
she said, without expression. "I agree, unless we can come up with a clever new way to attack the enemy. We've killed well over 1,000 of them today, and General Clam must have lost at least as many again on the way here to fevers, falls, tropical ulcers, dysentery and the like. But that still leaves thousands of men.
"What do you want me to do?"
See the great overhang up there, shaped like a nose? It projected from the mountainside for over 100 spans before ending in an up-tilted knob where the greatest depth of ice had accumulated, many spans deep. She looked up and sniggered.
"The Emperor's warty pizzle, we call it."
Amy faltered, as if remembering that Nish was the son of the God Emperor, and despite everything that had been done to him, might take offence at insults to his father. He restrained a smile. "And the huge mound of ice, if we can knock a bit of it off, down on the enemy?"
"You'll never do it," said Amy. "The ice will be welded tight to the rock. It would take an earthquake to shake it loose."
She was quick. Nish had to grant her that. "There's a fissure near the end. I saw it with my clear sight earlier. If I can get to it, I might be able to send the ice below the fissure sliding off the Emperor's, pizzle."
"How would you do that, Nish? It's really thick there."
He swung the serpent staff off his back. It felt warmer than before, almost hot. Remember how this glowed white-hot after Stilkeen embedded it into the rock? Those fires still burn inside it, and once I set them free, if he could, Nish prayed he wasn't taking Amy and Kletch up there for nothing. She shivered and moved a little closer to Kletch, who swallowed. Few Gendragorians were comfortable with Mansory, and there could be no more deadly or unknowable power than Stilkeen's.
"All right,"
said Amy. I reckon I can get you up there, and maybe you can lever off some ice with your hot snake. But how do we stop the ice taking us with it?
I don't know, said Nish.
Or are you asking us to commit suicide?
I would never ask that of anyone. You're the climber. Tell me how we can do it and survive.
There are ropes and climbing irons in one of the enemy's supply tents, said Amy. There might be a way, but I won't know until I get there.
You mean we're going up onto the noose without knowing if there's any way down, said Kletch.
Yes, she said softly, though a big dumb lump like you could bounce all the way down on your head without doing any damage.
He grinned. Kletch wasn't easily offended. You can jump after me and use my belly for a pillow.
It's doughy enough, she snapped, though Kletch was all muscle.
Is that a yes? Said Nish.
Yes, said Amy. We'll head up that cleft.
She pointed to it. We'd better move, said Nish. Try to keep out of sight. If Clam sees us up there, he might guess what we're up to and pull his troops back out of danger.
We'd be doing some good then, said Amy. Let's go.
You'll need a coat, said Nish, for Amy, like the rest of the militia, wore only a long-sleeved shirt, pants and boots.
It'll be freezing up there. I haven't got one. No one wears coats in Gendragore. It's too hot.
And the enemy greatcoats would go around her 4 times, said Kletch. She can't climb like that.
Then we'd better be quick. I am quick, said Amy, but I'll bet you won't be.
They gathered ropes, climbing spikes and hammers. Nish slung the serpent staff over his back, and where its spirals pressed against him, he could feel the sluggish, churning heat. The warmth would have been welcome had it come from any other source, but how could anything left behind by Stilkeen be trusted? Besides, he still did not know how to liberate its heat, assuming it was possible. He felt like a fraud. What would Amy and Kletch think if they knew how little hope he had? And what if his clear sight let him down again? Though only mid-afternoon, it was almost as dark as twilight and getting darker. As Amy reached for the first handhold, it began to rain, big freezing drops with pellets of ice inside. Wisps of mist formed all across the mountainside, and the base of the clouds had moved steadily down during the afternoon. It was not far above the top of the nose-shaped ridge now. The mist would help conceal them, but if the cloud base dropped much lower, they'd be feeling their way in the fog. They might not reach the ice sheet before dark, and certainly would not get down again. The slope here was about 50 degrees, yet Amy was already 3 spans up and climbing like that gecko. Kletch had been right. She was light, agile, and perfectly suited to this kind of work. Not so fast, Kletch called, looking more bear-like than ever. He wiped his wet face on the back of his arm and followed, grunting with the effort. Nish was only a span up the slope when there came a roar from the eastern side and the furious clash of weapons. His heart jumped, and he turned to go down, for the defences could not be seen from here.
Flangers will handle it,
Kletch said quietly. And if he did not, there was nothing Nish could do. He had to put all other concerns aside and concentrate on his own job. The first 20 spans were an easy climb, since the rock in the cleft was broken and provided good foot and handholds, though above, the cleft broadened and became shallower until it was just a crease in the side of the mountain. Amy was growing up rapidly, clinging with fingers and toes to handholds that Nish could not even see. Kletch was also moving steadily, but when Nish tried to climb out of the cleft, his body felt heavy, his arms and legs weak, and his blistered feet shrieked. The serpent staff seemed to weigh twice as much as before, and it was hot now. I'm not up to this, he thought. I'll never get there. But that's why Amy and Kletch were with him. I'm going to need a hand, he called. She came down to him.
Sorry, Nish, I keep forgetting you're a Gwishin.
A what?
It means a foreigner and a flatlander, rumbled
Kletch, his chest heaving as if he were holding back laughter. He exchanged glances with Amy, and a small light danced in her dark eyes. Nish suspected Gwishin also had a rude meaning, for the Gendragorians were fond of vulgar jokes, though if it did, they would never tell him. I wouldn't exactly call myself a flatlander, he said. My homeland is rugged enough, though it's in the far south and much colder than here. No one would ever go climbing there for fun. Amy stood up on the steep slope, not even holding on. Her slender fingers were blue from cold.
She rubbed them together and put them into her armpits. How could anyone live in such a miserable place? We lived well enough, said Nish. I remember sitting by the fire when I was little. Yes, said Amy, when he did not go on. It doesn't matter. Nish hadn't thought about his childhood in years, and he did not want to now. He had been fond of his sister, who had died a long time ago, but he had not got on with his hard, ambitious father, nor his 3 older brothers, also dead now, who had been just like their father. His mother had been cool and distant, and had driven her children relentlessly. Where was she now? She had abandoned Nish after he'd been hideously maimed in a larynx attack 13 years ago. Had that rejection driven him to become the power-crazed loner who had hunted down the profane tears, then murdered his own men so no one would realize he had them? Nish often wondered what had turned his father from a hard, calculating man to a thoroughly evil one. He also worried that in trying to overthrow him, he might end up as bad. Nish, said Amy. Sorry, what did you say? You'd better take these. She had 3 metal spikes in her hand, each with a ring at the end. As soon as we start hammering spikes into the rock, they'll know we're climbing, and it won't take Clam long to work out where we're going. What can he do about it? Said Amy. A lot with the air sled. These aren't normal climbing irons, said Kletch. They must be specially made for the Imperial Army. Amy handed Nish one. They're split. You jam it in a crack, wind the ring on the end, and it pulls tight. The climbing iron was beautifully made, which came as no surprise. Nish's father had always been fascinated with machines and devices, and as the God Emperor he had the means to indulge that passion without limit. Nish turned the ring, holding the spike tightly in his other fist, and the 2 split pieces of metal moved outwards, forcing his fist open. We tested them yesterday, said Amy. They're easy to tighten, and 1 spike can hold twice Kletch's weight when it's seated in good hard rock. She threaded a length of rope through 3 spikes, knotted it, and tied the other end tightly around Nish's chest. Put the rope over my staff, said Nish. I wouldn't want to drop it. As she was doing so, he looked up the mountain and swallowed. Even with irons, it wasn't going to be easy to climb up the bulge above them. Distantly, he could hear the clang and clash of weapons at the slot. He should be down there, helping them. Nish was the most experienced fighter they had, apart from Flangers, and if he fell, the defenders would be leaderless. The best way to help them is to get this job done, said Kletch. Again, Nish wrenched his thoughts back to the here and now. Amy, who was moving steadily up, called, There's a good crack here. Climbing was awkward with the serpent staff tied to his back, but Nish heaved himself up to the crack and pushed in the first of his irons. When he turned the ring, the split spike pulled so tightly against the sides of the crack that no heave could budge it. There must be mancery in this spike, or the most brilliant craftsmanship, he thought, ruefully remembering his days as a barely competent prentice artificer. Nish had used climbing irons before, the kind that one hammered in, usually whacking one's fingers in the process, and these were a luxury. He inserted his 3 in a vertical line, stood on the middle spike, and stretched down to twist out the lower one, but could not quite reach. He'd put the spikes too far apart. Unslinging the serpent staff, he went to poke the point of its tail through the ring, but as he touched it, the ring rotated, pulling the split spike together, and it fell out of the crack to hang from his rope. Another marvel. He went up quickly after that, and within minutes had joined Amy and Kletch at the top of the bulge, where a nodular protrusion was wide enough to sit on, assuming one had no fear of heights. Nish wasn't terrified of heights, but he had a healthy respect for them, so he pushed in a spike first and tightened the rope around his chest. The cloud base was just above their heads now, an undulating layer of white, cutting off all sight of mountains and sky. I'm not looking forward to going up through that, said Nish. How are we going to find the way? But you studied the side of the mountain from the pass, said Amy. Surely you remember where to go. I'm not good at that kind of thing. She looked at him pityingly. Lucky you've got us. I give thanks for my good fortune every minute, he said dryly. From here we head up to the right, she said, around the curve of the mountain towards the bridge of the nose. If the wind comes up and blows the clouds away, anyone looking up will see us, so we'd better be quick. Rope together now, said Kletch. They did so. Amy scrambled up through the cloud base and they followed into a clammy whiteout where Nish could barely see the rock he was clinging to. The slope wasn't as steep here and there were more handholds, but every surface was wet and it was very cold. He had not been really cold for a long time, before he'd come to Gendragore, certainly 6 weeks ago. The wind had dropped and it was only drizzling now, though it was darker than ever and another downpour could not be far off. Nish tried to move faster, but it proved impossible in the miserable conditions. There was no sound save their heavy breathing, the click of metal spikes on stone, and, muffled through the fog, intermittent sounds of fighting below at the slot. The rope running up from his chest faded into whiteness within a span. He could see nothing save the moss and lichen-covered rock. There was no other sign of life, no sounds from above, and after a while his mind began to play tricks on him. Was he heading up the slope or down it? His eyes told him down, even though the strain on his legs proved he was going up, and now he began to doubt that there was anyone else on the other end of the rope. What if he reached the top and Jal Nish was waiting there, luring him to Stilkeen? The idea was absurd, but it would not go away, for there was no end to his father's cunning, and he loved to set people up, allowing them to think they'd won, just for the pleasure of bringing them down and crushing them utterly. He had sacrificed an army once so that Nish would think he'd had a great victory, then mocked him for believing it. The revelation had been shattering. Only now was Nish recovering his self-confidence. "Kletch," he said softly. "Is something wrong?" Kletch replied. "No, I just wanted to be sure you were there." "Where else would he be?" came Amy's high, scornful voice. "This mountain is an uncanny place," muttered Kletch. "I feel it too." They headed across an icy patch where Nish never felt secure despite the spikes. The mist was thinner here, Kletch a lumbering shadow a couple of spans ahead. Nish only saw Amy fleetingly, but he could hear her teeth chattering, and once she must have dropped a spike, for he heard the metal ring off a rock and her muffled curses. "I'm level with the Emperor's Wadi Pizzle," she called shortly, shivering in her thin clothing. "What now?" Nish climbed up to her. A few spans to his right, the rock swelled into a broad, out-jutting ridge crusted with smooth ice, the bridge of the nose. Nothing could be seen beyond that, though he knew that the nose broadened further down before a knob of black rock at the tip, which acted as a dam for the ice. Somewhere, way down there, was the floor or fissure he'd seen with clear sight, but unless it returned, there was no way of telling where the floor was. "Down to the end. I'll know the spot when I get to it," he hoped. "I'd better go first." He edged across, only now appreciating what he was trying to do. The bridge of the nose was about 20 spans across and ran down steeply. The ice sheet was thin here, but he'd seen from below that it grew ever thicker towards the tip. Kletch anchored the rope to a spike, tested it, and nodded. Nish moved down onto the ice, which felt rough beneath his boots, though it looked smooth further down, where the wind swept across the top of the ridge. Amy stopped at the edge of the ice sheet and waited. He continued slowly, choosing each step with care. "I can't see any cracks. We'll have to hammer spikes directly into the ice." "They'd want to go awful deep," said Amy, and for the first time he could hear tension in her voice. "Solid rock is one thing, but trusting our lives to brittle ice is quite another." "They'll hear us hammering," said Kletch. "Can we scramble along the side of the nose?" Nish's throat tightened at the thought. This side was almost sheer, and the dark, granular stone was partly covered by overhanging ice like the roof of a thatched cottage, with down-thrusting icicles as long as javelins. That would take forever, and I'm already worried about the time. We'll have to risk the bridge of the nose. He headed down the ice. The first few steps were secure enough, where the surface was corrugated, but beyond that point the ice was glassy where it had partly melted and refrozen, and there were no crevices in it. Taking a hammer from his pack, Nish bent to tap a spike into the ice, and his feet went from under him. He landed on his back, banging his head painfully, then slid over the edge, and there was nothing he could do about it. He tried to jam the spike into the ice, but he was moving too fast. "Brace!" cried Kletch, but Amy did not have time. Nish's weight pulled her off the ridge, and they fell together, separated by a span and a half of rope. The rope pulled tight around Nish's chest and he stopped with a jerk that snapped his head backwards. Above him, Amy cried out as his weight tightened the rope around her chest. If Kletch lost his footing, his massive weight could rip the climbing iron out of its crack. He grunted, and Nish saw him being pulled forwards, but Kletch bent his knees to absorb the shock and slowly stood up. "I've got you. Don't struggle or swing on the rope. It's slippery underfoot." Nish revolved on the end, the rope so tight around his chest that he could hardly breathe, and one of the hot curves of the serpent staff was gouging into the middle of his back. His head swam. He closed his eyes until it passed, and when he opened them again, Kletch was pulling himself backwards until his boots were on firm rock. He heaved on the rope, and Amy gasped. "What's the matter?" he cried, peering anxiously at her. "Think I've broken a rib," she said in a high voice. "Don't jerk the rope like that." "Sorry." He began to draw in the rope smoothly, hand over hand, watching her all the while. Nish could see the strain on her face, the spasms that racked her with every movement, no matter how careful Kletch was, and it could not be otherwise with Nish's weight pulling the rope crushingly tight around her little frame. If the broken rib punctured a lung, she would die. He shook off the morbid thoughts. There was nothing he could do to ease her pain save to keep as still as possible. "Hurry it up, you big oaf!" said Amy, her voice cracking. "Slow is nearly as bad as fast." Kletch pulled her up, tied her to a spike, and she lay on her back while he recovered Nish, then unfastened her chest rope. Nish undid his own. His ribs were aching and he could feel a groove around his sides where the rope had cut into him. Amy pulled up her shirt. Kletch flushed and looked away. "Don't know nothing about healing," he mumbled. Nish crawled across. "I've seen plenty of broken ribs on the battlefield." Her ribcage wasn't much bigger than a large turkey's. One rib, low down under her left breast, was clearly broken, and the surrounding flesh was bruised and swollen, though he did not think there was any internal damage, so far. He managed to bend the broken end of the rib out a little. She clenched her teeth, and tears formed in her eyes, but she did not cry out. Nish knew he would have. "Is that the only broken rib, Amy?" "How would I know?" she snapped. "I'll have to check." Her cheeks went a ruddy colour, then she pulled her shirt up above her little breasts. "Get on with it." He traced the ribs along one by one, and she winced several times, though she made no sound. "Nothing else broken," said Nish, binding her chest with strips of cloth torn from the tail of his shirt to immobilise the rib as much as possible. "Though you're going to be sore." Amy whipped her shirt down again. "We came to do a job, so let's get on with it." 14. "We can't risk the ice again," said Kletch, "and the rock on this side looks solid all the way along. I don't see anywhere we can put in a spike." "Then we'd better go to the other side," said Nish. Having come this far, he was determined to find a way. Another round of sword blows echoed up from the slot. Or were they coming from the western side of the pass? He could not tell. But if the militia were being attacked in force from the western side as well, it must surely signal the final onslaught. They roped together, though this time Kletch fashioned rope harnesses which would distribute the strain more evenly if they fell. Nish did not want to contemplate that. He would not be so lucky a second time. "I'm not sure about this crutch rope," he said. Whichever way he moved it, it lay across a sensitive part of him. "If I fall, it's really going to hurt." Amy smirked, which in the circumstances he had to ignore. "This time I'll go first," she said pointedly. "You're not a good enough climber to go along the side of the nose. Stay here until we get back." "I can't," Nish said tersely, for his chest hurt more every minute, and he wondered if he might also have broken a rib. "You don't know where the floor in the ice is. You said it was near the end of the nose. That's a big area. Besides, you don't know how to shift the ice." "How are you going to shift it?" said Kletch. "With the serpent staff," he hoped. It had grown hot when he'd first seen the fissure in that flash of clear sight. Amy gave an audible gulp. Kletch's eyes flickered nervously away. "All right, follow me," she said. "Kletch, don't move until Nish is spiked down, and whatever you do, don't fall. We'd never haul your great mass of blubber up again. We'd have to cut you loose." The joke fell flat, for they all knew it to be true. Her eyes glistened. Then she turned away abruptly and began to move along the outer curve of the nose, just before it dropped away, almost sheer. The ice sheet formed a thick, curved cap over the top and overhung the sides, ending in a ragged fringe of icicles, many as thick around as Nish's thigh.
"If we climb in underneath the ice, we might find it easier," said Amy.
Nish doubted it, but he wasn't the mountaineer, so he nodded stiffly.
"Fix on tight," she added. "I'll swing in."
He fixed a spike in the crack, checked it twice, and said, "Go." Amy lowered herself over the edge, between a pair of icicles, and began to swing back and forth, a spike ready in her right hand. The rope tightened on Nish's harness, digging into his chest and groin. He could hardly bear to watch as she moved in and out between the icicles, and could not see how she could get a grip on the steep rock behind them, halfway down the side of the nose. The rope tightened, and she didn't come out.
"Amy?"
he called, his voice cracking. If she fell, he would not know until her weight came onto his line. After a long pause, she said,
"Fixed in good and tight, come down."
He glanced up at Kletch, who nodded. "Ready." Nish looked over the edge, not liking the thought of hanging over that terrible fall again, with just a rope between himself and oblivion, especially since it could all be for nothing. What if he got to the floor in the ice and could not unleash the fire in the serpent staff? What if clear sight failed him again? He unclenched his jaw, which he'd clenched so tightly that his back teeth were aching, and began to go down. Shortly, he was hanging on the line, looking in underneath the ice. Amy was standing up on a narrow ledge, holding the rope for him.
"Swing in between the icicles," she called.
He swung his legs back and forth, though it did not move him inwards measurably. He swung harder to no effect.
"Sorry, I'm just not a mountaineer." "I'll have to pull you in," sighed Amy, rolling her eyes.
She gave a great heave on the line just as Nish swung forwards, legs wide, and he tilted over and slammed, groin first, into an icicle the width of a flagpole.
"Ah!"
he roared, then cut off the involuntary cry, praying that it had not been heard. Tears welled in his eyes. He doubled up as the pain rang right through him and began to revolve on the rope.
"Sorry,"
said Amy, turning him the other way until the rope untwisted, then pulling him between the icicles, under the lip, and onto the ledge. Nish lay there with his knees drawn up, for the pain was so bad that he could not move. By the time it began to diminish, Kletch was down and onto the ledge without incident.
"We'll leave that spike in place," said Amy, "so we can get out again."
She looked down at Nish, evidently deciding that he was all right and it was time to get her own back. A mischievous light danced in her round eyes.
"Do you want me to check in case you've broken something?"
Kletch chuckled. Why was a blow to the male groin so damned amusing?
"No thanks," Nish said curtly. "Can we get on?"
"It looks like an easy climb from here down to the knob of the Emperor's Pizzle," said Amy, still grinning. "We can follow this ledge most of the way, then step down onto a lower ledge for the last bit." The ledge sloped outwards, was icy, and at no point was more than Nish's foot's length across. Yet, compared to what they had done already, it would be an easy path. He could just make out the lower ledge in the drifting mist, but not where it led to. With the marvellous split spikes securely embedded in the rock, he felt relatively safe negotiating the upper ledge and then the lower one until it petered out at the side of the knob. Here the mass of ice overhung so thickly that even when Amy swung well out from the ledge on her rope, she could not see the side.
"It's worse than I thought," she said, swinging back. "I don't know how we're supposed to get up on the top from here. Where was the floor in the ice sheet, Nish? It can't have been far from here, I hope. Keep looking, I'll try my clear sight again. While you do, we'll go under and check the other side."
Kletch and Amy spiked on and made their way under the tip of the nose out of sight, leaving Nish alone on the ledge. He checked that his spikes were tight and his rope secure and closed his eyes, the better to use clear sight. It didn't come, but he was not unduly concerned. He often had to fight to get anything out of it. He'd always supposed that was due to his clear sight being created by his father's profane tears, and they would not want to help him unless he was in the most dire peril. It was miserable here, for the overhanging ice seemed to be radiating cold down on him, while the icicles reminded him unpleasantly of the bars of his stinking cell in Mazahaiza prison, where he'd spent 10 agonizing years, aching with grief for Irisis, fighting his father, and failing every time. The wind had picked up and began to shake the transparent tips of the icicles, fetching brittle notes out of them. He strained until his heart pounded and he felt it skip a couple of beats, but the cursed clear sight told him nothing. A shriek echoed up from the slot, someone dying in agony. How many of his militia were left out of the 500 who had set out from Gendragore in such high spirits a few weeks ago? 50? 40? 30? At this rate they'd all be dead by sunset, Nish thought. I gambled with their lives and lost. The wind was hissing between the icicles now, generating a mournful humming like a hymn for the dead. The mist whipped around him, then thinned until he could see, as though through a strip of gauze, the enemy advancing steadily up the gully towards the eastern entrance. The line appeared to extend down for half a league, and they were moving with deadly purpose. Had the pass fallen? He could not tell, for a patch of mist clung to the slot. He strained to see through it, heart hammering, then it blew away and he made out his proud, exhausted defenders standing in an arc behind the blocked entrance, ready to reinforce the men holding it when they fell, or became so exhausted that they could no longer wield a sword. Tears stung his eyes. He tried to count the defenders but could not complete the tally, for they kept moving. Certainly less than 50, though. And the enemy? Nish could tell without counting that there were 300 or 400 on the upper track, while the blur of red uniforms extended down the gully and spreading across the lower mountainside to their encampment must contain thousands of men. They did not matter, though. The hundreds on the upper track were sufficient to finish the job, and even if he could wipe a few dozen out with some falling ice, it would amount to no more than a punch in the nose for Clam. The end was no longer in doubt. I don't suppose it ever was, Nish thought wearily. Did I ever really hope to defend the pass and hold the enemy back? Only around the campfire on the first few days, when the wine was flowing and the Gendragorians were treating the affair as a great adventure, a walk in the mountains and then a triumphant return unscathed. They had never expected to see the enemy, much less fight them, for the range of ruin had, one way or another, beaten every army to invade their little nation in the past 1,000 years. Nish had hoped and prayed that it would defeat his father's army too, though deep down he'd known that it would not. Nish was too powerful and too careful. He could not bear to lose, so he made sure he thought of everything that could go wrong before he set out. Everything except Stilkeen. Distantly, Nish made out the gentle tapping of Amy inserting her spikes into ice. Nish could tell it was her because she did it delicately, while Kletch drove his spikes home with a single forceful blow. It didn't sound as though they would be back in a hurry, and now, studying the arrangement of forces below, Nish knew the end was not far away. If he was to bloody Clam's nose in a last futile act of defiance, he had to act at once. Taking the serpent staff off his back and gripping it below the head, he held it up. Again he sensed that fiery heat churning within it. His head throbbed twice, and the eyes of the serpent appeared to blink, though when he looked again they were solid iron like the rest of it. But the ice wasn't. The light brightened a little, and he saw that some distance beyond the end of the ledge, the overarching dome of ice had a flaw in it. It was visible as a faint blue line curving across the base. Was that the fissure he'd seen from below, with clear sight? He could not tell from here. He had to get closer. "Kletch!" he yelled. "Amy, I think I found it!" No reply. He called again, but did not expect an answer, for they must be on the other side of the nose by now, and his voice would not be heard over the wind. There wasn't time to go after them. The slot could be taken in minutes, and once it had been, the pass would be lost and their efforts up here would be wasted. The serpent staff was even hotter now, almost burning him. Was it trying to tell him something? It had to be, and acting on intuition, Nish poked the ice at the end of the ledge with the tail. Sss! The ice liquefied, revealing that the ledge continued on. Anxious about the time, he unfastened his rope, left it hanging from the spike, and stepped out, his boots taking a comforting grip on the rough surface. He prodded again and again, with a faint hiss. The ice turned to water, revealing the ledge beneath. Nish wasn't consciously doing anything with the art. He had no gift for it, so it had to be the staff. To test it, he reached behind him and prodded a wart of ice sticking out from the side. Nothing happened, yet whenever he touched the ice ahead, it liquefied. How did the staff know where he needed to go? Was it still linked to the caduceus or to Stilkeen? Surely it must be, because he was doing what Stilkeen wanted. Afraid that he was, Nish grounded the staff for a moment, then continued, knowing that he had no choice. The ice grew even thicker above him, the curved floor brighter, but how was he to dislodge the ice from beneath and survive? Or was he meant to die in the attempt? He looked back, but there was no sign of Kletch or Amy. He prodded the rock ahead. This time nothing happened. Had he used up the power of the staff already? Surely not. It belonged to an immortal being. He reached towards the curving floor in the ice, and it melted and flowed before he had touched it. The staff was definitely leading him, but where? How could it know anyway? And then he had a really unpleasant thought. What if Stilkeen could see out of the serpent's eyes? He shuddered and almost threw the staff away, thinking that he had held a live iron snake. Or did its master maintain a presence within it? He started to turn the head of the staff towards him, then stopped hastily. If Stilkeen was looking out through those eyes, Nish definitely did not want to look into them. With no other choice, he followed the path which the staff was melting, up through the base of the ice just before that curving fissure. Now, with each probe of the serpent's tail, the ice above him turned to water and gushed down on his head and shoulders. Nish had to keep wiping his face before the water re-froze. Shaking from the cold, he dragged himself up the slick-walled meltwater cavity by digging a spike into the ice. His clothes crackled with every movement and shed tiles of ice below him. His boots filled with water, but Nish dared not stop to empty them. There wasn't time. He squelched up and up, feeling the water turning to a churned-up mush in his boots. He had to stamp harder to keep the blood circulating. He had climbed several spans up into the ice sheet, following a path coiled like a corkscrew, and with every step it grew darker. What would happen if he reached the floor? Indeed, in such gloom, how would he know he had? What if he broke through it? If the ice at the tip of the nose began to slide with him inside, there would be no way out. Stilkeen's revenge? And yet one quick death was much the same as another, and there was no point dwelling on it. He continued corkscrewing up and shortly realized that it was lighter above him than below. He must be near the top of the ice sheet. Quick, now! Nish thrust up the tip of the staff as hard as he could, and with a hiss like water spilled on a hot plate, broke through. He scrambled up onto the top of the ice and found that the rising knob at the end of the great nose was not far below him, like the wall of a dam holding back the monumental mass of ice. He scuttled down the slippery surface, over a narrow, deep crevasse, a couple of spans from the end of the ice sheet, and thence onto the solid, secure rock of the knob. Behind him, the crevasse in the ice went down for spans. It had to be in the floor he'd seen from below. But would the staff unbind the ice below the crevasse and make it fall? He crawled to the tip of the knob and peered over, careful not to make a silhouette against the sky. His militia still held the slot, but bands of the enemy were hauling up scaling ladders made from slender tree trunks, which they must have carried for leagues, since there were no trees within sight. Nish could not imagine how the enemy would stand their ladders against the barricades on the steep ground on either side of the slot, but with enough men they could hold them in place by hand. Why didn't the militia shoot them? None of Nish's archers were firing. They must have used all their arrows. Gloom settled over him. The pass must fall within minutes. Amy and Kletch weren't visible from the left side or the right, nor did they answer his calls. He presumed they were still on the other side of the nose, looking for a way up. After emptying out his boots and wringing the water from his socks, he tried to decide what to do. He could not wait, for hundreds of the enemy had massed far below him in the broad, shallow bowl where he had almost fallen in the assault on the slot. The instant the scaling ladders were up, they would rush the slot and burst through by sheer weight of numbers. "Kletch, Amy!" he called, as loudly as he dared. Still there was no reply. Nish paced back and forth on the centre of the knob. If he freed the ice at the end and they happened to be climbing it, they would die. But if he waited much longer, the pass, the battle, and the war would be lost. Besides, the ice could take a while to get going, and in the unlikely event that Kletch and Amy were on the small wedge at the end, they should have time to scramble back to safer ground. At least, he hoped so. He had to act now. He went back to the crevasse, which ran along the ice for 3 or 4 spans. Ice must fall every summer, he thought, although that was still some months off. Yes, that must be how the bowl had formed below him, the successive impacts of thousands of years of ice smashing the surface to dust and grit. "Here goes," Nish muttered, and raised the staff. Again the serpent's eyes glittered, but this time a pearly drop appeared at the tip of each fang. He shook the drops off before they landed on his wrist, and they fell into the crevasse. He checked the fangs, which thankfully were clear of any more venom, and was lowering the tail of the staff into the crevasse, hoping it was the right thing to do, when he made out an echoing, satisfied sss. The ice let out a mournful groan, and the whole ridge shuddered. "Nish?" came Amy's voice from way below him, echoing hollowly up the hole he'd melted in the ice. "Up on the centre of the knob," he said in a low but carrying tone. "What have you done?" She sounded afraid. "Nothing yet, but I'm about to. Are you spiked on?" The ice gave a deeper groan. "No, we're coming up your tunnel." Nish had a sudden vision of coming disaster and nearly choked. "Go back to the ledge and spike on, quick! Keep your heads down and hang on tight!" He heard her speaking to Kletch, then their scrambling footsteps. Was she going down or coming up? Either way, he could do nothing to help her, for with a crack, 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 the crevasse lengthened to left and right, breaking the tight weld of ice to rock, then widening and deepening until he could see down 3 spans, 5, now all the way down. Way down there, something as pearly as snake venom shimmered. Sss. With a deeper groan, the last ice weld tore and the wedge of ice below the crevasse cracked in the middle and began to slide left and right. "Amy!" Nish shouted over the noise. "Run!" There was no reply. She would not have heard him over the grinding and crackling. The whole out-jutting nose seemed to be shaking now, its knobbly tip shuddering so hard that he fell to his knees. Icicles were falling from the fringes of the ice sheet. He scrambled down towards the steeply sloping tip of the nose, heedless of the danger, and looked to left and right, but Amy and Kletch were still concealed by overhanging ice. The troops gathered in the bowl were staring up. He could make out the ovals of their upturned faces. Could they see him? There was no point in concealment now. Indeed, they should know that the coming icefall was no accident, but the deliberate action of their enemy, and so should his militia, who needed all the help they could get. Finding a secure place to stand on the tip of the quivering knob, he stood up straight and waved his arms. The enemy troops cried out and pointed. Someone aimed a crossbow up at him, but Nish gave him the finger. Being an expert with that weapon, he knew that he was out of range. A chunk of ice the size of a mammoth separated from the left-hand side, below the crevasse, and fell. He watched it dwindling in size as it hurtled down, and the soldiers frantically scrambling to get out of the way. It was too late for the dozen directly underneath, for the ice slammed into the ground, smashing to fragments which knocked down every surviving soldier in the bowl and many on the track above. The shattered ice turned red. The rest of the soldiers got up again and stumbled for the sides of the bowl, but a horn sounded, and like the disciplined troops they were, they pulled together into a line. At the slot, the fighting had stopped, for the impact had brought down the scaling ladders and broken rungs off 2 of them. The attackers drew back some 50 paces, out of rock-throwing range, to repair their ladders, but that would not take long. More ice fell from the left, and then the right, the last of the mass below the crevasse. Nish looked over and cursed. The twin impacts had knocked the soldiers lined up around the bowl off their feet again, but few seemed to have been harmed this time. After all the effort it had taken to get up here, he'd hoped for a bit more damage. The horn sounded and officers shouted orders. The ladders had been repaired, the attackers were advancing towards the barricades again, and the soldiers in the bowl were about to move up for the final onslaught. Suddenly the ice sheet went creak-crack, as if it had been twisted in 2 hands. Criss-cross cracks appeared on its upper surface, and Nish felt a sudden and terrible foreboding. It had never occurred to him that the whole vast ice sheet might fall, and if it did, he would almost certainly be thrown off the knob. The ice groaned, and hundreds of icicles, each longer than a man, broke away. Most shattered harmlessly on the rocky slopes, but one or two of the soldiers collapsed in red, silent messes. Another few chunks of ice fell into the bowl, missing the soldiers crossing it, though the impacts knocked one or two down. They soon got up and appeared to be unharmed. "It's safe now," Nish heard an officer bellow. "1,000 pieces of gold to the squad that takes the pass. Go!" The scaling ladders were being carried up, and the leading attackers were approaching the slot. Nish eyed the ice, which was still groaning, still creaking. The criss-cross cracks over the top had widened a little, but the ice sheet had not moved at all. It must still be frozen tightly to the bridge of the nose. Nish clambered off the knob, down several spans, then up the steep end of the main ice sheet, where it had been split by the crevasse. At the top he prodded the ice, hoping to dislodge some more, but nothing happened. Why not? Why had the staff showed him the way and assisted his passage through the ice sheet, then stopped helping him? A great Mancer might have been able to free the ice, but he could not, for he did not know how to use the power locked within the serpent staff. Unless he was being too timid. Perhaps that was the answer. Stilkeen certainly wasn't timid. Raising the staff high, Nish speared the tail tip of the iron serpent down, the way Stilkeen had buried his caduceus deep in the rock. "Ice shatter!" he roared. Cracks radiated out from the tip of the staff, met the criss-cross cracks on the surface and kept going, and without warning, the ice dropped beneath his feet. What do I do now, he thought, sure he was going to be carried away with the ice. The surface was too slippery to run up, so, ripping the staff out, he scrambled back down the steep face, then up onto the wildly shaking rock knob. He only just made it as, with a deafening roar and crackle, the ice sheet broke apart and began to slide over the sides of the nose. A monstrous icefall poured down towards the bowl and the track above it, where it shattered to fragments on impact and swept down the slope. More ice followed it, and more, until it was all gone, and the great nose of rock jerked upwards from the release of weight. Nish, thrown onto his belly, clung on desperately as the end of the nose quaked up and down. He crawled to the edge, hanging on as the rock continued to twitch, and looked over. The multiple impacts had shaken the track so powerfully that not a single enemy was left standing. Many went hurtling over the sides of the gully, or rolling and thumping down towards the bowl, where he lost sight of them under a roiling cloud of smashed ice. Below the bowl, the ice poured down the steep, narrow gully until it appeared to form a glacier, save that the shattered ice was hurtling down with the speed of an avalanche. It overwhelmed the climbing soldiers as though they were ants and carried them down with it, all the way to the red-uniformed blur of the army encampment on the mountainside far below. The avalanche could not last, Nish knew. It must spread out and lose force before it reached them. The army must have thought so too, for the soldiers in the camp were not moving. Now they began to run. The red masses surged to left and right, but the roaring avalanche wall was travelling 20 times as fast. It carved through the camp, white through red, sweeping it away out of Nish's sight, and the following clouds of ice dust covered all. When it had settled, there was no sign of the army. It hadn't been Jal Nish's entire army, Nish felt sure, but certainly a good part of it. A few enemy survivors still clung to the slope above the bowl, which was now a glittering oval of pulverized ice, but Nish did not think they would attack. Utterly demoralized and leaderless, they began to make their shaky way down. There would be no attack tonight. But tomorrow, in all likelihood, the survivors below would pull back together, and the onslaught would resume with even greater fury. Clam would make them pay for this monstrous humiliation. The roar of the avalanche faded. Nish rubbed his ringing ears and headed back up the knob to look for Amy and Kletch. "Help!" The thin, feeble cry came just on the edge of hearing. "Amy!" He looked over the edge, back along the left-hand side of the nose. From spikes embedded there, a rope ran down, as taut as a wire cable. From the rope, another 5 or 6 spans down, hung Kletch. Amy dangled below him from the harness secured around his enormous chest. and from where Nish stood, he did not see any way of saving them. 15. Why hadn't he waited 1 extra minute? But there was no profit in that train of thought. The deed had been done. Nish slung the staff onto his back, scrambled down and followed the ledges across to the spikes from which Kletch's rope was suspended. They were tight. There was no danger of them pulling out, but that wasn't the problem. "I'm sorry," he yelled. "The ice was already moving and the enemy was storming the slot. I couldn't wait any longer or—"
"You don't have to explain," said Kletch. "You've always looked after us as best you could."
He looked down at Amy, slowly revolving on the line below him. "How is your, chest?" "Painful?" she snapped, then softly. "I think I've broken another rib."
"Can you climb up the rope to me?"
"Don't think so. Every time I move I get a sharp pain here." She indicated her right side, midway down. "The broken rib is sticking into something." Her lung, Nish thought. "What are you like at climbing ropes, Kletch? I don't think I'm strong enough to pull you both up."
"I'm hopeless," said Kletch, "and the rope is wet."
He clenched his fists around the rope, high up, strained, and managed to raise himself a third of a span, but could not maintain his grip and slid down again. "Ah!" cried Amy. Now Nish was really worried, for it had been the tiniest of jolts. If the rib was sticking into her lung, any jerk could puncture it. "I'll have to let down my rope and lift you separately." Though even if he could get Amy onto the ledge, how was she going to climb down to the pass with broken ribs? "Where's your rope, Nish?" said Kletch. "I left it attached when I went up to the tunnel in the ice." The rope was gone, and so were his spikes, torn out of the rockfall by the ice. "No matter, I'll just have to lift you both." Kletch and Amy exchanged glances.
"It can't be done," Kletch said quietly. "Get going, Nish. You've got to save yourself."
"I'm not leaving you." He moved across to their spikes, found a secure place to stand on the narrow ledge, then, taking hold of the rope, heaved with all his strength. Nothing happened save that the wet rope scorched across his palms as it slipped. He had not raised Kletch the width of a hand, and he knew he never would. The load was far too heavy. "You're at least half the weight of a buffalo," he muttered.
"Sorry,"
said Kletch. Though he knew it was hopeless, Nish could not give in that easily. He heaved until he could feel his face going purple and coloured spots floated before his eyes, and he kept on heaving until the pain in his scarred left hand was unbearable. "Keep doing that and you'll burst your bowels," said Amy. "Nish, you can't save us. Pull me up, Kletch. Gently, you great lug." Kletch pulled her up until her chest was level with his.
"Are you all right?"
"I'm cold. Hold me." The wind had risen again and was whistling through the few remaining icicle stumps. Kletch tied off her rope so she would not slip down and wrapped his arms around her. She winced, then snuggled against his chest. Nish clenched and unclenched his aching fingers, waiting for the pain to diminish so he could try again. He closed his eyes as he ran through his artificer's training of 20 years ago. There had to be a way to lift them. Could he run the rope through the rings of several spikes so as to make a crude pulley? Not without unfastening the rope first. If only Flid had succeeded in stealing the air sled, he could have carried them all to safety. For that matter, with the air sled, they could have flown up here and done the job in minutes. Nish had not heard its characteristic whine since they had left the clearing, which was curious. If he were in Clam's position, he would have personally directed the attack from high above the pass, or even dropped troops at the crest with it to attack the defenders from behind. Could the air sled be damaged? It would explain why Clam had waited so long to attack. There was another possibility, though not one Nish wanted to dwell upon, that Flid had stolen the air sled, but had fled on it with the tears, leaving everyone here to their fate. Nish had always known Flid to be ruthless, though the old scrutator he'd fought beside during the war would never have stolen the tears and abandoned his friends. Nish wasn't so sure about the renewed Flid, who looked different, acted differently, and was certainly different inside. Did that reflect what Yalkara had done to him during renewal? Had she changed him fundamentally? He took hold of the rope for one last attempt. Kletch and Amy had their faces close together and she was whispering to him. He glanced up at Nish, then nodded. Nish heaved until he felt a sharp pain in his lower belly and knew he was on the verge of tearing something. Again he failed. He wasn't nearly strong enough. "I'm going down for help. I won't be long," he began, but broke off, realizing how stupid that sounded. "You can't," said Amy. "You'd never have climbed up here without us, and you won't get down by yourself without a rope." That hadn't occurred to Nish. "Then I'll call for help. They won't hear you over the wind. Besides, they'd never get up here and down again before dark." Taking a deep breath, he roared, "Flangers, hoy!" until his throat hurt, but none of the people in the pass looked up. The guards were watching the mist-shrouded track, while everyone else lay in attitudes of exhaustion. There was no way of telling what the survivors of Clam's army were up to, for the lower slopes were completely obscured again. "There's nothing you can do," said Kletch. "It's over, my friend." He looked down at Amy and gently kissed her brow. She kissed him back, then looked up. "But you can still save yourself, Nish." She nodded to Kletch and passed him her knife. Kletch reached up above the point where her rope was fixed to his and drew the blade across and back. "No!" Nish cried in horror. "This couldn't be happening. There's got to be a way." The rope parted, and Kletch fell with Amy wrapped tenderly in his arms into the mist. Nish blocked his ears so he wouldn't hear the impact. He never knew how he made it down again, for he could only think about Kletch and Amy making the ultimate sacrifice for him, and how little he deserved it. Now he had to win. He had to find a way to do the impossible and beat Clam. Their sacrifice could not be for nothing. He raised the severed rope, extracted the spikes, and went across the ridge, then down the wet rock towards the pass they had come up, spike by spike, L by L, barely thinking about what he was doing. It was a dangerous climb for a lone man in the drifting mist, but Nish felt no fear of falling, even in the most dangerous pinches. He took no unnecessary risks, but did not waste any time either. Clam could not give in, any more than Nish could. The attack might be renewed at any time. If he were Clam, Nish would have done so at once, while his troops were still numb from the catastrophe. Give them the night to think about the avalanche, the loss of so many comrades, and the unexpected and humiliating defeat, and they could break, even mutiny. Immediate peril was the best cure for that malaise, to drive them so hard that they had no time to think about anything except their own survival. It was almost dusk by the time he jumped down to the floor of the pass. His knees were shaky and almost collapsed under him, but after a minute to steady them, he went on. Everyone not on guard was asleep in their tents, save for Huld, who was asleep by the sputtering, reeking oil shale fire, looking as though he'd collapsed from exhaustion, and not surprisingly, since he never seemed to stop working. There was no one to clap Nish on the back and congratulate him, for which he was thankful. The mission had been a brilliant success, but 2 friends had died because he hadn't been careful enough, and that was all that mattered just now. He scooped out a warming mug of soup and drank it in a gulp without tasting a thing. He was also responsible for the deaths of thousands of the enemy. War was war, he mused as he limped down to the eastern defences. One did what one must, as honourably as possible, but there were so many deaths chalked up on his slate that he could not have counted them, and all had been human beings with much the same hopes and fears, dreams and nightmares as himself. Flangers was dozing behind the high wall, wrapped in a purloined military greatcoat, but he must have recognised Nish's tread, for he said, "Well done, sir," before opening his eyes. He stood up wearily and shook Nish's hand. "We had 50 fighters left last time I counted. They're grinding us down, but we're not beaten yet." "I lost Kletch and Amy," said Nish, and sat beside him, shoulders hunched, to tell the tale. "I mucked it up, old friend. I should have been more careful." "We're not perfect, Nish," Flangers said at the end. "We can only do our best. I also sent men and women to their deaths today, when a better plan might have saved them. And once, long ago, I followed orders and it killed people I had sworn to protect," he added quietly. Nish knew that tale, but did not speak. Flangers knew that Nish knew the story, but must have felt a need to unburden himself before the end, for he went on. 13 years ago, I followed orders and shot down the Scrutator's air floater, sending everyone on it save Clam to their deaths. That broken oath still haunts me. Though Nish had not been there, he was well aware of the facts. Your superior gave you a legitimate order and she was acting for Flid when he was still Commander-in-Chief. But the Scrutators had authority over Flid. In the course of a battle, that's debatable. That may be so, said Flangers, but I caused the deaths of some of our leaders and there's no escaping it. Certainly not for Flangers, who was the most honourable of men. For Nish himself, and knowing how bad most of the Scrutators had been, his conscience would have accommodated the conflict long ago. There was a time afterwards when you seemed to have a death wish, Nish said carefully. I felt that the only honourable course for a dishonoured soldier was to atone for my life, and I fought recklessly in dozens of battles, never caring whether I lived or died. Indeed, I wanted to die, but each time my life was spared. Is there a reason why I lived when so many more deserving lost their precious lives? I don't know, said Nish. When I ponder the big questions, I either find too many answers or none. But perhaps you were spared so you could lead the defence of Blisterbone yesterday and today and hopefully tomorrow. Perhaps, said Flangers with a brief, wintry smile. It has done me good, this fight that can never be won. I no longer want to die. I feel as though I have atoned in my soldierly way. Your conscience must be a damned hard taskmaster if it's taken you 13 years. If only my father were as honourable. Let's not talk about him just now. Flangers sighed and settled down in his greatcoat. I expect I will be killed now since I found a reason to love life again. And not just life. Where were Flid and Chismool anyway? Having no way of finding out, Nish pulled his coat around his ears, settled his back against the rock, and closed his eyes. What's that? One of the guards hissed, then, Lieutenant Flangers! Flangers was awaken up before Nish's sluggish mind could register what was happening. He staggered to his feet, but his knees gave way and he fell onto the sharp-edged slate rubble. Every muscle in his body was aching, every bone. It was dark, the wind had dropped, and he could feel the damp mist drifting around him. What is it? He said quietly, climbing up onto the right-hand wall. Miffley heard rock crack on rock down the track, said Flangers. Could they be ready to attack again so quickly? It's been 5 hours since the avalanche. Really? Nish felt as though he'd slept for 10 minutes. He peered over. I don't see any lights. This fog is thicker than mud. Besides, the enemy might have a way of seeing in the dark just as you do with clear sight. If they can see in the dark, it's a lot better than my clear sight, Nish muttered. It showed you the flaw in the ice. Flangers told the guards to be ready, not that they needed orders. Runner, stand by to wake our reinforcements when I say so. Hewald was standing by. I could run up to the tents now, sir. Though the Gendragorians called Nish by name, they always deferred to Flangers. Let them sleep. They need it. Clack. There it is again, said Flangers, and not far down. The enemy must be sneaking up, hoping to catch us asleep, as if my men would ever sleep on duty. Nish smiled thinly. Almost any man might sleep on duty if sufficiently exhausted. He had done it himself once or twice, but not Flangers, evidently. Duty can be the breaking of a man if it's too onerous. And the making of another, said Flangers. I've often found it to be a crutch when my courage was faltering. He moved to the edge of the wall, which here, founded on top of a rock buttress, was a good 3 spans above the slope. They're close, he said to the defenders. And remember that they need not be men. The enemy has all kinds of beasts, both savage native ones and fell creatures, flesh formed to suit Jal Nish's vicious purposes. We must be prepared for anything. Are the torches ready? They're ready, a woman said from the darkness below. Shall I light them? Yes, and hold them high so we can see our attackers, but don't expose yourselves to enemy fire. Light flared behind the wall and Nish caught a pleasantly pungent whiff of burning pine resin. Resin-coated torches, bound to spears, were carried up onto the left and right walls and raised high. Nish and Flangers crouched down and peered through arrow slits in the outer wall. The flaring light reflected off the drifting mist, and Nish caught only occasional glimpses of the track. I saw something moving about 50 paces down, whispered a guard. It's huge, but low on the ground. Want me to put a spear into it, Lieutenant? Let's see what it is first, said Flangers. When dealing with beasts, you should always know what they are before you attack.
It's hard to see through this cursed mist, said another. Looks like a bear creeping on its belly.
Bears can take too much punishment, and they climb too well, muttered Flangers. If Clam has a squad of bears, they'll snatch this pass in no time.
Raise the torches a bit, said Nish, standing up to look over the outer wall, heedless of the risk of being taken by an arrow. He could just make out a low, bear-like shape, mounded in the middle, humping along the ground. That's no bear, it's a man, he muttered. Hold your fire, it's a wounded man. We should finish him off, said the guard on the left. That's what they'd do to us. Don't fire, bellowed Nish, feeling the hairs rising on the backs of his hands, for he had just had an outrageous thought. He scrambled down the steps at the back of the barrier, ignoring the pain in his legs, and ran around to the slot. Out of the way, let me through. He pushed between the guards, scrambled over the rock wall, blocking the lower half of the slot, and moved down, slowly now. Could it possibly be him? Tears sprang to his eyes, and he could barely swallow for the lump in his throat. Yes, he'd know that enormous, shaggy mop anywhere. It's Kletch! Get a stretcher! Kletch was forcing himself up the steep slope on his back, using just his mighty arms. His legs trailed below him, and each movement raised him only a couple of ells. A little mound rested on his belly, on its side. Amy's body. And then it moved. She moved and groaned. Nish felt the hair rise on the top of his head. He swallowed painfully. It was impossible, but they were alive, but in bad shape. Kletch, said Nish, as two men came scrambling down, bearing a stretcher made from tent canvas bound to a pair of spears. What happened? Bloody fool broke both legs, said Amy in the barest whisper. I told him to land on his big fat head, but he took no notice. Had to hold you like a baby, Kletch croaked. Had to look after those little sparrow ribs of yours. Sparrow ribs? She whispered in outrage. They continued bickering as they were loaded on the stretcher, still locked in each other's arms, and Nish called another two men down to lift the weight. I thought you were dead, said Nish. How did you survive? We expected to die, said Amy quietly, but the bowl was full of snow and wet ice smashed into powder, and we went down a span or two before it broke our fall. We nearly suffocated getting free. Why didn't you call for help once you were out? Said Flangers. Silly lunkhead slipped and knocked his head on a rock. Took him ages to come to, and I didn't have the breath to yell. I'm not surprised with broken ribs, said Flangers. Still, the healers know how to deal with those. Let's get you into a shelter in case the enemy are about. Nish embraced them both, not bothering to hide his tears, and left them to the healers. Their survival was a little beacon of hope in the darkness that had surrounded Santhenar for so long, and the best possible ending to such a desperate day. 16. Sir, Flangers shook Nish by the shoulder. Wake up. He felt as though he'd been submerged in treacle. His body clung to sleep. His exhausted mind yearned for it and had to be prized awake. There's something wrong, he said groggily. They're attacking again from both sides, and they mean to finish us off. Nish sat up, rubbing his eyes, and glanced out through the tent entrance into darkness. What time is it? Just before dawn. The enemy troops are throwing themselves at the defences. I've never seen anything like it. They're taking suicidal risks. Clam must have upped the reward, made it so high that they'll do anything to get it. Things are getting a bit desperate. Nish snapped awake, for Flangers never exaggerated, and if he was worried, it must be really bad. Nish pulled on his boots and crawled out, the saber's sheath dragging on the ground, for he'd been too exhausted to take it off. He brought the serpent staff as well, though he had no idea if it could be used for offensive purposes. Outside, the sky had cleared and the stars were visible. He hadn't often seen them in Gendragore. Where do you need me, Lieutenant? The western pass. There are lots of torches down the track. The enemy could have 500 men down there. Has Clam marched more reinforcements across Liver Leach? I assume so. Then they must have left before the avalanche. No doubt of it. Nish rubbed his bristly jawline. In that case, they may not know that a good part of his army has been destroyed. Clam's squires would know, surely. I'm not sure they can talk to him from a distance up here, Nish said.
When Clam attacked us in the clearing the other day, he kept flying back and forth as if he didn't know what was going on."
"He may not be as expert with the tears as Jal Nish," Flangus speculated.
"And maybe his wisp watchers and the like can't talk to the tears in this rugged country. Therefore, if the air sled isn't working, or Flid has nicked off with it,"
Nish thought blackly,
"Clam will be as much in the dark as we are."
"That must mean this attack was planned yesterday, before the avalanche, and he had to go ahead with it because he had no way of telling the force he sent over Liverleech about the avalanche."
Nish felt a brief flare of hope.
"Yes.
"How big is the attacking force in the east?"
At least 100 that I could see through the mist, though I dare say there are massive reinforcements further down." The hope died.
"Undoubtedly.
"Still, while we live, anything is possible,"
said Flangus, rather cheerfully for a man facing imminent death. But then he would die with a clear conscience. He'd atoned for the crime he'd been ordered to commit by a long-dead superior, and had never failed in his duty since. No man could have done more. "If you think the main attack is going to be on the west, should we move the healer's tent?"
"Why?"
"To protect the injured. If the enemy break through, they'll put them to the sword."
"They won't go after the helpless while there are armed militiamen to deal with.
I'll go down to the eastern pass."
"I suppose you're right."
"I'll take command of the west," said Nish, not feeling the least bit cheery. They'd done so much, come so far, wrought miracle after miracle, yet it was never enough. Never seemed to gain them more than a day. "What's the matter with the weather?" Nish grumbled when they were taking a brief respite from the fighting hours later. "It hasn't rained in half a day, and I'd swear I've never seen that glowing orb in the sky before." Bright sunshine had always been a rarity in rainy Gendragore, but a cloudless day was almost unprecedented. The sun was beating down into the pass, shining on their backs, and Nish was a sweltering, sweat-sodden mess. He moved into a small patch of shade and put his back against the cool rock wall.
"It means the really wet season is almost upon us," said Hoshi quietly.
"Is that so? The sun comes out, the sky's clear for a day, sometimes even a week. Then the winds change and it rains like you've never seen it rain before."
"I've seen it before," said Nish.
"It rained like that the other day, just before the flood that washed the enemy away. Only for an hour. In the really wet season, it can pour like that for weeks at a time."
"Our plan was to hold back the enemy until the really wet season was on the way,"
said Nish. "Then with every creek flooded, there would be no way for them to get into Gendragore."
"And we've succeeded," said Hoshi gloomily, for he was still grieving for G and nothing could cheer him up. "They'll never get in now.
"Or out."
"Or out," said Nish.
"Every river, creek and gully on both sides of the Range of Ruin is impassable in the really wet season. The rest of Clam's army will be trapped here and they'll starve to death, even if they've killed us all. You will have done what you set out to do."
"Clam must know that the really wet season is close, so why has he kept going?" Nish said to himself.
"Because he's in so deep he can't pull out? He's going to lose an army, but he can still win the prize? Me?"
"It wouldn't do him any good," said Hoshi. "He'll die like all the others."
"Not Clam," said Nish. "He's far too cunning."
He heard someone running, calling his name.
"Who's that?"
"It's Huld," said Hoshi, rising wearily. Nish rose as well, knowing that he was needed before the messenger boy spoke.
"They're coming again?"
the boy gasped as he lurched up the hill.
"We need reinforcements, bad." Nish got up, weary in body and mind, and staggered back to take his place at the western gate of Blisterbone. Huld went with him, red-faced and silent. He'd been a lively little joker once, but all the humour had gone out of him as well, and how could it be otherwise after the bloodshed he'd witnessed in the past days? At least 200 troops had massed below, waiting their turn to scramble up the narrow and precipitous path and attack the defenders at the gate. After making a forced march through the night over Liverleech Pass, Clam's troops were almost out on their feet, yet they had the numbers, and they were after a mighty prize. For every man who fell, 10 ran to take his place. They were practically fighting each other to get to the front, and their chance at a reward that would make them as rich as princes. A good 300 now lay dead below the western entrance to the pass, but the enemy could afford those casualties more easily than Nish could the 7 men and 1 woman he'd lost here. All his troops were exhausted, and the end was very close now, for the enemy must soon force the entrance. Could he and the survivors run across to the eastern side and join with Flanger's forces? Without a rear guard, they were likely to be cut down from behind, but if they made it, they might counterattack the attackers at the eastern slot and break through, assuming there were only a few of them, which was unlikely. There are too many ifs, he thought despairingly, so tired that he could barely think straight. He just wanted to lie down, close his eyes and see an end to it. What was the point in fighting on when the result was no longer in doubt? They had done their best, they had saved Gendragore and could do no more. There were simply too many of the enemy. But Nish remembered the duty he owed to his dead, and all the friends he'd lost, and especially Melis. She would not give in, she never did, and neither could he after all they'd been through, not when the cost of surrender was an ignominious death for all his friends. Far better to die an heroic death in battle. At least their tale would live on to inspire other rebels. The enemy were moving up the slope, slowly and purposefully, and their leaders had just come up against the defenders at the entrance when there was an outcry from the crest of the pass, an almighty crash, and shortly he heard the staggering footsteps of exhausted men. Nish whirled and headed up the slope, fearing the worst. "They've broken through," a haggard militiaman gasped, the first of 3 to top the rise. He was drenched in blood, though he did not appear to be injured badly. Nish ran towards them. They still bore their weapons, so it wasn't a rout. "Are you the only survivors?" The bloody man shook his head. "There are others. Our lieutenant had a surprise rigged up for them when—" He bent over, gasping, caught his breath and said, "When he knew they were going to break through the slot, Flangers brought the right-hand wall down on them, buried at least 10 of the devils." "Then how did they get in?" "Collapse made a ramp over the defences. A dozen men can cross it at a time now and we can't defend it. The next wave of the enemy are just below the bowl. In a couple of minutes they'll be through." Nish looked around. "Hide behind the healer's tent and keep watch over our wounded, but don't show yourself until the enemy go for them." He continued to the top of the pass, where he encountered Flangers and the last 13 of the militia from the eastern side, 10 men and 3 women. "I knew collapsing the wall was a risk," Flangers said, "but they were about to break through. This way it gained us a few more minutes." "Not enough," said Nish. "While we're alive, anything can happen. How are things here?" "I don't see how we can keep them out this time." "Then let's put our backs together and make a last stand." They plodded down to the western entrance, and during the first respite took their places behind the rock wall. Flangers still carried the heavy whelm jagsword, Nish his sabre. He would have preferred a proper 2-edged blade in this situation, but the sabre did suit his hand, and though it had belonged to an enemy, he felt lucky when he carried it. Sometimes it seemed to know better where to strike than he did, which wasn't the blessing that it seemed. "How come you kept the jagsword?" said Nish. "It only ever takes one blow to bring the enemy down," said Flangers. A pair of soldiers were scrambling up the steep slope, short lances out. They looked young enough to be Nish's sons, and alike enough to be brothers or even twins, but Nish and Flangers had worked out a defence for every kind of attack long ago, and they did not hesitate. The 2 soldiers began to scrabble up the steep rubble wall. Partly shielded behind it, Flangers stepped left, dropped down and swung the jagsword in an almost horizontal circle, striking the lance underneath and driving the point up. The blade of the jagsword skidded along the underside of the lance, tearing through the young man's knuckles, and when he flinched, Flangers cut him down with a single spearing blow to the upper chest. It wasn't pretty, but it was quick. He was dead when he hit the ground. Nish waited until the last second. Exhausted from charging all that way uphill, his opponent stumbled, and Nish turned side on to evade the point of the lance and thrust his sabre out. The soldier could not stop in time, drove himself onto the point, and his momentum did the rest. Nish quite gently pushed him off the blade. The body rolled down the slope to join the hundreds already lying there. And so it went on. Some soldiers died easily, others hard, and some fought all the way to Nish's throat before he finally finished them, but they all fell in the end, being at such a disadvantage. The bodies continued to accumulate until they formed a low barrier. About 20 of the enemy took shelter behind it to catch their breath. Nish's men had exhausted their arrows long ago, else they would have cut the enemy down before they came close. They hurled rocks and the enemy's spears back at them once they came within range, but to little effect. Now all 20 sprang out at once, and only 2 had fallen by the time they reached the defences. 4 turned side on the narrow path so as to attack together up the rubble wall, though that left their stroke play rather cramped. Nish and Flangers finished their 2, but the defenders on either side of them fell. 2 more enemy took the place of the fallen 2, and Flangers' opponent, a huge, brawny sergeant, snapped the blade of the jagsword with a mighty sweep of his broadsword. Flangers hurled the hilt at the sergeant, striking him so hard on the forehead that he stumbled, dazed, but the others came on and no one had come forward to fill the breaches on either side of Nish and Flangers. Then a small, carrot-topped figure slid in beside Nish, waving a sword that was far too big. "Hewled!" Nish cried. "Get out of here!" "I have to make up." The sergeant shot up like a striking snake, lunging and trying to split the boy like a suckling pig. Nish swung his sabre sideways, knowing that he couldn't parry that fierce blow in time, but the sabre seemed to leap in his hands, dragging him with it, and slammed into the sergeant's sword not far from the tip. Hewled screamed, and Nish was sure he'd been mortally wounded. He heaved the sabre sideways, slamming the back of the blade into the sergeant's forehead with colossal force, and he fell away. But more of the enemy were coming up fast, and he knew the gate was lost. "Fall back!" he cried, fighting 2 soldiers at once with the sabre. Flangers snatched up the sergeant's broadsword and retreated down the uphill side of the wall, dragging Hewled with him. The other 2 militiamen were dead. Nish left them where they lay. "Same plan at the eastern pass," Flangers grunted as they backed through the narrow gap behind the barrier. "What?" said Nish, defending furiously. Within the gate, with its rock walls towering to either side, only 2 could come at him at the same time, but they were driving him backwards. Flangers dropped Hewled, who groaned. Taking hold of a dangling length of rope embedded in the wall, he heaved, and the cunningly constructed wall collapsed from the top, filling the gap and burying the 2 soldiers Nish had been fighting, plus another 2 behind them. "A little trick I thought up in my idle years as the Numinator's prisoner," Flangers said with a wry smile. It had saved them, though as with the collapse of the eastern defences, it had formed a rubble ramp over which 7 or 8 soldiers could storm the gap at once, ruining an almost perfect defensive position. Nish bent over Hewled, who sat up, weeping with pain. "My finger!" "There's no time to look at it." Nish threw him over his shoulder. As they moved up the slope to meet the survivors from the eastern side, Nish did a quick count. 25 of the militia were still on their feet, counting the 3 he'd sent to guard the wounded. Another 15 wounded were still alive, including Amy and Kletch, plus 2 healers, lanky Dolya and plump, palely pretty Scandi. The 3rd healer, Gosh, had been killed while Nish was up at the ice sheet. 42 still alive of the 360 he'd had down in the clearing, but there was no way out now. They formed a semicircle with their backs to the cliffed flank of the Whitethorn Peak and waited. The enemy were coming over the western wall and gathering inside. The advantage was all theirs now, and they could afford to wait until they had the numbers. There were at least 70 of them. The attackers from the eastern pass appeared at the top of the hill, just a handful at first, then more until another 30 stood there. They stopped, watching, waiting. "Where's the rest of the army?" said Nish. "Why is Clam holding back?" "He doesn't need any more," said Flangers. 100 of them versus 25 of us. He hefted the broadsword. "And yet I've fought against worse odds." "So have I," said Nish, "but not out in the open like this." He turned to Hewled. "Give me a look at you, lad." Hewled held up his left hand, which was covered in blood, and his index finger was gone. The sergeant's sword blow had severed it and badly cut the next finger and thumb. "It's my punishment," he said limply. "It's all my fault." "Don't be silly," said Nish, putting his arm around the boy's narrow shoulders. "You were doing your best. It could have happened to anyone." "It is my fault. It is. I gave the knife to Uncle Boobala. Why didn't he cut himself free and jump? Why did he have to drag those 3 men over with him?" "Because he's scum," Nish thought, but he could not say it. The boy felt guilty enough as it was. No wonder he'd been working himself to exhaustion day and night trying to make up for it. "We all make mistakes, Hewled," he said gently. "I should know. I've made more than most." "Not as bad as this," said Hewled. "Even worse," said Nish. "Hush now. Go back to the ranks, lad. A little man had appeared beside the troops at the top of the pass. He said a few words to them and headed slowly down. It was General Clam, here for the victory. He stopped 10 paces away, nodding stiffly to Nish and Flangers. He wasn't carrying the tears, Nish noticed. "What a waltz it's been these past days," said Clam. Nish bowed ironically. "I don't suppose you get many." "Many what?" "Dances. Being what you are." It was a low blow, sneering at any man's physical attributes, and Nish had suffered as much as anyone for his lack of stature and unhandsome features. But it had been a terrible day of an awful week, and he had to do something to wipe the smile off the face of his enemy. Too late, he remembered Flid telling him, way back in the days of the Lyrinx War, that the dwarf was a great favourite of the ladies, not just for his equipment, which had the stature he lacked and more, but for the inventive ways he wielded it. Clam laughed in his face. "Weakest yet, Nish. I've been insulted by masters, and you'll get no rise out of me that way. I've got to hand it to you." He went on in that rich, melodious voice. "I never would have thought it possible, but you've beaten me over and again. Another few hours and, well, you didn't get them, did you? What a tale this struggle will make for the histories, if I could permit it to be told, but it never will be." "What do you mean, another few hours?" said Nish. "You've still got half an army down below." "Haven't you?" "If only it was so," said Clam. "If you could have held out an hour longer, you might have had the victory you so desperately crave, and the great tale to go with it." Nish could not speak. How could it be so? Clam had to be lying or making a monstrous joke just to grind them down even further. "And if you had won," Clam went on after a studied pause, "and I'd survived, I would have been the first to salute you. But I know a brave man when I see him, and a born leader. I would have honoured you, but you broke too soon and the victory is mine." He smiled, then dropped the bombshell. "Though these are the only men I have left." "Out of 10,000? Nish cried. He couldn't help himself. "I lost half of that number to dysentery, fevers, ulcers, flesh-eating worms, broken legs, arms and heads, and all the other hazards of this aptly named range of ruin, before my advance guard even reached the pass. 500 fell in the clearings on the first day of battle, or were swept away by the flood, and well over 1,000 died at the 2 passes before. My avalanche took most of the survivors," said Nish wonderingly, "and all but 100 of them have been killed today." We went so close, he thought, fighting to contain his anguish while knowing it was written large across his face. If we'd known how few the enemy were after the avalanche, surely we would have found that little bit extra in courage or cunning to hold them off. A well-placed rock slide, even a higher defensive wall might have done it. But I gave up hope of winning. Instead, as Flid pointed out, I took refuge in stolid defence which could never bring a victory. If only I'd known, he thought bitterly. "How come you didn't use flappers against us? That's what I would have done." "Almost all of them were wiped out when the Sky Palace came down on Mistmurk Mountain, and the bladderbats too. Plus the pens of other flesh-formed creatures Jal Nish had aboard, just in case." Clam's handsome face twisted in disgust. Evidently he did not approve of such creatures. "So the avalanche was your doing, Nish," he went on. "I thought I saw your hand in it. Who else could have the clear sight to the flaw in the ice up there, and the imagination to find a way to release it? Tell me, how did you unbind the ice?" There was no harm in telling him now. Nish lifted the serpent staff over his head. "With this. Are you going to take it from me?" Clam's eyes crossed, and he took an involuntary step backwards, but hastily came forwards again. "Why do you think I left the caduceus behind? You were too scared, or wouldn't the tears like the competition?" Clam smiled thinly. "I don't think they would, since you mention it. I didn't go near it because it's a trap I didn't plan on falling into. Stilkeen left it in the clearing for a reason, and not for our good."
It helped me when I needed help and has done nothing to hinder me at other times. And what does that tell you? Nothing so far. It means that Stilkeen wants you to tear down your father. But if you should ever do so, unlikely as that seems, beware of its price. You can bet your personal equipment that there will be one, and it will be unimaginable. Nish knew he was right. He'd always been uncomfortable with the caduceus. It had to be more than it seemed. What are you going to do now? He felt sure he knew, since Clam was a man of his word. Exactly what I promised when you rejected my offer after Stilkeen took my god-emperor. You and Melis will become my prisoners, and everyone else will be put to the sword. Where is she? I haven't seen her since the flood 3 days ago. Clam paled. He had not expected that. Are you sure? Search the camp, Nish said. After she freed me, I ran ahead to get my militia and she was following. Clearsight told me to strike up through the forest and it saved me from the flood, but only just. If Melis was on the river path, she could not have survived. He met Clam's eyes so the dwarf could read the truth and the grief in them, then bent his head. Nish regretted her loss more than anything, even his failure to correctly read the enemy's numbers. Why hadn't he waited 1 extra minute for her? In all his life he'd had no better and more loyal friend. Nish reeled at the thought, for it was one he'd never had before. He had never compared anyone to his beloved Irisis, not on equal terms. She had been friend, comrade, lover and life partner. Irisis had been everything to him and he to her. And yet, though Melis had been neither his friend nor his lover, and in the early days he had often treated her badly, she had remained steadfast. He analysed the heretical thought, but found it genuine. Melis had been as good and loyal a friend to him as Irisis, which meant that he must finally be coming to terms with her loss. He would never forgive her, and a corner of him would always grieve for her, but Irisis was gone forever and he had to live again. Unfortunately, that realisation had come too late. I'm sorry, said Clam with genuine regret. Melis was a fine woman, one of the best I've ever met. He bowed his head for a moment, then said, Are you going to surrender? No, said Nish. I'm sorry about that, too. Clam nodded formally and headed back to the top of the pass with that rolling dwarf's gait, as if he had lived his life on the deck of a ship. Nish returned to the militia, debating whether to tell them what Clam had said, but decided he had to. In the last hour of their lives, he owed them absolute honesty. He met their eyes one by one. This is the end, my friends, and no better friends has any man had. You've done everything I've asked of you and much, much more, and I love you, every one. He went down the line, embracing each of them, and the wounded and the healers too, before going back to the front. We've done miracle after miracle in defence of Gendragore, and Clam has just revealed that these are all the men he has left. The militia turned left, then right, staring at the 100 enemy, incapable of believing that they were the only survivors of such a vast army. He began with 10,000, Nish went on, and is now reduced to these 100 fighting men. We set out with 500, sent a third back with illness, and now have 25 able-bodied. Had I known his numbers were so few, we might have beaten him. No, I say we would have sent him scurrying home with his tail between his stumpy little legs. We would have beaten him. The militia cheered, laughed, cried, and embraced one another. But it was not to be, and now it's over. He bowed, and they cheered again. Then he turned and saw Clam giving the signal to his troops above and below. They drew their swords and advanced, slowly and steadily, as if they were expecting one final trick, part of the mountainside to fall down on them perhaps, or a pit to open up beneath their boots. But Nish had nothing left. He swallowed. They would take him first, and there was nothing he could do about it, unless the serpent staff could save him. He raised it in his right hand, but it felt cold now, heavy and inert, and he could sense nothing at its core. Why had it helped him before only to abandon him now? Or had it not been helping him at all, only Stilkeen? The enemy were less than 50 paces away and advancing with wary, remorseless tread,
where Nish made out a faint, familiar, hissing whistle. His heart jumped, for it had to be the air sled. But Clam showed no reaction. He did not even look around, and the faint hope died. One of Clam's subordinates must be flying the craft. The air sled came shrieking up the slope towards the western gate of Blisterbone, lifted and passed high over their heads, then shot towards the cloud-wreathed tip of the Whitethorn Peak. After banking at the last second, it came shooting down in a series of exuberant spirals that it had certainly never performed when Clam or Jal Nish had flown it, and Nish's skin rose in goose pimples, for he knew it wasn't any of Clam's men at the controls. He'd only ever met one pilot who flew with such extravagant, exuberant daring. Chismool had to be at the helm. The air sled rocketed over Clam's head, buffeting his hair, skidded sideways through the air, slowly rotating horizontally on its axis as it did, then settled like a feather in front of Nish and his militia. "How does she do it?" Nish said, laughing for sheer joy. The craft was far more battered and bent than before, and covered in dried, flaking mud, and it looked as though it had crashed several times since he'd last seen it. Chismool, still wearing the blood-stained bandage around her head, sprang off, her eyes searching the militia. Then, spotting Flangers, she ran and hurled herself into his arms so forcibly that he went over backwards, and the troops behind him had to hold him up. The militia laughed and cheered and wept to a man. It was a second wonderful moment in the grimmest of days. Nish turned back to Flid, who had remained aboard. "Where the bloody hell have you been?" he said, though inside he was exultant. Of course Flid hadn't betrayed them, and with the air sled and his Mansory, they might get out of this yet. "You were supposed to be back yesterday." "I had to take a little detour and was delayed longer than I expected," Flid said blandly. "Pile on, we don't have much time." "Lieutenant," Nish called to Flangers, "bring your troops to the air sled without delay." "Don't move," rapped Clam in an amplified voice. "I've got your wounded and the healers." He gestured to the left, and half a dozen of his troops rose from behind the healer's tent where they had disarmed Nish's 3 guards. "Surrender or they die." Flid glanced at Nish, and some message flashed in his eyes. Was he telling him to abandon the prisoners and run while they had the chance? Nish gave a tiny, imperceptible shake of the head. He wasn't leaving anyone behind. Flid sighed. "I didn't think you would. Too bad, though." He glanced up at Clam, then down the slope towards the troops moving up from the western gate. Clam came towards them, and Nish made out the faintest humming, the song of the tears. The dwarf had them around his neck, just as Jal Nish had worn them. Was he planning to use them on the militia, or would he leave that pleasure to his exhausted but blood-lusting troops? "Lay down the serpent staff, Zervish," said Clam, "and step right off my air sled." Part 2. The Quest for Fire. 17. The whirling blast of snow settled and Malis could see again. The portal had taken her, Igur, and Tulatine from the range of ruin to the low, wind-swept shore of a treeless land whose further reaches were lost in the distance. Granite boulders littered the shore, wiry shrubs and spindly clumps of grass struggled for life between them. Though the ice that had once covered the bleak landscape was gone, she knew where she was. Ahead lay a vast, sullen sea, grey as slate and covered in ice, except near the shore, where the slanting rays of a red sun, hanging above the horizon, reflected off still water. "When we came here last time, we were trying to find the antithesis to the tears," said Malis. "What do you mean, antithesis?" said Tulatine, shivering violently despite her purloined army cloak. "The one single object or power or force that can break the power of the profane tears and bring down the God Emperor. How do you know there is one?" "I learned about it at the Pit of Possibilities. It's one of the reasons why Flid agreed to take renewal. He thought the Numinator would know about the antithesis, but she said that she did not. I don't suppose you do." "No," said Tulatine. "This must be the island of Noom," said Agur, taking off his own cloak and wrapping it around her as well. But the ice is gone, and even the Kara Argel, the frozen sea, is thawing. The distilled chthonic fire that the Numinator blasted out in all directions as we fled her tower is eating the ice away. And even now must be spreading across the steppes, said Tulatine softly. What if it never stops? Agur shrugged. The meltwater may freeze again. Noom is a cold, miserable place. But if it does not, and the ice caps and glaciers melt, the ocean must rise and flood the land. Chthonic fire caused the volcanic death of the world of Arcan, it said. Will rising seas be the ruin of ours? Malis shivered and stamped her feet, for she had discarded her furs when she ended up on the range of ruin, and under the cloak her clothes were still damp. We came here for chthonic fire. Let's get on with it before we freeze to death. She peered around. I don't see the tower. It was blown to pieces as we fled, said Agur. Everything looks different with the ice gone. How are we going to find the place? The ancient stone arch should still be standing. If we head up to the top of that ridge, we might see it. Only days ago, Noom had been covered in snow and ice, but there was water everywhere now, trickling around each boulder in a braided network of icy rills. They trekked up the slope, and soon Malis's feet were so cold that she could barely feel her toes. I don't suppose you could do something about warm clothes or dry boots, she said. How exactly? Said Agur, scowling. With your art of mansery. You have an exaggerated notion of what can be done with the art. Maybe that's because no one will tell me about my own gift, she snapped. I beg your pardon, he said, looking down his nose at her. Sorry, she said hastily, shocked that she had spoken so rudely to such a great and powerful man, for Malis had been brought up to be polite and demure, and to show respect for her betters. But Flid... Just because Flid conjured furs out of nothing with the mime mule, substantially aided by whatever talent Yalkara imprinted in him during renewal, it doesn't mean I can do the same. Besides... Agur looked away, a muscle in his cheek twitching. What is it? Said Tulatine, whose face was pinched and the tip of her nose red. Despite 2 cloaks, she was still shivering fitfully. Agur, are you in pain? Nothing compared to yours, he said, putting an arm around her and drawing her to him. I'm afraid. What is it? What's wrong? I'm afraid that my art is failing, he said quietly, and it's everything to me. Malis felt for him, for Agur was as old as the ages, and to lose such a gift after wielding it all that time must be like going blind. Suddenly ashamed of her ill temper, she said, I'm really sorry. Why is your art failing? Said Tulatine. Can it be the caduceus? I don't know, said Agur. He looked away, his brow furrowed. The Numinator drained all my power for 7 years, and then Reaper blocked me from using my art, save right next to the caduceus. Perhaps I've lost more than my body could bear. But you made the portal, said Malis. No, the caduceus made the portal. I only visualized where I wanted it to go. He strode off, his long legs covering twice the distance of her steps. From the top of the ridge the view was vaguely familiar, though the distant, rounded ranges appeared much the same in every direction. I don't know if we're close to the tower or on the other side of the island of Noom, Malis said, her thick black hair fluttering in the icy wind. Tulatine, who was still struggling up the slope, seemed to be in greater pain than before. Malis went back and gave her an arm. I've never been to Noom, Tulatine said faintly as they reached the top. As you know, the Numinator is my grandmother, but she wanted nothing to do with me. She shook her head as if, even after all this time, she could not come to terms with that. From what I know of her, you've had a lucky escape, Malis muttered. I dare say, but still it hurts. I think we're close, said Agur, marching down the other side. Malis scurried after him, up the following ridge, and shortly she made out the old stone arch, at least part of it, at the top. The right-hand pillar and half of the arch had collapsed, though the rest still stood. She went through the arch and looked down on the valley below. The Tower of 1,000 Steps had been set on an icy island in the middle of a lake, protected from intruders by constantly shifting patterns of water and berg, but the lake had been reduced to a narrow ring of shallow water and mud around a mound of broken rock and debris.
The ice was gone, and there was no sign that the tower had ever existed. "I can't see any chthonic fire," said Malis, crouching beside the pillar where there was shelter from the wind. She'd hoped to gain a little warmth from the stone which faced the sun, but its feeble light had not warmed the pillar at all. "There may be some deep in the foundations," said Igur, "but how are we to reach them? If you think I'm wading through that water, be quiet, I'm trying to think." "What about?" she said automatically. "Sorry." "I'm sorting through my memories of the tower. The foundations came out past the edges of the lake, below ground, and there might be a way in." "Won't it be flooded?" said Malis. "The lake is practically gone. The collapse must have cracked the ground below the tower and the water has drained away." They went down and began to circumnavigate the ring of shallow water and half-frozen mud, which was littered with broken furniture and timbers and many, many bodies, the fruits of the Numinator's dreadful and ultimately failed breeding program. The exposed parts of many of the bodies had been eaten by scavengers down to the bones, though the corpses further out in the mud and shallow water were still whole. Even in this climate, the smell was gaggingly offensive. Malis was stumbling along, so cold that she began to fear that her blood would freeze, when the ground ahead of her rose in irregularly shaped slabs, like a layer of frozen earth that had been forced up from below until it shattered. "That's odd," she muttered. "Igur, what do you think this is?" He peered underneath the slabs. "I can see a hollow in there. No, a hole. Something has broken the frozen ground from below." He walked around the slabs, frowning. "I think I see what's happened. The explosion blew the top of the ice tower to bits, but the rest remained intact until it hit the ground, and part of the frozen foundations must have been forced up through the earth here, as the buried roots of a tree trunk through the soil when it falls. There might still be some white fire deep down. Malis!" "I'm not going down there," said Malis, who'd had her fill of underground passages within Mistmurk Mountain. Igur tried to raise a slab, but it proved too heavy. "You're a little thing. Squeeze under here, would you, and see how deep the hole goes." "You're a little thing. That's just what Flid and Nish said when they sent me down that chimney infested with swamp creepers," she muttered. "Why is it always me?" "It isn't always you," said Chthonic. "We've all got strengths and weaknesses, and we each have to do what is required with them." Malis felt like a small child being lectured by a stern teacher, but Chthonic certainly couldn't go in. "All right," she said quietly, trying to conceal her unease. "Can you at least make me a light, Igur?" It sounded like a criticism, though she had not intended it to be, and her mortification deepened when, after several minutes of straining, Igur had not produced a glimmer of light. He turned away, shoulders slumped. After an uncomfortable interval, Chthonic reached into an inside pocket and drew out a small object like a miniature dumbbell, which she tapped 3 times on the end. It began to shine brightly. "What's that?" said Malis. "A seer's light. It's also called a twinkle stone. It won't hurt you." Nonetheless, Malis flinched as the twinkle stone was laid on the centre of her palm. It looked searingly hot, yet had the cool, damp feeling of a pair of soap bubbles, and weighed little more. She blew on it and it wobbled, but did not blow away. It was stuck to her skin, though she lifted it off easily enough. "It doesn't twinkle and it's not stone, so why is it called a twinkle stone?" "I've no idea," said Chthonic. "You can stick it to your forehead if you need to use your hands, but make sure your skin is dry." "Why?" "If it touches anything wet, it sticks so tightly you'll have to tear the skin to get it off. You can pull it apart if you need 2 lights for a while. If you need more light, carefully stretch the twinkle stone and it will expand and shine more brightly." "What if I just want a little light?" "Squeeze it in your fist and it'll go back to this size or even smaller." "Thanks." "All right, what if I find some chthonic fire? How do I bring it back?" "In this." Igur held out a midnight black circle about the diameter of his hand and fingers. "And this is?" said Malis, drawing away. The circle made her scalp crawl, for it was far blacker than black. She could not tell what it was made from, and, looked at side on, it disappeared completely. "It's a dimensionless box," said Igur, who was holding it by the very edge. "I stole it from the Numinator.
If you find any fire, push the dimensionless box onto it and the fire will be sucked in and preserved. How do you get it out again? You turn the dimensionless box inside out and eject the fire into a suitable container.
Said Malis. Is the box dangerous?
Extremely, said Agur cheerfully.
His sudden good humour seemed a trifle macabre. What if it accidentally sucks me inside?
It won't unless you're foolish enough to press it flat against you. If you do, you will be drawn inside and will become a singularity within the dimensionless box.
And then what? Said Malis, afraid to go near it.
Nothing, said Agur.
What do you mean, nothing?
You would cease to exist. When the box was turned inside out again, there would be nothing recognisable left of you. No living thing can survive the dimensionless box, and few things that aren't living.
It got worse and worse.
Then how do I carry it safely? She cried. Just screw it up and stuff it into your pocket and it's harmless, he said, as if that were obvious. The box only works when it's perfectly flat.
What if it unfolds?
He sighed. If you put it in a small pocket, it won't be able to.
Malis took the dimensionless box, which was eerily weightless, gingerly screwed it up and stuffed it into her shirt pocket, buttoning down the flap to be sure it was safe. She would sooner have carried a live scorpion there.
Off you go, said Agur.
She pressed the twinkle stone against her brow and it stuck. It felt slightly itchy. Then she tested the slab in case it was loose. When it did not move, she wriggled in under it. The light from the twinkle stone had a bluish tinge which made her surroundings appear even bleaker and colder. The space underneath was broad but low, and she had to flatten her bosom against the icy ground to get through. Even so, her prominent bottom scraped painfully on the underside of the slab. To her right, the cavity continued towards a wedge-shaped patch of darkness.
What do you see? Said Agur.
I think it goes down, though I don't see how we're going to get through. I can barely fit.
Keep going.
She squirmed to the wedge-shaped darkness, which turned out to be a hole leading down. Malis put her head over the edge. It's like a shaft. It goes down further than I can see, and it's pretty steep.
Can you climb down and, more importantly, back up?
You could if you could get in, said Malis, persisting with the fiction that she was just having a look around up top, and he was going to do the dirty work. The sides are like frozen, fractured soil.
Broken permafrost, said Agur. Let's hope it goes all the way down. Keep going as far as you can.
It doesn't look very safe. Keep a close eye on the sides and you'll be all right. The permafrost won't fall in.
If you come to running water or thawed ground, don't go any further or you could set off a collapse. Ready?
I was also thinking of other kinds of dangers, said Malis in a tiny voice. What if the Numinator buried some of her experiments down here?
It'll be all right, Agur muttered.
I'm scared. It's no picnic up here in the freezing wind, and we're in more danger than you are, should any of those reanimated corpses still be around.
His voice faded. He must have turned away.
Keep a weather eye on the water, chthonic.
They could be lurking under the surface, waiting for us to turn our backs.
Malis wished he hadn't spoken. She had not seen the bodies that Zoflock, the whelm sorcerer, had reanimated with darts full of distilled chthonic fire, but she had heard all about them. Shuddering, she plucked the twinkle stone from her forehead, attached it to the middle finger of her right hand, and reached down. The shaft was a good span wide and sloped down steeply, though it was climbable as long as she did not encounter any smooth ice. She put her feet in, began to go down backwards. Then her feet slipped on an icy patch and she caught frantically at the top edge while she scrabbled for a solid footing. The icy patch proved to be small, and below it was solid permafrost again, but she checked carefully with the twinkle stone before she continued. It would be easy to fall, and if she did, she would go all the way. I'm halfway down, she called a few minutes later after she'd descended some 20 spans. I can see the bottom. Her voice echoed oddly, and shortly came a reply so garbled and echoing that she could not make out a word. Had Agur and Chthonic heard what she had said, or merely the sound of her voice? Again she hesitated. If she got into trouble further down, there would be little point calling for help. Not that they would get in to save her anyhow. It reminded her of other unpleasant expeditions she'd made below ground, though thankfully this place appeared free of life, animal or vegetable. She continued to the bottom of the shaft, over piles of broken rock and permafrost, into a tunnel that was several spans across and equally high. It extended in both directions, further than the light reached. Ahead of her, the walls and floor were as smooth as polished stone. She must be inside the former ice foundations of the fallen tower. Malis assumed that the ice had been consumed by chthonic fire and the meltwater had seeped away. Sticking the twinkle stone to her forehead, she proceeded slowly in its bleak light, checking each wall for traces of white fire. She found none, though the floor contained scattered pools of water, now freezing again. Evidently, after consuming all the ice, the fire had gone out. Every so often, narrower tunnels ran off to her left, presumably the remains of cross foundations. She passed them by. Further on, the tunnel turned left, then continued. She was trudging along it when a distorted, unidentifiable roar echoed down. Malis pressed herself against the wall, her heart fluttering. It must have been a Gur shouting, but she dared not reply in case it was someone or something else. Such as the reanimated corpses of those poor people on whom the Numinator had done her dreadful breeding experiments. On she went, around another left-hand corner, and after that 2 more, which meant that this tunnel formed a square many hundreds of paces on each side. She could see, distantly, the fractured shaft she had climbed down. She was heading back to her starting point. Not far away, another of these narrow tunnels ran off to her left, and she stood at its entrance, uncertainly. She had seen no solid ice so far, and not a trace of white fire. Was there any point going that way? Malis thought it unlikely, but since she had come this far, there was no point leaving the job half done. She dragged her weary body sideways down the narrow conduit, eventually emerging in a huge open space, 3 spans high and further across than the light of the twinklestone could reach. She struggled to work out what it had been, for she was not good at imagining shapes in her head. She guessed that it had once contained the solid ice foundations supporting the inner tower, the smaller one that Flid and poor Colm had climbed after they had rescued Agur, Flangers, Chismul, and the other prisoners. Malis had been in the Nightland at the time, but she had heard all about it. In the Nightland, lying with Ember. It had been the most romantic time of her life, and then the most tragic. So much had happened since that she had not even begun to grieve for him. Wiping her eyes, with an effort she put him out of her mind. She could not afford to be distracted now. Cracks ran across the ceiling here and there, and along them delicate icicles had formed. How long could the roof hold? After studying the icicles, which were unbroken, she decided that it was probably safer to go further. Halfway to the centre she stopped, squinting into the gloom. Could that faint, writhing worm of light up ahead be chthonic fire? Her heart thumped. In the middle of the open space, a ragged column of ice the width of a small cottage extended from floor to ceiling like the well-gnawed core of an enormous apple. A ragged line of fire lit one of the edges facing her. There wasn't much fire, though, and if she tried to collect it, it might go out. She needed as much as she could find. Malis continued around to her left, and on the far side of the ice core, she discovered a brightly glowing patch of white fire near the floor. She squatted down to study it. The fire made a faint crackling sound as it consumed the ice, and it was strong and vigorous. As she was psyching herself up to collect it with the perilous dimensionless box, something scraped behind her and Malis whirled. A tall and unusually gaunt man stood in the shadows, dressed in a black loincloth and wearing a crown of iron barbs, and his glittering, lidless eyes were fixed on her. "I knew one of you would return for the fire," said the whelm sorcerer, Zoflock. 18. "The air sled isn't yours," Flid said imperturbably to the dwarf. "You're only minding it for the master whose filthy boots you lick clean every night." Clam scowled. "Drop the staff, Flid, or feel all the power of Reaper." His hand hovered above its roiling surface. Nish looked from Clam to Flid, back to Clam, and gnawed his lip. Even at the height of Flid's powers, a long time ago now, he had never been a match for the tears. "All the power," scoffed Flid.
Come now, Clom, Nish would have given you as little of Reaper's power as he could get away with. He was always terrified of rivals.
Do you seriously believe that he would leave his empire unprotected?
Not if he'd known Stilkeen was coming, but he didn't.
He has long known of a threat from the void. He just didn't know what it was.
My point stands, said Flid, though with less confidence than before. Besides, we both know that it took Nish years to master the tears. You can't have done it in a few days.
I've served him loyally for many years, said Clom. I've had plenty of time to learn all about them. Are you prepared to risk it?
Flid did not reply. He must have been having second thoughts. Nish would have done the same, for he still bore the scars from the touch of Reaper and still felt the pain. But Flid had to go on. He was their only hope now, and he had to call Clom's bluff, if it was a bluff. How much of the tear's power had Nish allowed the dwarf to use?
Zervish, Nish said, when father first tempted me, on the day my 10-year sentence was up, he boasted about his mastery of the tears. Then he said, I've made sure no one can use them but me.
Did he now? How very interesting, Clom.
He was lying. He taught me more than enough, said Clom. Drop the staff.
I don't think I will.
Flid rotated the serpent staff until its forked tongue pointed at the dwarf.
I suspect I'm going to call your bluff.
You can't possibly know how to use that thing,
said Clom ringingly, though now his confidence sounded forced.
Care to risk it?
Clom's hand twitched as though he was going to attack, and Nish tensed. But he withdrew his hand, which was still bandaged from where it had been burned days ago, and said, I don't care to reveal my powers at this stage. You never know what might be watching. Turning, Clom said in an amplified voice, Take Nish and do not harm him. Cut the others down.
I wouldn't if I were you, said Flid, grinning broadly. You like to believe that you think of everything, General Clom, but you've seriously underestimated me.
What are you talking about? Said Clom, gesturing to his troops to stop.
You assumed, as did certain others,
Flid was looking sideways at Nish now, and the grin had faded,
that I was only out for what I could get, that I had abandoned my friends and fled on the air sled to save my miserable skin.
Nish swallowed, but said nothing. Words meant little, and Flid was exceptionally good with them. Deeds were what counted now.
I admit it, said Clom. You're a strange man, Zervish, and you've grown far stranger since you took renewal. I watched you with Gatherer after you stole the air sled, and you fled straight as an arrow for Gendragore until I lost you behind the mountains. What brought you back? A crisis of conscience? No, I don't believe you have one. You came back for the tears. I've seen the way you've looked at them ever since Nish brought them to the range of ruin. You burn for them. You've got to have them whatever the cost.
Flid gave a scornful laugh.
I put on that expression every time you looked in my direction to gull you, and it worked.
Clom did not look convinced, and neither was Nish, for he remembered Flid's lustful stare from the battle in the clearing. He had seen it in his eyes whenever the tears had been mentioned, even when Clom had been out of sight. Where had Flid been all this time, and what had he done? And most importantly, why had he come back? It had to be for the tears. How could he so betray them?
But Zervish, said Clom, you forget that we were scrutators together in the olden days, and that I once interrogated you. We had special ways of sorting truth from deceit, and if any scrutator was more skilled at it than you, it was I. I know you're hiding something.
Indeed I am, said Flid blandly, and if you care to climb a few spans up the mountainside, you'll discover what it is.
I'm not going to fall for that one, said Clom.
Then send one of your men, the least and most useless of them.
Clom stared at Flid, who met his eyes evenly, shrugged and gestured to the man nearest to him.
Climb up the mountainside, trooper, and tell me what you see.
The soldier began to scramble up the steep slope. It was hard going, and it took several minutes to reach a height of 10 spans. Everyone watched him in silence. What was Flid getting at, Nish wondered. If it was a trick, it would soon be discovered. The soldier turned, found a solid footing, looked down over the defences at the western gate, then started.
Soldiers, sir! An enemy army! Nish's feet almost lifted off the ground in relief. Of course Flid hadn't betrayed them.
What?
Cried Clam, scrambling up to see for himself.
Whose army? How many and how close?
They're not in uniform, said the soldier. They're dressed like farmers, though they're well armed and moving fast. They'll be coming over the western gate in a minute or two. Clam reached the soldier and followed his gaze.
Farmers, he cried, staring at Flid. Where the blazes did they come from?
Flid laughed.
I got the idea from something Nish said not long after we arrived in the clearing from the Numinator's tower. You know Boobalar, of course, the drunken captain of the so-called militia from Rigore province?
I've spoken with him, said Clam, his lips thinning. He would betray his own grandmother.
He put a knife to his nephew's throat.
Flid's smile faded.
Weeks ago, Boobalar told Nish that the militia from Gendry province weren't coming. But I know the reputation of the stolid folk from Gendry, the Flatlanders as everyone calls them, somewhat ironically since there is no flat land in Gendrigore. They don't make promises they can't keep, and therefore Boobalar had to be lying.
The Gendry militia never turned up at the rendezvous in Wiley's clearing, said Nish.
And you didn't wonder why, knowing the honest folk of Gendrigore as you did? Said Flid. No, you were already pressed for time and could not wait, but the answer seemed obvious to me. The militia hadn't come because Boobalar had given them false directions. He wanted the battlefield plunder for himself, and they were still lost in the mountains when you left Wiley's clearing for the Range of Ruin.
So you went looking for them?
And found them, not far away, said Flid, barely able to contain his glee. I set them on the right path and told them to come on at all speed, for their countrymen were in peril and desperately needed aid. And here they are, 562 men and women of Gendry, all fit and strong, well supplied with the rations that failed to reach you at Wiley's clearing, Nish, and thirsting to defend their land and their people, plus another 46 of your own militia from the lot you left behind with dysentery, now recovered. Well, Clam, I think they have the measure of your exhausted 100?
A horn blasted, and the first of the Gendry militia topped the ramp over the western gap. Big, brawny farmers they might be, but their spears made a neat line against the sky, and they were marching in step, singing as they came.
Whoever leads them, they're well trained, said Nish, signing to his troops, who raised their swords and let out a full-throated cheer of defiance.
Clam's hand slipped towards Reaper.
I'm calling your bluff, said Flid,
pointing the serpent staff at the dwarf again.
And your troops don't have time to do their dirty work. You've lost, Clam. The histories will tell of this battle as the Deliverer's first victory and the Empire's greatest defeat. I might even take a shot at writing the great tale myself once I retire. He grinned mockingly. I'll accept your surrender now.
The quicksilver surface of Reaper began to churn and bubble, and in a flash of clear sight, Nish saw something hot and black and eager below the surface. The hovering hand froze, and he caught his breath. If Clam did know how to draw upon the dreadful power of Reaper, and dared to take Flid on, he could turn defeat into victory in a moment. Flid's fist tightened on the serpent staff, which was limned with a baleful green luminosity. Clam swallowed, went to lower his swollen, bandaged hand onto Reaper, but at the last second snatched it away, struggling to control his terror. How interesting, thought Nish. He's used Gatherer many times and Reaper once or twice, but he's still afraid of it. It had burned him when he'd destroyed the red-haired archer's arm in the clearing, and perhaps at other times, which would explain why he had not attacked the pass directly, using Reaper's power to shatter the defences and destroy the militia. But Clam, for all his courage in other ways, was too afraid of the uncanny tears.
Be damned! Clam raised his voice. Piper! Sound the retreat.
A soldier raised a horn and let out several abrasive blasts.
Sir, said a deathly white sergeant, where would you have us retreat to?
Back over the pass, said Clam. Head down the Range of Ruin all the way to the barracks in Taranta. Sergeant, I thank you for your loyal service, and I pray that you make it.
Sir, the sergeant's voice quavered, are you not coming with us?
I must take a path that no mortal man may follow, said Clam. At least no one who does not hold the profane tears. Even with them I may not survive it. But I have to try. I must find a way to fight Stilkeen. Farewell.
The sergeant saluted and turned away, and his 100 tattered and broken men followed him up and over the crest of Blisterbone, out of sight. "They'll never get there," said Flid. "The really wet season will hit any day now."
"I'm afraid you're right," said Clom regretfully, "but I could not take them on the path I'm forced to follow."
"Into the Shadow Realm," said Flid.
"Yes. Aren't you going to stop me?"
"How could I? You've got the tears. Why won't you use them?"
Again Clom's hand moved towards Reaper, again drew back.
"The cursed tears," he said heavily, like one old friend confiding in another. "I only took them out of duty, though I never thought the burden of carrying them would grow so heavy."
"It would not be as heavy if the burden was shared," said Flid slyly.
"With you?"
"Why not? You know what a monster Nish is, and he's gone, probably never to return. So why do you still serve him? Why continue to do his evil work?"
"He is a monster," said Clom. "I see it now he's gone."
"Because the deceptions he worked upon you with Gatherer have faded," Flid suggested. "I never thought you, of all people, would be so easily taken in."
Clom ignored that. "But there is also good in Nish. He loves Santhenar, and he saw long ago that it was under threat." "He tried to tell me many times," Nish remembered, "but I refused to listen. I thought he was trying to manipulate me again."
"You have no idea of the vicious creatures that lurk in the eternal void between the worlds, desperate to get out,"
Nish had said at the beginning.
"But I do. I've seen them with the tears, and every one of them hungers for the prize, the jewel of worlds that is Santhenar."
And he had been right. "The God Emperor is determined to protect our world," Clom went on, "and he's the only one who can. That's why I cannot break my word to him. Loyalty matters to me, and I will not turn my coat. I also know that no one else can protect Santhenar from Stilkeen."
"We can," said Flid, "once we bring the Empire down and wield the tears."
"How long would the world be racked by civil war before you succeeded? If you did, months, years? I can't take the risk, Flid. Besides, as you pointed out, it takes great strength of purpose to master the tears and much practice. Nish spent 13 years learning their powers and perils. You could hardly do it in less."
"I believe I could," said Flid. "All modesty aside, I was a better mancer than he was, far better."
"Maybe so, but it does not mean you can pick up the tears and wield them in our defence. I'm sorry, Zervish, I cannot yield. I swore to my God Emperor, and I will not give them up, not even to you. Farewell. And don't think too badly of me. I may have done bad things, but I did them for good reasons. We were the best of friends once, weren't we?"
There was the slightest pleading note in his voice. Flid wasn't going to give him any satisfaction.
"Were we?" he said coldly.
"I often reckon up my true friends and give thanks for their steadfastness, but I never see you on that list."
Clom shivered, bowed stiffly from the waist, then cupped his left hand above the surface of Reaper. He turned away, growing ever more transparent, walked into the solid rock of the Whitethorn Peak, and disappeared. 19.
"That was interesting,"
said Flid as the Gendry militia came streaming up the track and Nish's survivors stumbled down to greet them.
"I'm not sure that I take your meaning," said Nish distractedly.
"Clom is afraid to use Reaper, and that astonishes me, for he's the bravest man I've ever met."
"Physical bravery is one thing. Courage in the face of such unknown and uncanny arts is quite another," Nish said with feeling.
"I quite agree, but Clom is a mancer of both power and subtlety and long experience. As a scrutator, he created hundreds of devices for mancery, and I never knew anyone with a more subtle understanding of those arts. Why should he be afraid of the tears?"
"Because he does not understand the particular art behind them."
"There must be more to it than that," said Flid. "I wonder.
Can he fear that the tears have been shaped by the warped mind of their master and now have a malicious life of their own?" "If he's so afraid, we should also be wary of them," Nish said pointedly. Flid shrugged and turned to stare at the mountain into which Clom had disappeared. Was he planning to follow him, even into the Shadow Realm? Flid had once proposed to take that dreadful path himself, thinking it was the only way to escape from Nish's cordon around Mistmurk Mountain, but Yalkara had intervened, and he had ended up in the Nightland instead. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Nish forced his thoughts back to the present, his quest to overthrow his father,
and, most urgently, how they were going to get off the range of ruin before the really wet season broke and trapped them for its 5-month duration. "How many people can the air sled carry?" he said.
"Chismall," Flid called. "Leave off groping Nish's lieutenant and come here."
She came across, not in the least abashed. "Sir." Flid repeated Nish's question. She frowned and touched the bandage over her missing ear. "If we sling safety ropes around the edge, we might pack everyone on. Why do you ask?"
"I presume you don't want to walk all the way to the centre of the Empire? Besides, the Gendry militia can't carry our wounded down," Flid said to Nish.
Another crack of thunder sounded, louder this time.
"The really wet season is going to break any day now. You'd better send them back at once."
"I don't think any force on Santhenar could shift them just now," said Nish, choking up as he watched the Gendragorian troops embracing one another like long-lost friends. "It's been a long time since my militia have had anything to celebrate. We've got to give them time to greet old comrades, begin to grieve for all they've lost, and celebrate their victory." Flid seemed slightly irritated, but finally nodded.
"It's been a long time for us all. You'd better join them. You'll appear proud and standoffish if you hold back."
But then he smiled and extended his hand.
"Magnificently fought, Nish. No one else could have done what you've achieved here today. I'm sorry we took so long to get back and left you no word."
"What did take you so long?" Nish asked as they walked down to where his militia lay sprawled in the sunlight while the Gendry men were setting out the best food they had. A line of stretcher-bearers was carrying the wounded, attended by the 2 healers, down to join them.
"I'll tell you some day when we've got the time. Suffice it to say that Clam had the air sled well guarded, and it took all our ingenuity, plus a good slice of luck, to get to it. Then, modestly, a stroke of sheerest genius for us to steal it from under his nose. He retaliated with Gatherer, of course, and if it had not been for Chismall's brilliance, the air sled would have fallen from a great height, which would have been the end of us. I could not take that risk again, so we went to ground some distance away along the range of ruin, and there was no way to contact you."
"How did you control the air sled?"
"I tried using the serpent staff, and to my surprise it worked, eventually."
"So did mine," said Nish, "though why it worked bothers me."
"Indeed," Flid said perceptively. "The caduceus wasn't left behind as a warning. Stilkeen left it so we would use its separate parts to get ourselves out of trouble. It's moving us around like pieces in a board game, and I don't know why. But we can worry about that later."
"I worry about it all the time," said Nish, then forced it from his mind and headed down for the feast. The thunder was growing ever louder, and even the slightly tipsy Gendragorians were beginning to look anxious.
"We'd better go,"
said their captain, Glem, a thick-set farmer from the south of Gendry province, with shiny black hair and eyes the same colour, and an incongruous tonsure of white hair around a bald patch as shiny as a polished army boot.
"We've got crops to harvest. We can't be trapped on the range for the really wet season."
"Could you survive if you were trapped?" said Nish. "I thought that was a death sentence."
"It would be for Gwyshin like the enemy, and even for you, Nish, resourceful as you are. But we know the mountains. When we have the time, we can find food anywhere, plus the herbs we need to keep the ulcers and fevers at bay. It would not be easy to feed us for that long, but we would survive. At least those of us who are unarmed."
Nish anticipated that. "We'll take the injured with us on the air sled."
"Back to their homes,"
said Glem. Nish hesitated, and Flid interposed at once.
"Unfortunately not. The air sled has been giving us a lot of trouble, and I'm not sure how long we can keep it flying. The mansery that powers it—"
Glem shuddered and flicked his hand over his left shoulder, a sign to ward off evil. Those nearby emulated his gesture, and a murmur of unease spread like a wave through the sprawling militia.
"You don't need to worry about that," said Flid, "but I can't take the risk of going to Gendragore in case the air sled fails and strands us there. Your war may be over, but ours is just beginning, and we've got to go south, to the heart of the Empire with all speed. As soon as the news gets out that Stilkeen has taken the God Emperor—"
Glem repeated his gesture 3 times.
"Every rebel on Santhenar will be out for what they can get, and between them they'll tear the Empire apart, unless—"
Flid rose to his feet and addressed them all.
"Unless the Deliverer makes himself known throughout the Empire at once and stands ready to fulfill the promise he made at the end of the war. Nish must tell the world that his father has been taken by a being from beyond and immediately claim the Imperial throne. If the news about Nish gets out, it will be too late.
Nish stirred but did not contradict Flid, since that could only make things worse. However, he was not planning to claim the throne, and as soon as they were in private, he intended to remind Flid of that vow.
Nish may claim the throne, said Glem, but not everyone will support him. Many will stay loyal to Nish, Flid agreed, at least until they can be sure he's never coming back, and others will try to seize power for themselves. Unless we act fast, there will be civil war.
Where are we going, Zervish? Said Nish.
As far down the east coast as the air sled will take us.
It would be faster to fly across the corner of the Sea of Perion, said Nish, mentally tracing the route. Then from the mountains of the Wan Bar and all the way southeast to Father's Palace, Moraloon, near Fad.
Aye, said Flid, if we trusted the air sled to take us that far. But the craft has already given us trouble, and we can't afford to be marooned in empty lands if it should fail. We'll head south to Taranta, which isn't far as the air sled flies, and make the initial announcement. From there we'll fly east to Crandor, the wealthiest nation on Santhenar, and also the most independent and rebellious. Its capital, Rhoros, is a great and proud city where people will remember your promise, Nish, and many will welcome you. From Rhoros we'll hop from city to city down the coast, spreading the news and showing your face everywhere. Then, should the air sled fail us, we'll be able to take a fast ship south.
He paused, then looked over the militia.
Of course, the deliverer, Nish, can't go alone.
No one spoke for a long time. Then Amy rose painfully to her feet, holding her ribs.
We've followed our captain all this way, and we're not going to abandon him now. I'm with you, Nish, and so is this great lump.
She put her hand on Kletch's woolly head, which was level with her waist, though he was sitting down.
Though what you'll still be, since he's stupidly broken both his legs.
Thank you, said Flid,
pointedly shaking the tiny hand and the huge one.
Rhoros has healers whose spells can work marvels upon broken bones, and they'll have you on your feet in weeks.
He surveyed the seated militia, frowning.
What's the matter with you lot? Cried Amy. Stand up for the man you believe in! Up, up!
One by one, the 25 able-bodied men and women of his militia rose and came forwards to stand beside him, looking abashed.
We're with you, sir, Hoshi said quietly. All the way.
Thank you, said Nish, deeply touched despite Amy's coercion, though it's a bit late to start calling me sir now.
Sorry, Nish,
grinned Hoshi. Nish caught sight of a small, carrot-topped figure among the militia, one hand heavily bandaged, and his smile faded.
Hewald, you can't come with us. I must, cried the boy. I set Uncle free and he brought the enemy here. It's my fault that most of the militia are dead. I've got to make up for it.
What's this? Said Glem, frowning. How could the boy?
Nish explained briefly.
Ah, yes, said Glem. We know about Boobalar.
How? Said Nish.
We caught him below the entrance to the pass, robbing the dead.
Glem spat on the ground.
The brute tried to escape.
What happened to Uncle Boobalar?
Whispered Hewald.
In war, lad, there can only be one punishment for such behaviour. We would have put him down.
But, said Nish, praying that Boobalar hadn't got away again.
He tried to escape over the side of the ridge, but with the weight of all his loot, he lost his footing and fell. He's dead.
And I have to make up for what Uncle did, said Hewald. I've got to go to war with Nish.
No, Hewald, said Nish. If I'd known you were with us, I would have sent you back at Wiley's clearing. Besides, you've done as much as any of my soldiers could do, and you've lost a finger to prove it.
I have to pay,
wept the boy. How could it be so hard to tell a child what to do? Nish was beginning to despair when Flangers came forwards.
Hewald, we've fought together at the defences these past days, and your work has saved many lives. I understand how you feel, and you know I do, for we talked about my own troubles last night. But you've done enough, soldier.
Please, Lieutenant,
said Hewald.
No, lad, said Flangers. You're going home, and that's an order from your commanding officer. You do know what the penalty for disobeying orders is in war?
Yes,
said Hewald quietly.
But I would never disobey your orders.
He forced a smile and saluted.
Sir.
Thank you, Nish said softly to Flangers after the boy had turned away. I was afraid I would never convince him. He's a good lad with as stout a heart as any kid I've come across, but too young to take such burdens upon himself. Far too young.
Perhaps it's a lesson to us all, Nish said pointedly.
to not blame ourselves for things we've paid for long ago."
"You may be right, sir," said Flangers.
A mass of cloud swirled up and over the tops of the mountains, blotting out the sun, and a chilly wind tumbled down the slopes into their faces. "Not long now till the really wet season begins," said Glemm, rising. "Not long at all." The remaining food was hastily packed away. The Gendry militia replenished their supplies from the enemy's stores, and Nish's troops scoured the battlefield to refill their quivers and replace their notched swords and battered shields. A network of ropes was strung across the rear half of the air sled for the troops to hang onto, a wise precaution with Chismul at the helm. Nish limped up to the top of the pass in case the survivors of Clam's army were planning a suicidal counterattack, but they were already out of sight. He took one last look at the rubble-filled slot where so many of his troops had died, and the scoured slope down which his avalanche had passed, then turned back, shaking his head at the futility of war. By the time he reached the air sled, the 15 injured were being carried on, bound to their stretchers, which were tied fore and aft to the safety ropes. After making their farewells, his militia crammed on. Chismul sat at the front beneath the empty pennant pole, in a seat made of wooden canvas fixed to the deck. Flid stood beside her, clutching the pole in one hand and his serpent staff in the other, and Nish took his place on the other side. "Take it gently," said Flid, as Chismul slipped her fingers in between the wires and crystals of the air sled's controller. "We've got fragile passengers now, remember?"
"I know,"
she said mildly. "Ready?"
"Yes."
A flurry of cold rain swept up the pass. Lightning flashed. There was a shattering crash of thunder, and a deluge fell upon them. The Gendry militia pulled their oilskin hoods over their heads, waved and turned down towards the western gap, and the long march home. "Farewell," Nish said quietly, knowing that he was unlikely to return to Gendragore or to see any of them again. Flid banged the tip of the serpent staff into a socket beside the pennant pole. Chismul wiggled her fingers within the wires. An inner crystal shafted out a single beam of blue light, as if to mark the way forwards. The air sled lifted, revolved on its axis, and headed up and over the pass, then south, for the city of Taranta. "The first phase of the war is over," said Flid. "Now the real battle begins." 20.
"I'm glad it is you, Malis Niflin," said Zoflock. "Since your coming led to the destruction of my master's tower and the death of her hopes, had I been informed in time, I would have prevented it permanently. In the aftermath, I must exact a suitable punishment as a lesson to all who threaten my master's plans."
The sorcerer's black and glittering eyes were locked on her, and Malis remembered someone talking about him previously. Unlike the other Whelm, who had no interest in any but their own kind, Zoflock took a keen interest in normal humans, but not a healthy one. What are you going to do to me?" Her voice went hoarse. Why hadn't she answered when Igur had called earlier?
"I'm going to kill you with slow sorcery, then wrap your broken body in a treated shroud to make a perfect print of your torments. And wherever I go, I will exhibit your death shroud to demonstrate that our master must never be trifled with. Come." He crooked a bony finger at her.
No,"
said Malis, edging sideways along the fire-licked ice.
"It's awfully decent of you, but I'm finished here now." How could she combat a sorcerer? What were the Whelm's weaknesses anyway? Flid had talked about the topic once, but what had he said? They had a terror, born of their long and tragic histories, of being cast out by their master. The Whelm were born to serve, and without a master they were tormented, purposeless creatures. Unfortunately, Malis did not see how she could use that fear. The only other option was to run for her life. Whelm were slow and awkward, and if she could get away, she might beat Zoflock to the base of the steep shaft, but it would be exhausting to climb. Whelm were also tireless and relentless, and if she slipped, he would have her.
Once she reached the shaft, she could scream for help, and Chthonic and Igur would probably hear her, but that was no help if they could not find a way in. She backed around the fire-eaten pillar. Zoflock followed, unperturbed. Clearly he wasn't worried about her escaping. She moved faster, realized that she could no longer see him, and whirled. Ah! He had gone the other way and was right in front of her, reaching out with those repulsive spatulate fingers. One more step and they would have slid around her throat, or lower. She did not like the look in his eyes, nor what she imagined his interest in humans was. Spinning on one foot, Melis bolted but slipped on a frozen puddle and went skating forwards, her arms wheeling. Unable to regain her balance, she fell and skidded across the ice on her palms and knees, trying to scrabble away. Zoflock stalked after her, his jerky whelm stride covering the distance deceptively quickly, and caught her by the ankle before she could get up. She kicked furiously but had no hope of freeing herself. He stood head and shoulders above her and was immensely strong. Yanking her backwards, he lifted her by the ankle and raised his arm until her head dangled several handspans off the floor. Her loose trouser legs slid down to her knees, exposing her chalk-white calves. Blood was trickling from her left knee. Holding her well away, Zoflock inspected her neat ankles and slim calves. Melis knew that she looked very different from the Whelm women, who were generally tall and lean, with grey skin, thick, prominent bones, and large feet and hands. They certainly didn't have her well-endowed thighs or broad hips. Their bodies were long and brick-shaped with practically no waist. No bosom either, she realized, as her shirt slid down towards her bust. He was so strong. His arm wasn't even quivering from her weight. She tried to kick him with her free foot, but he caught her other ankle and locked fingers and thumb around it. Now he was staring at her bosom, squinting against the light from the twinkle stone, and she remembered another weakness of the Whelm. Being creatures of the cloudy south and the deep forests, strong light was painful to them. Raising her hands as if to cover her chest, she yanked the twinkle stone off her forehead and stretched it as far as it would go. Instantly, its dumbbell shape swelled to the size of a pair of oranges, and the light flared so brightly that it hurt her eyes. Zoflock cried out incoherently and dropped her on her head. Fortunately, she did not fall far, though it took a few seconds to recover from the impact. She found her feet and backed away, holding the twinkle stone high and watching him carefully. The sorcerer wasn't pretending. He was holding his calloused grey hands in front of his streaming eyes, clearly in pain. Knowing it was the only chance she was going to get, she fled back the way she had come. As she was squeezing through the narrow passage, she heard his wooden sandals clapping against the floor. He was after her, and this time he would be more careful. Melis reached the end of the passage where it opened into the broad outer tunnel and looked back. She could no longer hear his footsteps, and when she shone the twinkle stone down the passage, it was empty. However, many such narrow passages ran out from the centre. He must have taken another of them, and he would know how she'd entered the underground labyrinth. If he reached the steep shaft before she did, she would be trapped. And perhaps he knew a quicker way there. Her breath was rasping in her throat, her stomach churning sickeningly. She turned right into the broad tunnel and ran, only to realize that she'd gone the wrong way. Melis had never had a good sense of direction, and she should have turned left, not right. She ran back, panting so loudly that Zoflock must hear her, and surely he would be nearly there by now. As she pounded along, she held the dazzling twinkle stone out in front of her, for it was the only advantage she had. But not much of an advantage, she thought ruefully. If he cornered her, he could advance with eyes closed and arms spread from one side of the tunnel to the other and catch her by feel. Ahead, she made out the steeply sloping shaft. Her light was winking off the broken permafrost. Melis glanced over her shoulder, but there was no one behind her, and there were no side tunnels between her and the shaft. She was going to make it after all. Then Zoflock stood up suddenly. He'd been waiting a few spans from the junction with the shaft, and he was laughing. She thrust out the twinkle stone, but as she'd predicted, he closed his eyes and spread his arms low down so she could not get by. Putting on a burst of speed, she sprang as high as she could, her left foot just grazing his right arm, and landed at chest height on the slope of the shaft. Pain shrieked through her knees and her palms, and the light went out. Where was the twinkle stone? She must have dropped the wretched thing, and there was not a second to look for it. As she dragged herself up the broken permafrost into the darkness, Zoflok's sandals sounded below her, and he made a muffled, crowing noise. She was scrambling higher when a pinpoint of light reflected back at her from an icy facet. You silly fool, Malis thought. You landed on the twinkle stone and crushed it down to a mote. That's what happened to the light. It was still stuck to her finger, but she didn't have time to stretch it to brightness because the sorcerer was only a span below. And she remembered Whelm could see in near darkness. She scrambled up the slope, tearing the soft skin of her palms on the iron-hard permafrost and praying that the speck-sized twinkle stone would not stick to it and be lost. With a snorting grunt, Zoflok lunged. She threw herself upwards, but his flat fingertips caught the heel of her left boot, tightened and jerked. She tried to kick him, but he was holding her too tightly. Malis attempted to shake him loose, though that did not work either, and her foot began to slip out of her boot. If it was the only way to get free, she would gladly lose it. She wriggled her small foot back and forth. It came out, and she pulled herself up another half a span. Her filthy sock kept catching on the broken surface, so she threw it in Zoflok's face and kept going, up and up, though after she had climbed 5 spans or so, Malis realized that she could not hear him. Was he close, or had he gone another way to cut her off? She stood up, swaying on the steep surface, and stretched the twinkle stone until it reached its original size and cast bright light up and down the shaft. Malis checked below her, yelped, and nearly fell into the sorcerer's arms, for he was only a span away. He had discarded his wooden sandals and was creeping up like a 4-legged insect, his broad, flat fingers and toes clinging securely to the iciest surfaces. Stretching the twinkle stone to its fullest extent, Malis thrust it down at him. Pain wrenched his grim features out of shape, and he swayed backwards so far that it seemed impossible he could cling on, but he crouched, turned his head away, and began to move up again. She would never escape him on hands and knees. She wasn't quick enough. Malis stood and tried to run up the slope, but it was too steep. Her legs did not have the strength, nor her feet the grip. Whacking the twinkle stone against her forehead, she used her fingers to pull herself up. The glow was so brilliant that she had to squint to see, but there was no time to reduce it. She gained a span. He closed the gap in a scrabbling lunge. She forced herself up further. Again he nearly caught her. Twice she turned and pointed the twinkle stone at him without warning, and twice he evaded the light just in time. Malis was exhausted now, her strength failing rapidly, and she wasn't yet halfway. She would never make it to the top. Might as well get frostbite in both feet as in one, she thought, then wrenched her other boot off and hurled it at Zoflok's head. At this range she could hardly miss, and with his eyes screwed shut, he did not see it. The boot heel slammed into his nose with a satisfying crunch, and he swayed backwards. His feet slipped, and for one glorious moment she thought he was going to fall all the way, but he caught a firm handhold a few spans below her and hung on. She'd gained a respite, though only a temporary one. "Igur! Tulatine!" she screamed. "Help! Help!" The distorted echoes chased themselves up and down the permafrost shaft, slowly dying away, and she thought she heard a reply, though she could not make out any words. Igur and Tulatine certainly weren't nearby. They must not have found a way in. Now Zoflok was coming again, every breath making a repulsive nasal gurgling. Blood was flowing from his nose. He licked it away with a long grey tongue. If anything, he was moving faster than before. She'd hurt him, and clearly he planned to brutalize her before he made that shroud from her battered and broken body. "Help!" she cried plaintively. He looked up, eyes carefully averted, and smiled. They both knew it would soon be over. Only one thing could save her now. The dimensionless box and if she unfolded it and held it edge on, he could not see it. Melis unbuttoned her pocket and carefully caught the scrunched-up box by its edge, as Igur had held it, and drew it out. While she'd been thinking about the attack, Zoflock had climbed another span. Now he was crouching not far below, his lower face smeared with blood. She backed up a step, then another, but one of his long strides closed the gap again. Melis held the twinkle stone out before her, like a weapon. He glanced at her, sideways, then hastily away. His eyes were watering, but as long as he kept them averted from the light, he could still see. As she tried to move up another step, her foot slipped on an icy patch. She steadied herself, moved a little sideways, and tried again. Again she slipped. The sorcerer rose from a crouch to his full height, and she tensed. One leaping lunge, and he would have her. She prepared to whip the dimensionless box around and slam it into him. They faced each other for a minute or two, perfectly still. Her heart was thundering now. Why didn't he move? She wanted him to attack first, for she was afraid to. He crouched suddenly as if to spring, but shot upright again and feinted with his left hand, swinging it at her middle. Melis went at him with the dimensionless box, not realizing until too late that his stroke was a feint and he hadn't leapt at all. His body was well out of reach. As she began to overbalance, she swung desperately at him. He reached out to grab her wrist. She twisted at the last second, and the flattened dimensionless box slapped against the side of his right hand. Air shrieked into the box. Zoflock let out a harsh cry of dismay, followed by words of sorcery, and batted at his right hand with the left. A bright light flashed in the darkness, and the dimensionless box went flying. She felt it whine past her ear. Something cool splattered against her face, and she lost sight of it. The sorcerer was gasping and shaking his right hand, which was red raw and dripping blood. All the skin was gone, down to his wrist, and some of the flesh. It had been drawn into the box and disintegrated in an instant. She found a firm footing and backed up carefully, feeling sick at what the box had done. And where was it? She glanced behind her, knowing that it had fallen not far up. If she stepped on it, it would do the same to her, and she had no sorcery to protect herself. Melis could not see the black circle anywhere, and dared not swing the twinkle stone that way to look for it, in case Zoflock went for her. "Melis!" came Igur's voice, and her heart leapt, though from the timbre of the echoes he was a long way up. "Down here!" she shouted. "Zoflock's here!" Melis turned instinctively, hoping for a glimpse of Igur, even a reflection from his eyes, but nothing moved in the darkness. She heard the sorcerer's scrabbling leap, his gurgling gasp, and before she could move he was flying at her, arms and legs spread. He landed on top of her, eyes closed, and crushed her against the slope. Laying a knee across her hips, he pressed her against the broken permafrost. He forced her arms behind her back, pinned them there with his other knee across her chest, and when the light was hidden behind her, opened his eyes. She humped her back. Zoflock's arm flailed, his skinless hand bumped against the side of the shaft, and he bared his teeth in silent agony. He was so strong and stoic. Had it happened to her, Melis would have screamed until her throat bled. "What are you going to do to me?" she said faintly, for with his weight on her chest it was hard to draw breath. "A very particular kind of sorcery, Melis Niflin, known only to us Whelm and developed for one single purpose, to savagely punish our master's enemies." There was a ferocious, bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. She'd hurt him, and he was going to do far worse to her. "Why?" she squeaked. She had to keep him talking, though she did not think he would allow Igur to get close. What could Igur do anyway? His powers were fading. He could not combat a sorcerer as strong and determined as Zoflock. "Why do you hate us so?" "I don't hate you. Your kind are nothing to me. Had you not thwarted my master, I would not have turned my head as you went by." Melis could not hear any sound from above. Igur was not coming to help her. She had to save herself. Zoflock took his weight off her chest and bent to lift her, and Melis's right hand, which still held the twinkle stone, slipped free. While it was still concealed behind her back, she separated the twinkle stone into two between her fingers and thumb, stuck one to the tip of her middle finger and the other to her index finger, and loosely curled her hand to hide the lights. She did not think her feeble plan could work, but it was her only hope now. He caught her shirt front with his good hand, but as he heaved her upright, Melis whipped her right hand out and the lights shone brilliantly. Had he closed his eyes, she would have failed and died, but instead he turned his head to the left to escape the brightness, and she thrust her index and middle fingers at his eyes. The twinkle stones stuck to his moist eyeballs. He let out a roar, his grip relaxed, and she scrabbled away. He tried to tear the twinkle stones off, but they would not come. His tear-flooded eyes had gone red, and when he pulled on the twinkle stones, his eyeballs came halfway out of their sockets, which was one of the more unpleasant sights Melis had seen lately. She felt sick at what she had done, for nothing but a knife could remove the shining stones now. Zoflock began to flail about, making a dreadful squealing as he tried to rid himself of the burning rays, but could not close his eyes. He slipped, snatched frantically at the permafrost with his skinless hand, failed to get a grip, and fell all the way down. Melis heard a hollow crack that she did not want to consider too carefully, then lay back on the slope, gasping. "Melis," said Agur distantly.
"Here," she whispered.
"Where are you?"
"Further down," she called. "Be careful, the dimensionless box is up there somewhere."
A faint yellow gleam appeared above, and directly she saw him, his long features made grotesque by the uplight limning his fingers. Not a twinkle stone, but another kind of sorcerous glow altogether.
"I thought you couldn't use the art," said Melis.
"When the need was great enough, I found a wisp of it."
"More than a wisp, to move all that broken rock and get in."
"That wasn't Mansory," Agur said. "That was honest muscle." A few spans above her, Agur bent, picked up the crumpled, dimensionless box, squeezed it in his fist, and thrust it into a pocket. Going to his haunches beside her, he inspected her scratched knees and palms, her blood-spattered face. "Are you—"
"I'm all right,"
said Melis, clinging to him. His big hands were also scratched and torn.
"I fell a few times. Zoflock didn't harm me, but he was going to."
"Where is he now? Did he run when he heard my voice?"
"You've got a high opinion of yourself?"
she muttered, looking up at his stern and craggy face. "I dare say I have," said Agur, smiling. "You get like that when you've lived as long as I have and had your way for most of it." "Well?"
"I think he's dead. I twinkle-stoned his eyeballs."
"Did you now?" he exclaimed admiringly. "Well done. There could be no better way to disable a whelm, had you known it."
"He fell all the way down, and it sounded like the impact made rather a mess. I'm sorry about that."
"Why are you sorry?" said Agur. "He was going to kill you. You're entitled to defend yourself in whatever way you can."
"I'm sorry because I'm not going back down. If you want the white fire, you'll have to go past Zoflock's body to get it."
"You found some?" he said eagerly.
"Yes, on a central foundation pillar of ice. It would have been under the inner tower. You go down."
"I'll find it."
"And bring my boots when you come," she called after him, hugging her aching feet. "I'm freezing."
21. Chismul flew them southeast to Taranta, a ramshackle old city occupying the narrow isthmus that had once joined the northern tip of the continent of Laurelin to the great island of Ferranda. To the north stood the tropical ocean surrounding the peninsula of Gendragore, while on the south, Taranta's peasant quarter had once looked over the mighty cliffs onto the unrelenting aridity of the dry sea. However, the dry sea had been flooded at the end of the Lyrinx War, and its level, still rising slowly, now lay less than 50 spans below the top of the cliffs, which had begun to crumble, carrying parts of the peasant quarter with them. The people rebuilt their hovels a few paces away and went on with their lives as though crumbling cliffs were an everyday matter. That afternoon, not long before sunset, as the air sled completed the relatively short flight from Blisterbone Pass and Chismul was circling high above the city, Flid stood up to address them. We'll have to be careful now. Taranta is a conservative place, and the God Emperor's biggest garrison in the north is based here. 15,000 men, though many of them would have been in the army you've just wiped out. The dead will have many friends in Taranta, and it's one of the most loyal outposts of the Empire, so they won't be thrilled to hear our news. But we can't afford any delay. Clam could turn up anywhere at any time, and we've got to get our story out first. The first version of a story is the one that most people will believe. How are we going to play it, Nish? He had been thinking about that question for the whole trip, but Nish hadn't come up with a decent plan and did not think he was likely to. Their opposition was too overwhelming. Call a secret meeting with the city elders, the imperial seneschal, the governor and the commander of the garrison, he said. Tell them the bad news and beat a hasty retreat towards Rhoros. Flid frowned, looked back at the militia as if for inspiration, and shook his head. That won't do at all. Why not? If we run, we'll look scared and they'll think we've got something to hide. We must appear strong, measured and in control. Besides, the Deliverer is the heir to the imperial throne. He can't slink away, no matter how much he might want to. Flid favoured Nish with a sour stare. And if we were to run, they could accuse us of any villainy imaginable. They could make us out to be worse monsters than your father, and they will. Sir, said Flangers tentatively, as if he had no right to express an opinion in such weighty matters. Yes, said Flid, pacing in a circle around the serpent staff, which was embedded in its socket at the prow. His outstretched fingers trailed across it as he walked. He had hardly let go of it since they'd left the pass. What did his Mansory see in it, Nish wondered, and how did he plan to use it? They don't know we've got the air sled, said Flangers, and no one knows that Stilkeen has snatched the God Emperor, so everyone will assume that he's flying this craft. If you hover high above the square, where you can't be identified, and give your orders, the city's leaders will obey without question. Very good, said Flid. I knew there was a reason why we rescued you from the Numinator. Chismool, whose hands were embedded between the wires of the controller, scowled and jumped up, glaring at Flid. The air sled lurched and dropped sharply. She corrected automatically, and it resumed its steady circling. Flangers chuckled and touched her on the shoulder. Take no notice, he said, sotto voce. The old fellow doesn't mean to be insulting. It's just his way, as surely you remember of old. After all you've done, Chismool gritted, slamming down into her pilot's chair. Go on, Flangers, said Flid, unfazed. What if you were to order a general assembly in the main square? Not just the city elders, but also the landowners, lawyers, merchants and traders and everyone else of note, and the common people as well. Wait, what if you held it in that great square over there in the peasant quarter? Flangers indicated the ramshackle suburb by the cliffs. That would get the city elders and the governor offside. They'll be offside anyway since they're hand-picked by the God Emperor, but with thousands of people in the square, they'll never suppress your story. People will start spreading it tonight by skeet to the four quarters of the world. Flid stared at him in astonishment. You show an amazing grasp of political manoeuvrings for a humble sergeant, Flangers. Even one recently raised to lieutenant for heroism above the call of duty, he added hastily as Chismool directed another blistering glare at him. I didn't make him lieutenant because of his courage under fire, said Nish, wishing he'd thought of Flangers' idea. I did it because of his mastery of battle tactics and his brilliant leadership. Whatever you say, said Flid, eyeing Flangers curiously. How come this talent didn't manifest itself during the war? You might have made a general by the end of it. I never wanted to be a general, Flangers said quietly. Sergeant was always good enough for me. But since you ask, for the 7 years we were held prisoner in the Numinator's tower, Igur and I spent our free time talking about the nature of power and the art of command. You can learn a lot in 7 years if you've a mind to, and I want to make Santhenar a better place. Very good, said Flid, losing interest. Nish, what do you think of the lieutenant's plan? I wish I'd thought of it. Chismool, said Flid, Head to the main city square and hover 50 spans up so they can't see me while I make the announcement." She turned towards a large paved square, actually pentagonal in outline, in the wealthy part of the city. An ornate marble building of several stories, fronted with columns, extended along a third of its northern edge. A series of domes soared from the centre of the structure, framed with pairs of tall, slender towers on each corner. "That's the governor's palace," said Flid. "You know Taranta, then?" said Nish. "Of course, I've been here several times. It was the wealthiest city in the tropics once, but it fell on hard times when the Sea of Parian dried up thousands of years ago. The enormous mansion on the far side of the square belongs to Jal Nish's seneschal, the governor's rival in Taranta." As they went lower, Nish saw the columns of the palace were grimy and the stone was pitted, while the once magnificent paintwork above the portico was faded and flaking. "Hover here," said Flid as they approached the governor's palace. "Now, how did Clam work that amplifying spell to throw his voice so far?" He thought for a moment, touched his throat while holding the serpent staff, then stood on the prow of the air sled and spoke in a rolling, sonorous voice that echoed across the square and back. Nish knew it as Flid's scrutator's voice, the one he'd used once to persuade, to charm, and to get his way, and he had been a master of that art. "Folk of Taranta, I call upon you one and all, from the highest to the lowest, in the name of the God Emperor." People appeared at windows and doorways. Shopkeepers looked up from the market booths clustered at the far side of the square. Dignitaries and officials came running down the steps of the palace and burst out of the front door of the seneschal's mansion. "Folk of Taranta," Flid repeated. "In the name of the God Emperor, Jal Nish Halah, I bring urgent news of the war. You are required to assemble in the old square, in the peasant quarter, 1 hour after sundown to hear the news." "The peasant quarter?" cried a large, florid man wearing extravagant robes of black and crimson, as if Flid had insulted him personally. Flid ignored him, and the air sled drifted over Taranta for the next hour while he repeated the announcement over every public square and local market. "Enough," he said. "Let's get on with it. Chismool, to the peasant quarter." Its old square was also surrounded by manors, mansions, and great public buildings, once magnificent, but now fallen into sad decay. The vast square had been hastily lit by 1,000 lanterns, large and small, their oily fumes drifting in dark grey clouds across the assembly. The place was packed to overflowing and abuzz with excitement, for the God Emperor of all Santhenar was not given to public proclamations, and indeed may not ever have visited Taranta before. And if he had, Nish thought, Father certainly would not have deigned to address the common folk. As he looked over the side, he noted dozens of patches of colour in different parts of the square, each marking the individual racial or ethnic attire of a group of the myriad peoples who dwelt in Taranta, from the scarlets and browns of the desert dwellers who went veiled against the sandstorms on the high plateau of Ferranda, to the striking mustard yellow gowns of the former dry sea salt gleaners, now driven into poverty-stricken exile by the flooding of that vast abyss, to the sapphire blue blouses and emerald kilts of the whelk gatherers of the city's foreshores, and many others he had no knowledge of. The city governor sat in a gilded throne on a platform in the centre of the square, and the God Emperor's seneschal, the florid fellow who wore the black and crimson robes, on another throne of equal magnificence, the two men glaring at each other, forever kept as rivals, yet forever subordinate to the whim of the God Emperor, who had held the reins of power tightly and delegated only when he had to. And even then the Empire kept a careful lookout. Nish saw that at the 4 quarters of the square, tower-mounted wisp-watchers were whirring back and forth, their watch unceasing, their vision all-seeing, reporting everything of moment to Gatherer, assuming Gatherer was in a place where it could receive such messages, of course. Nish wondered briefly where Clam was now, if he was still alive. What would happen to the tears if he were not? A brightly clad contingent of military officers occupied the table to the right of the seneschal, the beribboned commander of the military garrison at their head. Other dignitaries and city elders had their own tables nearby, but the greatest of all, a board 10 spans long and 3 wide and so polished that Nish could make out the reflection of the air sled in it, had been laid out well spaced from any other, as befitted the God-Emperor of the civilized world. His table and magnificent throne were empty, of course.
How did they do all this in an hour? Nish marvelled. They're expecting to see the God-Emperor, said Flid, and he does not tolerate failure or personal indignity in large ways or small.
Do you think this is a good idea?
What?
Allowing them to believe that Father is aboard the air sled. They'll be angry when they discover they've been tricked.
I dare say, said Flid. But if we had revealed ourselves in advance, it would have given our enemies time to prepare an attack. This way they'll be as surprised as anyone.
They may already be suspicious.
Why would they be? When your God-Emperor has been all-powerful for a decade and has crushed all opposition, his defeat is unthinkable until it actually happens. Quiet now. It's time.
He nodded to Chismul.
Hover 20 spans above the God-Emperor's table.
You're not proposing to go down, are you, sir? Chismul said anxiously, her previous outrage forgotten.
Certainly not, said Flid. But be ready for a hasty getaway in case they don't appreciate what I've got to say. Tell your militia to stay down, Nish, he warned. I wouldn't want to lose anyone overboard.
Nish gestured to his troops, who were peering over the sides in a yokelish and undignified fashion. Chismul hovered over the God-Emperor's table. Flid renewed his voice-amplifying spell and went to the bow, hanging on to the serpent staff with his left hand. The wisp-watchers and loop listeners swung around to point at him, and so, Nish noted, did various smaller devices on the tops of other buildings, each operated by a black-robed scryer. Already they would be trying to identify Flid, though they were unlikely to succeed, since few people alive had seen his renewed self. We'll never get away with it, Nish thought. The eyes and spies of the God-Emperor never sleep, and Father might be gone, but the command structure he put in place is intact and will crush any insurgency as brutally as he would.
Seneschal, Governor, Commander, City Elders, and People of Taranta,
Flid boomed.
I bring you the gravest tidings.
He paused while a stir rustled from one end of the gathering to the other.
That's not the God-Emperor,
someone cried.
Who is it?
Yelled another. The dignitaries rose to their feet, staring at the air sled. The imperial seneschal was gesturing to a red-robed chief scryer, while the commander of the garrison was speaking urgently to his officers.
You'd better tell them quick, said Nish.
Flid moved closer to the edge, raised his voice, and put a little of his rhetorical art into it.
My name is Zervish Flid.
He paused as a louder murmur ran through the crowd.
Many of you will know me, for I was a scrutator and commander-in-chief at the end of the Lyrinx War.
The buzz of talk, quickly silenced, indicated that he was remembered, though not necessarily favourably by all. Flid had taken hard decisions at that time, and Nish knew he had made many enemies.
My face is different, Flid went on. Because, hunted near to death by the God-Emperor, I had no choice but to use a great spell, which few Mancers have survived, to renew my failing body. But inside I am the same Zervish Flid who fought and routed the enemy Lyrinx, then negotiated an honourable peace, when all others wanted nothing but eternal war.
That's not how I remember it, Nish hissed. The peace wasn't your idea.
Shut up,
Flid said in his own voice. There's a purpose behind my every word. There had better be. Flid raised his free hand and used the amplified voice again.
You are wondering why I am in command of the God-Emperor's own air sled and calling this conclave in his name. I bear grave tidings to the people of Taranta. Indeed, to all Santhenar, the gravest tidings of all.
He paused for a minute to let that sink in, and continued. As you know, several weeks ago the God Emperor's proud army, 10,000 of his finest troops, set out from Taranta to cross the range of ruin by the high pass called Blisterbone. They marched to punish the little land of Gendrigore for sheltering the God Emperor's only surviving son, Krill Nish, and the army was commanded by the dwarf, General Clam. The advanced guard crossed the pass, and so did the God Emperor, riding on this very air sled, and there he met his son. Nish commanded a pathetic little militia of Gendrigorian farmers and hunters armed with mattocks and cudgels. Just 350 men and women. There came a stir from the rear of the air sled, and Nish could understand why. What was Flid up to, denigrating his militia in this way? Yes, Flid went on, Gendrigore has fallen so low that it even sent women into the front line of battle. The militia began to mutter among themselves. Nish, shut them up before they ruin everything, Flid said from the corner of his mouth. Nish ran back. Flid knows what he's doing, he said quietly. Please give him the chance. He speaks with the forked tongue of his iron serpent. Kletch growled, sitting up on his stretcher, but he gestured to the militia, and they fell silent. But before Jalnish could do battle with his son's little ragtag militia, said Flid, something happened that no one on Santhenar, not even the all-seeing God Emperor, could have foreseen. A mighty being from the void, an immortal creature called Stilkeen, materialized out of nothingness, seized him in its claws, and took him hostage. The crowd gasped, cried out, stared at one another, then everyone began shouting at once. The governor stood up, held up his hand, and the clamour ceased. I don't believe you, he said with an anxious glance at the chief scryer and the seneschal, as if he would be held personally responsible for Flid's heretical statement. The God Emperor has never been defeated, and he never will be. Be assured that he has been taken, said Flid, overcome in an instant, despite his mighty profane tears, and Stilkeen will only return him in exchange for a treasure beyond price. Chthonic fire stolen from it thousands of years ago. Your tale grows more outlandish by the minute, shouted the governor. What is chthonic fire and who stole it? It is the dreadful force of binding and unbinding that caused the volcanic death of Arkan. You remember, I'm sure, that 50,000 Arkim fled to Santhenar in a fleet of constructs 13 years ago, because their world was being destroyed before their eyes. Chthonic fire did that. And now, if we are not very careful, it will wreak the same havoc on Santhenar. There was a long pause. Flid's losing them, Nish thought. He's made it too complicated, and he's taking too long to get to the point. Who stole the fire? Bellowed the God Emperor's seneschal, not to be outdone by his rival. He whispered to a runner beside him, and the man ran off, elbowing his way through the crowd. The Charon, Yalkara, but that no longer matters, said Flid hastily, evidently sensing that the situation was slipping from his grasp. Since Stilkeen holds the God Emperor hostage, there is no choice but to find this chthonic fire. What has this to do with you, an outlaw with a price on your head? Said the governor. And before that you were a lying scrutator, so why should we listen to anything you say? Flid lowered his voice until the crowd had to stand on tiptoes and cup their hands around their ears to hear him. I'll tell you why. You have no authority, snapped the governor. The God Emperor's deputy is General Clam, and we take our orders from him alone, or in his absence, someone who bears his signed and sealed authority. Should Clam require us to find this chthonic fire, we will act on his word instantly, but as for you, be gone. Flid stood at the prow, holding the serpent staff, a faint smile creasing his broad features.
Are you finished?
Nothing more needs to be asked or said.
You haven't asked about the God Emperor's army.
The governor said, as if by rote, The God Emperor's forces are as numberless as the stars in the sky, and in 10 years they have never been defeated. They will crush Gendragore like a cockroach on a dinner plate and carry its rebellious inhabitants into everlasting slavery.
"Ah-ha," said Flid, and paused meaningfully. "But—"
"What?"
cried the governor. Flid just stood there, looking down his nose and smiling.
"What do you know?"
cried the seneschal. After another agonizingly long pause, Flid said,
Over the past few days, there has been an almighty battle on the Range of Ruin, and our glorious army annihilated the upstart Gendragorians,
said the seneschal.
Alas, said Flid, it did not. Several days ago, Nish's little militia, in a surprise attack, seized the impregnable pass of Blisterbone.
The seneschal swayed and grasped at the nearest object, a water carafe, for support, but it shattered in his hand. He looked down stupidly at his bloody palm.
"But so small a number could never hold it, not even Blisterbone against 10,000.
They held it, said Flid.
"It isn't possible."
They held it,
Flid repeated, and now his voice boomed out in triumph across the vast square.
"With courage and guile and sheer bloody determination to save their country whatever it took, Nish's Gendragorians held off Jal Nish's army again and again. They fought their enemy to a standstill, and at midday today, when the remnants of the God Emperor's once proud army finally retreated from the pass, only a broken and beaten 100 survived."
"No!" cried the governor. "This cannot be!" The imperial seneschal swayed on his feet. The commander of the garrison drew his brightly uniformed officers into a huddle. Several people screamed. 100 wailed. And then, as the catastrophe sank in, a dreadful lamentation ebbed and flowed across the square.
It was the greatest defeat in the history of the God Emperor,
Flid went on inexorably when the clamour had died down.
Of 10,000 men, only 100 survived, plus the dwarf Clam. While of the militia—
He gestured behind him, and Nish waved his troops to their feet. Chismul tilted the air sled and slowly circled the square so everyone could see the heroes.
Here they are, 42 counting the injured, Flid concluded. People of Taranta, you stand in the presence of giants.
"Where are 100?
said the beribboned commander of the garrison.
"We cannot take your word for this."
The seneschal caught his arm and whispered in his ear. The commander nodded. Another runner was sent. Before he had disappeared, however, the short, red-robed chief scryer came striding across the square, 2 attendants before him knocking everyone out of his path with their knobble sticks, 2 behind hauling a head-high device on a wheeled cart. It looked like a combination of a loop listener and a snoop sniffer, and Nish felt a worm of ice crawl up his backbone. What had the scryer discovered?
"Your 100 are marching down the track from Blisterbone," said Flid hastily. "They are the bravest of men, and I salute them."
He snapped upright, performing the action.
"But the really wet season is about to break, and without aid they cannot survive."
"Why does this matter?" hissed Nish. "Get on with it."
"It matters," Flid replied quietly, "because they corroborate our story. They have to be heard." "We cannot lose an entire army to so few," said the commander,
who was white-faced and haggard. Under the God Emperor's reign, he would bear part of the responsibility for the shattering defeat.
"We would become a laughingstock. There would be uprisings, civil war."
"I could not countenance that either," said Flid. "You must find a way to rescue them."
The scryer slithered in behind the seneschal and began whispering to him.
"How can that be done?"
said the commander.
Nothing can save them while they remain in the treacherous high peaks of the range of ruin. No flying craft, save an air sled, could negotiate the furious updrafts there. But should the survivors reach the lower parts of the range, you could ferry them out on an air dreadnought.
There are no air dreadnoughts, said the commander, but we might muster an obsolete air floater or two.
Then do so without delay, Flid said with lowered voice. Morale must be maintained at all costs.
And General Clam, said the governor, what of our mighty dwarf?
He lives, said Flid. After such a defeat he should have been the first to fall on his sword, grated the commander.
And I'm sure he would have,
Flid said smoothly, save that he has a greater responsibility, one I'm sure you have not forgotten. In the God Emperor's absence, General Clam wields the profane tears and is responsible for the maintenance of the realm. And though I am now, and ever will be, Clam's most bitter enemy, I will not demean him in your eyes, for he has an even more vital task to perform.
Indeed,
said the commander coldly. Clam has gone into the deadly shadow realm, all alone, in a desperate attempt to uncover the one weakness that will enable us to drive Stilkeen off, or bring it down.
The commander blanched. I cannot ask about that place. I must take you at your word. Are you done?
Not quite.
Flid gestured behind him to Nish to come forwards. Nish did so, waiting out of sight from below. He could see why Flid had left him until last, but Nish had an uncomfortable feeling his appearance was going to come too late.
With Jalnish gone, perhaps never to return, said Flid, and his anointed deputy lost in the Shadow Realm, Santhenar is leaderless for the first time in 1,000 years.
There are many men capable of stepping into the breach, said the commander. I, myself.
Flid let out a scornful bray of laughter, and the commander broke off. Quite so, but there are others?
Nish noticed that the chief scryer had moved behind the seneschal and was focusing his device on the air sled again. The seneschal sat bolt upright, staring at Flid, and the governor was at his side, though Nish felt that they were no longer listening. Flid had tried to do too much too soon to an audience full of closed minds.
I don't like the look of that scryer, Flangers said from behind Nish. Chismall.
Don't teach me my job, she hissed.
The tension was affecting them all.
None among you have the legitimacy or moral authority to take command, said Flid. If you tried, there would be civil war. The Empire would be defenseless and Stilkeen would destroy our beautiful Santhenar. But, said the commander, one man can save us,
Flid boomed, and everyone in the vast square snapped to attention.
The genius who led his tiny, untrained militia to a shattering victory over the greatest army on Santhenar. The man who swore to bring down the God Emperor 10 years ago and usher in a more peaceful world. The soldier who, despite a decade in the grimmest pit of Mazahaiza prison, refused to go back on his solemn oath. People of Taranta,
Flid said, ignoring the dignitaries to sweep his gaze back and forth across the ordinary folk of the city.
You know who I am talking about? Jalnish's only surviving son, Nish. Nish was a hero of the Lyrinx Wars and an architect of the peace that ended them. Nish is the one man on Santhenar who can step into his father's boots and lead us through this terrible peril. And here he is.
Nish came to the prow beside Flid, rehearsing what he was going to say.
Damned if I'll take this,
cried the seneschal, pushing himself to his feet. A big, burly man with a sagging belly and a jutting, pugnacious jaw, he was seething.
My scryers can sort truth from falsehood in an instant, and they have read Flid's words. If that man is Zervish Flid, which I doubt,
he flung out his right arm.
That villain has stolen the God Emperor's air sled and now is trying to steal an empire, and I won't allow it. Flid is a condemned rebel. His speech was a dunghill of deceit. There is no Stilkeen. There is no such thing as chthonic fire. Our glorious army has not been defeated and never will be. He gestured behind him, and on cue his followers cheered. We will never be defeated, he repeated more loudly. Now cheerleaders throughout the crowd began to cheer, and it spread in waves across the square until everyone was brandishing their fists and praising the God Emperor's eternal reign. Though not all with equal enthusiasm, Nish noted, many people were mouthing the words and waving their fists while their faces remained carefully expressionless. It gave him a little hope. Bring them down, snapped the seneschal. Squads of soldiers appeared at the corners of the square, and on the top of the building opposite the largest mansion, soldiers scrambled onto a huge pair of javelards, devices like giant crossbows that fired spears large enough to take down charging elephants.
22. Chismul, Flid rapped, but the air sled was already moving. Hang on tight, everyone, Nish said, springing backwards to grasp the pennant pole. With a bound, Flid was beside him, taking hold of his staff. The air sled shot up so quickly that Nish's battle-weary legs could not support him, and he landed bruisingly hard on his knees on the metal deck. A heavy spear whistled through the space they had just left, travelling so quickly that it outran the metallic twang of the javelard's steel cable. It soared across the square and smashed into the portico of the mansion, sending out clouds of dust and a scything spray of rubble.
Get out of here, pilot, said Flid.
A pair of spears bracketed the air sled to left and right. They're damn fine shooters, said Nish, who had fired many a javelard in the war and knew how difficult it was to bring them to bear on a rapidly moving target. He glanced over his shoulder. Flangers was clinging to the back of Chismul's seat, the militia hanging on to their safety ropes. There was nothing anyone could do. Their survival was up to Chismul now. Her eyes were alive with the fierce and terrible joy that he had last seen when she had been a Thapter pilot during the war, the best of them all. If anyone could save them, she could. The air sled zigzagged left, shot up, then dropped sharply at the prow before banking and curving away in the direction of the Sea of Perion. A javelard spear came out of nowhere to clang off the iron top of the pennant pole in a shower of sparks, and Nish jumped. That had been too close.
How can any shooter be that quick and accurate? Said Flid.
I don't know, Nish muttered. I was accounted a good shooter in my day, but I couldn't have done what they're doing. Where did the last spear come from? Chismul cried, side-slipping to the left.
The alley running down to the sea cliffs, said Flangers,
who possessed the rare gift of being able to take in the action on a whole battlefield within seconds. I need a spotter, she said. Tell me where they are and when they're firing. I can't fly and locate their attacks at the same time.
Get out of the square, said Flid. They're bringing up reinforcements.
I'm trying, but they've got too many javelards as it is. Chismul broke off, working her fingers furiously inside the controller. The air sled dropped sharply, then went into a whirling pancake turn. Nish tasted field rations in the back of his throat, while 3 militiamen lost their footing and were flung halfway over the side by the force of the turn. They cried out involuntarily as their fingers were torn from the safety ropes, and were only saved when the air sled shot the other way, slamming them into their fellows, then streaked off. He heard retching.
Tie onto the ropes, he yelled. We can't take much more of this, said Flid. They're too good, and if we can't get out of the square soon, we never will.
As the air sled zoomed back the other way, a flight of 3 spears whistled over their heads.
How can their shooters be so uncannily accurate? Flangers said.
You're right, it is uncanny, said Nish. He squinted at the nearest javelard. Could that be a little wisp watcher mounted on the side? Yes, it was, and it was operated by a scryer. Nish could see his black robes flapping in the wind. The other javelards also had wisp watchers and scryers, and why should he be surprised? His father had ever been one for new devices of war or mansory, all inventive, some extraordinary, and many bizarre. Most had failed to perform in battle for one reason or another, but occasionally Nish had won an unexpected victory with a weapon no one had seen before. The scryers are using their wisp watchers to tell the Javelard operators where to shoot, but even so they're too accurate. It's as if they know which way Chismul will go the instant she changes direction.
It does seem like that, said Flid, clinging to the pole as she hurled the craft backwards.
How could they know? Mused Nish. I don't understand it.
I have no idea.
They were penned in the square, unable to fly away or climb out of range. More spears arrowed in at them, and Chismul was flinging the air sled about ever more wildly in her desperate attempts to avoid being hit. As the craft banked side on, Nish's gaze swept across the square, which was emptying rapidly. Crowds of people were bolting down every street and alley, while the dignitaries had already taken refuge in the crumbling mansions or were huddling behind overturned tables. The buildings surrounding the square had been hit by dozens of heavy spears, and a line of debris through the centre of the market stalls showed where a ricocheting spear, 2 spans long, the weight of a small flagpole and spinning like a top, had shattered the booths and flung their occupants out in bloody ruin. More dead lay in random heaps across the paved square, victims of other stray spears, while a mound at the entrance to an alley was evidence of a stampede gone wrong, the smallest and weakest trampled to death in the rush to escape. The Seneschal doesn't care how many innocent people die, said Nish, as long as he brings us down.
That's the kind of world your father has created.
And the Scrutators trained him, Nish snapped.
They trained me too, said Flid mildly. Good can come out of ill. And the reverse.
Nish did not reply, for he still maintained some small reservations about Flid's own character.
Damn you,
Chismul was muttering as she tossed the air sled this way and that.
Damn you, damn you, damn.
She had just put it nose up when there came an almighty crash. The craft jumped in the air, and the hardened point and steel shaft of a heavy spear burst up through the deck beside the pennant pole, tearing the metal around its mounting socket. The pole was knocked out and toppled towards Chismul, who was too busy to protect herself. Flangers threw himself sideways and tried to take the blow on his shoulder, but he was too far off balance to stop the heavy pole. It drove him down, struck Chismul on the right arm and knocked her sideways off her chair. She managed to hang onto her controller but lost control of the air sled, which tilted over and plunged towards the centre of the square at frightening speed. Chismul shook her arm, crying, "It's gone numb, can't feel a thing."
"Use the controller!"
cried Flid, staring at the rapidly approaching paving. She kept shaking her right arm uselessly. The fingers of her left hand were moving inside the wires, but it was not enough to take back control. Nish sprang over Flangers, who was still lying on the deck with the pole across his back, caught Chismul's right hand and thrust it into the wires. The air sled dipped momentarily, then continued its plunge. "I can't see," she cried. "I can," said Nish, for his clear sight was suddenly there, as it sometimes was in an emergency. He could not work the controller, he would never have that gift, but he could tell where Chismul's fingers were supposed to be because 5 of the spaces between the wires were outlined with faint white light. Pulling her right hand out, he reinserted her fingers one by one into the outlined spaces and rubbed her elbow. As the numbness faded, the fingers of her right hand began to move. But they were very close to the ground now. Too close.
"Look out!"
Flid cried, covering his head with his arms. Nish did too, for he was sure they were going to smash into the pavement. Chismul shouldered him out of the way, and the air sled's dive began to ease, though not quickly enough to stop them hitting at high speed. They were about to, when the spear shaft embedded in the keel screeched across the paving stones, pushing the prow up slightly and creating a trailing wake of sparks before it broke off. The keel hit hard, making a colossal bang, and another flurry of sparks bounced, and Chismul gained a measure of control. The prow slammed into the God Emperor's throne and table, demolishing them. Wooden shards and splinters went everywhere. She curved around and shot along the front of one of the mansions, between the columns and the front wall, and zoomed up again. Nish lifted the pole off Flangers, who wasn't injured, laid it on the deck, and tied it down.
"Well done,"
said Flid in a shaky voice. But they're bringing up more javelards, he added quietly to Nish, and if we can't get out of the square, sooner or later they're going to score a direct hit on our pilot.
No one could aim a javelard so accurately as to bring Chismul down with a single spear. Not even the scryers could train a javelard that accurately on a rapidly moving target.
A lucky shot kills you just as dead as a well-aimed one. Flid's head whipped around. What the blazes is that?
Something blurred and unidentifiable was coming at them with frightening speed, making an unnerving, humming whistle. Nish had heard that sound once before, but where?
Down, he roared, flat on the deck,
and dropped prone as the sound grew ever louder. The missile hissed just overhead, splat whack. Warm, sticky fluid was flung in all directions, and then it was gone.
The scum are using chain shot, Nish said, coming to hands and knees and shuddering at how close it had been. It could have killed them all. He wiped spatters of blood off his face. I never thought my father would sink so low. Lengths of heavy chain fired from a special javelard with colossal force, said Flid, glancing towards the bloody mess down the back. Most of the militia had got down in time, but 2 had not. It spins through the air and can scythe every man off the deck of a ship in a single pass. It simply smashes them to pieces.
Chismul, back in her seat, hurled the air sled one way, then another. At the rear, bloody-faced and bloody-handed militiamen were pushing the ragged remnants of their 2 comrades off the back. Someone was weeping. Amy was swearing, the same word over and over. 23 able-bodied militiamen left, Nish thought, and how long have they got?
With chain shot, you don't have to be accurate. What are we going to do?
Get out of the square, pilot, said Flid.
I can't, said Chismul. Then climb above their firing range. I can't.
Wait a minute, said Nish. Their other Wisp Watchers and Loop listeners are linked to Gatherer, so presumably the ones on the Javelards are as well.
Almost certainly, said Flid.
And both Clam and Father used Gatherer to direct and control the air sled when they had it.
That was my understanding.
But what was Gatherer actually controlling?
I'm not with you.
What makes the air sled go? Said Nish.
A device the God Emperor had built for the purpose, though I haven't got the faintest idea what it is, and I'm not sure Chismul does either. Wait a minute. Are you saying that Gatherer could still be linked to the air sled?
If it is, and it's also linked to the Wisp Watchers, it could explain how the scryers know which way she's going to turn. As soon as her controller signals to the device that makes the air sled go, Gatherer knows it and tells the scryer.
How does one sever a link to Gatherer? Mused Flid.
Another length of chain shot came howling towards them, but this time Chismul was ready and evaded it easily.
I don't know.
Wait, said Nish. Malis did it once.
Really?
Breathed Flid.
How?
It was just after she rescued me from Mazahaiza. I was in bad shape, I don't remember it well, but we were on the Flapperter, Sheev.
I remember Sheev, Flid said. We escaped from the inn at Plog on the Beast a few weeks ago.
So I've heard. Nish managed a grin.
Until the wretched thing went into a mating ritual with a male Flapperter in midair.
I gather it wasn't the only mating ritual that night?
Nish laughed aloud. It had been a very long time, Flid muttered. Can we get back to your point before we die?
Nish's smile faded. Seneschal Vomix was trying to take control of Sheev via its flesh-formed spec speaker, but Malis was so afraid that she hacked the spec speaker off, and the link to Vomix was lost instantly. There must be a similar device inside the air sled, between the deck and the keel, linked to Gatherer. Unfortunately, without a way of cutting solid metal, there's no way to open it.
You'd better think of one.
Down, flat, now, roared Flangers.
The militia hit the deck. This time the missile consisted of 2 heavy chains linked by an iron bar, spinning like a propeller and making a whoomp, whoomp sound as it came. Everyone was prone save Chismul, who remained slumped in a canvas chair, unmoving, her face strained. The air sled dropped suddenly, the chain shot thundered over her head, and she sat up and wiped the sweat off her brow.
When I say down, snapped Flid, I mean everyone. If you die, we all die, and the war is lost, maybe the world.
Sorry, sir, said Chismul. She looked exhausted and her movements were slower now. I went blank for a moment. The scryers must be getting to me.
Then we'd better find the mechanism fast. Where do you think it would be, pilot?
What? Said Chismul dully.
The mechanism that makes the air sled go.
Oh, that below deck directly behind me, but there's no way to get into the deck. Maybe there is, said Nish thoughtfully, picking up his serpent staff. This served me well on the ridge when it wanted me to succeed with the avalanche.
But it failed you at other times, said Flid,
who had heard Nish's tale on the way to Tarantha. When it was going to help me, it felt hot and heavy, as if it was churning with power, and at other times it just felt warm but empty.
How does it feel now?
As though something is boiling inside it. Nish weighed it in his hand.
Then get on with it, said Flid.
As Nish hefted the staff, Chismul flung the air sled around violently, then dropped it about 5 spans, and he went sliding towards the side. Flangers caught him by the collar, and Nish was bracing himself when there came a shattering boom from overhead, where they had been mere seconds ago, and an umbrella of fire formed from 1,000 blazing fragments exploding outwards and falling all around them. Dark smoke drifted in the air, shaping a sickle whose curve surrounded them on 3 sides.
What uncanny art is he using now? Cried Flangers.
The militia were cowering on the rear deck, sick with terror.
No art, said Flid. That looked like something the Scrutator's alchemists came up with many years ago. An exploding powder set off by a fuse inside a brittle shell filled with tar. The tar is ignited by the explosion and sticks to everything it touches. You can't get it off.
That's horrible, said Nish, who was rapidly revising his earlier thoughts about one swift means of death being much the same as another. He watched the falling fire until it hit the ground and formed a blazing ring in the centre of the square.
It was one of the many weapons considered during the Lyrinx War, said Flid. I dare say that's where your father got the idea, but it was deemed too barbaric by the Scrutators. Even Chief Scrutator Gore, may he lie rotting in the most infested depths of the Shadow Realm, said no. Are you going to stand there all day?
Nish aimed the base of his serpent staff at the deck behind Chismul's chair.
I suggest you do it to one side, said Flid with a wry smile. Wouldn't do to destroy the mechanism that keeps us in the air.
Nish slammed the tip of the staff against the deck, and the moment it struck, knew it was going to go through. The staff hissed like a red-hot poker pushed into a chunk of ice. The metal deck around it took on an orange glow, then droplets of molten metal were flung out in a corona, burning pits in his military boots. He shook the droplets off and pressed harder on the staff. More droplets were flung out, then it dropped sharply. He was through.
Drag the staff around in a circle, said Flid.
Nish pushed the staff tip sideways, and though neither the art nor the power that was cutting the thick metal could possibly be coming from him, it was hard, draining work. Before he'd completed a semicircle, his knees began to wobble, and he felt vacant in the head, as if he'd gone days without food. He clenched his jaw and forced the staff the rest of the way to complete the cut. The fuming circle of deck fell inside, and he pushed it away with the tip of the staff, which felt lighter now, cooler, and as lifeless as any ordinary length of metal. Going down on his knees, he peered inside and saw a complicated knee-high structure below and behind Chismul's chair, where she'd said it would be.
Can you see anything that looks like a spec speaker? Said Flid.
No, you'd better go in. You know all about such things.
I've never seen one before. I spent 9 years trapped at the top of Mistmurk Mountain, remember?
And I spent 10 years in prison, damn you, Nish thought. He was shaking with exhaustion, and as he lowered himself into the hole, Chismul wrenched the air sled sideways to avoid another flight of spears, flinging him against the hot metal. A fierce pain shot across his back at kidney height. He smelt burning cloth and the whiff of charred skin. It was not a serious injury, though it was damnably painful. Doing his best to ignore it, Nish slipped into the shallow space between the deck and the keel and crawled across to the shadowy mechanism.
Down flat, yelled Flangers.
People thumped to the deck all around, and he heard the whoomph, whoomph of more chain shot. The craft wiggled left and right, then shot away in a steep climbing turn. He held on until it levelled out, his skin crawling. It was bad enough being under fire on the deck. Being trapped down here in the dark, unable to see what was going on outside, made it so much worse. It did not take long to find the little device he was looking for. It was mounted on the top of the air sled's mechanism and resembled the spec speaker Malis had cut from rare sheave, save that it was made out of metal and glass. A brain-shaped protrusion was topped by a luminous yellow noose filled with little dark specks. The air sled changed course abruptly, and momentarily the specks glittered like cold fire, then dulled. Chismul changed course again. Again they glittered. It had to be the device that was linked to Gatherer. But what if it also relayed Chismul's movements to the mechanism? If it did, and he destroyed it, the air sled would fall from a great height. "Get a move on," growled Flid. "I'm afraid of doing the wrong thing and killing us all. If you don't do it now, we'll all be dead anyway." Nish had left the staff on the deck, but the thick circle of metal lay nearby, and it had cooled just enough to pick up. He slammed the circle into the spec speaker's stalk. The device flicked back and forth at great speed, showering dark and bright specks everywhere, but the moment it went still, they reappeared in the noose. He tried again, and this time the stalk snapped. The little noose shattered, and the sparks went out. Chismul let out a shriek of agony. 23. "I thought you said Zoflock was dead," said Igur, after climbing back to the surface with a dimensionless box of chthonic fire and Melis's boots. "I thought he was." Melis was huddled against Tulatine in the meagre shelter of the up-tilted slabs above the shaft, shivering violently. "He must have fallen 20 spans, and when he hit it sounded like a melon bursting. It was horrible. Did he attack you?" He shook his head. "The body was gone. All I saw was some unpleasant white smears where he dragged himself away. Or something else did." "White smears," said Melis. "Do I have to spell it out? Spilled brains, girl. Zoflock cracked his head open." "Then he could hardly have dragged himself away," said Tulatine, blowing into her cupped hands. "And whatever did, I don't want to meet it." "I should never have sent you down there alone," said Igur. "Well, we've got the fire," said Melis. "You'd better take us to Stilkeen." "I don't think it's quite that easy," said Igur. "It never is," she muttered. "What's the matter now?" "I'm worried that this chthonic fire might not be any good." "Why wouldn't it be?" "Fire changes when it's used, and the stuff Flid took to the Tower of 1,000 Steps didn't seem powerful enough. We touched it, if you remember, and it didn't harm us. You even had some on your skin when you went to the Nightland." He broke off. Melis stiffened. She had been trying not to think about Ember's death, which had been caused by contact with chthonic fire and her unwitting role in it. Getting up, she stumbled away from the jumbled slabs and the mud with its half-eaten bodies, so distracted that she gave no thought to them. After reaching the Tower of 1,000 Steps with Flid and Colm, she had discovered that the Numinator was planning to enter the Nightland through a fire portal. Desperate to save Ember, Melis had followed her, but had ended up with a residue of the fire on her skin. It had done her no harm and was gradually dying, but when she and Ember had made love in his cottage, the last of the fire had transferred to him, and because he had been born in the Nightland, it had been inimical to him. Instead of saving him, Melis had caused his death. In an even more dreadful irony, the Numinator had not been hunting Ember anyway. Suspecting that he had Charon blood, she had merely planned to test his fertility in the hope that he might be used to fulfill her 2-centuries-long plan to create a superior human species as an eternal memorial to her dead Charon lover, Rulka. Too late, the Numinator discovered that Ember was Yalkara's only surviving child, fathered by Rulka in the Nightland and left there because it was the only place where Ember would be safe from Stilkeen's vengeance. Now, if Melis should be pregnant by him, both Yalkara and the Numinator were determined to take the child, and Melis was equally determined that they should not have it. And, she realized, Ember's body still lay where he had died, and it wasn't right. It was her responsibility, surely, to send him on his final journey with respect and all due rights. How could she properly grieve for him when she had not taken care of his final needs? Though the thought of returning to the cottage where she had been so happy, knowing she had caused his death, was almost unbearable. She headed back to Igur and Tulatine, sick at heart. What about the fire I took to the Nightland? It too might have changed for the better or the worse, but I don't have the strength to go there now, and neither does Tulatine. What other fire is there? There's the distilled fire that Zoflock made, said Igur. It was certainly stronger, but it's hard to imagine Whelm sorcery making it better. He glanced at Tulatine, whose lips were blue. I better get you somewhere warm while I still have the strength. Flid found the original chthonic fire below Mistmurk Mountain, said Malis. It's good and warm there. Igur made a portal to Mistmurk Mountain, a 1,000-span-high, clover-leaf-shaped plateau rising out of tropical rainforest. The portal opened in the steamy forest near the base of Mistmurk, where, for as far as they could see, the ground was littered with broken rock, shiny white pieces of Sky Palace, and the gnawed bones and fire-scorched armour of the God Emperor's personal Imperial Guard. Malis shuddered. Bodies everywhere we've been. Will there ever be an end to it? What's happened here? Said Tulatine. Igur looked up at the peak. Jao Nish's Sky Palace fell out onto the plateau from a great height, smashing to pieces, and everyone on board it must have been killed. It had also gouged a canyon 100 spans deep across the formerly clover-leaf-shaped plateau, and now 2 small, flat-topped peaks, one on either side of the rubble-filled chasm, were all that remained of that rain-drenched place. A waterfall discharged from the end of the canyon, cascading halfway down the cliffs before the spray was carried up again by the unceasing updrafts. Those poor men, said Malis, for the image of the Sky Palace falling would be forever embedded in her memory. They weren't nice fellows, said Igur, who was shaky on his feet now, and it would have been quick. I suppose so. Are you feeling all right? I'll just sit down for a minute. Portals take a lot out of me. I thought the caduceus was doing all the work. It is, but each time I make one I get such after-sickness that it's as though I'd worked the spell unaided. He sat down on the spreading roots of a large tree. Malis walked back and forth, luxuriating in the tropical heat until the chill of noon was only a memory. Do you know where to look for the chthonic fire? She said, after they had set up camp and eaten, and Igur was feeling better. As Flid told the story, said Igur, it was deep below the peak, so we've got to find a way in and down. The following morning they began the long search for a way to get inside the mountain, which had once been riddled with tunnels and chambers. Tulatine went with them, but scrambling up the steep ravines was so painful for her that Igur told her to go back to camp. Tulatine hated anyone telling her what to do, but to Malis's surprise she complied without a murmur. After more than a week of searching the overgrown lower parts of the peak, Malis and Igur found a fern-choked crevice that led inside. They went into the moist darkness for a few hundred spans. Even here, the walls of the cavern were cracked from the impact of the Sky Palace, and there were piles of rubble all over the place, but the way down appeared to be open. It looks fairly solid, said Malis, holding up a blazing torch which was burning all too rapidly, and wishing she still had her twinkle stone. And it goes down. Very good, said Igur. Off you go then. Her stomach clenched. You want me to go again down there? No, I want you to go back to the camp and take care of Tulatine. Her bones seem to be shrinking more every day, and I'm really worried about her. Malis was too. Though Tulatine was a master of the healing arts, she could do nothing for herself. She did not understand what was happening to her, or why the regression spell was reverting this way, but she knew it was going to get worse. You can't go alone, Malis said feebly. Not after what I went through at Noom. There could be anything down there. It's because of what you went through at Noom that I'm sending you back, though I don't expect to have any trouble here, apart from the odd falling rock. Go on. I don't want to leave Tulatine alone any longer than I can help it. Malis turned back and Igur headed into the riven depths. to search for the remains of the casket in which Yalkara had originally stored the stolen white fire, the fire that Flid had liberated and which was now spreading out in all directions from the island of Noom. What if it did consume all the ice in the frozen south? Would the seas rise and flood the world? "I found some," Eger said wearily when he finally returned, days later. He sat down by the campfire in the warm rain, tossing a second dimensionless box from hand to hand. "We've done all we can. Now the only thing we have to do is find Stilkeen."
"And survive," muttered Malis, "after we give it the fire."
Tulatine barely looked up. She was huddled under a waterproof military cloak Malis had found among the scattered bones and broken armour, holding her hands out to the flames and looking thoroughly miserable. Though it was a sweltering tropical night and Malis was sweating in just pants and shirt, Tulatine's hands and feet were cold. She was always cold now, and Malis was afraid that her heart was going as well as her bones. She studied the healer across the fire. Normally, when the spell reverted, it aged the user quickly and terribly, but Tulatine had not aged at all. She was as beautiful as ever, yet more fragile than she had ever been as an old but lusty woman. Her skin had thinned to translucency, allowing the pink of her flesh and the blue of her veins to show through. Her joints were stiffening, her flesh wasting, and her bones seemed to shrink a little each day. Though she was in constant pain and could not hide it, she made no whisper of complaint, which Malis found hardest of all to endure. Eger felt sure the regression spell was being affected by the caduceus, but they could do nothing about that either. They had to keep it. It was their only way to get back to civilization, their only way to find Stilkeen.
"And then?" said Tulatine, haltingly.
"I'm sorry," said Eger, frowning, for minutes had passed since he had spoken.
"After you've given Stilkeen the fire, what then?"
"We get rid of the caduceus. I'm sure it has a lot to do with your troubles. And there are healers."
"No healer can do anything for this affliction, and I knew it before I embarked upon the regression spell."
Tulatine forced a smile.
"Besides, you're not getting rid of me that easily."
"I don't want to get rid of you, but I do care about you."
"Do you?"
Tulatine raised an elegantly sculpted eyebrow.
"What a sorry affliction that must be."
"You know I do," Eger said, restraining his irritation. "And I'll thank you to not mock me for showing my true feelings. It's not an easy thing for me, and I don't do it lightly." Malis had noticed how gentle he'd been with Tulatine lately. He was quite unlike the stern, cool, and dominating Eger she had seen previously. After some time, Tulatine said, contritely,
"I do know that you care, Eger, and if it wasn't for the gnawing pain in my bones, I'd show you how much I care about you."
Her roguish smile flickered on and off. Malis felt her blush rising, for even as an old woman, Tulatine had never been short of young and vigorous lovers, and she'd made no secret about what she wanted from them.
"Out of regard for you, I would not ask for that," Eger said hastily, "and out of regard for you, I long to give it, but it cannot be."
"Then let's not talk about it."
"Where are we going next?"
"I don't know," said Eger. "I'm worried that the caduceus is bait, and these easy portals are trapped."
"How else can one look upon a device that takes us where we want to go so conveniently?" said Tulatine.
"Do you mean that the caduceus is telling Stilkeen where we're going and what we're doing?" said Malis, looking over her shoulder instinctively.
"I believe so."
"Then there's no point putting it off," said Malis. "Let's take the fire to it." "Unfortunately, I don't know where Stilkeen is," said Eger. Lightning flashed, reflecting off a white-helmeted skull lying among the leaves, and Malis jumped. Another flash lit up the camp, followed by a dull rumble of thunder, and this time the caduceus, which Eger had embedded in the soil beside the fire, shook slightly. Tulatine let out an uncharacteristic mewling cry, and the back of Malis's neck prickled. Eger half rose to his feet, but settled down again.
"What was that?"
said Malis. "Just thunder," said Eger, wiping sweat off his brow. "Maybe a storm will cool things down."
"Thunder would hardly shake the ground."
"Perhaps it's another cave collapsing inside the mountain," he said irritably. I'm tired, Melis. I've hardly slept in 3 days, and I don't care.
The caduceus shook again, more vigorously. Eger stood up, looked around, but sat down and closed his eyes again. The ground shook once more, but this time the head of the caduceus revolved in a circle, leaving a blue trail behind, like a smoke ring. It drifted up and swelled to become a translucent blue sphere that hung in the air, touched redly here and there by the firelight, and an image appeared on the surface, a broad, flattened head with flaring, bony plates like a winged helmet, a split nose and yellow eyes covered in nictitating membranes. "I am Stilkeen," it said, its voice low and soft, like thunder heard from a great distance. Wisps of red flame dripped from its nostrils. It snapped at them with needle-sharp teeth. "I have roamed the 11 dimensions of space and time for an eternity and a half. I cannot die, and nothing." Lightning flashed. The image dissolved in jags, and the voice was lost in an irritating, crackling buzz. "Without fire and spirit, I am diminished and in pain, and when I hurt, I hunger to make worlds pay." Another flash, and more crackling. "Who brings Stilkeen the true, uncorrupted chthonic fire will be rewarded beyond their dreams. Keeps true fire from Stilkeen will suffer agonies endlessly prolonged. Bring the fire to Moraloon within 15 days, or..." Another long interruption. "From the void, engulf your civilization." The blue sphere vanished, and Stilkeen with it. "True uncorrupted chthonic fire," said Eger. "What can that mean?" "I suppose it means that the fire we found is no good," said Chthonic. "It must have been corrupted as you thought." "How could Stilkeen know it's no good?" said Melis, her heart sinking even further. Had all they'd done since leaving the Range of Ruin been for nothing? If it is linked to the caduceus, and I'm sure it is, Stilkeen must be able to tell that our chthonic fire isn't pure. I think it's getting impatient. Then why doesn't it get the wretched stuff for itself? Presumably it can't. 15 days, said Melis, and we haven't got the faintest idea where to look for pure fire or how it gets corrupted. It explains why the caduceus has been so cooperative, said Chthonic. Stilkeen definitely left it there to help us. As long as we use it for the right purpose, said Eger dryly. I doubt it would bless us if we went hunting treasure. Do you think the message only came to us? Said Melis. How would that profit Stilkeen? He said. I'm sure many people saw it. What do you think rewarded beyond their dreams means? We're dealing with a subtle being here, said Chthonic, and it could be offering a demon's bargain. Rewarded beyond your dreams might be a threat. It might, but the greedy will only see treasure, and by tomorrow every fortune hunter on Santhenar will be after the true fire. We can only pray that none of them find it. It reinforces the urgency of our quest, said Eger. He looked at Melis. And since we don't know where else chthonic fire might be found, we'll have to go to the Nightland. They prepared to leave at first light. The time of day never varied in the Nightland, but dawn seemed the best time to be going. The caduceus grew hot and heavy when Eger announced the destination, and trembled as if its interior was in churning motion, though for a good few minutes they remained in the rainforest. The caduceus seemed to be struggling to pierce the barrier that had cut the Nightland off from the world and the void for so long. Finally, the barrier parted like a pair of curtains. They were drawn through, and Melis found herself on that flat and featureless black plain again. Chthonic was rubbing her hands together. The Nightland felt colder than before, so cold that the chill went straight up through the soles of Melis's boots. Cold as my dead lover, she thought, and her eyes stung. Which way? Said Eger, peering into the darkness. I don't know, said Melis, almost choking. She wished they were 1,000 leagues away. She could not bear to think about Ember lying here dead.
and she did not want to talk to anyone about him, nor for anyone else to see his body in whatever state it was in by now. "But surely, you've been here twice." "I have no idea where Ember's cottage is." "How did you find it in the beginning?" said Chthonic gently. "When I came here with Flid and Colm, Ember scented me while I slept. He called me, mind to mind, and gave me directions." Malis smiled at the memories. "And the second time?" "After I followed the Numinator through the fire portal, I called Ember with my mind. I didn't expect it to work, but he must have been waiting for me, and he told me where to go. His cottage was under an enchantment, and no one could find it unless he willed it. He said it was made that way." "By Yalkara to protect him, I suppose," said Chthonic. "But the Numinator found the cottage," said Agur. "That was my fault," said Malis. "After Ember and I lay together, I got up. He was still sleeping." She rubbed eyes that were already red. "At least I thought he was asleep. I went to the front door and looked out, but the Numinator was nearby searching, and as soon as I opened the door, it broke the enchantment. She saw me, and I couldn't keep her out." "Why do you blame yourself for that?" said Chthonic. "She didn't harm Ember." "At home, every time something went wrong, it was my fault. What if we can't find the cottage?" "The caduceus has a powerful link to white fire," said Agur. "If there's any here, we'll find it." He made a fist, held it upright, laid the caduceus across it, and spun it gently 3 times, but each time it came to rest pointing in a different direction. "Not a very good start," he said ruefully. "Why did Stilkeen want to revenge itself on Ember anyhow?" said Malis. "Yalkara committed the crime." "Perhaps it thought that destroying her child, the sole surviving care on male, was a better revenge," said Agur. "Let's get on." They found no sign of Ember's cottage on the first day and had no idea where to look next. Since this part of the Nightland was so featureless, there was no way of telling where they were going or where they had been. They camped for the night and made a frugal meal on the supplies they had brought with them. Afterwards, the Nightland provided them with black blankets in the same way that it had provided food and bedding on Malis's first visit, and she lay down to rest. Agur helped Chthonic off with her boots, tucked her in, folded his own blankets, and put them under her head for a pillow. "What about you?" said Chthonic, sighing as the weight came off her troubled bones. "I wasn't planning on sleeping yet." She lay there, eyes on him as he moved back and forth. With the point of the caduceus, he prized out a length of the black floor, a firm yet plastic substance unlike any material Malis had ever seen, and fashioned it into a simple stand which curved over at the top. Drawing a black thread down from the end, he tied it around the centre of the caduceus and moved it back and forth until it was suspended horizontally. "Is it a direction finder?" said Malis. "I hope so." He spun the caduceus gently and it came to rest pointing past Chthonic. Malis sat up and peered that way, but Agur span the caduceus again and it pointed in a different direction, and different again the third time. "I hate this place," said Agur, adjusting the caduceus and thread, which is ironic since I had a hand in creating it well over 1,000 years ago. But it's greatly changed and in ways that I cannot fathom. "All things change," said Chthonic. "And things fashioned with the art change in unpredictable ways. The more they're used or the more powerful the mancers who use them, the more radically they can be transformed. It's one of the first principles of mancery, and why the same spell never works exactly the same way twice." "My Taphloid seems to change all the time," said Malis. "Whenever I think I understand it, it does something to surprise me." "Ah, yes, your Taphloid," said Agur, staring so fixedly at the chain running down between her breasts that Malis felt uncomfortable and hugged herself protectively. "Where did it come from? And why did it feel so familiar in my hand when I've no memory of having seen it before?" "There's a long gap in your life," said Chthonic. "When you wandered witless," said Agur. "I don't mind you saying it." "Can you teach me the art?" said Malis, who had been lost in her own thoughts. "Father had my talents suppressed to protect me, though I know I'm really old to be starting on mancery." "Really old?" said Agur, smiling. "How old are you?" She flushed. Was he laughing at her? "I'm 19. He idly spun the caduceus, which came to rest pointing over her shoulder. It's true, unless one begins Mansory at an early age, it can never be truly mastered, just as one who learns a new language after childhood would always speak it with an accent. It may already be too late for you. He frowned at a sudden realization. I must have learned my own art from the earliest age. I cannot remember a time without it. He spun the caduceus again. Again it pointed over Melis's shoulder. Will you teach me when all this is done? Eger twisted the tip of the caduceus in the opposite direction. I expect I would be an indifferent teacher. The caduceus shuddered, tore out of his grasp, and pointed over Melis's shoulder again. That's definitely a sign, Chthonic said. I suppose I've got to get out of bed. I'm afraid so, said Eger. Melis stared in the direction the caduceus was pointing, and swallowed. It had to be pointing to the cottage, to Ember's abandoned body. They walked through the black, featureless wastes of the nightland for the best part of an hour, at which time she made out a small square shape in the distance. There it is, said Melis, and took off. Wait, said Eger. Chthonic murmured, Melis, it may not... The happiest hours of Melis's life had been spent there, followed by the darkest. And whatever lay ahead of her she could not hold back now. She ran until she had a stitch in her side, and each breath was tearing at her throat. The cottage had been a pretty little wooden place with warm light streaming through its windows to illuminate gardens full of flowers at the front, a paved path and a rustic timber fence. At the rear there had been a vegetable patch, fruit trees, and a small forest fading into the darkness. But no more. What's happened? She panted, coming to a stop outside the crumbling gate. I was here only a couple of weeks ago. How can it be so changed? Time passes differently in the Nightland, said Eger, who had run after her. Sometimes fast, at other times with interminable slowness. It was designed that way so as to punish its solitary prisoner. Ember's cottage had been so warm and lovely. Now look at it. The garden was dead, the fruit trees leafless, while the light leaking from the broken, sagging windows was a dingy grey. There was a hole in the roof, and the garden and path were littered with fallen, rotting shingles. There came a low, distant thud. The floor of the nightland quivered gently, and in the woods behind the cottage something fell with a cracking sound, like a long-dead branch breaking. It's all dead, she thought. Everything's falling to pieces. She pushed on the gate, but it did not move, for the hinges had rusted. The timber broke under the pressure of her fingers. It was powdery and crumbling, eaten away by dry rot. Melis picked her way along the path, afraid of what she would find inside. But even if Ember was rotting flesh or mouldering bones, she could not stop now. She swallowed, tightened her jaw, and continued. Wait, called Chthonic, who was still some distance away, and her voice sounded more strained than before. Every step, even on the smooth floor of the nightland, troubled her. We'll come with you. I'd prefer to see Ember alone, said Melis over her shoulder, no matter what state he's in. I caused his death. The least I can do is take care of the body. As you told the story, said Eger, Ember saw traces of white fire on your skin and knew what it was likely to do to him, but lay with you anyway. He was born in the Nightland. He had spent more than 200 years here and could never leave. Maybe he'd had enough. Melis could not listen. Ember was dead, and that was all that mattered. What use was reasoned argument or excuses? Going up the steps, feeling the rotten wood giving underfoot, she pushed on the sagging door. It swung open, scraping across the floor, and she looked down the hall. The wall and floor timbers were decayed now, and everything was covered in fine black dust. She did not recall seeing dust in the Nightland previously. She crept down the hall into the small room with the rugs on the floor, the rugs by the fireplace, where... There was a lump in her throat. She swallowed, but still found it hard to breathe. As she went in, she saw the cushion Ember had given her to sit on, and beside it the platter of food, now just shriveled and unidentifiable shreds. And there was the kilt he had taken off before they lay together on the rug. It was still indented with the shape of his long, muscular body. But the body was gone. 24. Nish scrambled out from under the deck of the air sled. "What's the matter? What have I done?" The air sled was lurching and wobbling across the sky, for Chismool was flying it with her eyes closed and her face screwed up. "It burns," she gasped. "It feels like the backs of my eyes are burning. Ah! Ah! Flangers, put your hands over my eyes, press hard, then tell me which way to go." He did so, and she zigged and zagged, banked and climbed, completely blind. His head was swinging this way and that, keeping watch on the javelards coming from the front and sides, and calling out instructions to go fast or slow, climb or descend, turn east or south or west or north. Flid, facing the other way, was also calling out directions, and Nish marvelled that Chismool could follow them both at the same time. Even with her eyes blocked, she always knew which direction the air sled was heading and never hesitated. The javelards were firing as fast and furiously as before, but suddenly their spears and chain shot were no longer coming close. "It's working," Nish said dully, hanging onto the back of the seat with both hands, for he was so drained from using the staff that he could barely stand up. "Gatherer has lost the link." "I'm all right now," Chismool said. "It's coming back." Flangers took his hands away and she opened one eye, winced, and then the other. After checking that the missiles were missing by wide margins, she wiped her brow on her sleeve and began to climb out of range, up into the night sky where they could no longer be seen. Shortly she headed away, across the city and out over the sea of Perion. No one spoke for 10 or 15 minutes. Everyone save the pilot lay on the deck, exhausted. Nish stared up at the sky, thinking about the encounter. We couldn't even sway the leaders of one provincial city, he thought. How can we hope to seize the empire? It's hopeless, even more hopeless than the battle for the pass. At least there I knew how to fight my enemy. I have no idea how to deal with these people. But he had fought his crippling self-doubt before and knew how to recognize it now. Nish had vowed never to give in to it again, and he would not. He was going to fight on. He would find a way to combat these foes, and until then, for the sake of morale, he had to appear calm and in control. He lay there for a good while, slowly coming to terms with these fears, and when he felt that he had overcome them for the moment, and the lights of Taranta had disappeared, he took a number of deep breaths and sat up. "I have to say, Zervish," he said mildly, "that wasn't one of your greatest speeches." "Should have known better than to try it here," Flid said ruefully. "I'm sure it would have worked a treat in Roros or wicked old Thur-Cad that is no more, but what can you expect from these inbred back-country rubes?" "Not everyone was against you," said Flangers. "I saw some groups looking very attentive. But the Seneschal has sowed doubt in everyone's minds, which is a pity. Wherever we go, the God Emperor's loyal servants will have heard their lies, and they'll be expecting us." "Now they know the God Emperor is missing," said Flangers. "They might swing their allegiance to Nish." "A few might, but could he trust them? It would be different if we could prove that Jal Nish was dead, for a man who turns his coat when his master needs him most is likely to do it again. We don't want such a man or such an army at our backs." "How long will it take to reach Roros?" said Flangers. "The militia are tired and hungry and desperate for sleep, and their bladders must be bursting. I know mine is." "Days," said Chismool, who had flown all over Laurelin during the war. "It's 200 leagues away. I can't go much further today, sir. I get after sickness too, you know." "I know. We'll fly over the range and hide for the night," said Flid. "But first I've a mind to show Taranta the sting in our tail, if you can manage it." "I don't think it's a good idea," said Nish. "We have to. They nearly destroyed us, but we can't allow them to think we've fled in panic. We've got to strike back and leave with our heads high." "How?" said Nish, uneasy at the thought of returning to a place they had been lucky to escape from. "You'll see," said Flid mysteriously. "They go to bed early here.
Chismool, head back towards Taranta, high and slow, so we make no sound.
She did so, which took the best part of half an hour.
Now, he added, circle over the peasant quarter. Stay high.
It was nearly 9 in the evening, and the square where they had been attacked now lay in darkness. The night was cloudy, the city dark and still. Flid was looking towards the main city square half a league away.
The governor's palace and the seneschal's mansion are still lit, he said thoughtfully.
They've got a lot to talk about, said Nish.
Go down slow and quiet, Chismool, and make for the alley where they had the stampede.
You're not going to do something terrible with those bodies, I hope, Nish said suspiciously. The old Flid would never have demeaned the dead, but Nish could not always predict how the renewed Flid would react.
Certainly not, said Flid in a high dudgeon. What do you take me for?
I've something far better in mind. Nish was scarcely relieved. What was the old scoundrel up to?
Careful now, Flid whispered as Chismool crept the air sled down. There's bound to be a few sentries about. Go low over the rooftops. I wouldn't want any wisp watchers to pick us up. Head along the alley to the building there with the flat roof. See it?
Isn't that where one of the javelards was sighted? Said Flangers.
It is, said Flid.
The one that fired the chain shot and exploding tar balls.
Precisely, said Flid. We're going to teach the seneschal a lesson. Quiet now.
The air sled nosed silently across the tightly packed rooftops until, ahead, Nish made out the top of the javelard, still pointed towards the square. It'll be guarded, he whispered.
Of course, said Flid. The God Emperor won't let any rebels arm themselves at his expense. I need a few volunteers.
Every able-bodied man and woman put up their hands.
I'll take Flangers, you and you, said Flid,
going down the back and selecting militiamen in the near darkness.
Chismool, set down on this roof.
She did so, and momentarily the roof timbers groaned under the weight of the air sled.
What about me? Said Nish. I thought you were worn out, said Flid.
I am, but if there's a chance to tweak the enemy's nose, I'm taking it.
Thought you might, Flid said complacently.
How easily Flid had manipulated him. Having checked his sabre, Nish followed across one flat roof, then another. The javelard loomed ahead, and he made out a shadow pacing back and forth. A single guard was rarely effective. There were bound to be 2 or even more.
No need to kill the guards unless they're trying to kill you, said Flid. Knock them out and tie them.
They were climbing across onto the roof, trying to make no noise, when there came a low, harsh cry.
Who's there? Scryer, hissed Flid. Cut him down before he gives the alarm.
The scryer turned and ran, his gown billowing, towards a wisp-watcher mounted on the side of the javelard. If he reached it, every scryer in Taranta would soon know. Nish sprinted after him. He could have tracked the scryer in the dark by the sulphurous pungency of his breath, a side effect of the herbs they chewed to enhance their vision, but he was too far ahead. Nish sent his sabre spinning through the air. The flat side of the blade struck the scryer in the back and drove him to his knees, but he rose and scrambled towards his wisp-watcher. Nish launched himself through the air and tried to drag the scryer off the javelard. He wriggled free, jumped into his seat, touched something in the darkness, and a little spec speaker slowly came to light. He was leaning towards it when Nish threw himself at the scryer's back, driving him against the wooden frame. Ribs cracked, but he twisted like a snake in Nish's arms, bringing a knee up for the groin. Nish blocked it with his own knee, but the blow to his kneecap was so excruciating that he dropped his guard. The scryer's left hand flashed into his coat, emerging with a knife whose blade might have been made from ice, save that it shone with the same bile-green light as the rat-neck noose of a loop listener. The knife flashed for his throat, but stopped with the point pricking through the skin under Nish's chin.
"The son of the God Emperor," the scryer said hoarsely, then grinned in triumph. "You're mine, and all the reward."
Nish had kneed him in the groin, and when the scryer doubled over, brought a fist up from ankle level in an uppercut that slammed him into the side of the javelard. The knife went flying, the scryer's head struck a beam, and he collapsed. All was quiet now, save for Nish's heavy breathing.
"Zavish?"
he said softly. "We've finished them. You?"
The same. I don't think he got a warning off, though he did recognize me. Let's get what we came for and go."
Flid made a double hooting sound. The air sled appeared and hovered beside the Javelard. They loaded on one round of the double chain shot, plus a number of large spherical objects that Nish deduced were the exploding tar balls.
"What are you going to do with them?"
whispered Chismool. "Let me guess," said Nish. "He's planning to attack the governor's palace?" "I would, were he the man who really gave the orders in Taranta," said Flid. "We're after the seneschal's mansion."
"Better pray that my scryer didn't get a warning off, or our welcome might be warmer than you expect."
"If you'd done your job properly, we wouldn't have a problem," Flid said equably. "Shut up and give me a hand with these."
They laid the heavy, clanking chains out across the deck, then tied 2 of the exploding tar balls to each end and the last 2 to the bar in the middle.
"How do you set them off?" said Nish.
"Fuses. I've got them in my pocket. I won't put them on until the last minute because the least spark can set them off, and then we'll all be sent to oblivion coated in burning tar."
"No thanks," said Nish. "Are you sure this is worth it? The Seneschal's guards will be on alert."
"He called us liars. If we run now, it will be seen as proof that we are."
"The commander will soon discover that Taranta's army has been destroyed and we were telling the truth."
"Seneschals are professional manipulators, Nish."
"Like scrutators?" said Nish, smiling.
Flid ignored that. "He'll give a dozen plausible reasons why the army was lost. Fever, flood, avalanche, and none will have anything to do with us. Besides, if we don't strike back, it will prove that we're gutless, and no one would trust cowards with the leadership of the Empire and the defense of the realm. I made a bad start, and we've got no choice but to put it right."
"What can this little attack do?"
"It's symbolic. It's a public act of defiance. The Seneschal might cover up the annihilation of an army in the wilderness, but he can't conceal our attack in a public square in front of thousands of witnesses, many of them rich and powerful people. If we succeed, everyone will know we thumbed our nose at the God Emperor's Seneschal and got away with it, and that's worth as much as the defeat of an army. More."
"All right," said Nish, "though I don't see how we are going to get away with it."
"We can't fly around the mansion without being seen," Flid mused. "We'll have to con the area on foot first and find out the best way to attack."
"No," said Nish.
"I beg your pardon?" Flid said coldly.
"I said no. If we get into trouble, there'll be no way of getting out of it."
Flid's eyes glittered and his jaw was tight. He did not like being challenged, but Nish wasn't going to give in, and finally Flid turned away.
"Flangers, what do you say?"
"Nish is right. Getting off the air sled is too risky. If we're caught, we lose everything. What if we fly in at top speed, chuck our tar balls through the nearest windows, then scarper?"
"Chismool," said Flid, "have you got the strength for it?"
She was slumped on her chair, head on her arms.
"As long as it doesn't take too long, but it's not going to work."
"Why not?"
"You won't be able to throw those heavy chains as far as I can spit."
Flid cursed. Evidently he hadn't thought of that practicality, and neither had Nish.
"It's a stupid idea," came Amy's high little voice from the rear. "We should be doing something really outrageous, sir,"
she added unconvincingly.
"I'm happy to listen to any sensible suggestions you've got to make," Flid said with an underlying air of menace.
"Mount the Javelard on the air sled, then stand off the front of the mansion out in the square where everyone can see, and fire your black balls and chain through the front door."
Flid stalked down the rear, and Nish was afraid that he was going to explode. Kletch was looking anxious until Flid shook Amy's little hand.
"It's beautiful," he hooted. "How better to humiliate the Seneschal than by attacking his mansion with his own weaponry?"
"The Javelard is too big and heavy," said Chismool. "The air sled will never lift it."
"Load it on," said Flid. "There's only one way to find out."
It required the strength of every able-bodied man and woman straining at the ropes to raise the Javelard and inch it onto the air sled, and they would never have managed it had it not been for Nish's long-neglected skills as apprentice artificer. It took ages, and they had to stop every time Amy, the lookout, alerted them a patrol was moving along the street below them.
This is taking too long, said Nish, sweating in the hot night. What time do they change the guards?
How should I know? Said Flid.
He thought for a moment.
Every 8 hours as a rule, so probably at midnight.
It can't be far off midnight now.
Then you'd better work harder.
Any sign that the guards are changing, Amy? Nish whispered. I'll tell you if I see them. Finally, they had the enormous Javelard loaded dead center and roped down. Its base was almost as long as the air sled and half as wide, and the top was a span and a half high, while the horizontal crossbow-like mechanism stuck out over either side. Flid began to fit the fuses to the tar balls, and 6 troopers lifted them carefully, along with the linked chains, into the leather firing bucket of the Javelard. Once everyone had piled on, Chismool took the controller. Someone's coming, hissed Amy. Do we wait or go? Said Nish.
Go, said Flid. We don't want to get into a fight now.
I'll try to take her up to knee height, Chismool said anxiously. The air sled shuddered violently, and Nish thought it wasn't going to lift at all, but eventually it rose in a series of jerks. Through the hole cut in the deck, he could hear the mechanism rattling. Oi! Someone called from the street. What's going on up there?
Get going, said Flid, before the bloody thing shakes itself to pieces.
He cursed under his breath.
At this rate they'll hear us coming half a league away.
Keep still, everyone, said Chismool. She's so top-heavy she could roll over at any time. After offering this comforting thought, she lifted the air sled at a shallow angle, and it began to shudder across the rooftops. Nish made out several faces staring up at them, trying to work out what was happening in the dim light. Then they were lost to sight. I'd love to see them explain this to their superior officers, said Nish.
We haven't succeeded yet, said Flid.
You're our only experienced Javelard operator, Nish. Get it ready. Can I climb onto it, Chismool? Said Nish. As long as you don't make any sudden movements, she said in a strained tone. He checked the Javelard by feel, making sure that nothing had slipped out of alignment during loading. The air sled was shaking more wildly than before, and he was drenched with sweat. One misstep could cause the craft to roll, dumping everyone off, and the Javelard would tear free and come down on top of them. How the seneschal would crow then. Somehow Chismool's genius kept them in the air, even while he climbed up and began to wind the huge cranks that tensioned the steel firing cable. When they were fully wound, he pushed in the safety rods so the Javelard could not go off if jolted. It's ready. They were approaching the seneschal's mansion from the rear. Most of the lights around the square had been extinguished, though lanterns still burned in front of the governor's palace and the mansion. There's a barracks right at the back, and after that a walled garden, said Amy, who was still keeping watch. She was seated on Chismool's right, looking out from below the Javelard's firing bucket. Then another high wall with a lawn between it and the rear of the mansion. Windows run across the rear, but it'll be difficult to get near them with all those trees. Left side or right, said Chismool, who sounded exhausted. The trees are close by on either side. We'll have to attack at the front.
I want to attack the front, said Flid. That's where the staterooms and audience chambers will be. It'll be a much more public show and a bigger insult. Go over the roof, pilot. The air sled drifted over the high roof, jerking and lurching, and out to the centre of the square, where it hovered in the darkness some distance above the paving stones. The square was well lit in front of both palace and mansion by street lamps reflected downwards, and the mansion had a pair of gigantic front doors broad enough to admit the air sled, though they were closed. There were bay windows to left and right, equally grand, and Nish could see shadows moving behind the filmy curtains to the left. Though the stateroom on the right appeared larger, it was dimly lit and did not appear to be occupied. There's no one about at this time of night, said Flid, sounding vexed.
The patrolling guards will see us as soon as we move down into the light, said Flangers.
I'm not doing this for their amusement. Stay at this height, pilot, whispered Flid. I'm making a slight change to the plan.
What are you going to do now? Said Nish, alarmed. Flid untied one of the canvas-wrapped tar balls and hefted it in his arms.
I'm waking everyone up. We've got to have an audience. Have you picked your target, Nish?
What was he up to? Yes, said Nish. I'm going to aim at the front doors and smash them down.
If they're iron reinforced, they might not break, said Flid. If our attack isn't spectacular, we've failed.
What if I fire through the right-hand bay window into the stateroom?
Sounds good. Get ready.
Taking a flint striker from his pocket, Flid snapped it at the fuse of his tarball, which caught at once, burning with a fizzing sound and the smell of sulphur. He studied the speed of burning, counted to 5 under his breath, then tossed the tarball over the side into the centre of the vast square. The fuse sparked once or twice as the tarball hit the paving stones and rolled, but that was all.
Damnation, said Flid. Has it gone out or not?
Fuses are perilous things in my experience, said Flangers. Sometimes they burn fast, sometimes slow, and sometimes you think they've gone out when they haven't. Even if you wait 5 minutes or 10, it could go off in your face.
That's what I'm afraid of, said Flid. But I'll have to go down and relight it.
You could throw another tarball, said Amy.
We can't afford to waste them. If the attack is a fizzer, all Taranta will be laughing, but at us. Take us over it, Chismool.
Chismool, now so exhausted that Amy was holding her steady, wobbled the air sled over the tarball about 6 spans up. Flid tied knots at intervals in a line, fixed it to the side, shinned down and snapped the flint striker at the fuse.
Hey, you!
A man bellowed from the darkness.
What do you think you're doing?
It was a guard on the far side of the square. The air sled hung above the level of the lanterns and would be just a huge shadow to him, but Flid was clearly visible.
Get a move on,
Nish muttered. Footsteps sounded, running across the square.
Put your hands above your head or we'll shoot,
the first guard shouted. 25. Flid kept snapping the flint striker and finally the fuse began to spark. A crossbow bolt whined above his head. Another glanced off the paving a little to his left. He leapt for the rope and was up to the 3rd knot when the spark faded again.
Blast and botheration,
Flid cried.
What's the matter with the damn fuse?
Probably damp, said Flangers. You can't go down again, Nish hissed. The guards are too close. Flid ignored him and was sliding down when the spark reappeared. It's still burning, Nish called. Get up here, quick! The air sled lurched. Was Chismool losing control? Nish could not imagine how she had held the air sled up this long. This is going to be a disaster, he thought. Even if we survive, we'll be a laughing stock. I'll be a laughing stock, and I'd sooner die. He meant it too, for his reputation meant more to him than his life. And it'll destroy any chance of bringing the God Emperor down. No, we've got to succeed, no matter what it takes. More bolts shot past Flid, and one plucked at the fabric of his trousers near the knee. That was a bit too close, said Flangers. He's not climbing fast enough. He grabbed the rope and began heaving Flid up. Nish went to him and took part of the load, counting the seconds and praying that the tar ball would not go off yet. Flid came over the side, gasping like a stranded carp.
If the bloody thing doesn't...
There was a colossal boom. The air sled lurched wildly and hundreds of lumps of burning tar splattered against its metal underside, while the rest formed a technicolor fountain spraying up into the air all around them. One of the guards began to scream and tear at his tunic, which was ablaze with tar in 3 places. Another man dragged him away. The lumps of fallen tar now formed a broad, blazing ring in the centre of the square, issuing clouds of black smoke. On the other side, the doors of the governor's palace were flung wide open and there was a roar of "Guards! Guards!" Lights were being lit all around the square. People rushed out of front doors and peered through windows. A squad of guards came pounding up the side of the palace, but stopped at its closed front gates and stared. Nish could hear someone shouting at them. More roaring came from the seneschal's mansion, presumably from the barracks. Time was rapidly running out.
Get to your post, Nish, cried Flid, and take aim. Pilot, get to the front of the mansion, then bring her down into the light.
The air sled wobbled towards the mansion. You haven't lit the damned fuses, Nish snapped as he scrambled up into the shooter's seat and turned the aiming wheels. The air sled lurched again. Chismool seemed to take an eternity to steady it, and Nish knew she could not last much longer. Flid swore, ran for the leather bucket, held the fuses of the 5 tar balls together and lit them all at once. 10, he called. The bay window of the mansion was fixed in Nish's sights when the vast double doors were flung wide and half a dozen people ran out onto the porch, then stopped, staring. The air sled must have been a hellish sight, hanging in the air in front of the mansion with the huge javelard fixed on them at point-blank range, for its keel was peppered with chunks of blazing tar, their tongues of flame licking up above the 4 sides, and all was wreathed in choking black smoke. 9, said Flid. Guards! Shrieked the seneschal. His guards came boiling around the side of the mansion, then stopped. 7, said Flid. Nish swung the javelard until it pointed at the doorway, and the people there scattered. The seneschal's face collapsed as the sights fixed on him. Nish was happy to terrorize him, but people weren't his target, no matter how depraved. 5, said Flid. Take them down! Cried the seneschal. The air sled lurched left, then right. Hold it, Chismool, Nish prayed, adjusting the sights, and it steadied. 3. The guards whipped their crossbows up to their shoulders and aimed at Nish, who was only partly shielded from that angle, but he did not flinch. He had a job to do. He aimed the javelard over the seneschal's head and down the vast hall where, halfway along, he saw the base of a magnificent staircase. From this distance he could hit it with his eyes closed. Fire! No time to regret the architectural magnificence he was about to wantonly destroy. Nish fired. The chain shot whirled out to its fullest extent and slammed into the front of the mansion, splintering the open doors and sending chips of stone in all directions. Several of the guards were knocked down, and the rest were lost behind clouds of blinding dust and flying splinters. Recoil forced the javelard backwards until its ropes creaked. Nish had not thought of that. The prow of the air sled shot up, the rear tilted down, and for an awful moment he thought it was going to overturn in the air and land on top of them, splattering everyone like cockroaches. As he sprang from his seat, several crossbow bolts spanged off the metal prow. Had he succeeded? He could not tell. He'd lost sight of the target. He was scrambling up to the top of the javelard frame so he could see when the stern of the air sled slammed into the paving stones and the impact broke the force of the recoil. Nish's teeth snapped together and he tasted blood from a bitten tongue. The right-hand chain had destroyed the bay windows on that side and disappeared inside. The left-hand chain had demolished the left bay window, and all the tar balls had broken free. The central tar ball had gone hurtling down the hall to explode against the base of the staircase, flinging burning tar across the open central area of the mansion and setting fire to everything it touched. The tar balls that had gone through the demolished bays also went off, and in an instant the curtains were ablaze and black smoke began to gush out of the windows. Nothing could save the mansion now. The people at the front ran for their lives, the seneschal's sagging belly flopping up and down. More people were swarming out of the servants' quarters at the rear, though they were not in danger. However, everyone on the air sled was in peril, for the impact with the paving had snapped several of the overstrained ropes holding the javelard, allowing it to slide to the right and unbalancing the air sled. "Get to the left!" Chismool screamed as she fought to keep the lurching, swaying craft aloft. There was no time to land and right the javelard, for the guards from the palace were running across the square, weapons at the ready. Nish's militia surged to the left, tilting the craft in that direction, but now the front of the javelard swung that way, for more of its ropes had broken. Nish, still perched up top, wasn't game to move in case he made things worse. "Oi!" cried Flangers. "You and you over there, and you 3 put your shoulders up against the javelard and your backs into it." He directed everyone like a conductor until the weight was balanced and the air sled had steadied, as much as Chismool could manage it. "Take her up, pilot," said Flid. "Nish, what the blazes are you doing up there? Come down." Nish slid down off the javelard, watching the running soldiers who were within firing range. "Down, everyone," said Flangers, and they ducked. A flight of crossbow bolts thudded into the uprights of the javelard. "We've done what we came to do," said Nish. "Let's get going before Chismool collapses." "After a lap of honour," said Flid.
You can manage that, can't you, pilot?
Chismool nodded, too exhausted to speak.
You're out of your mind, Flid, said Nish. This is the icing on the cake of your credibility, deliverer, said Flid. Pilot, take your craft all the way around the edge of the square. Militia, brace yourselves against the Javelard, and when it slips, ease it back into position.
That's not going to be easy to do, said Nish as they climbed. The way it's sliding around.
Then bang some wedges under it, snapped Flid. Do I have to think of everything?
Nish wedged the Javelard as best he could. Make it quick, then. If they bring up another Javelard, we're carrion. He searched the rooftops and alleyways in case the enemy was already doing so, but outside the lighted square, it was too dark to tell. Chismool lifted the shaking, quaking air sled to a height of 50 spans, where there was little danger from a crossbow strike, and coaxed the faltering craft around the square. Despite the wedges, the Javelard moved on the metal deck with every change of direction.
Put your backs to it, said Flangers, tapping the wedges in again.
A dozen times Nish thought the Javelard was going to slide all the way and scrape them off the deck, but each time the combined efforts of the militiamen and women held it. Just. They could not do it much longer, though. Everyone was close to collapse. The square was thronged with people now, thousands of them staring silently at the absurd sight of the air sled wobbling through the sky, bearing a Javelard that seemed bigger than it was.
The governor and the seneschal won't explain away this defeat so easily, Flid crowed.
We haven't got away yet, Nish said sourly, though inside he was exultant. Flid was a bloody annoying old bastard, but he'd got more out of them than Nish could ever have imagined. And if they could succeed...
Half the city is witnessing their humiliation, and within days the furthest reaches of the Empire will know about it. Just one more thing, Chismool, if you can manage it, and then we go. Fly over the mansion, if you please.
Smoke and flame were gushing from the windows of the ground floor, but as yet the upper floors were unscathed. Over the highest point of the mansion, Flid shouted, above the roar of the flames,
Now to dump the rubbish. Ready, Chismool?
Ready, she said dully.
Everyone on the right, come around to the left and hang on to the safety ropes. Flangers, cut the safety ropes on the right, knock the wedges out from under the Javelard and join us. Pilot, you'll have to balance the weight.
Don't tell me how to do my job, she snarled. The air sled quivered as more weight came on the left and canted that way. Chismool levelled it, though it took an effort. Her cheeks, in the fading light from the tar-splattered sides, were streaked with sooty sweat. Nish's eyes were still roving around the square, and now he caught the telltale movements in the distance. Hurry up, they're bringing a Javelard down the street to the north, and I think I can see others further back. Flid looked at Chismool questioningly. She nodded. I'm ready.
Militiamen, said Flid. Heave the Javelard towards the side. The instant it starts to slide, grab your safety ropes and hang on tight.
They heaved, and Nish did too, until he thought his heart was going to burst, but the Javelard would not budge. It must be caught on something. Surely the enemy Javelard would be in a position to fire by now. Feeling a target centered on his back, he grabbed the fallen pennant pole, jammed it under the side, and levered. The Javelard lifted slightly, cleared a ragged edge of the hole he'd cut in the floor, and began to move.
It's away, said Flid. Hang on tight.
The Javelard kept sliding faster and faster, and went over the edge. The air sled tilted so sharply that Nish did not think Chismool could save it, but yet again she managed to bring it upright. The enemy Javelard must have fired, for a metal spear shrieked off the tilted stern, but Nish did not have the energy to look around. The Javelard plummeted onto the middle of the mansion roof, smashing the slates and snapping the timbers, and battered its way down through floor after floor until the crashing ceased and it came to rest out of sight. Flid peered through the shattered hole.
There's no sign of fire here yet, but it can't take long. Let's go. No. Wait.
He studied the hole again, and a mischievous light sparked in his dark eyes.
I can see the pantries. One final insult, Nish. You'll want to be in on this.
No, I won't, said Nish. All I want is to lie down and sleep for a month.
You'll sleep a lot better after we come back in triumph. Flangers, tie a rope harness around Nish and another around me.
Fasten a net on the end of a third rope, then lower us down."
"You've got to be joking," said Nish. "We've done enough, Flid. Why risk it all for nothing?"
"This is going to be beautiful," chortled Flid. "The seneschal's humiliation will be complete. He'll never recover from it."
"It's insane. I'm not going down there. The roof could fall in at any moment. Besides, a dozen javelards could be aimed at them by now."
"Of course you are. Come on."
Flid could not be quelled. He seemed intoxicated by the drama and the danger, and shortly they were lowered over the side into the roof hole. As they went down, Nish looked up at the air sled, which was shuddering worse than before, sure that this was the stupidest of the many stupid things he had done. "Where are we going anyway?"
"To the seneschal's private pantries."
"Pantries?" Nish was too tired to think straight.
"We're going to rob him of the delicacies he keeps for the God Emperor, in the unlikely event that he would deign to visit such a backwater as Taranta."
"I like a good feed as well as the next man," said Nish sourly, "but I don't see why we're risking our lives for it."
"Because this is the final glorious insult, the one that will have the whole of Santhenar talking about us," said Flid. "And reckless though it may be, I can't resist."
"But the mansion is on fire. There isn't time." Flid looked down again.
"There's no sign of fire near the pantries."
"I've seen whole cities burn, and so have you. There can be no trace of fire one minute, and the next the place is an inferno." Flid did not bother to reply. "Keep low," Nish yelled up. "Watch out for javelards." Flangers, who had a crossbow in hand, waved him away. The first pantry had been demolished by the javelard, but the next was unscathed. Nish was looking along the shelves when Flid jabbed him in the ribs and gestured down. The hole, which continued through into a dark cellar full of stacked barrels, had a powerful aroma of freshly spilled wine. They went down. Flid conjured light from the tips of his fingers and scampered, there was no other word for it, along to a barred and locked compound at the end of the cellar, which was marked with the sign of the God Emperor. Pulling a small, stubby rod from his pocket, he pressed its end to the lock, which exploded in a spray of metal cinders and wrenched the door open.
"Heave that barrel over your shoulder," he said,
pointing at the third one from the end. Nish did so. Flid lifted a large flagon from a shelf and turned away.
"That'll do. Pity the rest has to burn."
They put several flagons and barrels in the man-sized net and scrambled up to the pantries, which were thick with smoke now. Nish could hear the roar of fire and a series of crashes followed by a louder roaring. "The front of the mansion must be coming down, Flid. It'll drive the fire towards us."
"Grab anything that takes your fancy and make it snappy."
Nish tossed cheeses, hams, sausages, smoked fish and other delicacies into the net at random. Flid came running down the shelves with an armload. His pockets were bulging, and each time he moved they chimed. "What have you got in your pockets?" said Nish.
"The seneschal's finest goblets."
"Now I know you've lost your wits.
You can't drink fine wine out of a metal cup."
"After the past week, I'd drink it from my military boots." There was another, louder crash, and burning air blasted in under the outer pantry door.
"Time to go," said Flid.
Nish wasn't about to argue. After making sure his harness was secure, he tugged 3 times on his rope, the agreed signal, and it was pulled up in a series of jerks. Below them, the door fell with a crash and fire coiled up. Whoomph! Reaching almost to their toes before it died away. Whoomph! Whoomph! This time he had to beat out smouldering threads on the ragged ends of his pants. "It's coming higher each time, as though it's fed by a bellows."
"And every collapse feeds it."
The ropes were pulled up more quickly, but not before the third whoomph sent flames up to Nish's waist, and he felt his nasal hairs singeing. The next blast would come up past them and set fire to the rope, if not themselves. Suddenly he was jerked up, as though a giant had taken hold of the line, and out through the broken timbers. The fire roared and flames leapt up through the hole, higher than the roof, as they were dragged over the side onto the air sled along with their precious cargo. Kletch's stretcher had been brought to the ropes, and it was his mighty strength that had saved them. "One good turn must be repaid by another," he said, "and a drop of wine in that barrel if you can spare it." "Is that all, Flid?"
said Nish. Can we go now, or have you got an even more reckless finale in mind?
Only to take a bow to our audience, said Flid, smiling, and give them a present.
The Javelard, Nish began.
I brought down the operator, said Flangers, waving the crossbow, and the other Javelards aren't quite in position yet.
To the centre of the square, said Flid, taking some of the wines and delicacies out of the net and stacking them on the deck. Chismool took them there, and everyone lined up along the side of the air sled and bowed to the throngs gathered at the east, the south, the north, and the western sides of the square.
The Deliverer sends compliments to the good people of Taranta,
boomed Flid, and begs you to celebrate his victory with the finest food and drink the Seneschal has to offer from the private stores kept for the God Emperor. The net was carefully lowered to the centre of the square, and its ropes cut.
And now the Deliverer takes his leave, for he must now seize control of the Empire and fight Stilkeen.
At the last bow, the gathering gave them a ragged cheer and surged towards the net.
Flid said, "We're done,"
and Chismool turned away, out over the silent city, heading east.
You old bastard, said Nish, and shook his hand. I would never have thought of that, much less attempted it, yet you've pulled it off.
And the rest is up to you, Deliverer.
26. On the journey to Rhoros, they planned to keep to uninhabited places, camping in uplands or on hilltops where there was not so much as a cottage in sight, though Flid was not afraid of the people of this land. Even the most desperate troublemakers would have kept well clear of the scarred and battle-hardened militia.
It's best if we disappear for a while, he said to Nish the following night,
when they were sitting around the campfire after everyone else had gone to their bedrolls.
We've created a sensation, and if nothing more is seen of us for a while, the rumours will spread more strongly than if we popped into every town. Let the authorities worry about what we're going to do next, and the people wonder, and our strength and cunning will grow with each telling.
Sounds good to me, said Nish limply, for he was so worn out that he'd had trouble sleeping day or night.
Besides, we've been pushed beyond endurance since Jal Nish attacked Mistmurk Mountain 6 weeks ago, and we deserve a holiday. And now, old friend, the payoff.
Flid levered the bung out of one of his flagons, sniffed deeply, then poured a healthy red-gold measure of liqueur into a pair of the etched glass goblets he'd lifted from the pantry. Handing one to Nish, he said,
Now tell me this doesn't taste better than it would from a mouldy wineskin.
Nish twirled his goblet, admiring the way the light twinkled off the delicately etched surfaces, as fine as silver filigree. There's no comparison, but I still wouldn't risk burning to death for the privilege. He took a tentative sniff, and the bouquet rushed up his nose, burning deliciously, enchantingly. He sipped, and it was even better. Tears formed in his eyes. It reminded him of older, happier times, and he felt an urge to reminisce. It's a good while since we were on the road together, Zervish. Do you remember the last time we shared a cup of wine?
I do, though the memory is a trifle hazy.
Nish snorted.
And not because of the quantity I drank, though I recall you found it hard to stand up afterwards.
Flid chuckled. It was on the little bench outside my amberwood cabin on Mistmurk Mountain after you came out of the swamp to break my lonely 9-year exile. That was a good day, said Nish dreamily.
It was a very good day.
Flid took another sip. As it happens, my recollections of the time immediately before renewal are hazy, though my older memories are as clear as this goblet. Do you remember when we drank together before that? Nish's smile faded. I'll never forget a minute of that terrible day. It was 10.5 years ago, in Ash Mode, on the shores of the dry sea, which was even then starting to fill. We were having a victory banquet, at least the best that could be managed with the rations we had. The war had been won, and we'd made an honourable peace with the Lyrinx, who had turned out to be rather like us inside, despite their fierce outer appearance.
Very like, said Flid. We all want the same things when you get down to it.
After 150 years, the war was finally over, and I think we all felt numb. We couldn't believe that we were going to have peace at last. We were sitting around a long table in the town square, drinking that dreadful wine and talking about our futures.
Our futures.
Flid raised his glass as if toasting the man he'd been back then, or the memory of him. As I remember it, you were planning to write the true histories of the war, and after that you were talking about a cottage and a little garden. We found that highly amusing. Nish snorted.
It might seem so if you were in your cups, Flid sniffed.
The great Scrutator Flid, one of the heroes of the war, living in a cottage and growing flowers. We couldn't come to terms with that either.
You always did lack for vision, Flid said with a touch of the asperity of old. When times change, a man must change with them. And, if you recall, all of us who had fought so hard during the war were overthrown at the end of it by generals greedy for power.
They didn't hold it long, said Nish quietly. We talked about our hopes and dreams for the future that day. Did any of us achieve them?
I don't know, said Flid. Though I did write my histories in the lonely years at the top of Mistmurk, and I think they were the finest of all my works.
What works? I didn't know you had any.
I've always kept my own personal histories, and up on Mistmurk Mountain I wrote the tale of the times in 5 journals. I kept them under my bed in an amberwood box for luck, and in my exile I often imagined the sensation they would cause when I finally brought them forth, because I didn't hold back. Unsuspected traitors would have been revealed and several great names ruined. Alas, no one has read them but me, nor ever will. Mistmurk was smashed to bits by the fall of Jalnish's sky palace, and my journals would have been destroyed.
I dare say, said Nish, distracted by that memory, though it was hazy due to his being in Vivimord's thrall at the time. The embers settled with a flurry of sparks. Flid tossed more wood on, for their camp was at a high altitude and the night was chilly. Thinking back to the banquet, I distinctly remember Irisis telling me about her dreams and hopes. She kept saying that her destiny was to die. Nish choked and Flid gripped him by the shoulder. Drink up, lad, and remember, it does no good to block out the past, no matter how terrible it is. It's far better to relive it when you're ready, and keep doing so until its horrors no longer have any power over you. Nish said nothing, couldn't speak. He did not want to remember, but neither was he willing to try and forget. Flid dropped his hand and continued, that was one of the very worst days of my life. No, it was the worst. But Nish, as I recall the banquet that day, you never talked about your dreams nor what you wanted for the future. No, I didn't.
Why not?
I'm not sure. Perhaps I had a premonition of what was to come. Perhaps I was afraid to jinx the future.
Or maybe you were just struck dumb that so beautiful, brave, and brilliant a woman as Irisis should want an ugly little coot like you, Flid chuckled.
Nish managed a feeble smile. I wouldn't have put it quite so plainly, but yes, I'm sure there was an element of that in it.
I never told you this before because she only talked about it when she'd had more wine than was good for her and swore me to secrecy afterwards. Though after all this time, I think you're entitled to be told. I don't know where she got the idea, but Irisis had come to believe that she had a destiny that could only be fulfilled after her death.
Nish reeled. I hope you're not saying that she wanted to die, that she had a death wish.
Don't be absurd, of course she didn't. She wanted to live as much as any of us, and she had more to live for than most.
Then what are you saying?
That she believed her death was going to change the future.
It has, said Nish. If she hadn't died, if we'd escaped that day, I would never have sworn to overthrow Father, and I wouldn't have spent 10 years in Mazahaiza.
That's not what she meant. Irisis felt that despite all she had lived for, her destiny required her to die. Yet that would not be the end of it.
I don't understand, said Nish.
Neither do I, though I've thought about it many times. I'm sure that's why she never expected to survive the war. You must have heard her say so.
Many times, said Nish, feeling tears forming in his eyes, until I begged her not to mention it again. "Let's not talk about this any more, Zervish. I haven't the heart for it." He knocked back the rest of his goblet and surreptitiously wiped his eyes. "And stop hogging the liqueur, you greedy old bugger."
"I've taken renewal. I'm no longer considered old," Flid said in superior tones, and poured Nish a trifling measure. "Fill it up, damn you. I'm going to get so roaringly drunk that I won't remember a thing." Flid gave him a little more. "I don't think that will help. Really, I don't."
"When I want your advice, I'll ask for it. You used to be an old soak anyway, you hypocrite, a veritable piss bucket."
"I still am when I can get drink of quality," Flid retorted, "since I need to numb my renewed internal organs. I have no problem with you getting drunk, not that it ever helps. But not yet."
"Why not?" Nish said surlily.
"We have to talk about your campaign, and I can't do that on an air sled with 40 other people listening. It's got to be now."
"We should involve Flangers at least, and Chismool."
"Later, once you and I have worked out what to do and how to do it."
"Don't you trust them?"
"It's not a matter of trust. The more people know your secrets, the sooner the enemy will get to hear of them."
Nish knew he was right. He was just arguing for the sake of it, and even though he'd slept on the air sled for most of that day's shuddering flight, he was exhausted in mind and body. "Very well, let's talk so I can go to bed." Flid glanced at the sleeping militia, who were some distance away, and lowered his voice.
"There are several ways you could begin the overthrow of the Empire. You might set up a government in exile in a friendly city, say Roros, and gradually extend your power."
"I could." Nish leaned backwards. The stars made a vast pinwheel against the black velvet of the night sky, as bright as he had ever seen them, though many of the constellations were different from those of the southern skies under which he had spent most of his life. "But I would soon be besieged from all sides and no longer in control of my own destiny. That's no way to bring down an empire."
"To take an empire," said Flid pointedly. "Bring it down, and you create a power vacuum which all the scum on Santhenar will scramble to fill. But I agree, so let's put that plan aside."
"I'm minded to foster a series of small rebellions as I march up the coast, speaking to as many gatherings as I can and gathering arms and men, then take cities as I go and head for the centre of Father's empire.
The way Vivamord, when he was known as Monk's Heart, planned to make you into the Deliverer."
"Well, yes," said Nish. "Do I gather that you don't think much of the idea?"
"It's the strategy your father would expect you to follow."
"Oh."
"Therefore, in his absence, and Clam's, there will be plans to combat such a campaign. The art of war lies in being unpredictable, Nish, and that's how you've gained all your successes so far, both on the Range of Ruin and in Taranta. But if the God Emperor's seneschals and generals guess what you're going to do and how you'll do it, his mighty war machine will be waiting to crush you as soon as you appear."
"He doesn't know where I'm going to reappear," Nish said moolishly.
"He has wisp watchers and loop listeners in every town and village. Each town has scryers and spies, and informers are everywhere. Once you start making speeches and raising an army, Gatherer will know within hours."
"But Clam has Gatherer, and he's in the Shadow Realm."
"He could have returned by now. He could even be in Moraloon. Even if he isn't, some watchers and scryers can communicate via Gatherer. Clam may be able to give them orders the same way."
"He couldn't communicate with his troops on the other side of the Range of Ruin," said Nish, "which means that the reach of Gatherer is limited."
"It's better to overestimate the power of the Tiers than underestimate them."
"I quite agree, though last time Father didn't take me seriously. He let me win my first battle near Guffians, even though it cost him an army." The bitterness rose up Nish's throat like vomit. "And he did it just so he could later have the pleasure of telling me so, to undermine me and rob me of the satisfaction of my victory against the odds. He's done it to me all my life, ever since I was a little kid."
"He might have been lying," said Flid.
"What?"
Nish realized that he was slurring his words a little. He put the goblet down and concentrated. "What if that victory was yours and your father was lying because he couldn't bear to admit the truth that you had beaten him?"
"It would have been a blinding revelation if it could possibly have been true. But I've never beaten him," said Nish dully. You did on the Range of Ruin. Besides, it's Clam we've got to deal with, and he doesn't play games. If you threaten the Empire, he'll crush you. He's got to, and quickly, so he can turn his attention to Stilkeen.
Clam didn't do so well at Blisterbone, said Nish, because he had been ordered to take you alive if at all possible, and that had constrained him severely. But any direct threat to the Empire has to override that order, and if he can't take you, he'll have you killed anonymously. What could be easier than an assassin's arrow when you're exhorting the masses to rise and join you? Or a poisoned cup? Or a knife in the back from the crowd? If Clam decides that you must be killed for the good of the Empire, no amount of vigilance can stop him.
If your purpose is to frustrate me and undermine every plan I put forward, Nish said irritably, you're succeeding. What would you do?
I don't know. I just want to get you thinking. Once we reach Roros, we've got to have a solid plan and be ready to put it into instant action.
When you've thought of one, please let me know. Nish drained his goblet and set it upside down beside the cooking ware.
I'm going to bed.
What's the matter with it now? Said Nish as the air sled began to shake violently.
How would I know? Snapped Chismool.
I'm a pilot, not a mechanician. I'll have to go down again. It was their third morning since the attack on Taranta, and the air sled had been giving trouble from the moment they'd boarded it. She had landed the craft twice already and crawled through the hole to fiddle with the mechanism inside, but it hadn't made any difference.
Is it far to Roros? Said Flangers carefully, for she had been touchy ever since leaving Taranta.
They were flying along the western side of the mountains of Crandor, over desert lands where there was little chance of being seen, but not even Flid was familiar with these parts, and they did not have a map.
I haven't got a clue.
She banked the air sled, scanning the range for a suitable landing place.
It doesn't look very promising, said Nish to Flid. The country or our journey?
Either. I'd hate to be marooned here.
It would certainly spoil your plans, Flid said laconically as the air sled stuttered towards a rock-littered riverbed, which was as dry as every other river they had seen in the past day.
Below them, an upland desert stretched in every direction as far as Nish could see, a hilly, eroded land whose stony ground was scattered with withered grey shrubs. Being in the rain shadow of the great mountains of Crandor, it did not rain here from one year to the next, and as far as Nish could tell, the recent flooding of the Sea of Perion had made no difference to the climate. In summer it would bake, yet now, at the beginning of spring, the nights were decidedly chilly, and it would take hours to gather enough spindly bushes for a decent fire. Chismool guided the craft to a skidding landing on the sand between the rocks, but it kept sliding and thumped up onto a rounded boulder before screeching to a stop, canted to the left. Several of the injured slid forwards on their stretchers and ended up jammed together behind Chismool's seat.
Can I help you with anything? Flangers said, polite as ever.
Go away,
snarled Chismool.
He bit his lip, turned aside and jumped onto the sand. The militia carried the stretchers off and lay down in the sun. They seemed to have an infinite appetite for sleep, and Nish could not blame them.
Let's go for a walk, said Flid. You too, Flangers.
They strolled down the riverbed, the grey sand squeaking underfoot.
What's the matter with her? Said Flangers. I'd have thought Chismool would be happy since she's flying again, but she's more cranky every day. She loves flying, it's her life and her joy, said Flid, but she's afraid the air sled will break down at any minute and that will be the end of flight for her forever.
I dare say you're right, Flangers said morosely.
There's nothing we can do about it then.
And maybe she feels she's letting us down, said Nish. She knows how urgent it is that we get to Roros, and if the air sled fails, she might blame herself.
That's ridiculous, said Flangers. It was having problems even when Clam was using it.
But she's the pilot. She can't not feel responsible if her craft lets us down. 27. Maelys could not stop shaking. Even on the ice-covered surface of the frozen sea, she had never felt so cold.
"He's gone," she said, when Agur appeared, followed by Chulatine. "Yalkara has taken Ember's body, and I'll never see him again, never get the chance to say farewell."
"I'm sorry," said Chulatine, folding Malis in her arms.
"Let it out." "I can't. It's not finished, and now it never will be, and all because of her. The evil cow. She stole the fire and caused all this trouble. I hate her."
There was a long pause, after which Chulatine said gently,
"Yalkara is his mother, and Ember was her only surviving child. She also had the right."
Malis wept. Agur searched the cottage, the garden, and the black forest behind it, and came back. "There's no white fire here, not a trace. We've come all this way for nothing."
"But the caduceus pointed here," said Chulatine. "Why would it do that unless the fire was here at the time?"
Agur squatted down and inspected the indented carpet. "The fibres are slowly springing up. I'd say the body was taken not long before Malis came in."
"You mean Yalkara is still here somewhere?"
Agur shook his head. "That thud as we arrived must have been her leaving the Nightland. She realized Malis was coming and took the body away."
"Where to?"
cried Malis. 2 centuries ago, she went back to the void with the surviving Charon and they're dead. She would have taken her son's body.
"You've got to take me there," said Malis desperately, clutching at Agur's arm. "I have to."
"I'm sorry, Malis," he said gently. "It's quite impossible. I can't take you to the void, and even if I could, how would you find him? It's infinite. Besides, none of us could survive there for a single minute."
Malis subsided to the floor, blindly stroking the depression in the carpet, which was all she had left of him, and even that was disappearing by the second. Soon there would be nothing. "As you said, the days can pass swiftly in the Nightland, especially when you don't want them to," said Chulatine. "Stilkeen gave us 15 days to find the true fire, and our time is rapidly running out. Where to now?"
"I don't know where else to look," said Agur.
"Someone must know. We just have to ask the right people."
"I don't even know where to begin."
"Then I'd start where all such searches would have begun in the olden days," said Chulatine. "The Great Library."
"I'm not sure anything is left of it," said Agur. "Wasn't it sacked by the Lyrics at the end of the war?"
"So some people say," said Chulatine, "though I don't know if it's true."
"And if anything of value remained, Nish would have carried it off when he proclaimed himself God Emperor."
"I don't think so. If you recall, when he met Yalkara on the Range of Ruin, he had never heard of Stilkeen or chthonic fire."
"Then we'd better get going," said Agur. "Each portal hurts me more than the last, and I'd hate to fail with the one taking us out of the Nightland."
"It would be ironic indeed," said Chulatine, "if you ended up a prisoner in the prison you helped to create." Malis knew, because Agur had told her, that the Great Library was situated in Zile, a once great city on the river Zur, near the northwestern tip of the vast Meldarin Island, west of the Sea of Thurkad. But Zile had fallen into decay long before the war. When the Sea of Perion became the dry sea, the climate had changed and the fertile floodplains of the Zur had dried out and blown away, leaving a desert crisscrossed by the salt-crusted ancient irrigation canals. The people of Zile were long gone, save for a few hardy folk who, Agur had said, lived in the abandoned city like lizards dwelling in the cast-off shoe of a giant.
"Yet the Great Library, one of the wonders of the ancient world, still survives," he added as the portal deposited them on its roof many hours later. He breathed deeply of the dry evening air, as if tasting its differences to all the other places they had been. "I had not thought it would."
"The librarians once claimed that it held the entirety of Santhenar's histories," said Chulatine, walking painfully across to the edge. Agur went after her and put his arm around her, and she clung to him gratefully. Malis wandered along the side of the enormous rectangular roof,
pleased to have something unfamiliar to distract her from her cycling miseries. The library, a simple, classical building built from red marble, had many stories, but all the lower levels lay below the drifting sand and the dunes were almost up to the roof in places. How long until they came over the top and covered it completely? How long until its magnificence was erased from human memory, as her own home had been destroyed? She paced back and forth, immersed in her melancholy thoughts, for she loved books and could still remember that nightmare night as a child when Vomix had ordered the library of Niflheim Manor burned. Malis took a deep breath, forced both Ember and the past behind her, and tried to concentrate on the reason they were here. If they couldn't find true fire before the 15 days were up, Stilkeen had said the world would be destroyed from the void. And she believed it, for everyone knew that the void extended forever and was full of beasts of all kinds, each endlessly evolving in a desperate attempt to compete with their savage, intelligent predators. The histories told that the most vital desire of every intelligent species there was to escape into the physical universe and find a world of its own. Every species yearned for that, and there were few worlds better than Santhenar. Eger had calculated that 6 days had passed since Stilkeen's proclamation, only 9 to go. Time was rapidly running out, and even if they found the true fire, how could they be sure that Stilkeen would keep its word? "Malis!" Eger called out, sounding pleased about something. He and Chthonic were leaning on the rail, looking towards the city of Zile, and Malis saw many magnificent public buildings, all with colonnades and arches, along broad avenues lined with palms and spreading trees. "How come there's no sand in the city?" she said. "That's a very good question," said Eger, gazing beyond Zile to where the river Zur formed a green, fertile ribbon meandering into the distance. "I thought you knew your histories," said Chthonic, who was more cheerful than she'd been in weeks. "There was a prediction made of old. Not until the Sea of Parian once more thunders against the jeweled shores of Katatsa Mountain will Zile rise again. And now that the dry sea has become the Sea of Parian again, and is nearly full, the climate of Zile is changing back. The people must have started to return years ago, to have scoured the city so clean of sand. See the pennants flying from that building on the hill? But they haven't come as far as the library," said Malis. "How do we get in?" "There's a roof door down the far end," said Eger, pointing. "I've been here many times, though not in the past decade, of course." They had just turned that way when a silver head appeared, climbing a set of steps that Malis had not noticed. It was an old woman, small and thin, with a long, rather pinched face and thick spectacles perched on her bony nose. She wore a shapeless gown that went down to her sandals and carried a black bamboo cane with a curved handle. Leaning on it at the top of the stairs, she squinted at them, then let out a delighted cry. "Eger!" "Lilis!" he beamed, striding towards her with his arms out. "Lilis became the librarian here after the great Nadiril finally died 2 centuries ago," Eger explained after the introductions had been made, and Lilis was leading the way down the steps. Despite her age and the cane, she went down quickly and was steady on her feet. "Do you have Arkim blood, Lilis?" asked Malis politely. "To have lived so long?" "No," said Lilis. Her voice was high but strong, not a quavery old woman's voice at all. "The position of librarian here requires a mastery of the art and comes with one benefit: long life. But when a document must be found, we rely almost entirely on the memories of our librarians, and there is only so much anyone can read in a normal lifetime. I assume you have come here to consult us?" "I was not sure that the library had survived," said Eger. "I have been out of the way for the past 7 years." "Held in thrall to the Numinator," said Lilis. "How did you know that?" "The library has many sources. It is our business to know such things." "Not even the God Emperor knew of the Numinator," said Malis. Lillis paused on a landing. The steps continued down out of sight.
Ah, the God Emperor. He also consults us at times.
Really? Said Malis. I'd have thought he'd just take what he wanted. Lillis gave a delicate little cough.
Zile does not lie within the Empire. Surely you knew that?
According to the God Emperor, said Chthonic, the Empire covers all the known world save the island of Feranda where the Archim dwell.
Sometimes the God Emperor exaggerates,
Lillis said diplomatically.
In any case, the particular skills of my librarians could not be duplicated with less than 100 years of training, nor are they readily coerced. He's not a fool. It's far easier for him to pay our fees.
But he's a monster, said Malis. How can you—
The Charter of the Great Library requires that we provide information to all, impartially, as long as they can pay the fee. And it can be high. Even with the few librarians I have left, the cost of maintaining the library is prodigious.
What if someone poor needs information?
The fee may be waived for the genuinely indigent, said Lillis coolly. I was a street waif when I was a child. I can always tell the genuine supplicants from the cheats. But enough chit-chat. You've come about chthonic fire, of course. You want to know where to find it.
How did you know that? Cried Malis, then saw that Agur was grinning.
When you're selling information, said Lillis, who was also smiling, you must always appear to know more than your customers. That's one of the first principles my master, old Nadiril, taught me when I came to the library as a waif, just 10 years old. Stilkeen's message came here as well, but if it hadn't, my sources would have soon told me about it. You're the first to arrive, but you won't be the last, and I'll tell everyone the same thing.
Then I would advise you to take strong precautions for your security, said Agur. The worst men and women in the world will be after Stilkeen's pure fire, and some of them would think nothing of closing your mouth forever, or even burning the library, to make sure no one else can learn what you have told them. Lillis looked shocked, though she recovered quickly.
Thank you for the warning, she said gravely. The library, despite its appearance, is not unprotected, but I will take extra precautions.
You should consider sealing it up so no one can enter from outside.
You forget yourself, old friend, Lillis snapped. The bedrock on which the great library was founded almost 3,000 years ago was the unfettered exchange of information with all comers.
Agur bowed. I'm sorry for the presumption. But come now, Lillis. You would not hand over a depraved or obscene volume to a child, and neither would you give a deadly secret to a lunatic. Limits must often be placed on what information you provide.
That is so, of course, said Lillis more calmly. The past cannot be allowed to bind the present.
Malis expected to be ushered into a vast room crammed with books and scrolls, but Lillis led the way down a broad corridor, turned off it into a narrower one, down the steps to a narrower yet, and stopped outside a plain door, which she opened. The room she entered was small and spare, containing but a high bench the length of one wall, covered in manuscripts, a stool, a small hard pallet in a corner, and a few shelves, one of which was empty.
This was Nadiril's room. After I succeeded him, I took it for mine. I like it. There's no clutter and no distractions.
She indicated the pallet, and they sat down on it. Chthonic lay back, letting out a small sigh as she took the weight off her aching bones. Lillis perched bird-like on the stool.
Since I knew the question would soon be asked, I made sure I knew the answer, she said. Firstly, our catalogues contain nothing about chthonic fire. It is never mentioned. Of course, the catalogues are sadly out of date, but since chthonic fire would have been brought to Santhenar a long time ago, that does not matter. Neither do any of my junior librarians, some older than I am, recall the term, and nor do I. I certainly never heard Nadiril mention it.
She wrinkled her brow, then went on.
Yalkara must know. and I have reread all we have here about her, though I did not find anything. The Charon were ever secretive, and she most of all. Yalkara may not have told anyone else about this white fire, though it is difficult to imagine that the other Charon, at least the most important of them, would not have known. The other places to look would, of course, be the strongholds of the only 3 Charon to come to Santhenar.
Candle's fortress of Kataza, said Agur, Yalkara's abandoned tower at Havisard near the ruined Arkham city of Targan, and Karcharon in the mountains above Gothreim, which Rulka made his own for a while.
Quite, said Lilith. If the information you seek does not lie there, and I suspect it does not, then either it does not exist or it is hidden where no one living save Yalkara herself knows where it can be found.
Even with a portal to take us there, said Agur, to search any one of those places would require more time than we have.
I agree, said Lilith. It might be more productive to ask those who hated the Charon and have every reason to tell you their secrets.
I've heard nothing about the Arkham since I was taken by the Numinator, said Agur. Are they...
As I mentioned, the God Emperor's realm does not extend over them, though there was a degree of border adjusting, shall we say, after he seized power. There are Arkham at Stassor, their principal city, and of course the great island of Ferranda is their domain. And Clan Eleanor, where Charon's Arkham ancestor came from.
Charon Kinslayer, said Malis, who had always been curious about her.
I knew Charon, Lilith said deliberately, and her eyes glinted. I met her as a child. I really liked her. And Leanne.
Agur had also grown angry when their names had been mentioned, Malis recalled. Had Charon and Leanne betrayed Lilith too? Even if she had, Malis felt for her, for Charon had been pursued relentlessly by Maygraith, just as Malis had been. What was she like?
She was small, a little taller than you, I'd say, but her hair was the most brilliant red, the colour of a smoky sunset. She was clever and good at most things. She did not suffer fools gladly.
And she was a sensitive, said Agur. She felt things far more deeply than normal people.
As I was saying, Lilith added, at the end of the war, Clan Eleanor went to Shazmak.
Do you know if Malien is still alive? Said Agur. Of all our allies from the olden days, she's the one I most want to see. Did you know her back in the time of the mirror? Said Malis. She knew that the Arkham were a long-lived species, unlike old humans. I did. There aren't many of us left from that era now.
I saw Malien some years ago, said Lilith. She dwelt in Shazmak at the time, though I believe she has since returned to Stassor. Malien was looking rather old, a fate that comes to us all, even librarians. Lilith smiled. My time is almost up, and I can't say I'll be sorry to go. 200 years is long enough, even for a librarian.
What will you do when you retire? Malis said curiously.
Perhaps I'll go on the road and seek my fortune.
At Malis's astonished look, Lilith laughed aloud.
I look back on my adventuring days, as an orphan child in the company of the mighty, with a certain nostalgia. The library never changes, and few people come to consult us in these troubled times. Sometimes the days can be a trifle dull.
She studied each of them in turn.
I haven't been much help, have I?
You've told us everything you know, said Agur.
But you're disappointed I can't tell you more.
I confess it.
What is your second question?
Does the library mention any way to attack a being?
Anticipating that question, I've done some reading already, said Lilith. I haven't uncovered anything so far, and even if the answer is in our archives, it could take months to find, but...
Yes, said Agur.
It would depend very much on the nature of the being. I wouldn't look to attack one with some mighty power or force like the profane tears. I would ask myself what the true nature of the being is and where, given that nature, its weakness lies. Once you know that, it may be a simple matter to attack it. I will consider the subject further after you've gone. And your third question?
I don't have another question, said Igur.
You surprise me, said Lilith.
May I ask one? Said Malis.
On Igur's account.
I don't have any money. On my account, said Igur brusquely.
You may ask, said Lilith.
What will happen if someone finds the true fire and gives it to Stilkeen? Said Malis. Will Stilkeen accept it and go away?
The future is out of my realm, child, said Lilith. That is a question better put to Chthonic. She is the seer among us.
Chthonic sat up painfully.
Not even the greatest seer can read the future that clearly. However, judging by Stilkeen's demeanour in the 2 times I've seen it, I doubt that it will go away. Perhaps your question, Malis, should have focused on what I know of beings, said Lilith. The answer is not much, though they are never humble, and Stilkeen has suffered terribly from what Yalkara did to it. Did she steal its binding fire out of malice, I wonder, or come upon it by accident and take it thinking it was a treasure beyond price, only to discover that there was no way of using it safely?
I understand that chthonic fire gave the Charon their way out of the void, said Igur. It has a unique ability to dissolve the walls that separate the 11 dimensions of space and time.
But once she stole the fire, Lilith went on, Yalkara must have discovered that there was no way to return it. Whatever she did with it would leave a trail leading straight back to her. Furthermore, immortal beings have a powerful sense of their own importance and cannot suffer an injury meekly.
You have confirmed my own thoughts on the matter, said Igur. Stilkeen will want to make humanity pay for the monstrous sacrilege done to its sacred person by Yalkara and by extension, all humanity. It won't let us go unharmed, even if we give it the true fire.
What is your final question? Said Lilith.
I have no other, said Igur, frowning as if trying to locate an elusive memory.
Are you sure?
There's nothing else that comes to mind. I have another. Do you know anything about taphloids? Said Malis, clutching at it through her shirt.
There was only ever one device of that name, to my knowledge, said Lilith.
Was it this one?
Malis pulled the chain over her head and handed the taphloid to Lilith. She studied it carefully. Yes, this is it. I never thought I'd see it again. But such things have a way of returning to the place they came from.
She was looking at Igur, head to one side.
The library obtained it 400 years ago from a private collection Nadiril had acquired.
Who sold it? Said Igur.
That does not matter, said Lilith. If the seller does not want their name revealed, we do not reveal it.
Even after 400 years, cried Igur.
Even so. Our confidentiality is absolute and enduring. In any case, the owner did not know where the taphloid had come from originally. It had been sold and resold many times, for it is a beautiful thing. Neither did anyone know what it was for.
It protects me by concealing my aura, said Malis, and I was told that it contained information that would be vital later on.
It contained a series of lessons, said Lilith. Nadiril learned that much, but not even his vast arts and experience could recover them, though he did discover that the taphloid had first been sold in the Clism. That was a series of terrible wars between the 3 Charon who dwelt on Santhenar and the Archim, she explained to Malis, though Malis, who had been taught the histories by her father, already knew it. Santhenar was devastated by those wars, and it took hundreds of years to recover from them, Lilith continued, and apparently the original owner of the taphloid was left destitute and sold it. That was all Nadiril could discover. It was just another inexplicable curio from the past, and there are many of them in the library.
Then how did Father end up with it? Said Malis.
That's another story, though it comes from the most recent era. The library was not greatly troubled by the Lyrinx during the Great War, for they had a reverence for the histories and for knowledge generally. They seldom came near the library save for information.
Do you mean to say you even provided information to the enemy? Growled Igur.
Indeed, said Lillis, unperturbed, though they are not my enemy, since the great library has from its beginnings under an ancient charter always been an independent entity. I found the Lyrinx to be entirely courteous, well-mannered, and prompt in paying their accounts, unlike some old humans I could name, but won't, she added hastily. In fact, I found them to be rather more human than many humans I've dealt with. Over the 150 years of the war, the protection was only broken 3 times, each time by Lyrinx who were outcast from their communities. They gave us no great trouble, though the last time, 20 years ago, 3 broke through our defences and stole a number of valuable items, including this taphloid. I tried to get it back, but in war things become lost and sometimes no one knows what happened to them. I can only assume that your father must have taken it from a dead Lyrinx on a battlefield, and having a strong gift for the art, he recognized its potential. Even recognized that it contained lessons. Lillis pressed the taphloid against her forehead and closed her eyes. With my librarian's art, I can read an intention in the device. One I don't believe was here when I last held the taphloid a long time ago. Wait a moment. I'll have to search my memories of that time. So many years, so many memories, she mused. An old librarian's mind is like the library itself, rather dusty, a trifle battered and decayed, some memories mislaid, others put on the wrong shelves, and yet others gone forever. But I'm sure I can find this one. Ah! She lowered the taphloid to the bench. Yes, I have it. Melis, your father must have recognized that it was a teaching and shielding device and attempted to put a number of lessons into it to teach you about your gift for the art when you were old enough and when it was safe to do so. I knew it, said Melis. Ever since I was told that I had a gift, I've been trying to find someone who could teach me to use it, and yet my teacher was hanging from my neck the whole time. Can you unlock the lessons for me? No, said Lillis, and Melis's face fell. Lillis took up the taphloid and again pressed it to her forehead. I can read that your father worked hard at your lessons. It must have taken him many months, and he thought he had put them into the taphloid correctly, keyed in such a way that no one could ever recover them save you. He would have done so for your protection, since under the God Emperor's rule it is illegal for private citizens to possess enchanted objects.
Then what went wrong? Said Igur. I assume something has gone wrong.
The original lessons must have been put into the taphloid by a master, probably the one who made it, so they could only be read by the person for whom they were intended. Unfortunately, Melis, 2 such sets of instructions could not occupy the same place, and I believe your father's lessons corrupted the earlier ones. In the library we are adept at recovering information from the most fragmentary of sources, but I can tell at a touch that I can't get anything out of your taphloid. I'm sorry. A voice spoke from the taphloid twice, Melis remembered, when Igur first approached the caduceus with it, before we left the range of ruin. Twice, said Igur. Yes, surely you remember. I remember it telling me to keep watch, but that's all. Igur was looking at Melis as if she were mad. The first time it spoke was before that, said Melis. Just before you fell down against the caduceus and we had to drag you away, your hair was smoking. He put his hand to the top of his head, feeling the frizzy patch there. I believe you, though I don't remember that either. I heard it too, said Tulatine. It was the same voice. A deep, reverberating man's voice, speaking in an accent I did not recognize. It said, and burn them to nothingness. And burn them to nothingness, repeated Igur, frowning. That can mean anything. Quite so, said Lillis. The taphloid is one of the more enigmatic devices I've had to deal with. Now, if you're quite finished... They took the hint. 28. The air sled made its stuttering way east towards the mighty mountains of Crandor, and when they were winding their way up the valleys and over the lowest passes, Flid said,
We're not far from Rhoros now, only 50 leagues in a direct line, I'd guess. Do you think you can get us that far, Chismul?
I'll do my best, sir. Her best lasted a day and a half until the following evening, though her stops to tinker with the mechanism became more frequent until she was spending half an hour on the ground for every hour in the air. They had made it over the mountains and across the rainforest on the eastern side, almost to Rhoros, keeping away from cleared land and any evidence of habitation, so there would be no warning of their coming. On a hot, steamy, tropical evening, the air sled was creeping along the coast half a league offshore so as not to be seen, for Crandor was a fertile and heavily populated land. They were flying so low that waves were thumping against the keel, when an unpleasant sound of metal grinding against metal came from the mechanism, and it began to rattle and shake violently. Chismul hastily turned towards the distant shoreline.
I was afraid this was going to happen, she said to Flid. It's finished this time, sir.
Can you get us to land?
I'll try.
Hardly any of my militia can swim, said Nish, and the wounded will clearly drown if we come down in deep water. Get everyone ready, Lieutenant. While Flangers organised the troops, Nish made sure that the stretcher lashings were unfastened and slung the serpent staff loosely over his back, so he could drop it if he got into trouble. The food and drink were packed on the far right corner of the air sled, though unless they made it to solid ground, it would have to be abandoned. It became increasingly evident that they would not reach the shore, for the air sled dropped lower and began to crash into the waves, dashing salty spray in their faces, and none of Chismul's increasingly frantic movements with her controller were making any difference.
What if you set down on the water and give the mechanism another tweak? Said Flid.
Can't, she wailed, in despair now that her precious craft was failing.
Something's broken and I've no way of fixing it.
Besides, she won't float with that whacking great spear hole through the bottom.
What if we plugged it with something?
Would you crawl inside the deck in the dark, said Chismul, and try to find a spear hole by feel when the craft could sink and carry you with it?
Nish's heart sank, for he knew what was going to happen next.
If we don't, said Flid, everyone who can't swim will die.
I'll have a go, said Flangers. Can you swim, Lieutenant? Not much more than a dog paddle.
Stay here, said Nish, and get the troops off the instant we reach shore. I'll go. I've been inside the deck already. The air sled, moving slowly now, crashed through another swell. The coast was a dark shadow not far ahead, but waves were bursting on a steep and rocky shore.
I can't lift her at all, said Chismul dismally.
As long as you can keep going forwards, said Flid, we'll be all right.
We can't land there, we'd be smashed to pieces on the rocks.
I think there's a little cove further south. Head that way and beach the air sled on the sand.
If I can get her that far, said Chismul grimly. What are you going to plug the hole with, Nish? Said Flangers. It'll need to be jammed in tight or the water will force it straight out again.
I don't know. Flangers hacked a length off the pennant pole with his broadsword.
This is about the same width as a javelard spear.
He rummaged among the gear purloined from the army at Blisterbone Pass and brought out a hammer. Nish took them. I'd better take a knife in case I have to whittle it down to size. How far are we from shore? He could not tell from here, for it was a cloudy night and the dark rocks were almost indistinguishable from the sea and the sky.
Couple of 100 spans, said Amy from behind, but the cove is 3 times that.
It might as well be 100 leagues, Nish thought. The air sled isn't going to make it. Wish me luck, he said, taking off his sabre and staff and handing them to Flangers. He crawled down the hole into the deck. Good luck, they said, with feeling. The floor was already awash, though at least the water was warm, which was a novelty in Nish's experience. Inside it was totally dark, and he crouched there for a few moments, getting his bearings. The mechanism must be a few paces ahead of him. Yes, he could hear it grinding. The spear hole would be diagonally some 4 spans to his right, near the prow, since it had come through under the pennant pole. He crawled that way, holding the wooden plug in his right hand, the knife and hammer thrust through his belt. The water was deeper at the front and came up to his elbows. People were moving around on the deck above his head. Below him, the hull was thumped regularly by the swell. The air was hot, the humidity stifling, and in the darkness Nish felt the first stirrings of claustrophobia. He fought them down and continued until his head struck the inside of the prow. He could not find any hole in the keel, though the water definitely seemed to be rising. The hole should be directly below the pennant pole socket, he reasoned, and he must be able to see that as a slightly lighter circle. He crawled back and forth, feeling the floor with the palms of his hand, but could not feel or see a thing. He must have crawled too far to the right. Nish turned around and, distantly, could just make out the pale circle of his entry hole. He oriented himself again and headed for the point where the socket should be. The sound of the mechanism stopped abruptly and the air sled thumped onto the water. Chismool cursed loudly and volubly, and shortly it lifted again with a series of wrenching shudders.
"How are you getting on down there?" said Flid, his head down the hole. "Nearly done?"
"I can't find the bloody spear hole."
"It's below the pole socket,"
Flid said tersely. "I can't find that either."
"Really?"
"It's darker than a larynx's appendix down here."
"But you must be able to see—"
Flid broke off, and Nish heard him striding across the deck, then the scrape of wood on metal, and he came back.
"Some fool put a crate on top of it. That better?"
When he looked the other way, Nish could see the pale dot of the socket. "Thanks. How far are we from shore?"
"A good way. Kletch has been taking soundings and the water is still 11 spans deep, so get a move on."
"I'm not down here for my health," Nish said irritably. The spear hole wasn't directly beneath the socket when he got to it, for the spear had come through the floor at a shallow angle and struck the base of the pole slantwise. However, after feeling around in increasing circles for another minute, he tore his palm open on the ragged metal edge of the hole in the keel. Nish cursed, then felt the hole carefully. It seemed smaller than his plug, and even after he'd tapped all the ragged edges down flat, it still would not fit. He was settling back on his haunches to whittle the plug to size when the mechanism stopped again, the air sled dropped sharply, and water gushed through the spear hole right into his face. He fell backwards, struck his head, and knife and plug went flying. As he was feeling for them, Flid called again, rather more sharply,
"Are you done now? We seem to be taking in a lot of water."
"The cursed plug is too big," Nish snapped. "I've got to cut it to size. Tell Chismool to fly prow down so some of the water can run out."
"I don't think she can.
"It's important."
"So is your job, and if it takes much longer, there won't be any point."
Nish restrained the urge to insert the plug into Flid sideways and felt for his knife. The air sled lifted even more reluctantly than before, and some water dribbled out. He whittled the end of the plug, which was extremely hard wood, and tried it again, but it was still too big. Outside, he could hear crashing waves. They must have drifted closer to the rocks, and with such big seas, there would be little chance of anyone getting off onto the steep shore. He tried the plug, and this time it just fitted. He tapped it in. The plug felt tight, but the air sled dropped again, hit the water, and the pressure blew it out, whacking him in the mouth. He rubbed his bruised lips and replaced the plug.
"Nearly done," said Flid. "We're awfully low in the water."
"Impact keeps pushing it out. Chismool has to stay up longer."
"Flying this heap is hard enough without lifting all that extra water."
However, the air sled did lift, went prow down, and the water began to gurgle out the spear hole. "Where are we now?" Nish yelled.
"Nearing the entrance to the cove, but the water is still deep. If we go down, I can swim to shore, but I don't think anyone else could."
"Well, I certainly can't from here." Nish jammed in the plug and hammered it down until his arm was aching. He could feel the air sled moving now. "Done it!" he yelled. "I'm coming out!"
"We're in the cove," Flid said. "I don't think we can get as far as the beach, but there's a little rock platform to our right. Chismool is going to try and beach the air sled on it."
"Gather your packs and weapons," ordered Flangers, "and get ready to jump. Stretcher bearers stand by." Nish crawled through the elbow-deep water towards the hole. The mechanism raced, rattled, raced again. The air sled seemed to accelerate, then the prow struck the rocks and slid across them. Nish heard the plug shear off, not that it mattered now. They were on the platform, safe. "Stretchers off first," Flangers bellowed. Heavy feet ran across the deck.
Look out for that following wave, cried Kletch. Hang on!
Nish was at the hole when the wave crashed over the rock platform, lifting the air sled and turning it around. The surge began to carry it back towards the water, and he lost his bearings momentarily. Before he could grab the rim, the prow of the air sled must have gone over the edge, for it dropped sharply. He was carried down with the water and slammed against the inside of the prow. He clawed his way up for air, aware that seawater was spurting in through the spear hole again, and there was nothing he could do about it. The plug and hammer could be anywhere.
Get off!
Flid was roaring.
Hoy! Yelled Flangers. Grab that stretcher before it floats away. Carry them up the slope away from the surge.
Nish heard people shouting, yelling and screaming. He could see the hole above him, but the air sled had caught on a projection at the edge of the rock platform and was still suspended, prow down, so steeply that he could not climb the wet metal. At this angle, the water was up to his shoulders and would soon rise above his head. He tried again, slipped and went under, and salty water went up his nose and down his windpipe. He splashed up again, spitting out water and gasping for breath. Could he squeeze up along the side of the craft where the hull tapered?
"Where's Nish?" came Amy's high voice.
"I thought he was out," said Flid. "Has anyone seen him?"
"I'm in here,"
he croaked, though he did not think he could be heard over the crash of the waves and the grinding of the keel against the rocks. There was nothing to hang on to along the side, no way to pull himself up. He had swallowed so much seawater that he felt ill, and was seized by a deadly fear that he was going to drown.
"Here!"
he screeched, banging on the underside of the deck with his knuckles.
"He's still inside," said Amy. "Get him out before it sinks. Chismul, do something."
"Can't. Wave door controller away," she said dully. "We're finished." "Be buggered," snapped Flid. "Flangers, can we get to the hole? He must be trapped down in the prow." "I'll try and drop a rope down to him," said Flangers. "Nish, can you hear me?"
"Yes, hurry up."
"I won't be long. Stay calm. We'll get you out." "Big wave," sang out Kletch. "Move away from the edge."
The wave hit the air sled, metal ground on stone underneath Nish, and the craft moved further onto the rock platform. The angle of its tilt shrank, fractionally, though not enough for him to climb out. He was waiting for it to drop further, thinking he was safe, when the surge went the other way, carried the air sled with it over the edge, and it dropped like a boulder. On the way down, it tilted again, the water carrying him the other way in a great surge and slamming him against the inside of the stern. The air sled kept falling, hit the bottom stern first, rolled over and thumped down on its deck. Nish lay there with the water over his head, battered black and blue. Even his teeth hurt. Stay calm, he told himself as he rolled over and sat up. Just swim to the hole, out and up. But first he had to find the hole in the deck, and there was not a skerrick of light down here. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and could hear the precious air gurgling out through the spear hole. How long would it last? He could not guess, but at least that told him where the prow was. Behind him. Nish swam the other way, sweeping his hands out from side to side, and shortly came up against the mechanism. The exit hole had to be to his left, and it didn't take long to find it. He felt through the hole and touched the seabed. It was completely blocked by hard sand. In his dazed state, he had not taken in that the air sled was upside down. Panic exploded. He was trapped, and as soon as the last of the air was gone, he was going to drown. Nish fought for self-control and tried to think, but in the darkness and the strange environment, his thoughts were unusually sluggish. The air sled was already half full of water, so he didn't have long. He took another breath and probed through the hole. Could he dig enough sand away to get out? That would depend on what the seabed was. If it was all flat sand, he was doomed, for he'd never move enough to reach any of the sides and get out from underneath. But if the deck was partly resting on rocks, there could be a gap at one side or one end. He wouldn't know until he tried. Nish began to claw away the sand with his hooked fingers, but it proved slow work, since the sand to either side kept slumping into the hollow. He needed a better, faster digging tool. Crawling through the water to the broken mechanism, he kicked it with the heel of one boot until it fell apart. After sorting through the pieces, he settled on a clamshell-shaped metal cover. He could dig 5 times as fast with it. He attacked the sand, lifting it inside the hull and dropping it to the side so not a grain would fall back in. The sides of the hole kept slumping, but in a few minutes he had excavated a hollow down to the length of his arm and rather wider than the exit hole. Putting his head and shoulders down, he felt around. Solid sand lay to his left, but ahead and on the right he felt a depression in the seabed, though there was no way of telling how far it went. He pulled himself down to his hips and felt again. The way was blocked, but the depression continued to the right. He was almost out of air, so Nish went backwards into the air sled and squatted there, catching his breath. The water level was much higher now, up to his neck, and the air was still gurgling out as rapidly as before. It would be gone in a few minutes. And what if he went through and there was no way out, or he became stuck? Nish could feel the panic rising again, his claustrophobia returning. It was much harder to fight this time, for the thought of being trapped and waiting to drown made him want to shriek and batter his fists against the deck. He took another breath and another, now having to tilt his head back to do so. All right, he thought, here goes. Don't do anything in haste, that will only make the panic worse. Taking the deepest breath he could draw, he grabbed his scoop and went through the hole and out along the seabed depression under the deck, concentrating on moving quickly but steadily. He wove to the right, trying to slip through the water like an eel. Beside him he felt rock. Ahead the depression continued. He swam along it confidently, but it ended everywhere, and panic exploded in his mind. The urge to scream and thrash was almost irresistible, but he knew that would be the end of him. He went backwards, found that the seabed depression continued further to his right, on the other side of the rock the deck was resting on, and moved that way. His chest felt tight now, and he was a little short of breath, but he had to keep going. Left, right, then straight ahead, and he felt sure he had to be near the edge. He touched the deck overhead to check, and encountered the ridge along its side. Only half a span to go, but now the way was blocked by a curving ridge of sand that must have been thrown up when the side of the air sled hit the bottom. He attacked it steadily, carving the face away and sliding the sand to his left. His chest was heaving now. He had only a few seconds' worth of air. Nish kept on steadily, knowing it was his only option, and broke through. Carving another layer away to be sure he could get out, he let the scoop fall. The passage proved a tight squeeze, and the pressure on his chest made the urge to breathe desperate, but he forced himself to keep going and felt his legs come free. He had to breathe, and there wasn't time to swim to the surface, but if he could just reach the stream of air issuing from the spear hole... Nish breathed out as he dragged himself across the hull, seeing red flashes before his eyes, and clamped his mouth over the ragged hole, heedless of the sharp metal edges cutting his lips. He drank down the warm air, gasping it and feeling it bringing life back to his numb limbs. In, out, he breathed, then looked up to the surface. He couldn't see anything. It might be 2 spans up or 20. However deep it was, he thought, I'm going to make it. Nothing is going to stop me now. He swam up slowly, trickling air out of his nostrils, and in under a minute his head broke the surface. "Oi!" he yelled to the people standing on the platform. "Where's that bloody rope you were going to send down?" Flangers tossed it to him and they hauled him out, and he embraced them one by one, even Flid. The militia gave him a quiet but heartfelt cheer. "Back from the dead," said Amy, "and we're going to follow you all the way to victory." 29. "I knew Roros well," said Flid, after they'd collected their packs and weapons, plus what little food they'd saved, and climbed the first hill. Higher hills blocked their view to north and south and inland. "The coast forms a series of rocky ridges and little coves here," he went on, "rising up to steep, barren hills, and there's an abandoned watchtower on the highest. That'll be it there, see? Where the cliffs rise straight up from the sea, a league beyond it, across the river, is Roros." "Not tonight," groaned Nish. whose every bone and joint ached. "Feel as though I've been set upon and beaten." He stumbled and nearly fell. Flid put an arm around him. "We can't get there tonight, and they wouldn't let us in the gates if we did. Besides, after our brilliant performance in Taranta, we're not going to turn up looking like drowned rats. We'll sleep in the watchtower, if you can make it that far."
"Has someone got my gear?" Nish mumbled, feeling close to collapse.
"I'm carrying your pack," said Flangers, "and the staff, but I lost your sabre. Sorry."
Nish could not have cared less. It was Vivamord's anyway.
"It was a beautiful blade," said Flid. "Though designed for dark purposes, I'm glad it's gone. I always had an uneasy feeling about it."
"It did everything I asked of it," said Nish, "and sometimes when I was fighting with it, it seemed to go to the target of its own accord."
"A handy thing in a melee, unless it starts choosing its own targets."
Nish squirmed away from that thought. "I was always in control of it." Except for the time he'd saved Huld's life, he realized.
"I dare say. Anyway, it's not the right weapon for the Deliverer, or whatever you plan to call yourself."
"Vivamord gave me that title. I won't be using it again."
"What are you going to call yourself in this campaign to bring down the God Emperor?"
"Nish," said Nish. "I've been Nish to my friends half my life. It's a fine, ordinary name and suits me perfectly."
"Emperor Nish," said Flid sourly. "It doesn't have an imperial ring to it."
"Since I don't plan to be emperor, it doesn't matter."
"Quite," snapped Flid. "As for the blade, I'll get you a better one in Roros. They make fine weapons here."
"I wouldn't mind my serpent staff. I'm not sure I can stay on my feet without a prop." Flangers handed it to him, and they made their slow way to the watchtower. Flangers eased the plank door open, checked that its 3 levels were unoccupied by man or beast, and they went inside and barred the door. Nish had no idea what they did after that. He staggered up the stairs to the open lookout platform at the top, where the warm air was so humid and soupy that the only bedding needed was a coat for a pillow, and collapsed. When he woke late the following morning, the hot sun was burning his bruised face, and Flid was gone.
"He went to Roros at dawn in disguise," said Kletch as Nish stumbled down the steps.
The fisherman was sitting on the floor with his splintered legs stretched out in front of him, before a small blaze burning in an open fireplace.
"Hungry?"
Nish could have gnawed off his right arm.
"What have we got?" "Fried ham and seagull eggs."
The last remnants of the purloined Taranta ham sat on the stone floor beside him, below a sling bulging with little eggs hanging from a rusty hook. Kletch sliced ham as neatly as if he were filleting a fish and tossed it into a pan. Scooping out a handful of seagull eggs, he crushed them in his fist and strained the eggs from the shell through his grubby fingers into the pan.
"Did Flid say when he'd be back?" said Nish, sitting down.
He was so sore that every movement took an effort.
"Nope."
After breakfast, he went outside and tried to work out a plan to attack the Empire. But Nish could not see how he was going to raise an army without being captured or assassinated. He had to have an army, but he could not raise one. But he had to have one. The dismal thoughts went back and forth without hope of resolution. He was sitting in the shade of the tower, looking over the cliffs at the sea and wistfully remembering those placid and mostly carefree times on the cliff tops of Gendragore, when Flid rode up the track from the south on a large black horse. Nish remained where he was, fanning himself with a banana leaf. The midday heat of Crandor was almost unbearable, and at the cliff tops there was a slightly cooler breeze. "Any luck?" he called as Flid was tethering the horse to a bush.
"Ah, there you are. Luck with what?"
"Whoever you went to Roros to see. How do you know people there, anyhow?"
"That's a silly question, Nish, after all the time you've known me. The Scrutators had to know the most important, influential, clever, and talented people in the world, in every field. And when we went out into the world, we didn't carry written records. We were taught to remember everything."
"I thought you lost most of your old memories in renewal."
"It turns out they weren't lost at all. I'd just forgotten how to find them, and they're slowly coming back."
10 years ago, I knew 1,000 names and faces in Rhoros, and on the way here I've remembered half of them. Of course, many have died, and some are in the God Emperor's work camps and prisons, but it's surprising how many are still around. I met half a dozen this morning, contacts who make it their business to know what's going on, and they've given me much to think about.
He looked Nish up and down.
You look like a rat-gnawed corpse.
Thanks, I don't feel too hot, actually. Nish flapped his banana leaf and wiped the sweat off his throbbing brow.
You've got fresh purple bruises over last week's yellow ones, and your head is like a melon.
Enough compliments. I can't afford for it to swell any further, Nish said dryly. I'm going to lie down in the shade. I'm not designed for this climate.
Good idea. Get some more sleep. We're going out tonight and we won't be back till late.
Going where?
I'll tell you when we're nearly there.
It was after 10 when they left, and everyone was asleep apart from flankers and the guards. Flid mounted the horse and helped Nish up in front of him, onto the horn of a saddle as hard as stone, then flicked the reins and the horse began to pick its way down the gritty track. Shouldn't we be disguised in some way? Said Nish after a while.
What for?
Wisp watchers?
Already taken care of.
Flid did not say how. He wasn't in a talkative mood, and neither was Nish, who endured the jolts in pain-filled silence. They turned onto a paved highway and followed it over a river on a bridge of many arches before taking a muddy cart road that led towards the shore. There were fields on the left, freshly harvested, and an infestation of shanties and shacks to the right, like a series of boils growing out from the high wall of the city. Turning in at a minor gate in the wall, Flid said in Nish's ear,
The guards have been bribed. Pull your hood down and keep out of the light. Say nothing.
He rapped on the gate with the butt of his knife. The gate was opened, and a pair of watchmen, one thin as a bean, the other a stocky wrestling type, stared at him.
Who comes? Said the wrestler.
Flid said something incomprehensible and held out what appeared to be a signed and sealed safe conduct on vellum. The wrestler took it and held it close, squinting at it in the lantern light. Flid tapped his serpent staff on the cobbles, whereupon one of the wrestler's eyes rolled to the left, the other to the right. He swayed and passed the vellum up to the beanpole. He did not even look at it before saying in a shrill voice, That seems to be in order, and handing it back. Something slipped from Flid's hand to the beanpoles in the exchange. He waved them through, and the gate banged behind them. They rode up a muddy road between houses that leaned out above them on either side, before following a winding path through 100 unmarked alleys and mean streets until Nish marvelled that Flid could find his way at all. Eventually he turned up a winding thoroughfare to a series of mansions on a flat-topped hill standing above the coast.
This should be the place, said Flid as they approached a large house of several stories built of grey stone, surrounded by a high wall with spikes along the top.
He scanned the street before approaching the high iron gates. A uniformed guard shone a lantern on his face and Nish's. He nodded, swung the gate open, locked it behind them, and held the reins of the horse. Flid sprang down. Nish tried to follow and fell off, for one leg had gone numb from sitting on the horn of the saddle. Flid helped him up. Another guard led the horse away, and Flid set off down a paved path with flower beds on either side. Nish stumbled after him, aching in bone and sinew, and his entire backside feeling bruised.
We've come to see Eula Zaev, said Flid quietly.
Zaev, said Nish. I know the name, though I can't remember where I've heard it before.
At the end of the war, she was the governor of Crandor, the wealthiest nation on Santhenar.
Flid lowered his voice.
She's a greedy, conniving woman who made herself rich beyond your dreams.
You'd be surprised at how modest my dreams are these days.
Unfortunately, Flid said pointedly. Eula was once so wealthy and influential that even Jal Nish, when he became God Emperor, did not care to bring her down, though he dismissed her as governor and installed his own puppet. I knew her well, once, and she was a great help to us in the Lyrinx War.
I remember now, said Nish. You gave her the first spare thapter, even though you knew she would use it to enrich herself immeasurably.
Eula was worth it. Despite the qualities I've mentioned, she was the best of governors. She loved her country, defended it stoutly, and made sure that even the meanest of her citizens shared in its wealth. And she kept her promises.
You sound as though you admire her.
I disliked her thoroughly and she me, yet we worked well together when we had to.
But surely she no longer has to, so why would she help us?
Because your father has long since stripped her of the monopolies that made her rich and taxed most of her wealth away, and she wants it back. Besides, Eula is a patriot. She can't bear to see her beloved Crandor suffering under the tyrant's yoke, and its wealth stolen to prop up the God Emperor's corrupt and brutal realm. I think she'll help us, for a price. Indeed, she's the best person in Roros to do so. Eula is no longer powerful, but she has the ear of almost every important person in this land, and they will listen. Hush now.
The front door opened silently the moment they reached it, and Nish felt his heart miss a beat, for the woman who stood in the hall was so striking that she took his breath away. She was his height and slender, yet nicely curved in all the right places, with skin the colour of melted chocolate and a perfect oval face. Her hair was woven into a single braid, and her smile lifted the corners of her mouth enchantingly. The people of Crandor often filed their teeth to points, which Nish loathed, but her teeth were small, white, and perfectly even. She held out her hand to Flid, and her voice was low and melodious. You are Zervish Flid. I studied the artist's images of you, which were done before your renewal, of course. But even now there is a likeness about your eyes. As Flid gripped her hand, she studied him, head to one side. Yes, I'm sure you are Zervish Flid. My name is Persia Belsoon. I presently serve Eula Zaef in several capacities, but more of that later. He seemed a little reluctant to release her hand, and Nish could understand why. She was turning to Nish when Flid said,
Belsoon. That is a name from the histories and also mentioned in a great tale, is it not?
Indeed, said Persia, still smiling, though not so welcomingly.
So many histories, so many names, said Flid. And my memories haven't all come back, but was it the 23rd? The Tale of the Mirror?
The tale that you scrutators had banned, denounced as a lie and rewritten, she said in a chilly voice.
I did not denounce it, said Flid, slightly taken aback.
Our family name is mentioned in that tale, which, said Persia, according to our histories, was written by my grandmother of many generations back. Her name was Talia Belsoon, and every word of the great tale was true.
Talia, of course. She served the great Manser Mendark for a time, and most honourably, I understand, until her indenture was completed.
As with her, so with me, said Persia. But I am discourteous. She turned back to Nish. You are Krill Nish Hala, known as Nish. There is no difficulty recognizing you from your portraits despite the bruises. I have a salve that will ease them if they are troubling you. Very much so, said Nish, imagining her applying salve in all kinds of places. He pushed the distracting thoughts away. She extended her hand, which was cool and strong. He winced as she squeezed his bruised fingers, and she let go at once. Would you come this way? She led them down a broad hall with family portraits on either side, all of broad-faced, unattractive people. Her gown was clinging, and Nish found his eyes irresistibly drawn to her prominent, swaying bottom. He swallowed and looked aside, telling himself that he was here on a mission of vital importance and could not afford to be distracted. But distracted he remained. After climbing several stairs, Persia opened a door, stepped through into a large, though dimly lit room with curtained windows on 3 sides, and announced,
The renewed ex-scrutator Zervish Flid and the son of the God-Emperor Krill Nish Hala to see you, Lady Eula.
The windowless inner wall contained shelves extending from floor to ceiling, each divided into many small compartments which appeared to contain rocks and minerals. There was a small table and a high-backed chair by the right-hand window, another long, low table further down with soft chairs around it, and a high-backed wing chair down the far end. The chair by the right-hand window creaked, and a large, fleshy woman rose and turned to face them. She had triple chins, small grey eyes set in flesh bloated from overindulgence, and her sagging skin had an oily sheen. In her left hand she held a piece of rock crystal, which she was examining through a large hand lens. She looked up. Her gaze passed over them indifferently, then she turned away and resumed her study of the crystal. How rude, Nish thought, disliking her on sight. She cares more about that stupid crystal than she does about us.
Would you take your places here? Said Persea, leading them to the soft armchairs around the low table.
Nish sank into the cushions of his chair with a grateful sigh, and Flid sat beside him.
Have you dined? She said.
Nish was about to say not since lunchtime when Flid said, Yes, thank you.
Persea's lovely eyes searched his face. Lady Eula will be with you directly.
She went out and closed the door. Nish looked around. On the far side of the room, a man with unkempt grey hair and a bald patch was slumped into the wing chair as if asleep. He was facing away from them, and Nish could not see his features, though a lamp on a stand behind him shone on a large piece of paper on his lap. A bookcase held a number of ledgers, plus a matching series of thick volumes with gold leaf on their spines. They might have been a complete set of the Great Tales or Eula's own family histories. Shelves held vases, pieces of statuary, and other small items of exquisite artistry. Suddenly aware that Eula was sitting in the large chair across the table from him, Nish swung around. For a big woman, she moved quickly and silently. Nish rose to his feet and extended his hand. Good evening, Lady Eula. I'm Nish. Her eyes met his, but she did not extend her hand, and he sat down, discomfited. Persea returned, bearing a tray, a decanter, and glasses. She took a chair halfway across the room and sat side on to them, looking towards the old man in the corner, though Nish could tell that she was aware of everything they did, and ready to defend her mistress in an instant should the need arise. Eula still held the hand lens. The piece of rock crystal stood on the table in front of her. It was a beautiful specimen, an array of dozens of crystals all intergrown, all perfect, and Nish briefly wondered if she were a geomancer. Geomancy had been one of the most powerful of the secret arts in the olden days, but the destruction of the nodes had taken a greater toll of it than any of the other arts, and to the best of his knowledge, geomancy no longer existed.
Flid, she said.
Her voice had a hoarse, rasping quality, as if she had eaten too much, drunk too much, and smoked more herbs than she should have.
Renewal has done you no favours. I preferred you the way you were the last time we met.
A gaunt old man who looked as though the spare flesh had been gouged off his much broken bones. He was a better man than you are. But I'm wasting time. What do you want?
The implication was that they were wasting her time.
You will have heard our news already, I think.
Of the abduction of our beloved God-Emperor by a being called Stilkeen, the defeat of Jalnish's army in the mountains by a meagre force of farmers and hunters led by Nish, and an insolent attack on the Seneschal's mansion in Taranta by a band of renegades using the God-Emperor's personal air sled. The tales came to me by Skeet 2 days ago. But are they true?
Eula's small eyes were fixed intently on him, and Nish suddenly saw the clever, determined woman within the saggy folds of flesh. She smiled thinly. Her teeth were filed to points in the old Crandorian way, which, he recalled, had rather gone out of fashion since the war ended.
I can't answer for the details of what you were told, said Flid. though your précis is correct in every particular. Is there any news of General Clam?
No, I heard that he walked into the rock of the mountain and disappeared.
Nish and I both saw it. He used the profane tears to enter the Shadow Realm, the place where spirits dwell, and hunt. I am one of the few people who know what that place is like, and if I were forced to go there, I would not rate my chances of survival highly.
Unease shivered her plump cheeks and triple chins.
Yet Clam is a man of the utmost resourcefulness, and he has the tears.
He does.
Though I felt he was afraid to use them, said Nish. Flid gave him a blank stare, but Nish sensed that he was annoyed. Had he not wanted that piece of information revealed?
That is interesting, said Eula. Go on.
Nish glanced at Flid, who looked away. Now Nish had to continue, and he sensed that, having been such a powerful governor, Eula would read any evasion or omission instantly. Clam doesn't want power badly enough.
He did not get where he is today with all his physical handicaps without a deep yearning for power and what it brings and buys,
she said frostily, as though Nish's assumption was offensive to her. Nish refused to be cowed. He too had taken on the mighty in his time, and beaten some of them. But he doesn't want to become God Emperor. Clam is a magnificent deputy, but he lacks the vital, selfish drive to risk everything for his own ambition. That's why he holds back with the tears. He doesn't want what they offer badly enough to risk destruction. That's how I read him anyhow.
If you're right, it indicates a weakness that can be used against him when he returns. Assuming he does?
Eula heaved her bulk to her feet and twitched the curtains together more tightly. From behind, she had the shape of a rectangle distorted by the effects of gravity, then turned back to Flid.
What do you want from me?
I want to use this opportunity to take Nish to the throne.
Not as God Emperor, said Nish. Again, Flid favoured him with that blank look, but Nish felt he was saying, keep your bloody mouth shut and let me do the talking. Nish wasn't going to have that. He wasn't going to be Flid's puppet, as he had once been Vivamord's.
You don't want absolute power either, said Eula in astonishment, or wealth beyond any man's dreams, or the most beautiful women in the world for your bed?
Nish thought of Persia walking ahead of him down the hall and swallowed. I am not immune to such desires. But at the end of the war I swore an oath to tear down the tyrant and restore peace and justice to Santhenar and the commonwealth to all. He met her eyes. Would you do business with a man who did not keep his word?
If our word cannot be relied upon, she said sententiously, nothing can.
We've got to strike fast, said Flid, smiling now. Nish's seneschals are watching for us, and as soon as Nish starts giving his public addresses and appealing for volunteers to join his army, the enemy will strike with a force we cannot match. Not even the God Emperor's only son is safe if he threatens the throne.
Nish wondered why Flid was talking about that plan when he had already derided it in private.
And you want something from me, said Eula.
A small measure of coin, protection for ourselves and the militia we brought with us, plus the contacts to recruit a small army swiftly and secretly.
How could they recruit an army secretly? It was by definition impossible, and so is overthrowing the Empire, he thought gloomily. Father has thought of everything.
Is that all? Said Eula.
We also require ships to convey the army swiftly to Fad so we can strike at the heart of the Empire, Nish's palace of Moraloon.
Coin I can provide, said Eula. I am no longer wealthy, but the type of campaign you propose, small and fast, is within my capacity. Ships also. I only have 2 in Rorus at the moment, but trusted allies could supply the rest. My protection is yours, of course, while you remain in Rorus. The army is another matter. What did you have in mind?
She was looking at Nish again. As Flid said, I plan to show myself publicly, announce my intention to overthrow my father, and call for volunteers.
No, she cried. There can be no appearances, no public announcements, or recruitment of volunteers.
But, began Nish.
Surely I don't need to explain it to him, said Eula.
He would not hear it from me, said Flid.
Show yourself publicly, and the Seneschal of Roros will move against you with overwhelming force. He's already planned his attack for the moment you appear. Merely saying that you plan to overthrow the God Emperor is sedition, and you will be shot on sight by anonymous assassins.
The Seneschal wouldn't dare, said Nish weakly.
He would not have while your father was around, but your announcement in Taranta changed everything, said Eula. Clearly Nish is no longer the all-powerful God Emperor he once was. The sharks can taste blood in the water, and they're already circling. Besides, if you call for volunteers, half of those who come forward will be in the pay of the Empire, and after taking you, they'll come for me.
Then what can I do? Cried Nish, realizing that he sounded like a petulant child, and that Persea was taking in everything he said and judging him on it. He went on more calmly. I must have an army. But how am I to raise one?
You can't. But I could put a small corps together, said Eula. I have several hundred men on my wage rolls, all former soldiers from Crandor's army during the war, men rejected for Nish's forces because of their loyalty to me.
And you've kept them on all this time, said Nish, looking at her through new eyes.
Any leader who demands loyalty of her troops must show the same loyalty to them, in good times and in bad. And I have influential friends who also have their own private corps. We could muster an army of 2,000, given a little time.
I can't take the Empire with such a small force, Nish said quietly.
Didn't you just defeat 10,000 men with a few hundred?
With a great deal of aid from the range of ruin and from nature.
If you want my aid, you'll find a way, because 2,000 is all I can bring you, and even if I had more, there would not be the ships to carry them south.
If that is an offer, said Flid, we'll take it.
2,000 men, Nish thought, shaking his head. How can I attack the might of the Empire with so few?
Not so fast, said Eula. What are you offering me?
The governorship of Crandor.
I would expect no less. What else?
She leaned forward greedily, her jowls quivering.
Restoration of the monopolies the God Emperor took from you, plus restitution for the unfair taxes imposed on you to destroy your wealth.
Agreed, said Eula at once. With compound interest, of course.
Come now, said Flid evenly, but in the tone that signified he was not going to negotiate. I'm not going to bankrupt the Empire for you.
My losses have been very high, and this campaign will cost me a fortune.
You've reduced your outlays enormously since you lost the governorship, so you're not nearly as badly off as you maintain.
I'll have to call in a host of favors and reward those who aid me.
With what I've offered, you can easily afford it.
Flid folded his arms. She picked up the hand lens, studied her crystal cluster for a minute or two, then said,
I'll concede the point. Go on.
A seat on the God...
Flid glanced at Nish, saw his scowl, and amended,
on the advisory council set up in the event of Nish's victory.
A permanent seat?
Agreed, said Flid, then added, as long as you remain of sound mind and body and are capable of occupying that seat and doing your duty.
After hesitating fractionally, Eula agreed.
However, all such offers are contingent on your success, which is far from guaranteed. What can you offer me now?
Now, said Flid, frowning.
If the plot is discovered, I lose everything, and so does my family. I must have a down payment.
I've been on the run since the war, Eula. My resources are meager.
I wasn't thinking of coin. I'll accept the God Emperor's air sled.
That piece of junk, cried Nish.
There's no flying craft like it in the Empire, and with such a vehicle...
I gave you a thapter once, mused Flid. He looked at her sideways. It was a mighty gift.
And I repaid you twice over in aid. Besides, I only had it for a few months, for it failed when the nodes were destroyed.
As did every Thaptone construct, my gift was made in good faith and given in good order.
Eula frowned, turned her crystals over and studied them from the other side, holding them as if they were the most precious of nature's blooms.
I will accept the air sled as your down payment. An advisor tells me that it has potential.
Oh?
Said Flid sharply, but she did not elaborate, and he added,
Very well, but if you can get it going again, I may need to call upon it to prosecute the war.
I agree that you may ask for it. Where did you hide it?
It's lying at the bottom of Cockle Cove near the abandoned watchtower. I should warn you it was failing in flight, a problem with the mechanism.
She'll reject the offer, Nish thought gloomily, and will have to start again.
Nothing that my advisor can't fix, I'm sure.
Eula raised her voice a little.
Mel, would you come here for a minute?
The old man laid down his paper and rose from the chair, only it wasn't a man. It was a short, plump woman of nearly 60 years, with thin grey hair and a small bald patch. She was dressed in patched, shabby and rather grubby shirt and trousers, but as soon as she turned those keen eyes on him, Nish knew her, though he had not seen her for 13 years. And so did Flid.
Mechanician Malente,
they exclaimed together.
Just Malente,
she said, smiling broadly as she shook Flid's hand, then Nish's.
The old titles were thrown out with the rubbish of the war, and good riddance.
Malente had been a genius with any kind of mechanical device, especially those powered by the art, and she had designed and built the first air floater from a rude sketch Nish had given to Flid. Nish had subsequently flown it and drifted in it halfway across Laurelin, but Malente had remained in the south, and he had never seen her again.
You can talk about old times later, said Eula. Malente, can you repair the air sled's mechanism? Since it's the only craft of its kind in existence, it is beyond price. I imagine so, said Malente. I believe I understand how it works, and even if some of the parts are broken, they can be replaced. If you can make available a suitable vessel, I'll raise it tomorrow night, assuming the seas are calm.
Eula nodded and turned back to Flid.
Then I'll accept it as a down payment. Are we agreed?
Agreed,
said Flid. Nish echoed him, feeling as though he'd been railroaded, though he could not see what else he could have done.
Persia, said Eula, would you come over so we can seal the agreement?
Persia carried the tray across and poured a lime-coloured liquor into 3 glasses until they were full to the brim.
Each of you will drink 1/3 of your liquor and pass your glass to the right. When the glasses have returned to their original holders, empty, the agreement is sealed and cannot be broken without the consent of all parties.
She handed drinks to Eula, Flid, and Nish. They raised their glasses and sipped. The liquor was thick and sweet, with the aromatic flavour of lime zest, and very strong. After taking a third, Nish passed it to the right, to Eula, accepted Flid's glass in turn, and shortly the agreement had been sealed.
It's done, he said,
feeling the burden that had weighed him down lifting just a little. There was a long way to go, and they would probably fail, but at least they had a plan.